The others are under my protection.
Golden Freddy, FNAF's most infamous animatronic that has sparked debates on top of debates that are still happening today. But a part of this character that I'd say we can all agree on and is canon by this point is the fact that he is possessed by this child. Now if he's possessed by another soul at the same time, that can be a number of people is a whole mystery on its own that I won't focus on here. Instead, I only want to focus on this crying child, tears that arguably make this character who he is. Tears that represent pain and suffering from a bite, tears we only see with this character like in FNAF 2 and 3, tears we see when he's begging to be let in as the puppet tells us to save him. Wait, isn't that just supposed to be Charlie? And what about all of this? Well, today we're gonna go over the shocking similarities between these two characters that might be an answer to a decade-long mystery, the retcon. A retcon so mysterious that fans are still trying to decipher what's got changed from the lore so long ago. So, my name is Bronze Films, and not only are we going to solve this retcon, but we're also going to cover how it might be making a comeback in different FNAF media. I also want to take a second to thank everyone here up on screen who stuck around to the very end of this video and commented down below the secret phrase from the outro. But finally, let's get started. Now, by no means am I the first person to discover this retcon or try to solve it, as one of the first people who comes to mind when it comes to this retcon is matpat and Game Theory, even releasing this short about the same topic of this video. There are also just these amazing videos on the topic in general, so to find an answer in this video, we first need to go over all of the supposed ways that the crying child was supposed to be the puppet originally. I'd say the biggest piece of evidence comes from FNAF 2 and from the take cake to the children minigame. By now we all know what happens here. You play as Freddy or Fredbear giving cake to children before they get upset while a crying child stays locked outside the building and can't get in. A purple car then pulls up to the building where the purple guy will then step out and will murder the crying child before driving off. And most importantly, there are hidden letters in the background sound effects that spell out save him, not her. Then in Pizzeria Simulator, we once more see a child locked outside the building where they are then presumably killed by William Afton. But this time during the ending, we learn that this is Charlie Emily, daughter of Henry Emily, and that these two moments are one in the same. Meaning Charlie's gender was changed, as this should have been save her, meaning some retcon definitely happened between FNAF 2 to FNAF 6. Tears in general have also always been more correlated to the puppet, as it's what we see on the puppet mask itself, the single thing that makes this design so iconic. These tears are so significant that they are removed in FNAF Security Breach and on the puppet mask found on the blob, signifying that Charlie has moved on and is no longer possessing the puppet. And really there is just a list of similarities to go over. For one, obviously we have the tears. Like I said, a feature that makes these two characters who they are and recognizable for the community. It honestly feels like we have two crying childs because we know crying is important to both these characters one way or another. We have the strong striped similarities between the crying child and the puppet. Stripes on a kid's shirt that we can only relate to the puppet, especially at the time when FNAF 4 was released. In FNAF 3 during the mango minigame and in the secret portion, you can find this hunched over puppet that is gray and black crying. Does this pose remind you of anyone? Well, I'm sure many of you thought of course of the crying child. He's actually in this pose a couple of times throughout FNAF 4. Hunched over, wearing a black shirt with gray stripes, and crying. How are we not supposed to relate these two? With the Happiest Day minigame, we saw the 5 victims of the missing children incident represented by their masks, and we saw the puppet, the one we're actually playing as. Now something I'll briefly talk about which can totally be a video on its own is what makes a soul vengeful. Is it their death? Does it have to do something with memories, or is it just random? Here we know at least one of the souls in Golden Freddy is a vengeful spirit known as the one you should not have killed. This may or may not be the one we're seeing at the end of this table getting their happiest day, but we do know the soul at the end of the table is different from the other souls. They're the only ones without a mask. They're the ones needing to be freed, so I think we can say the same about the puppet, a soul different from the others. Now she's not necessarily vengeful, or at least this version of the puppet isn't, but I think we can argue that her death is what made her different. FNAF 2 showed us the exact moment her life was taken. They have to be showing us this moment for a reason to tell us another child was murdered besides the MCI. The puppet is one of the only deaths different in the FNAF series, and by this point we know it is different from the crying child in Happiest Day. She even stays slightly longer to make sure the other souls are free, acting like a sort of protector like she says herself in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. Sure, we have a second crying child as Golden Freddy, but I think it's possible he wasn't going to be the main focus moving forward, as instead the focus could have been on the puppet and on Charlie. Maybe in the original FNAF 4 it would have explored this death deeper and how exactly the puppet was different. The puppet was the crying child at one point, and that is undeniable. I think with Scott Cawthon realizing or coming up with the idea that a soul's death is what can make them different or vengeful, we were bound to get a second crying child with a second bite. Here we now had a new crying child that is proudly named Dave, who was thrown into the mouth of Fredbear at Fredbear's family diner by his older brother Michael and was killed. He would then go on to possess Golden Freddy. Now in what games and with what appearances he shows up in are pretty debated considering how many times he's had a role and with all the different designs. But obviously this was the right decision. This added a whole other layer to the Afton family and to their trauma or pain. There's also just so much cool and interesting lore revolving around this new character, like the survival logbook, his return through new characters that I'll talk about later, the FNAF 4 minigames themselves that have so many hidden secrets, and even FNAF World, which feels centered around the crying child and might even take place in his brain. This has sparked theories on top of theories, and there is no debate that this is the crying child. But was it always supposed to be that way? Did Scott Cawthon change his mind? Is this the one retcon? Well, if this were the case, this decision would have been made around March to July of 2015. A decision that was much more than just retconning a gender. I also find it interesting how the puppet is nowhere to be found throughout FNAF 4. We see references to other locations and characters like the toys from FNAF 2, and besides Nightmare Inn from the Halloween DLC, which wasn't canon at this point, it feels like the puppet was purposely excluded. I wonder if this was done to make sure that no one would bring up the similarities between the two, and so that fans wouldn't assume the puppet is the one the crying child was going to possess instead of Fredbear. This just keeps retcon talk far away from the game, and I think he did a good job in not confusing fans while seamlessly adding a new character, which actually brings me to Scott Cawthon himself and the little he has said about the retcon, and this can give us some direction to this mystery. So instead of hearing my voice again, since I'm sure you're tired of it already, here's basically Scott Cawthon himself.
To quote Scott Cawthon directly, the retcon issue. Hey guys, I wanted to comment quickly on the subject of retcons. I made a joke last night about retconning, and it became obvious that it's very important to a lot of people, and understandably so. I have a lot of respect for this community, and the last thing that I want is for anyone to think that I recklessly change details on a whim. I assure you, that's not the case. The truth is that I've done one actual retcon in the series, although I'm not going to say where it was. There have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. That's not really a retcon, it's simply an attempt to guide the story toward where it was originally intended to go. A quick and very minor example of this would be when Adult Theory happened. I could see why people were believing it, so I quickly dropped an additional teaser to clear it up. I have to do that with my games sometimes as well. I use Sister Location to clear up a misconception from FNAF 4. Currently, there is a misconception from Sister Location that I may need to clear up someday as well, or maybe I'll just leave it to torment the fandom. So while it's true that the story has developed new details over time that may not have been planned from the beginning, that doesn't mean that the pieces don't fit together as a whole. There is a lot of information crammed into these games, and there will always be details that I don't convey 100% as intended. I try to clear up those items, but I'm certainly not retconning things at will. I have more respect for the community than that. On a different note, is that my face photoshopped onto a squirrel snuggling up to Daco? Who created that abomination? Edit. To be clear, the one retcon mentioned was integrated pretty seamlessly, and most people didn't notice. If it had caused problems or confusion, then I would have addressed it here. And that's the quote. Back to you, Bronze.
Now, the crying child originally being the puppet perfectly fits this small description Scott gave us at the end of his message. A retcon so seamless that no one really noticed. I mean, I would say that this was a contradiction as we later got Charlie, but we didn't learn who this was until after Pizzeria Simulator in the games, and the whole discussion of the retcon started well after Sister Location. So when this supposed retcon did happen in July of 2015, none of us really noticed at all. I also just feel like we were more focused on things like the box, or saying Purple Guy again, or Foxy Bro, or who these kids were. Why was Chica missing scratching our beak. There were so many other mysteries or lore topics that we were all trying to solve, and all of a sudden the tears were not related to this character. Don't get me wrong, the puppet was still important and has continued to be important, especially in games like Pizzeria Simulator as Lefty and in Ultimate Custom Night as one of William's tormentors. So it's not like this change caused any outrage that Scott would need to directly address. Good job, Scott. Now at the same time, I will definitely say that we could be wrong and the retcon could be a number of other possibilities that I'll cover at the end of the video, especially since it felt less seamless and more planned. Fredbear's family diner was explicitly mentioned in FNAF 2 and it takes center stage here, and we know Spring Bonnie and Golden Freddy had a past we hadn't seen before. We also got to see William and his role as the owner of Fredbear's and Fazbear Entertainment. This feels like one more addition to the story that didn't retcon anything but only added to the larger story that has become fundamental to this series. Like, just imagine trying to solve any FNAF game without using any lore evidence from FNAF 4. It would be impossible, you know? But bear with me for a second and let's say that the puppet was the same character as the crying child. What would this have changed? Well, maybe Charlie could have been an Afton, meaning William murdered his own daughter, which is crazy. I bet we could have also seen the puppet featured as an animatronic in Fredbear's family diner, since many fans believe this minigame takes place at Fredbear's and that the puppet was the third animatronic alongside Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. This could have also just made the puppet the vengeful one, completely changing her role in future FNAF games. She wouldn't just be another animatronic in FNAF 6 or in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, but she would be the main focus and she would be keeping William captive in this hellish nightmare. But now I'm just throwing ideas out there for fun. So although for the entire video I have been claiming that the puppet as the crying child was the retcon, I could just as easily claim that Golden Freddy was always supposed to be the crying child. It can honestly go both ways, and I honestly feel like that's the case with most FNAF theories or mysteries. Even most recently, we've instead seen the crying child return and have some recurrent role through the franchise's newest characters like Gregory, where they almost have identical designs, and I'm sure you've seen this infamous screenshot from one of Game Theory's videos. There is also David from the latest project released only 6 months ago, FNAF Secret of the Mimic, and I'm sure you've also seen the theory God. Sorry, let me try again, that was bad. God. Okay, never mind, you get the point. God David by T-Dreads. We're just simply not seeing the crying child return as anything related to the puppet or even to Charlie. But don't swipe off yet or comment down below that this video is useless then, because really the main reason I decided to make it and the thing that convinced me this was the retcon is lore from the FNAF 2 movie. Without trying to recap the entirety of the movie, one of the main focuses and antagonists is Charlie Emily possessing the puppet. We learn she dies in 1982 at the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza at the hands of William Afton or Spring Bonnie after saving a possible victim. Like in the game, she then goes on to possess the puppet, but here she wants to escape the pizzeria to get revenge on the parents who let her die, as that's who she blames. You can watch this video where I rant about the FNAF 2 movie and everything I noticed for like an hour if you want more thoughts. But what does this have to do with the retcon? Well, I think the FNAF movie continuity is showing us a different timeline where fan theories and Scott Cawthon's original thoughts become a reality and canon. I brought this up in one of my last videos where I talked about the two-killer theory from FNAF 2 making a comeback in the movies after we all knew it basically wasn't canon. Here we have William as Purple Guy and now Michael Afton, who is continuing his legacy as Pink Guy, the second killer. This was a fan theory so long ago that I think Scott Cawthon is now including in the movies, so with the retcon, Scott can now include his original idea as Charlie as the crying child and as the vengeful spirit. In the movie we see Charlie with the black tears like we've seen with other souls from the games, or tears similar to the puppet's design from FNAF 3 and from this minigame. And as I said earlier, here she's the vengeful one. She wants to take revenge on the adults and is doing everything in her power to leave the pizzeria and hunt down everyone. She can also possess people is what it seems like, a feature we haven't really seen anywhere else in the franchise and one unique to the puppet in the movies. We can take this as just more evidence to her having more powers like we kinda assume Golden Freddy does in the games. The movie even directly tells us that her death is what makes her different. Because Charlie died in a state of pure rage and anger towards the parents, that's the emotion she's stuck in as the puppet. Like I said with the games where it's theorized that Cassidy's or Dave's death is what made them vengeful, here we're finally seeing it with Charlie. I hope so far everything I've listed has convinced you that Charlie is the vengeful spirit in the movies, and if it hasn't, maybe the fact that the vengeful spirit from the games is nowhere to be found will. Now Golden Freddy was featured in the first FNAF movie and had a pretty minor role, but we all still assumed he was most likely Cassidy. We know he's different from the other souls in in some way since he doesn't seem to be under William's control like everyone else. And at the very end of the film, when he's staring at William after being spring locked, I feel like we all took this as evidence that he would be the vengeful one to keep him captive just like in the games. But then in FNAF 2, we don't really see withered Golden Freddy, which made me sad since I love the design, and we only see him at the very end of the movie for a slight second. Cassidy alongside the other souls rescue Abby, Mike, and Vanessa from the toy animatronics, and then they're freed. I know, it's crazy, and honestly something surprising that I thought they were gonna save until FNAF 3 or 4. We basically already got the movie version of Happiest Day. Because the animatronics left their pizzeria, their souls were freed from the animatronics as we see them all shut down. This includes Cassidy, meaning they aren't sticking around as Golden Freddy and to torment William. This also meant that William was freed, which set up his return as Springtrap in the end credit scene. Golden Freddy was only acting as a temporary vengeful soul is how I see it, leaving the main role to Charlie Emily, even though she does blame the parents and for some reason doesn't blame William at all. However, I'm sure this will change eventually throughout the next movie, allowing her to get her revenge. In fact, she's the only crying child. There's no evidence suggesting that Dave Afton exists anywhere else in the FNAF movies. Even in the behind the scenes set photos where we can see the frame photos in the Afton family house, we only see Michael, Vanessa, and William. I mean, we even see what appears to be Miss Afton, whose face is purposely hidden for some reason. To me, I can see this as her returning in future movies, possibly also as a villain, just like many of us theorize that Miss Afton was one of the many villains in the modern timeline. Again, maybe Scott is making these fan theories finally come true, but still no third Afton. That only leaves Garrett as the one who could take up this role, but he's nowhere to be found in this movie, and I'd say there's no evidence that he's the other soul possessing Golden Freddy. This is probably something Cassidy would have brought up to Mike, and there actually haven't been any references to a bite or to Fredbear's family diner so far. So this just leaves Charlie, and I'm sure she'll have a major role in the FNAF 3 movie, as at the end of this movie we see her possessing Vanessa. But before I start talking about the movie too much, I hope you all see my point that this is only possible because it was originally planned to happen in the games before becoming the one and only retcon. So to give some conclusion, or I guess a recap on things I've discussed, since I apologize if it felt like I was all over the place, this is something Unnamed and I came up with while talking about the retcon while we were editing and script writing. This is mainly his roadmap, so all credit to him, where here we argued that the retcon was essentially split into two parts. Part 1 of the retcon would have happened between FNAF 2 and 3, where Scott decided to have two crying childs. Here we clearly have one that uses him pronouns. Then in FNAF 3, all of a sudden there are two crying children, where we know the one at the end of the table is not the puppet and is most likely the same crying child we see in the Springlock minigame. Part 2 of the retcon would have happened between FNAF 3 and 4. Here Scott would make the crying child the son of William Afton, and that it's always been that way, so here he's more than just the vengeful one. But this can be debated if it was a part of the retcon or not, so for a final way to look at things, let's look at it through Scott's perspective. At first in FNAF 2, the crying child was the soul in the puppet, but then as of FNAF 3, the crying child is now in Golden Freddy, and the puppet kneeling and crying was just a visual of the sadness of the spirit in the puppet, and that the later mirror pose in FNAF 4 is just a callback to where the character had begun, not completely eliminating her from the story. Now in terms of other possibilities, one of my favorite ones comes from this video from Hyperjoyed, where he argues that the retcon is the murderer in the FNAF 1 newspaper being convicted. This would have been changed or ignored as William is freed throughout the rest of the timeline. There's also this amazing video by Nero Raven that goes over every possibility, which I recommend you check out. Some possibilities include Charlie's death date, which I definitely get since the FNAF 2 movie threw in an entirely different date, 1982, which is different from the 1983, 1985, and 1987 dates that are most popular. Another one I find really interesting that funny enough also comes from FNAF 2 is the DCI. This is a popular debate on its own where the FNAF 2 movie didn't really help to give us any answers, but some argue that the dead children incident was completely removed from the timeline because we never saw it return in really any shape or form. Obviously the MCI has had a huge role throughout the 6 mainline games, but besides one appearance from the DCI, it's harder to argue that they return in different minigames or even animatronics, which has prompted many to say Scott either forgot about the DCI or wrote it out of the story because it didn't fit with the current narrative. I personally feel that either the DCI was showing us the MCI or that it simply wasn't meant to have a role moving forward. If these souls did possess, say, the toy animatronics, maybe they already moved on by the time they were dismantled in FNAF 3. So I don't think it's the retcon here, but nonetheless it's still a really interesting idea. But with that, this is my take on the FNAF retcon and how it's still making a return with the FNAF 2 movie. movie. Thank you to everyone who's sticking around to the very end. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you all enjoyed this video. Let me know if you guys want more animations included in the videos, since I love working on them and it's a good way to practice for game concepts that are hopefully coming soon. So, what do you guys think of the FNAF Retcon? Is the retcon the fact that the crying child was the puppet, or is it something different? Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you all so much for the support. Five Nights at Freddy's is made up of 11 years worth of games, stories, timeline debates, unsolved mysteries, and lore around different characters. And one of the most complicated characters that has recently been debated a lot after the release of the FNAF 2 movie can also still be debated about in the game's lore and its wider timeline. Of course, I'm talking about Michael Afton, and more specifically about his role in the modern era of the franchise. We all know his story, a redemption arc like no other that ended in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator after burning the remaining animatronics and freeing the souls attached to them, keeping himself in that fire, ending the tragedy that was Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But what if he's still alive? What if he has a significant role in the modern lore? This is something I'm sure you've already seen be brought up with these amazing videos, and I've also tackled this mystery a few times before on the channel. So now I want to revisit this topic once more by going over every single possibility now that we have so many more projects and games to overlook, to really solve which one is more likely, or if we've really just been wrong about his character and he did really move on in FNAF 6. So let's look at 4 different answers to this mystery and try our best to finally put an end to one of the most important debates around Michael Afton. My name is Bronze Films, consider subscribing for more videos like this, and let's jump straight into it. Now, the first theory or possibility that I want to look at is first centered around the idea that Michael did die in the FNAF 6 fire. By now I'm sure you've heard Henry's infamous ending speech that I know we're all hoping is either in the next FNAF movie or of course in the FNAF 6 movie when we get to that point. Here Henry does actually give us some clues and context to the protagonist's role in this ending and his plan to free the souls through this fire. Really the only time they're brought up here besides them being the manager and facing lawsuits.
And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be.
This obviously implies that the protagonist, who is most definitely Michael Afton, chose to stay in this fire, choosing to be a part of the end. This makes sense as there would be no reason to stay anymore, the same reason why Henry also chose to stay in the fire. All souls from the missing children incident and other victims of Williams like Charlie and Elizabeth would finally move on. Even William would get some sort of ending in an endless nightmare being tortured by the one you should not have killed. Perfect ending, right? Well, then we got the modern games by Studio Studios, which I love by the way. Games that had a good mix of new and old characters creating a new story centered around an endoskeleton, which is why this part of the franchise is known as the Mimic Arc. So with a surprising return of William Afton himself as either Burntrap or Glitchtrap, or even both, this sparked a wave of theories of other characters also naturally returning that would also come back to stop him once more. Like Golden Freddy, who at this point has generational beef with William, Henry, who was the one who stopped him last time, or even Charlie Emily, who seems to be the eventual one in a project like the FNAF 2 movie. But this would also include Michael Afton, the one who has been chasing after William since Sister Location took place in the timeline. And what better way for him to come back through an animatronic that is clearly different from the others and has tendencies to protect others, Glamrock Freddy. This is a theory I would say became widely popular after Game Theory's video, FNAF The Secret Afton, FNAF Security Breach. Here not only does matpat bring up supporting evidence to his Gregbot theory that had some interesting reactions, but in general he goes over the Afton family's return through different characters. The crying child is of course Gregory, with their similar appearances and because of Gregory's mysterious background. With Elizabeth he goes over the similarities to Vannesa, not only with their appearances but with their personalities that both seem to have been affected by William and the Glitchtrap virus. And finally that leaves Michael having to return through Glamrock Freddy. Here we know that the Pizzaplex was built on top of the FNAF 6 pizzeria and possibly other locations. We also know that Glamrock Freddy himself ventured down to the sinkhole to clear the path for someone and proceeded to say that he is not himself.
I know what this is. I have been here before. She brought me here. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I did not want to, but I had no choice. But I can protect you. I am not me.
So what if after being down in the FNAF 6 pizzeria, Michael's soul would attach itself to the Glamrock Freddy animatronic, officially coming back? This is what many fans think makes Glamrock Freddy different from the others, different where he's not aggressive towards Gregory, different to where he's helping Gregory stop Vanny and Burntrap, while it seems the other animatronics are under their control, different to where he escaped with Gregory and Vannesa and is most likely still with them in Help Wanted 2 and in Ruin. This would be Michael Afton protecting his younger brother as Gregory in a way he was never able to previously, another act to his redemption arc. It could even explain the opening for Security Breach, where Freddy shuts down on stage after presumably spotting someone specific in the crowd. What if this is Michael taking over the AI after he thinks he spots the crying child in the crowd since he looks almost identical to Gregory? A takeover so powerful that it shuts down Freddy's system and reboots him into safe mode, where he wakes up now as Michael and then Security Breach takes place. Or it could explain the ending where Burntrap starts to control Glamrock Freddy for some unknown reason that I still don't think we have a concrete answer for. This would be William stopping Michael from getting closer to stopping him. But back to this video, Game Theory brings up great evidence like dialogue between Glamrock Freddy and Gregory that is very similar to dialogue we saw in FNAF 4 after the bite of 83 when William and Michael are saying goodbye. Dialogue is also mentioned where Glamrock Freddy acknowledges why Gregory is not in the customer database and that he remembers him from somewhere before it cuts off. This proves Gregory is special and different from the other children, and that Freddy or Michael knows him from some specific place. Matpat believes this somewhere is the underground pizzeria where they would first reunite. There are other smaller parallels between the two, but a big one and one also brought up in this video is this image from the Princess Quest ending, which we now 100% know is the canon one. Here we have Gregory, Freddy's head, and Vannesa sitting on the hillside that is probably the exact same one from the FNAF 6 ending and from Secret of the Mimic where David and the Mimic also sit on. Here Gregory is holding a golden Freddy popsicle with a bite out of its head, which is a direct parallel to the crying child and to Fredbear taking a bite out of him. Vannesa is holding ice cream, the same thing that Circus Baby used to lure Elizabeth to her death. This just leaves the Freddy head to be the last Afton kid, Michael. I could just see the Freddy head also being some parallel to Michael that relates to the bite of 83 as well, because he made the crying child lose his head in a sense that's all he's left with here. So boom, Michael is Glamrock Freddy, solved, right? Well, like any theory, it has its certain problems. To me, it's their personalities that I just don't think match up. Now, don't get me wrong, we know basically nothing about Michael or what he was like besides one monologue, and I wouldn't even rely on Michael Afton from the FNAF 2 movie, as that seems like a different rendition of this character. But just look at how Freddy acts and who do you think he's acting like? At the start of the game, Freddy is scared of being caught by Vannesa, in general is scared of breaking the rules, and is even scared of hurting the other animatronics who are his friends. To me, this sounds a lot more like the crying child, someone who seems constantly scared. We can even look at Freddy's design from FNAF Ruin, where he is not only missing his head, but he has a hole in his chest making a mouth. And what other animatronic in the entire franchise has a similar design with its stomach being a mouth? That's right, Nightmare Fredbear, who is Golden Freddy, who is of course also the crying child. His stomach even opens up, so again I think this design choice is to tell us that Glamrock Freddy is the crying child. This also doesn't have to mean that it's actually the crying child possessing Freddy, but instead we can look at another idea of what makes Glamrock Freddy different. It could simply be that Freddy's AI is much more advanced and almost sentient compared to the others. This could be because of the endoskeleton daycare center, where we know Freddy basically grew up in and was taught what's right or wrong exactly how we see in this minigame in Help Wanted 2. Where we're teaching the programming of the endos. So it could be some scenario that in this room, Freddy's AI was also being fed information from Fazbear Entertainment to either speed up the process or to build his personality. Just like in FNAF Help Wanted with the VR game. This could then result in him almost copying the personality from really any other character we know of, as it's information he's just being fed. And I would say that his AI just being advanced is currently the community consensus on Glamrock Freddy. So where does that leave Michael? Well, looking at really the next two possibilities, both centered around the same thing, what if he's actually alive? If we're really going to say that he's alive, the first idea is that he's alive but is hiding around the Pizzaplex. Now I've already gone over all the evidence in depth in a couple of videos, so here I'm instead going to throw all the evidence out there from FNAF Security Breach to Help Wanted 2, so get ready cause it's honestly a lot. In FNAF Security Breach, this room was found within the Pizzaplex and it's a 1-for-1 replica of Michael's room from FNAF Sister Location. Why would the Pizzaplex make a room from the Afton family's house if no one would ever see it or know about it? Well, the consensus is that it was for Michael. The TV even works snacks and there's real popcorn, which to me would imply he's there frequently or that he even lives there. In this room there's also this cryptic message. When decoded it reads a long message, but I only want to look at the beginning. It reads, "Break and mend, I built the breath." When looking at one of the security offices, I believe we actually get our first look at what Michael Afton looks like and at his design with the Steel Wolf FNAF games. Next to the computers we find this framed photo of two people with writing under it. Taking a closer look, both people are wearing a glamrock Freddy themed mask and the writing reads Fred Masquerade, and the day under it looks like it reads 2025 or 2035. When looking at the two people, they're both wearing purple jackets and a mask covering their faces, but we can still see their necks and their skin tones. When looking at the person to the right, their neck has a very different skin tone compared to the person on the left. It almost appears to be even purple. Similar shade of purple as the jacket. And who else has purple skin? Well, that's simply Michael Afton. No one else in the franchise literally has purple skin like Michael, and not only that, but the Freddy mask is also a hint to this character. The person on the left does have a glamrock Freddy mask as it resembles the shape and design of this character's head, but comparing it to Michael's, the mask has sharper cheeks, a longer snout, and smaller eyes. If anything, it looks like it's actually a Foxy mask, just redesigned to have a glamrock Freddy design. And Michael himself wore a Foxy mask in FNAF 4, and Foxy has always been a way to represent this character. In FNAF Ruin, this piece of evidence comes from Nare Raven and this amazing video, the theory that solved Michael Afton's fate, FNAF Theory, which you should all totally check out. Here in the entrance of the ruined Pizzaplex, we find different pieces of graffiti scattered around the building like these about Vanny. And on the wall before you find the Roxy walkie-talkie, you find this graffiti of Foxy's hook with a name next to it. This faded purple name next to it seems to read Mike. The M and I are more visible while the K and E are almost completely gone. So it looks like Michael himself created this Foxy hook graffiti art and spray painted his nickname next to it. This was most likely when Gregory and Vannesa also ventured to the Pizzaplex, as we see graffiti that supposedly came from both of them. So we can assume that Michael was also with him and left art of his own before leaving. Now during the ending, right after the mimic is released, Gregory also mentions how his friend has access to the building maps. He also tells Cassie to follow someone's instructions, but the name is cut out by static.
Friend has access to the building maps. Just follow the instructions.
Many fans, including myself, first thought that this person was Vannesa, as that's who we saw Gregory escape with in the canon ending. But what if this wasn't Vannesa? What if this was actually Michael Afton, who appears once more in the franchise in Ruin? Why cut out Vanessa's name if we already know who she is, and if her name has already been brought up in multiple games by this point? So what if they're trying to instead hide a name that we're not supposed to know yet? With Help Wanted 2, evidence isn't as prominent as other games. The best I could find is this Foxy mask that exists inside the Vanny network. I see the Vanny network as a hive mind, meaning every single person who owns one is somehow connected to everyone else in the network. This could mean that they can see what other people see in what they collect, like in Ruin, where Cassie can find collectibles with the Vanny mask. Collectibles that I think belong to other people who also wore a mask, like Cassie's dad, who we play as in FNAF Help Wanted 2. In the Princess Quest ending, we can find a chest containing a Bonnie mask with this text above it. This looks familiar. The same mask we can also find as a collectible in Ruin. Here Cassie is finding her dad's mask from FNAF 4, which also makes him the same character as the Bonnie bully. But that's not it. In Ruin, you can also find this Foxy mask, maybe Michael's Foxy mask from FNAF 4. These are the only two masks that can be collected, which could be for a reason. This would mean that Michael does own a Vanny mask and maybe also ventured to the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria. Now, all of this evidence is under the assumption that Michael is living in the Pizzaplex and is simply hiding from everyone, possibly a reason we still haven't seen him yet. He would be back to stop William, Glitchtrap, Vanny, or even the mysterious CEO that could be anyone like Miss Afton or even F10N4 from Secret of the Mimic. This could be exactly why he chose not to stay in this fire. He knew it would never truly end, so he would escape and would then be around till a new LLC for Fazbear was formed, prompting him to come back in the shadows, just like he says in his monologue. So for one last piece of evidence, in Monty Golf you could find these footprints of what appears to be from a person not wearing any shoes, which could line up with Michael and his design from Sister Location where he's not wearing any footwear. You can also find this small RV that looks like someone lived inside of it. We find pizza and other hints of someone living there, so what if it was Michael? After the Pizzaplex was destroyed in Security Breach, Michael would live in Monty Golf until he would meet up with Gregory and Vannesa. So what are the issues here? Well, to me it's hard to believe that Michael would actually be able to go undetected for a couple of years that the Pizzaplex might have been opened, and where is he during the events of Security Breach or really any other game? And why would the Pizzaplex build his room from Sister Location if he was supposedly hiding and everyone thinks he's dead? Well, the other main issue is that I would argue there's also a lot of evidence to him working at the Pizzaplex, which is how he would have his room added to the Pizzaplex. Pizzaplex, which also brings me to the next possibility. What if Michael is alive as the CEO of the new Fazbear Entertainment? This theory builds on the idea that someone had to form the new LLC of Fazbear Entertainment after a closing Pizzeria Simulator, and that someone had to be working in the background to make new locations and games possible. So here this would be Michael as the new CEO. In FNAF AR and Security Breach, they highlight how the head of the company made Vannesa head security guard even though she didn't have the proper qualifications. Could this have been Michael promoting Vannesa for some reason, like that she reminded him of his dead sister? Now, something I looked at in my last video on Special Delivery was the technology that seemed extremely similar to William's tech when he was alive, and how strange it was that it's returning here. I brought up the point that the person bringing this technology back had to have been close to William to even know about it or to even know how it functions, and again, this could have easily been Michael. With further evidence we see in Help Wanted and in future games, it's the idea that certain things just wouldn't exist without the existence and knowledge of Michael Afton. In this game we see mini games for the 3 core games, and we also see mini games using certain animatronics like Nightmare Fredbear or Ennard. So what if the information of these animatronics used for this VR game that other people just wouldn't know about came from Michael, who we most likely play as in the first 3 games and even in FNAF 4 based on evidence from the survival logbook. In FNAF AR, one of these crapped email addresses actually directly confirmed that he was alive and was in contact with Fazbear Entertainment. When looking at the email, it reads, ID alert to M. Afton at bigbearmills.net. Also, I have emailed this address but got no response, so Michael is, he's ignoring us, guys. Now, obviously the email M. Afton stands for Michael Afton, and it's hard to argue that it could belong to any other character from the series. Why else would Michael have a company email if he didn't work there? With Security Breach, let's look at this simple sticky note. Meeting with Smith at 5 p.m. Smith could be anyone, so to connect it to Michael, let's go all the way back to Five Nights at Freddy's 2. On nights 1 through 6, we play as a security guard named Jeremy Fitzgerald, but then suddenly on night 7, we play as someone named Fritz Smith. Fritz Smith is believed to be an alias for Michael Afton when he secretly worked there, a name similar to Mike Schmidt, which was his alias when he worked in the pizzeria in the first FNAF game. So if Fritz Smith really is Michael Afton, then could this meeting also be referring to Michael? Now, these are smaller pieces of evidence that you could take either way, but this is something I discovered during a live stream, so shout out to all these people who helped me during the stream. The theory we came up with, which if you want to give a name for, we came up with DJ Michael theory. But here the idea is that Michael was controlling the DJ booth that overlooks the main stage. Here in the opening, it would be Michael that would remotely change Glamrock Freddy's systems for some reason, making him collapse on stage. So while all this happening, Michael would be up here. The reason I'm even coming to this conclusion, which is far stretch I admit, are because of these small details. We find a Foxy plush on the desk, which we all know can connect to Michael. These sticky notes on screen showing 3 lightning bolts, a packaging label, hearts, pizza, and candy. The lightning bolts could be relating to Glamrock Freddy, while the shipping label could be something related to Burntrap or to the Mimic. But with the candy, we know it's something Michael loved, as in the week before we learn of gum wrappers that most likely belong to Michael. With the hearts, people in chat immediately connected it to the hearts that Michael would draw in the survival logbook. Hearts that you can find in different pages in red ink that again mean that it was drawn by Michael. On top of this, the pizza on the same sticky note could also connect to it probably being Michael's favorite food. One of the questions from the survival logbook reads, list 10 reasons why applying to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza seemed like a good idea. And Michael only writes in, employees get free pizza. I know all of these seem far stretched, but DJ Michael and all these pieces of evidence only work if Michael at least worked at the Pizzaplex and maybe even took the role as the new CEO. Now my only issue is motive. Why? Why bring back Fazbear Entertainment after everything that happened? Why hire Vanessa's head security guard? If he did create the Pizzaplex, then we can assume he knew about the sinkhole and about either William's corpse or about the Mimic being down there, and he probably knew about the blob as well. It just doesn't make sense for Michael to know about these things and to not do anything about them. That's why I still think the CEO could be someone else like Miss Afton or even F10 and 4. Or it's a mix of possibilities, where Michael started off working for the Pizzaplex, but then after finding out what was truly going on with things like Burntrap, he would go into hiding to stop them. Or we're just wrong about all of this, which brings me to the last possibility. Michael Afton is actually dead. What if Michael really did die in the FNAF 6 fire and isn't coming back? Now the truth is this possibility is just as likely as the other ones, and that there is a good amount of evidence for each possibility, including this one. I think as the games were releasing, it felt like the Afton family was making a comeback, but now as we have gotten even more games released and have had more time to reflect on the earlier Steel games, it can easily be argued that they were never supposed to return and that the focus was supposed to be on the Mimic and this new family. Burntrap, for example, is actually the Mimic. Vannesa is just a new character. Gregory is instead connected to David from Secret of the Mimic, and this mysterious CEO is just Fiona or M1. Every single character we thought was returning could easily be someone new from this new family, including Michael. The person living in the shadows could instead be Edwin Murray, who would survive being attacked attacked by the Mimic and would make a return to the Pizzaplex, just like we see in the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. But if you really want an answer, I think with all the evidence, Michael started off working for the Pizzaplex and would then go into hiding after finding out the CEO's plan with Burntrap and Vanny. He would then team up with Gregory and Vannesa to either set up Nexus that has probably been down there this entire time, or to trap the Mimic once again. But really, I think the only way we're gonna get a concrete answer is with the next FNAF game that most likely has a BIS in its name. I've already made a video going over all the teasers and connections to Sister Location that this game might have, which is why many fans believe that not only will Cassie survive the elevator fall, but that she will fall into the Sister Location bunker. If this really does happen, this is the perfect chance to introduce Michael as a supporting protagonist in the story. He could be the one to show Cassie around and to be the one to help her escape. We could even get more voice lines and finally get some 3D model for this character, but that's just a theory. A game! With all that said, this is all the evidence and reasoning we have for Michael having some role in the modern era of the franchise, so what do you guys think? Is Michael alive? Is he possessing Glamrock Freddy, or did we really see the last of this character in Pizzeria Simulator? Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. Also consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you all so much for watching. The Five Nights at Freddy's franchise has a total of 12 different games that don't even include the spin-off games, a dozen of books, and even more movies in the works. The series that started as a simple horror indie game developed into a culture phenomenon, with FNAF being a staple in the horror genre and community. But what if it ended? What if the story that we all grew to love and appreciate had finally come to an end? Every character, animatronic, and storyline had actually been put to rest. Well, over the past 6 months on the channel, I've made a reboot video on the first 3 FNAF games and how I would reset their stories. And through these videos, I learned a lot about building a timeline and story while also attempting to prove every single new reboot video with animations and even voice acting. So today I want to go back to my old videos and improve these reboot videos with your feedback and any other way I can make improvements, while also combining the first 3 games making one long video. And not only am I going to make changes to the timeline and to the lore, but I'm also going to add new animations to make these reboots feel like an actual game. But of course, all credit goes to the Unworthy Truth. I'm sure all of you have seen this amazing reboot video, which of course inspired this series. He's even the reason I got back to animating and doing my best to make these ideas feel whole. And I know we're all patiently waiting for FNAF Heyday, so thank you Unworthy Truth. So my name is Bronze Films, and this is my rebooted FNAF franchise. For those who have already seen the reboot videos, don't worry, the core of the lore isn't going to change, especially its setting in Fall Fest and the mascot animatronics. But I do want to correct the one big mistake I made that honestly limited me with the second and third FNAF game, being that the reboot was in the same timeline as the original games. It just took place in the distant future, but again this made it hard to use characters or animatronics since they should have already existed. So instead we're resetting the timeline, using the same characters or events, just in very different ways that ultimately lead to a new story. So to give an overview of my reboot, I wanted it to revolve around something that had already been established in the main story, but something that was never really explored. Something that has actually been teased since the very first Help Wanted game, but we never actually seen it played out, Fall Fest. We got our first look at a poster advertising Fall Fest and Help Wanted 2, and it's a poster I'm going to use a lot in my reboot. And because we never actually had a game take place in Fall Fest outside of some mini games, and we don't really know what it actually looked like or entailed story-wise, I thought this would be the perfect setting. I'm also going to bring up Golden Hour Carnival Co. a lot in this video. But instead of this being an entirely new company, think of it as a branch to Fazbear's Entertainment that at this point is failing, to save the franchise with the help of diehard fans. So my reboot would take place in this carnival, in Fall Fest. Instead of just having it take place in a pizzeria that is somehow connected to Fazbear's, I wanted to take place somewhere new. With the current state of FNAF, it's hard to imagine this franchise returning to a point-and-click style of gameplay. So instead, this reboot would follow the same free-roam 3D style of gameplay we've seen with Steel Wolf FNAF projects, which would allow it to take place in a large and detailed map of a carnival, one that would be split up into multiple sections for the player to explore. There would be classic attractions like a Ferris, a log ride, roller coasters, games where you can win prizes, but there would also be character-focused attractions as well, like Freddy's Ferris wheel, Bonnie's bumper boats, Foxy's free fall, Chica's chocolate stand, and more attractions featuring characters I'll discuss soon. So now when looking at the characters, how do the classic animatronics return in my reboot? Well, I would do it through the carnival mascot suits. Yes, we have seen mascot suits in Ruin and in the Secret of the Mimic trailer, but they've always been in the background and haven't been the main focus, but here they would be. We would see entirely new mascot suits of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica, the 4-man animatronics we all know and love. But I would also want to include other fan favorites with their own attractions, like Funtime Freddy's Fun Slide and a secret Fredbear mascot suit that will play an important role later. But to keep the classic FNAF theme, of course we also have to include actual animatronics, like Balloon Boy who sells balloons, and the puppet who would be at the front of the carnival welcoming guests and families. So we have a total of 8 different mascots and animatronics, creating a solid lineup of characters for this rebooted FNAF project. But what about the human characters and who will we play as? Well, like many of the earlier classic FNAF games, there wouldn't be that many human characters besides the protagonists themselves. And what better way to reboot FNAF than to start at the very beginning by playing as a security guard named Mike. I also like the idea of having a phone guy in this game who would be giving us instructions on how to navigate the carnival and what exactly our job would be. Again, we are taking classic elements from FNAF 1 and placing them into a new environment and story. Following the same format, the game will take place throughout 5 different nights, with each one progressively getting harder, and with one bonus optional 6th night. But before we can really start to look at the gameplay, we first need to go over the story or timeline. The story would mainly revolve around fresh starts and the idea of what a new Fall Fest would mean for Fazbear's entertainment. It would actually take a lot of inspiration from the FNAF 2 movie and FazFest. FazFest is an event for the fans by the fans. It even looks like a carnival type of attraction where people are wearing merchandise from the old locations. And it even looks like it's going to be where Toy Freddy will have some role. The part I'm taking inspiration from is the fact that all of this was created by fans. So like in my reboot, this new Fall Fest would be created entirely by fans who were obsessed with these characters or animatronics. Unlike Help Wanted, which can be seen as a reboot for the franchise, these fans aren't trying to fix the name of the company or to regain the trust of the guests. That was already done for them with time. The game itself would start with the newspaper like any other FNAF game, a newspaper advertising a new Fall Fest created by fans looking for a security guard. A security guard that would not only monitor the entirety of the carnival, but they would also need to fix any machines that have malfunctioned or stopped working. They would work both as a technician and as a security guard. In the same newspaper, we would also learn about this group of fans working together to create a new Fall Fest and would now go under a new company name, Golden Hour Carnival Co. The year this all takes place would remain a mystery, which is what would start the lore and parts of it to be solved. But now we can start to look at the gameplay alongside the story. On night 1, the game would start with the player walking to the gates of Fall Fest, where he is greeted by the puppet jumping out of a box handing tickets to customers. A little scared, the player continues into the carnival, where immediately after walking in, the PA system goes off loudly playing an energetic voice, Phone Guy. He's welcoming you to Fall Fest, a brand new carnival created by a new team, but with the old characters you all love and remember. Continuing to walk, the voice tells you your first objective, which is to go to the corner of Fall Fest where Freddy's Ferris wheel is located, to fix it, since after the first day it wasn't starting properly. Security wise, he tells you to watch out for kids sneaking in and trying to mess with the animatronics. But while walking to the Ferris wheel, you find some carnival mascot suits like Chica standing in front of her stand or Funtime Freddy standing next to his fun slide while waving at you in an ominous way. Through Phone Guy, you also learn that some of the mascots have been acting rather strange and even aggressive towards certain customers, and he advises you just to stay cautious but you have nothing to worry about. You then finally reach Freddy and his attraction, but you notice the Freddy mascot is missing from his usual place, so after fixing the machine you look around the carnival to find him. When walking through the different attractions you hear a noise, almost as if something is following you. Then boom, you hear a loud noise in front of you only to find Bonnie staring at you from a distance. Scared and afraid, you begin to run only for him to chase you while destroying everything in his path to find you. No matter where you are, Bonnie appears from your sides, under you, over you. It seems like an endless cycle that never ends. If he does catch you, you are jump scared and killed. A jump scare reminiscent of the first FNAF games while being a mascot animatronic instead. But finally, reaching a manager's office and playing loud music on the speakers is what makes Bonnie retreat and return to his attraction. For the rest of the night, you complete small objectives fixing and patrolling the carnival, all while avoiding Bonnie and attempting to find Freddy. Once the clock hits 6 AM, you head back to the front gates, where the puppet waves a goodbye to you. Now with the first night, my main objective is to establish the carnival setting and to establish all mechanics and gameplay. It's also an easy introduction to the mascots being a threat, with you only having to avoid Bonnie and completing small objectives. But each night would be something unique. So with night 2, it will be known as Lights Out. Starting the night, the player immediately notices that all lights are shut off and aren't working. This leaves only the noise of the attractions being what's drawing your attention, so you take out your flashlight and begin your journey to turn on the lights. The security office to reset the lights is stationed on the other side of the entrance. So on your journey, you notice trails of food leading into different directions, when all of a sudden Chica runs in front of your flashlight and disappears. Each time you turn around to find her with your light, she only runs more and retreats more into the darkness. So in a last-ditch effort, you find candy and food around stands and throw them into the dark to buy yourself time. And it works, until you reach the security office, where you find small crumbs of candy leading to the door, which leads you to realize that Chica beat you there. So in a sequence similar to the Endo daycare from Security Breach, flashing your light on Chica would make her stop moving. But moving the light away from her and turning your back even slightly would cause her to sneak up on you to attempt to capture you. So watching her back, you slowly find the office where you're able to reset all lights, but Chica is nowhere to be found. Exiting the circus, you find Chica near her chocolate stand as if she never left, but you do notice small crumbs on her beak. Night 2 is supposed to familiarize the player with more areas of the carnival and a showcase of the mechanics of Chica, where she can only show up in the dark. A way to distract her by throwing food into the darkness, and to never turn your back on her when you're alone in the dark. But the third night is finally when we can start to learn more about the story. When walking up to the front gates, you notice that the puppet is disabled, and that missing people posters are plastered everywhere. Over the past 2 days, children have gone missing. Phone guy apologizes for the lights being shut off and leaving you without clarity or directions last night, while also attempting to explain the missing children posters. He claims there's nothing to worry about and that it's simply parents wanting attention. He ends the call over the speakers by saying your only objective for the night is to find Freddy. So he guides you to Foxy's freefall, where you have to climb to the very top to get a better view to find Freddy. On your way up, you notice how weak and flimsy the stairs are, but you continue while also noticing hook marks around the stairs. Before you can even reach the top, Foxy jumps from behind you and has been following you quietly this entire time. He chases you to the very top on a small platform, where there you do everything in your power to escape. But before you have a chance to react, Foxy jumps on top of you and begins his jump scare animation. So at the last second, you slip under and push him off the edge of the ride. You watch as he falls to the very bottom, leaving nothing but the sound of his landing. Once you reach the bottom yourself, you find his endoskeleton sticking out of his mascot and realize you need to fix him before you get in trouble. You drag him to a parts and service tent near one of the rides, where you place Foxy on a table and begin to work. You find blueprints and even an employee video you play on a laptop to help you. When taking the Enzo out of the mascot suit, you realize something is severely wrong. Its wiring is all over the place, parts are where they shouldn't be, and there's even a hard drive attached to the motherboard. It's clear to you that someone has been messing with the mascots, and that's possibly why they're even acting strange, but this still doesn't explain the missing children. But before you can even repair Foxy, he reactivates and chases you out of the tent and out of the carnival, ending night 3. With this night, I wanted to establish the start of a tragedy with the missing children. Yes, it's something that has been done many times with FNAF, but it's an important plot point that doesn't necessarily need to be changed. But I assure you, how I execute it will be different from the FNAF we all know. It's also a great way of showing what's wrong with the animatronics and leaves a mystery of who messed with the mascots, something I'll mention later. So now looking at night 4, where is Freddy? At the start of the night, you notice that the puppet is completely missing from her box at the gate, and that phone guy doesn't have a message for you. On a quest to find Freddy, you decide to venture to Funtime's Freddy Fun Slide, and on your way there, you hear a noise on the roofs of stands and attractions getting closer to you. Paying closer attention, it's the puppet crawling on roofs and tents following you. Obviously you run, which only causes her to chase after you faster, which forces you to detour into Bonnie's bumper cars. But there you don't find Bonnie, you find Funtime Freddy, who isn't where he's supposed to be. He stares at you across the large room filled with bumper cars but doesn't move. When all of a sudden the lights shut off once more and the only lights that remain are from the bumper cars. You begin to hear footsteps from Funtime Freddy moving closer and closer to you. So in almost complete darkness, you have to move in any direction to avoid him. The lights turn back on for a slight second, revealing Funtime Freddy's new location before shutting off again. He begins to move closer and closer. You can only rely on the sound of his footsteps to move away from him. Run into a car accident and an alarm will go off alongside music, which will not only give away your location but will also drown out Funtime Freddy's footsteps, meaning you wouldn't know where he is and how close he is to you. Get caught and you'll be jump scared, but avoid him and you'll escape through a back exit. When back outside, the puppet continues to chase you while you complete small objectives of fixing carnival rides, as a big part of your job is being a technician. Bonnie would still be a threat and someone who roams the carnival freely. But once again, the clock hits 6 AM and you head to the gates with the puppet still following you and you escape alive. With night 4, not only did I want to give Funtime Freddy a role, but I also wanted to finally make the actual animatronics a threat as well. It's also a good way of showcasing his unique mechanics and to make the night in general different from the others. But the 5th night would be the hardest one yet. Walking to the gates, you immediately see Freddy himself dragging something deeper into the carnival and into parts of its darkness. Alarmed and relieved, you chase after him only to be stopped by Balloon Boy jumping in front of you. But he doesn't chase you or jump scare you, instead he would act like an alarm, releasing a loud noise and balloons to give away your location to the other mascots and animatronics. So you turn around only to find Foxy's endoskeleton running at you. So going another way, you then find Bonnie doing the exact same thing. So without many options, you go into different attractions and stands. But there you would have a chance of running into either Chica or Funtime Freddy, having to face them with the same mechanics as night 2 and 4. You have to run away from all mascots including Balloon Boy, who is an alarm, and the puppet, who is still chasing you from the roofs of attractions. To add to the horror element, all of this could randomly stop only for you to feel alone, as if something was watching you. So you could find mascots in the distance staring at you, only for another one to randomly appear in front of you and begin chasing you. I wouldn't want this night just to feel like a level of Security Breach where animatronics are just around the carnival and can chase you. I want it to feel random and terrifying for the player to be out in the open but not knowing where anyone is. But finally, you find Freddy outside of the auditorium dragging the same thing inside. Instinctively, you chase him inside only to find nothing. There you find a manager's office with security cameras. We can actually watch Freddy walk around different rooms and areas. You have to keep your eye on him, as if you don't, you'll lose him, causing him to enter the office and jump scare you. But keeping an eye on him, he'll eventually remain stationary, which will give you a chance to go around him and to go to a back room. There you open the door quietly. You find 6 different mascots, all of the same character, but their heads are missing and something is visibly popping out. Walking closer to one of the mascots and looking inside, you realize it's a body, and what's been showing out of the suit was their hair. Horrified, you run out of the auditorium and out of the carnival with animatronics still chasing you, ending night 5. Now, night 5 establishes the missing children incident. Here, it wasn't a man in a suit doing it for some unknown reasons, but instead, it's a mascot animatronic also doing it for an unknown reason. Now, who these kids are, were they the same as the one on the missing children posters, or how they ended up at the carnival aren't really made clear for a reason. All of this could be left up for interpretation, and it's supposed to remain a mystery. In terms of gameplay, I really wanted to lean into how difficult the original FNAF was, with all animatronics being a real threat, and it might even be something that takes multiple tries to complete. Now, completing this night will unlock you 1 star, but going back for a 6th night will unlock the 2nd one. Here, all animatronics are missing. It's quiet with no trace of them. You're here with one goal: go back to the auditorium to see if you can save them. You walk for a while with no visible threats near you, but that's when you see a new mascot you hadn't seen before. It's Fredbear. He just stares at you and doesn't move. Scared, you go another route only to find another version of Fredbear. Here he has a black vest and hat, not a purple one. Again, going another direction, you find another version of Fredbear. This time his colors are inverted. Going different routes, you'll find a total of 6 different versions of Fredbear, all staring at you but not chasing you. Getting closer to the auditorium, you'll begin to see even more of them. They begin to pile up in different areas and it's hard to get around them. They keep appearing and appearing until eventually you're completely surrounded by hundreds of Fredbears just staring at you. The only way out is to stare at the ground while not directly looking at them. If you accidentally run into one or look up too soon, you'll be met with a unique jump scare which will be similar to the Golden Freddy jump scare from FNAF 1, where it's only the face of the mascot on your screen. But this will allow you to continue until you reach the auditorium. There you head to the back room only to find Fredbear. He stares at you quietly before his jump scare animation begins. His animation is the mascot slowly taking off the mascot head, revealing something inside, a body. But before it finishes, you cover your eyes with your arms. Some time passes and you realize you're safe. You head back out and realize you've been completely alone this entire time. But you hear commotion near a back exit of the carnival. There you find a truck with the Fredbears packed in the back. You try to alert someone or to stop it, but you're too late. The truck drives off, leaving you alone in the carnival before the screen fades to black. Now this would be the secondary ending or the real ending, but works alongside the ending from night 5. So night 6 serves the purpose of not only a terrifying night, but also a night that adds to the lore. There's also a lot of mystery with this night, like why are there multiple versions of Fredbear? Were they the same ones we saw the other night? Was all of this real? Where's the truck taking them? So with all this in mind, could there be a second game in store? Well, of course there could be. But I also wanted to ensure that this could work as a game completely on its own that doesn't need a sequel. With the first FNAF game, no second game was being worked alongside it, and the second one almost built off the first one, which would be my plan as well. But for now, Five Nights at Freddy's Fall Fest can stand as a solo game and won't need a sequel. Which brings me to an overview and summary of all of the lore I wanted to bring with this game. This game will take place a long enough time from the older games to where every tragedy and incident is now myth and almost forgotten. So none of the older characters or animatronics would show up or even be mentioned. It takes place in Fall Fest, a carnival created for the fans by the fans, just like Fast Fest in the FNAF 2 movie. A new company named Golden Hour Carnival Co. created mascot animatronics of each of Fazbear's most popular and memorable characters. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Funtime Freddy, and Fredbear. There are also 2 animatronics in the carnival as well, the Puppet and Balloon Boy. You play as someone named Mike, who not only works as a security guard but also as a technician. Each night focuses on a different animatronic until the last one, where each single one is a threat. There are also reports of missing children around the area, but the company wants you to ignore them. One of the main focuses of my reboot is Freddy, who has been missing all week, until you find him dragging a body into the auditorium. There you find 6 versions of mascot Fredbear, all with a body inside as only the hair is popping out. For a 6th bonus night you return, only to be taunted and chased by multiple Fredbear suits. Avoiding them will only lead you to face Fredbear himself, where you're almost killed before everyone disappears. You then see all of the Fredbears from the night before packed in a truck before driving off. For the first game, I'm really happy with how everything turned out, especially having focus-based character nights like many classic FNAF games. But how does it compare to the original FNAF game since this is a reboot after all? Well, with the main gameplay, yes, it is drastically different, as in my Reboot it's a 3D game outside of an office, which is why I instead wanted to include classic elements and keep other themes the same, like having the 4 main animatronics, having them all act unique and different. There's also a phone guy, a security guard named Mike, and a character who's different from the rest, Fredbear and Golden Freddy. Of course there's also the missing children's incident, but just done in a very different way. But it wouldn't really be a FNAF game without some minigames, and I really wanted to take inspiration from FNAF Sister Location and its minigames. With this minigame you play as mascot Freddy, in a 2D pixelated art style game where you need to find tools and return them to employees who are wearing a blue vest and hat. You go around the area finding tools to fix carnival rides, and you need to find a total of 6 different tools to return them to 6 different employees. After doing so, the minigame will turn to nighttime where you'll have to do the exact same thing. Find 6 tools and return them. After doing so a second time, the music cuts. You don't see any employees around you anymore. That's when you realize you can't move and you can't exit the minigame. That's when a child slowly starts walking into frame. He's cautious and looking around to make sure he's alone. But that's when he spots you and freezes. Your eyes slowly start turning yellow and you attack the boy before the minigame ends. Now this would actually be showing why and where kids went missing. On the first night we learned of kids sneaking in, and that's something we would have to watch out for, except we never see anyone sneak in. Well, that's because if a kid did sneak in, they would instead have to face Freddy, who would attack them and would then drag them into the auditorium to stuff their body inside of a mascot suit. And why all the animatronics are acting this way is set up in night 3, when Mike realizes that the mascot's programming has been changed on purpose, which as a result caused the missing children incident. But why and who did this still remains a mystery. But when looking back to night 6, I would want to make it a night you have to unlock, not just something that is available after beating night 5. So to unlock it each night, there's a minigame that you have to complete, like night 1 having a Bonnie bumper car minigame, a Chica Stand minigame where you have to feed guests, a Foxy minigame where you have to time the free fall, a Funtime Freddy minigame where you simply go down a slide, and a Puppet minigame where you hand tickets to guests. This would all unlock the 6th night in the real ending. For more Easter eggs and clues, I like the idea of having newspaper clippings of the company to give the player a better idea of what it was. We could learn about how many members this company included, how they remember these characters, and most importantly of anything else going on. We could learn about ongoing arguing within the team and maybe even about corruption. There could also be videos you play on a laptop showing how the carnival was made, how the mascots were made, which would all give us even more clues about this company. Now these are just Easter eggs and clues, things that can be built upon in the future if needed but not necessary. Now I also mentioned how you could unlock 2 stars, but what about the 3rd one? Well, to make it as difficult as possible like the first FNAF game, you would have to complete all 6 nights in a row without one single death. That means if you're on night 6 and you've completed all previous nights without dying, but then you die to Fredbear suddenly, you would have to restart and try again. Beating 420 mode on FNAF 1 was something that seemed so impossible, and even Scott Cawthon thought no one was able to do it, until people did. So this would be my equivalent of 420, but even then I don't think it would be just as hard. So completing all nights with no deaths, you will actually be met with a 3rd and final ending, where you're fired with a pink slip, with the only reason being that you failed to complete your job. The screen fades to black, revealing Fredbear staring at you, before fading to black once more. Ending 5 Nights at Freddy's Fall Fest. To expand more on the horror element, I really want to lean more into the fact that you don't know what's out there. Again, animatronics chasing you can suddenly end, only for one to be off in the distance and in the darkness staring at you. I think that multiple things watching you while you have no idea where they are can be terrifying. I also like the idea of your screen becoming grainy or glitchy to signal you that something is near or that something is watching you. I really want to go back to the roots of horror, as that's what made the FNAF 1 game arguably the scariest one in the franchise. In terms of more Easter eggs, I've always loved the idea of Springtrap being in the same building or location without the player ever knowing it. So here, behind the theater and in a storage room, input the code 1982 into this keypad opening the door. Now that we have FNAF Secret of the Mimic, which I've made a ton of theories on, we know that a third party was involved with the earlier games in the timeline and that there's always been more to the animatronics than we've realized. We were introduced to Murray's costume manner and to Edwin Murray, the man responsible for building Party Time Chica and the FNAF 1 prototype animatronics. Now, he didn't come up with these characters, that's still thanks to Fazbear's Entertainment. He just took their designs and made it mechanically possible. So here in the same room where you would fix Foxy, I like the idea of there being a hint to MCM. We could find a prototype animatronic with a simple logo from MCM and an old poster from an actual pizzeria and not a carnival franchise location. But if you made it this far in the video, let's go over some more content I actually did make for this reboot. FNAF 1 has a very classic icon or logo that is seen everywhere as the franchise has progressed. So in an attempt to recreate this with the Fall Fest title next to it, here are some few ideas of what an icon for this game would look like. We of course have one with Freddy, and I also created one with Fredbear, since he would have just as big of a role as Freddy does. But of course, alongside a FNAF game comes teasers. With these teasers, I really took inspiration from FNAF 4, as we have a really dark setting and feeling from the animatronics. So here we have the mascots peering out of the shadows and darkness revealing themselves, with the text being something like, "What's hiding in the shadows?" I also think it would be really interesting if there are also classic style posters all over the carnival, which actually brings me to the collectibles. With the original FNAF games, we never actually had collectibles, but I do think it's a game mechanic that works very well with the Steel FNAF games, and it's something I would also want to include in my reboot as well. Not only can you collect posters or small items like carnival plushies and merchandise, but you'd also be able to collect something unique to the animatronics that are featured each night, like Bonnie's guitar, Foxy's hook, and Fredbear's bow tie. But these wouldn't really be for lore reasons like in FNAF Ruin, but just something to collect around the carnival for an achievement. I also like the idea of having small missions outside of the main objective, like for example one called Find Funtime Freddy's Missing Friend. Here you have to find Bon Bon, Funtime Freddy's hand puppet that went missing during the weekend. You hear his laugh randomly during nights, and if you follow the sound, the small mission will begin. You will see him popping out of corners waving at you before disappearing. You have to continue to follow him while actually looking at him, as if you lose him his laugh will disappear and you'll have to wait until the next night to try again. But eventually you will find him at the very front of the entrance, where you have to try to grab him while he continues to disappear. Finally doing so will end the side mission, and you'll be awarded with a Bon Bon collectible and achievement. Another idea is having a puppet mission, which would only be possible to play the first 2 nights. Here you realize that the tool needed to wind up your music box is missing, and that it must be somewhere in the carnival. So you can attempt to find it in different attractions or stands, but the only location it's actually in is Foxy's freefall and at the very top. If you find your way up there, you find the tool is misplaced and used for part of the freefall startup machine, so removing it and bringing it all the way back down to the puppet, you can place it back to where it belongs. Not only are you met with the collectible and achievement of the puppet, but after completing it, the puppet will also have a single voice line, simply saying, "Thank you, Mike," in an ominous and chilling way. Now side missions are something I always thought FNAF Security Breach was missing. It's just something more to do besides the main storyline and makes the game that much more enjoyable. So having side missions here would really make the carnival feel more immersive and much more interesting, as there'd be much more to do and much more to explore in the carnival. Depending on how this video will perform, I will continue this reboot series as I already have an idea for what the second game could look like. This was also just a very fun project that I really enjoyed working on. I've had this idea for a while now, as at first it was a what if story, and then after that it was an idea for a Fall Fest game, but I ultimately landed on a reboot video after seeing Unweathered Truth's video. So I want to give a special thanks to these very talented people up on the screen, as I used their models for different mascot animatronics to help create this idea. These mascots were exactly what I had in mind, and they were perfect for the video, so make sure to check out all of their social medias and to show them all support. Again, another thanks to Unweathered Truth for inspiring this video, and if you haven't yet, make sure to check out his FNAF 1 reboot video. But now, moving on, let's look at the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 reboot or Singing Land, where Fredbear will actually be the main focus. That's right, in my reboot we're finally getting some sort of Fredbear's Family Diner game. Like Fall Fest, this is inspired by something that actually already existed in the main timeline, just on a much smaller scale, Fredbear's Singing Show. It's assumed this attraction was around before the very first pizzeria was even opened, and might have even followed young William Afton's career. It was a much smaller scale event with Freddy the Singing Bear, so this would be Golden Hour Carnival Co. attempting to expand this concept on a much larger scale. In my head I imagine it being something pretty different from Fall Fest. It wouldn't just be bigger, but something much more expansive. There would be dozens of rides or attractions, theaters playing promotional videos, restaurants featuring their own animatronics, tours and museums all over the park. This is the same company and group of people I discussed in the last video attempting to make their biggest attraction yet, which is also hinting to the fact that other carnivals or attractions existed before Singing Land and even before Fall Fest, but I'll talk about this later in the video. Like I mentioned, Fredbear is the main focus of Singing Land, with there even being 6 versions of the same character as we saw in the Fall Fest ending. But the main and center mascot would be the yellow bear with a black hat and bow tie. It's worth mentioning how Spring Bonnie won't actually have that big of a role here. In fact, he would only be present through hallucinations, which is something important I'll come back to soon. Yes, he's a part of Fredbear's family diner, and I did want to include him here, but for timeline purposes, he'll instead be used somewhere else. Besides the mascot Fredbears, I also wanted to include two other animatronics, Funtime Foxy and El Chip. Funtime Foxy gives tours in all of the museums, while El Chip owns a chain of restaurants within the park, acting as not only the server but also as a manager to all locations. When looking at all of the attractions and versions of Fredbear, they include a brown with black hat and bow tie Freddy alongside his bakery, a yellow bear with a brown hat and bow tie with his train ride, an attraction that will take guests all around the park at different destinations. There's a black Fredbear with a red hat and bow tie whose attraction is a giant carousel. There's a black Fredbear with a yellow hat and bow tie with his chain of roller coasters spanning across the park. A yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie alongside his theaters playing different content from Golden Hour Carnival Co. Videos showing off their different attractions and different mascot animatronics. And finally, the main and center Fredbear, a yellow bear with a black hat and bow tie and his main street. A street filled with stands, merchandise stores, and more. It's the center of the park that connects all attractions and buildings. Fredbear would be walking around the park and would be the most popular. He's the face of Singing Land. Now this wouldn't be a FNAF 2 reboot without the Withered animatronics, where here they would be known as the Withered mascots and will have some small role. They're mainly in one area, which is something I'll discuss later, and aren't a part of any attractions. They're here to be fixed. But the main focus will be on the Fredbear mascots and the kids stuffed inside of them. Based on the first game, it's made clear that 6 kids possess the Fredbears, but they still lack normal and as animatronics during the daytime. But at night they become aggressive for a reason, as that's when they were killed. For the human characters, Phone Guy will return with all new voice lines. And there will also be an unnamed character that we don't actually see or hear from, but instead they will serve the purpose of giving us clarity on events from the timeline. Similar to Tape Girl from Help Wanted, but I'll get into those details later in the video. As for the protagonist and who we will play as, of course it had to be Jeremy. Jeremy is a security guard once again, but not a technician like Fall Fest. Instead, he'll be in charge of making sure every mascot is where they're supposed to be, and will have a checklist type of mechanic similar to FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. Which leads me to the gameplay and to the specifics of each night. The game starts with a newspaper just like FNAF 2. Here we learn about the position Jeremy is applying to and what Fredbear Singing Land is. We learn that it's Golden Hour Carnival Co.'s biggest attraction, yet centered around a classic character. We also learned that Fall Fest from the first game had been shut down due to the 6 children that had gone missing and had never been found. The newspaper fades away as you walk to the front entrance. Welcome to Fredbear's Singing Land. Starting with night 1, walking in, you immediately notice how large the park really is and how centered around Fredbear it is. In the corner of your eye, you even spot Fredbear himself walking in the distance and into the darkness, but you remember that should be normal. Walking further into the park, the PA system goes off, and like Fall Fest, it's Phone Guy welcoming you to the park. It's the same exact person and voice as the one from the last attraction, but he sounds different, almost less present and less like himself. He welcomes you to Fredbear's Singing Land, Golden Hour's newest attraction that he has much higher hopes for. He assures you nothing will go wrong and that everything you've heard about previous locations are either lies by parents to gain attention or were taken out of context. He introduces you to the clipboard, the only thing you need to complete the night. There is a page with 6 simple boxes. Find each Fredbear mascot and check the box to confirm everything is in order. Miss a box and you risk being terminated. And he even mentions an old employee who didn't follow the directions and had to pay the price. He wishes you good luck and ends the call. So because you already saw Fredbear, you check off the first box and begin your way to Fredbear's bakery. There you find a large bakery with Fredbear supposedly in the back. On your way there you find nothing, only a trail of footsteps leading outside. Following them, you realize something is actually walking behind you, but turning around you'll find nothing. You continue walking while also watching your back, as if you let the noise get too close to you, you'll be jump scared by the brown Fredbear. Steering off path will also cause you to be jump scared. Occasionally, you can also find Fredbear in the shadows before running off. Reaching the end of the footprints will just lead you right back to the bakery, which makes you realize the loop of footprints was just one giant trick by Fredbear. So returning to the back room, you find Fredbear right where he's supposed to be, checking off another box. It's almost as if he played some sort of game with you, but you brush it off and continue with the checklist. The rest of the night consists of finding the 4 remaining Fredbears and ensuring they're where they're supposed to be. Checking off the last Fredbear, you walk to the front gates as you catch Fredbear walking around the park once more. Now night 1 is supposed to be the easiest that familiarizes the player with the park. By going to each attraction and by walking around the park, the player begins to experience the Singing Land. It's also a way of introducing an easy mechanic and introducing only one Fredbear as a threat as of now. So let's continue the rundown with night 2. Like the last night, Phone Guy has a message for you, where he welcomes you back to the park and even congratulates you for doing a job well done. He tells you that Sea and Land has been their biggest hit yet, and plans for expansion haven't stopped, with plans for more parks being in the works. He wishes you luck, and you start the checklist every night by checking off the main Fredbear, as you just assume he's walking somewhere. Starting with the bakery, you have to finish the same mechanic or game Fredbear has set up for you. But each night it would get harder, with him randomly appearing in front of you causing you to turn around, his footsteps becoming less apparent, or longer routes to the bakery. This would be the same for every Fredbear, where every level or mechanic needs to be completed in order to end the night and move on, meaning by night 5 you will have to complete 5 different levels to finish the game. So on night 2, the Fredbear introduced is the yellow bear with a brown hat and bow tie in his train ride. Here Fredbear is the conductor and is traveling the park, so you have to beat him on a race to his next destination to complete the task. Track him on your map as you take shortcuts and do anything you can to beat him there. If not, Fredbear will randomly appear in front of you and will jump scare you for losing. And to make things even harder, Funtime Foxy will also be a threat. Foxy isn't on the list and wasn't something you were made aware of being a possible threat. She acts like Foxy from Fall Fest. She's fast, aggressive, and jumps at you. It's not made clear why she's not in her museums or why she's chasing you, as all you need to worry about is escaping. Beating Fredbear to 2 destinations will end his level and he'll be stationed near the Ferris wheel, where you can check him off the list. You then check off the last 3 mascots before heading back to the front entrance, while also still avoiding Funtime Foxy. Night 2 will not only introduce another level, but it will also introduce a consistent threat, Funtime Foxy, who stays a threat after Night 2 and roams the park freely. But there isn't much to say about it, as the story and lore really start with Night 3. Walking up to the entrance, Phone Guy has yet another message, this time sounding more concerned. He warns you that the mascots have been acting aggressive towards employees once the park closes. People have reported being thrown, being followed, and even seeing things that aren't really there. He mentions how he's scared another quote-unquote incident will happen, a callback to the missing children incident from Fall Fest. He says they were never found, but that it's impossible for that to happen again. He wishes you luck as you're on your way to the bakery. Again, you complete the same 2 levels as before, with both being harder and taking a bit longer. For example, the train ride level could have 3 destinations instead of 2, and Funtime Foxy will also act more aggressive. But after completing those 2, you head over to the Black Fredbear with a red hat and bow ties attraction, the Giant Carousel. There, you simply have to play a game of hide and seek with Fredbear. Using a flashlight, shine a light on Fredbear hiding behind the different rides, lose him in this giant area, and of course you'll be jump scared. This is very similar to the carousel minigame from Help Wanted 2, but instead of shining the light on Moon, it's Fredbear. So after shining your light on him enough times, the lights turn off and back on, revealing he's been on his stand in normal location, allowing you to check off another Fredbear. But before you can leave, you hear the alarm system going off around the park, with a robotic voice urging you to check parts and service. Something has snuck in. Running there, you find it's a 3-story building including the basement. Inside you find the withered mascots from Fall Fest, so you have to avoid them while trying to find what snuck in. So avoid Chica creeping up behind you, Foxy jumping at you from corners, Bonnie destroying everything in his path to reach you, and Freddy using the shadows to his advantage to lure you to him. You have to follow the sound of what appears to be laughter. You'll hear from each floor and in different areas until you find what actually snuck in. So eventually you find a small balloon boy toy. Wind-up toy is what snuck in. Very similar to the small balloon boy toy from the FNAF movie. You collect it and escape the parts and service area, which also allows you to exit the park ending Night 3. With Night 3, I really wanted to make it clear that the Fredbears are possessed by children. These levels you have to face are children's games. At the end of the day, children were stuffed into these mascot animatronics, and I even wanted to take some inspiration from the first FNAF movie and from the fort scene. Fans have mixed feelings on this moment, but I personally thought it worked as it showed these killer animatronics are just kids. So here playing games of hide and seek and racing Fredbear are all to show that they were just kids. When Freddy found them sneaking in and stuffed them into suits, they were just innocent children caught in the crossfire. And this is further explained with the withered mascots. With the first game we learned that they were malfunctioning as someone rewired their programming intentionally, and here they were still acting aggressive and not like themselves. So these children being murdered was a result of this person changing the animatronics for some unknown reason, and with Singing Land we'll finally learn why. But that will be covered in the lore section of the video, so now let's look at Night 4. Gameplay wise, to make things harder and less predictable, instead of having a set schedule where you have to check one Fredbear first and then another in a specific order, starting on Night 4 everything is randomized. At the start you could first be tasked with the carousel level or the train ride instead of directly going to Fredbear's bakery. Or the alarms could sound off at the start of each night, forcing you to encounter the withereds and retrieve the balloon boy toy. But the next level introduced revolves around the Black Fredbear with the yellow hat and bow tie and his roller coasters. After completing all tasks in a randomized orders, you'll have to venture to Fredbear's roller coaster to check him off the list. There you enter a 2-story building and go through a back entrance where one of the roller coasters actually begins. You find an office with 2 hallways to the side of it. Fredbear will appear on either side, and the only way to stop him is by flashing your light on him before he gets too close to the doors. Of course, this is almost perfectly mirroring FNAF 4 gameplay, where Nightmare Fredbear had a major role, and in my reboot he's present through a mascot animatronic. So avoid him reaching your office by listening to his footsteps and laughter, and also avoid being tricked. Occasionally, go into the laughter on any side. Instead of finding Nightmare Fredbear, you'll find a plushie of Fredbear on the ground, meaning you've been tricked and he's getting closer to you on the other side. Fail to flash your light on him on time and you'll be jump scared. But by keeping him in the hallways and away from you, you'll finish the level in this section. Throughout this section, there's also a chance you'll be met with hallucinations of Fredbear surrounding you. You can't move and you can only stare at the mascots around you. But exiting Fredbear's roller coasters and checking him off the list, your last objective is to face El Chip, the final animatronic on the roster. Here I wanted to have a similar mechanic to El Chip from Ultimate Custom Night and to the staff bots from FNAF Security Breach. In both situations, something randomly appears on your screen, causing the rest of the game to become more difficult. So here El Chip would randomly grab you while loud music plays in the background as he advertises his restaurants. Press a button on your lower screen labeled Speed Up Ad and El Chip will talk faster, eventually letting you go and disappearing. The loud music has a chance of alerting Funtime Foxy, and El Chip appearing also has a chance of forcing you to replay one of the levels. So skipping El Chip's dialogue, you then head to the entrance and end Night 4. With Night 4, I again wanted to give references to the MCI through hallucinations, and again emphasizing that these are children games, as you are being tricked by one of the Fredbears and by a plushie. It's also a good way of introducing yet another mechanic, one that can be found annoying and even frustrating, El Chip grabbing you randomly. By also having levels randomized, it makes nights that much harder and less predictable. There will also be even more references to the MCI in the final night, which will also be important to the story. So finally, let's look at Night 5. Starting with one guy, he has a new message sounding panicked and scared. He tells you that someone snuck in overnight, causing all animatronics to act extremely aggressive and even murderous. 2 employees are in the hospital and he fears they won't recover. He advises you to turn around and to never come back or to even come close to the mascots. You hear a jump scare in the background before the call ends. You attempt to go back, but the gates close, locking you inside. Which makes you realize the only way out is to complete each task and check off each Fredbear. You have to do so in a random order, but at the same time the Fredbears that aren't checked off are roaming freely around the park. So complete the bakery level while avoiding the Fredbears and beat one of them to your race while still avoiding them. Funtime Fox and El Chip are of course a threat alongside the withered mascots who are also there. It's the hardest night yet while also introducing a final level and mechanic. Here you're playing hide and seek once more, but this time Fredbear's trying to find you. This level takes place at Fredbear's Theater, featuring the yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. Hide behind the movie projector, behind the concession stands, behind the seats, but do everything in your power to avoid Fredbear. There's also a chance that a movie will start playing and you'll have no other choice but to watch it. After successfully avoiding him, he'll return to the projector room and you can finally check off the last Fredbear. Running out of the theater into the exit, you'll face even stronger hallucinations of the missing children incident. You'll see children's faces, the Fredbears, and the silhouette of a person in the distance. Reaching the exit, you'll be stopped by all Fredbears surrounding you and by Foxy jumping in front of you. All chaos stops and the park is at a complete standstill. Funtime Foxy looks at you, then at the Fredbears, and then back at you, before jumping at you and biting at your head, ending Night 5. You are then met with the first ending, a paycheck to Jeremy for $100.87. The memo reads, "For the treatment," and the check is from Golden Hour Carnival Co. The screen fades to black, revealing all Fredbears staring at the screen, before the light from all of their eyes fade away, ending Five Nights at Freddy's Singing Land. Now, completing Night 5 is the first of 2 endings and shows the end of Jeremy's career. It's assumed that FNAF 2 is where the bite of 87 occurs with Foxy and with Jeremy Fitzgerald. So, keeping the same incident here, it's between Jeremy and Funtime Foxy, which is why in the later nights he's replaced, and the same would happen with my reboot, which I'll go over soon. This night is also the perfect way to showcase the possessed Fredbears and their story. The hallucinations emphasize what happened to them and that someone sneaking in is why they're acting this way. It's also revealed that Jeremy survived the bite and that Golden Hour at least tried to pay for his treatments. So now, looking at Night 6, like Fall Fest, you first have to unlock it. You unlock it by completing the previous nights without any deaths, meaning if you're on night 5 and you suddenly die to Withered Bonnie, you have to restart from the very beginning and have to try again. So after doing so, night 6 is open to the player and it's the hardest one yet. Walking to the front gates, the park is on complete lockdown, forcing you to sneak in from the side where there's a small wedge between the fence. Immediately you face hallucinations and are surrounded by the Fredbears. You even face jump scares but aren't killed. You don't have a checklist as your only objective is to find the center Fredbear. He appears on your map at different locations and you have to follow him. Not only are all Fredbears loose with no levels besides them just chasing you, but Funtime Foxy, Old Chip, and all of the Withered mascots are all loose attempting to chase you. At the same time, you're met with random text flashing on your screen, like you failed, you ran away, you left us, and it's your fault. But that means a total of 11 threats are attempting to kill you, so you run around the park, hide in different areas, distract them in different ways, all to finally find Fredbear at the center of the park. Walking towards him, all lights will shut off and all threats will stop chasing you. Text appears at the bottom of your screen as he begins to talk to you. Why did you run? Do you remember who we are? He said you would keep us safe. That was your job. You came back for redemption, to ease your mind? Well, don't. It's too late. He won't let us rest, so neither should you. You are then met with a jump scare similar to the one from Fall Fest before closing your eyes. You open them only to find yourself outside of the park and by your car. Running inside, you try to breathe and remember what happened, before looking behind you to find Fredbear. Now on night 6, you of course play as Mike from Fall Fest, traveling to the park to attempt to save the children. But like all the Fredbears reminds him, he is too late. He had already failed and all the mascots can't rest. They are vengeful spirits as a result of his absence. So they won't let Mike rest either, which is why the ending showed the Fredbears now following him and now haunting him. This could be literally or all in his head, but he's now attached to these spirits. The center Fredbear also mentions someone by he, who is the same person who reprogrammed all of the Fall Fest animatronics. And now a game mechanic I haven't mentioned until now, but one that can still be used to explore the lore is Michael's room. After completing night 6, you have the option of visiting Michael's room, which is of course from Sister Location, just slightly different with new Easter eggs and lore to find. Most importantly, you can access this monitor in front of this table that lets you view 4 different videos. You'll learn more about Golden Hour Carnival Co., like how many employees they have or how long it took to construct Singing Land. With other videos, we'll learn more about Fall Fest, like how Fazbear's Entertainment was sued by all of the parents of the missing children, but no one was held liable or convicted of any crimes. Another thing I wanted to explore with Michael's room and with the monitors are minigames. Instead of having them be playable somewhere in the park like I did in Fall Fest, it would have a mechanic where you have to go around Singing Land and look for plushies of the 5 core main animatronics. After collecting them, they will then appear in Mike's apartment, where you can click on them, which will then unlock one of the 4 minigames. These minigames would actually mirror the different levels you face throughout the game, and in all of the minigames you'd play as one of the children from the missing children incidents. Like many of the classic minigames from the franchise, going into a secret path or waiting long enough for something else to happen, you'll be met with something worth paying attention to. For example, playing a game of hide and seek with Freddy is similar to a classic game of whack-a-mole. Freddy will appear in front of you and behind structures, so you have to click him to be awarded a point. Find him as many times as you can in under a minute to complete the minigame, but if you decide not to do anything and wait the entire minute without clicking on Freddy, the minigame will glitch and your perspective will change. You find yourself inside one of the Fredbear mascots. You look left, then right, both sides finding another suit. You see someone walking in the distance before shutting a door and disappearing. Your breathing becomes rapid and sharp and you scream, cutting off the minigame. With another minigame, feeding Chica at her bakery, create a combination of food to keep her happy, but mess up her order and you have a chance of losing. But mixing the ingredients in a way that aren't on the directions, and in a way you would only find from a recipe inside of the bakery inside the actual park, the minigame will glitch and you'll find yourself inside of yet another Fredbear costume. Here someone is in front of you, presumably fixing the costume. An icon appears next to you prompting you to click it, and if you do, you lunge at the person before stopping. You can keep clicking the button to hold yourself back, but ultimately fails and you jump at the person before the minigame cuts to black. Now with these 2 minigames, I wanted to showcase the different children, and I wanted to continue to support the theme and idea that these are just kids. Kids who are confused and scared as to why they're in a mascot Fredbear suit. A kid who is essentially forced to attack an employee but doesn't want to. As you can try to stop it and hesitate, but ultimately you can as you end up attacking the employee anyways. These aren't monstrous mascots that want to hurt people, but instead are innocent children who are not only scared and confused, but they don't know what to do or who they are. A final minigame I want to showcase is by finding a Golden Freddy plushie, one that can only be found on night 6 by Mike and one that is hidden extremely well. After finding it and after clicking it, you'll immediately be put into a suit. You look around the suit and find a dim light next to you. Text appears at the bottom with one simple question. who are you? The screen glitches out and the minigame ends. With this segment, I wanted to show that one of the children in one of the Fredbear suits isn't alone, but who is with them, when did this all occur, and how is something that will of course remain a mystery. But now for one final segment inside of Michael's room. On night 5, if you stay long enough near the front gates, they will actually open once more. So walking through them and into the darkness, you will simply find a Spring Bonnie toy to be collected. Grabbing it, the night will reset and it will then appear in your room. Clicking on Spring Bonnie, you'll be met with this secret film. That's right, the spring lock failure moment will also be in my reboot and in FNAF Singing Land. Now at first glance it might seem very similar to what we actually got in FNAF 3, and in a sense of course it is. Originally I had plans of making it different or changing aspects of who it was, but ultimately this is a moment that I personally think shouldn't be changed. But in my head I still envision it to be different. And depending on how this video performs, I will make a FNAF 3 reboot video where I go over more in depth on this moment and how it fits with the story. As I promised, it's not just a one-to-one copy of the original moment. But finally, let's look at bonus content for Five Nights at Freddy's Singing Land. Like Fall Fest, there are a total of 3 different stars to unlock. Completing nights 1 through 5 will unlock the first star, and completing night 6 will unlock the second one. But what about the third and final star? Well, there will be 2 additional game modes, with the first being a custom night. The 12 animatronics have a difficulty level of 1 through 20, so setting all the animatronics to 20, you are faced with the task of completing a 12-20 mode. There aren't any levels or mechanics here besides the mascots walking freely in Singing Land, so run away from all of them and survive until the clock reaches 6 AM. Now, there is technically a third ending, but the game could work without it. Here we find a pink slip of termination written to Mike. It's from Golden Hour Carnival Co., urging Mike to never return or to make contact with any products related to Golden Hour Carnival Co. This will also unlock the third star, finally completing the game. There is one final optional night that isn't a 7th or 8th night, it's simply a bonus night. Here all animatronics are active and set to their maximum difficulty. The goal here is to simply survive as long as possible. There's no limit and the night doesn't end until you are jump scared, so survive as long as you can and your time will be displayed on the menu screen. I also really like the idea of having a leaderboard among all players, so you can see your time and the highest times of different players. The player who does have the highest time will actually have a 4th star displayed on the menu screen just for an extra reward. Like later FNAF games, I also like the idea of having an extras menu, where you can see the models of each animatronic, how they were created, a wide shot of the entire map, and more. Now when finally looking at the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 reboot, I want to clarify the main criticism I received with this reboot, being that the gameplay was scripted, which ruined replayability in the horror aspect. So I want to make it clear that the gameplay is not scripted like Sister Location, for example, where specific events will occur every single time. I formatted these animations to play like an actual video game, but by all means would these events be random. So if I say something like Chica jumps at the player from a 10, or that Fredbear will appear in front of you, this is just explaining one possible scenario for how the night would go. Mascots or animatronics could appear from anywhere, and like the last 2 game concepts, it still follows a random style of gameplay similar to Security Breach, where the threats could be anywhere. With FNAF 3, it's assumed that the setting, Fazbear Frights, is the exact same pizzeria where the first FNAF game took place. So following the same format, my FNAF 3 reboot would also take place in the setting from the first game, the Fall Fest Carnival. But unlike FNAF 3, this wouldn't be the location being reopened as a horror attraction. Instead, Fall Fest is being torn down by a demolition company, leaving only half of the carnival space left. As you can still find attractions like Bonnie's Bumper Cars, Foxy's Freefall, and Freddy's Ferris Wheel. There are also other buildings like a Carnival tent and abandoned warehouse that both hold their own mysteries and Easter eggs for the player to find. And all of this would also act as half of the map. The other half of the map would be part of a forest, an area with no lights or noise, where anything can be hiding in the shadows. And of course, there will also be Easter eggs to uncover throughout this area. So, Carnival Frights is a nickname given to these two areas for their creepy and chilling nature, and because of the tragedy that occurred there years ago, which brings me to the timeline. From FNAF 3 to the game that took place before it, there's a 30-year time jump that most likely pushed this game in the early 2000s. So with my reboot, I'm also going to have a time jump, but it's only going to be 15 years. Now looking at the characters, of course the main focus and antagonist will be Springtrap. 15 years after this mysterious man was spring-locked in the warehouse from Fall Fest, he becomes Springtrap, where his skin and flesh are now fused together to the metal and robotic parts of the animatronic. For the reboot, I'm using this amazing model by David the 19th that is based on Ignited Springtrap from the Joy of Creation FNAF series. Here Springtrap is missing one of his ears, parts of his chest, parts of his legs, and parts on both his arms like the outer shell to his hand. His flesh is a lot more exposed with this model, and it works perfectly with the feeling of Fall Fest and the carnival. Throughout the gameplay portion, I will also be using different types of animations for Springtrap when he's running at the player, walking around the carnival, is standing still, or is even injured by something. Like FNAF 3, of course there will also be the Phantoms, which are burnt and damaged ghost-like entities based on the different animatronics from both the Fall Fest and Singing Land locations. There's Phantom Freddy from the original Fall Fest Carnival, whose main mechanic is simply a distraction for the player. Freddy can appear randomly in front of you in either areas of the map but won't attack you or jump scare you. He would simply get in your way, allowing for Springtrap to get closer to you and possibly jump scare you. There is Phantom Puppet based on the draw kill style of animatronics. The puppet will appear in front of you, causing you to not be able to move your character or camera. You'll be forced to stare at the puppet for a certain amount of time while she slowly moves around, but after a while she will disappear, which will allow you to move away like normal. Phantom Balloon Boy based on JJ's design from Ultimate Custom Night will have a similar mechanic to the one he had in Fall Fest. Balloon Boy will jump in front of you and will begin acting as an alarm, spinning his head around in a circle and playing a loud noise alerting Springtrap to your exact position, and he won't disappear until a certain amount of time has passed. Phantom Chica's mechanic is like any other mascot animatronic. She will be hiding in different areas of the carnival or forest, and when she is found by the player, she will begin to chase them, and if she catches them, she will even jump scare you, which will cause you to slow down, allowing Springtrap to find you and jump scare you. Phantom Fredbear, the final Phantom, will be the rarest of the bunch to appear in front of you, but if he does, he'll cause you to be inactive for the longest period of time. Fredbear will stop the player from moving and will force them to relive different memories and tragedies from the first two locations. And the entire time the player is reliving those moments, Springtrap will be getting closer and has a chance of jump scaring you. None of the Phantoms can actually hurt the player, and Springtrap is the only actual threat that can cause the player to lose. So with that said, now we can finally start to look at the gameplay, starting with Night 1. The player is met with a newspaper similar to the one from the two previous games. Here we learn of a demolition company looking to hire a security guard who can patrol the remains of the carnival while making sure nothing gets in or out. On the right, we also get more context to what happened to Golden Hour Carnival Co., as after years of facing lawsuits and legal troubles from the first two locations opened, they are now being destroyed, and Golden Hour Carnival Co. is on the verge of bankruptcy, which now leads me to the gameplay. The night begins with you walking to the front of the carnival where you see the entrance sign, where here I use a Freddy Fazbear logo for reference. Walking closer to the front gates, you realize the carnival has been temporarily closed off. To the right of the entrance, you see a Fall Fest poster from the early 1970s, which is also used with the original Fazbear's Entertainment Carnival. Walking inside, you begin to see part of the carnival and some of the attractions. But to the right, you immediately see the puppet, who was one of the original animatronics with the original location before it was closed off, where she would give tickets to all the guests and would greet them. Behind the puppet, you can also find the remains of the other half of the carnival, where you can find different rides and attractions and what's left of them. You also find familiar rides like Bonnie's Bumper Cars, Freddy's Ferris Wheel behind it, and to the left of Freddy's attraction you can find Foxy's Freefall. These were all rides that were once used by different guests of the park, and rides that were also being featured with different mascot animatronics. You also find the giant carousel in the middle of this side of the carnival, and you can also see different booths next to them with lights connecting them all. And in one of these booths you can find the first mechanic to my FNAF 3 Reboot game, which is the exact same system control panel from the original FNAF game. It has the same restart options like the audio devices or the camera system, with a button next to it to restart the system. An error alert will randomly go off while you're playing, which will force you to reach the panel to reset the system, as if you fail to do so on time you'll be jump scared by Springtrap. On the left side of the carnival you can also find the forest section of the map, but the player won't enter the forest on the first night, as this night serves the purpose to familiarize the player with the carnival and the new mechanics. But the player's first stop is a tent that would have played shows for guests. Walking inside the tent is completely empty as there's nothing to find. You look to your left and then to your right, before Phantom Freddy appears in front of you attempting to grab you. You run away to the opposite side of the carnival to try to get away from him. Looking back, you realize there's nothing, and now you're confused to what you even saw. You attempt to go back inside of the tent to see if what you saw was real, but looking back inside, there's nothing and no trace of Phantom Freddy. So, ignoring what you saw, you continue to walk around the carnival and to look around at the different attractions that have been abandoned by Golden Hour Carnival Co. You also go back to the system panel to make sure no errors have gone off and to make sure that everything is in order. But while checking the panel, you hear something behind you, and it's none other than Phantom Freddy staring directly at you, causing you to run away towards the forest. But looking back, you don't see anything once more, making you confused and making you question if it was all real or all just an hallucination. So, for the rest of the night, you continue to walk around the park while also being cautious of Phantom Freddy and other dangers that could be hidden within the carnival. But for the rest of the night, Phantom Freddy won't be a threat nor will he attack you. So you check the system panel one last time before you head back to the front entrance where the night ends. With the first night, I wanted to give an easy introduction to the forest and to the carnival mechanics. It's a night with no real threats just like in FNAF 3, and it's also a good time for Phone Dude to give us context to Golden Hour Carnival Co., which I'll go over in the lore section of the video. But now let's look at Night 2. Night 2 begins with you looking at the sign once more before walking to the front entrance to begin the night. Once you're inside, you look at the puppet and to the other attractions. You walk around still getting used to the layout of the carnival by getting a closer look at the different rides. You then also decide to take a closer look to the system panel to make sure no errors are detected. But someone I haven't mentioned yet is Phone Dude, a character from FNAF 3 who talks to the player for the first 2 nights of the game.
Hey, I'm glad you could come back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time. We found something so special it was being kept in the warehouse for who knows how long. So take a look if you want, but make sure not to touch it. The original owners of Fall Fest want it back since it's quote-unquote extremely valuable. I've got to go, so good luck and I'll talk to you soon.
So you begin to walk inside not knowing what to expect, but once you're actually inside you find absolutely nothing. You look around only to simply find a table with 2 monitors inside that would have been the security camera system. Getting a closer look, you realize that both monitors stop working, meaning that the cameras around the carnival have also stopped working. You take one last look around only to again find nothing, so you begin to leave feeling unsatisfied. But once outside, you look to your left only to find what the demolition company was talking about. Springtrap has begun walking towards you. Scared, you of course run away and attempt to lose him around the carnival. You decide to look behind you only to see Springtrap running towards you attempting to grab you. So you continue to run around the carnival trying to lose him. You then look towards the forest, realizing that you're running out of options. So you again look behind you as Springtrap is running towards you at full force, so your only option is to run towards the forest. And doing so will bring you to the next section of the map, the Fall Fest Forest. Walking deeper into the forest, your only source of light is your flashlight, but looking behind you, Springtrap is already chasing you, forcing you to run away. A new mechanic here in the forest are boulders that you'll be able to hide behind and will be the only thing that will allow you to lose Springtrap or any of the phantoms. Behind one of the boulders, you can spot Springtrap walking the opposite direction in a slow and chilling manner, so walking backwards while continuing to stare at him, you begin to get away. But then suddenly Springtrap is chasing you once more, forcing you to run away towards another boulder. There, you're successful in losing Springtrap as he is no longer near you, but looking behind you, Phantom Puppet will appear in front of you. Like I mentioned earlier, her mechanic will force you to stare at her while loud noise plays in the background. You can't move or look around as you wait for her to disappear. Once she does, you can move around again, which will leave you confused and frustrated. But looking back once more, you can spot Springtrap in the distance walking around the forest. But heading back to the carnival and turning around, Springtrap is once again chasing you and even laughing at you. So, still running back to the carnival, turning around at any given moment, Springtrap will be running at you, and the only way to avoid him is to return to the carnival to end the night. With Night 2, the player finally gets an introduction to Springtrap, who can chase you around both sides of the map and has different animations and sounds. It also introduces Phantom Puppet, and after Phantom is introduced, they have a chance of appearing the following night. Now, because you can move between the forest and carnival, you would be able to access the monitor wherever you are with a sort of portable monitor if you were to think about it practically. Gameplay wise, I totally get why it would be annoying if you were on the other side of the forest to then have to return to the carnival to reset something. But to obviously make it harder, you have to be in place and it takes longer each single night. So when looking at other nights and at different mechanics, each night adds a new phantom, as in Night 3, Phantom Balloon Boy would be introduced, who would act as almost an alarm just like he did in Fall Fest. He can appear in front of you and he will immediately alert Springtrap of your position. A mechanic I also want to introduce that is available any night is the speaker by Bonnie's Bumper Cars. Using it will play a high frequency sound that will hurt and disable Springtrap for a short period of time, allowing you to get away. But like with any mechanic, of course it would have a cooldown and limit to how many times you can use it a night. Cause if not, you would just be standing by the speaker and spamming it so Springtrap would stay down. But now when looking at Night 4, we're introduced to Fredbear, who acts like a creepy distraction. If he appears in front of you, your screen will be flashed with different tragedies from the franchise, like the infamous bite or the missing children incident. Like the other phantoms, he can't actually hurt you, but pay attention to these tragedies as some of them might be something you haven't seen before. But something I also want to bring up are cutscene-like moments in between nights. Here, after completing a night, you'll be able to revisit a memory of Jeremy Fitzgerald from Singing Land, almost as if you were living it. These memories are here to show us a connection between Michael, Jeremy, and of course the souls inside the animatronics, something that will definitely be explored in later projects. Now looking at Night 5, the main focus here will be the mascots. Right off the bat, after starting the night, Phantom Puppet will appear in the entrance, locking your screen and movement. After a certain amount of time, she will disappear, allowing you to walk in, which will also force you to run towards the warehouse. But before you even get a chance to walk inside, Phantom Chica appears in front of you and begins to chase you. Then, running to the tent, Freddy will appear in front of you, blocking off the entrance. But before you can even catch your breath, Balloon Boy jumps in front of you, forcing you to go around him and in another direction. Then Phantom Fredbear starts glitching on your screen, with the same message, "It's me" from Night 4. After the hallucinations disappear, the phantoms will start appearing in front of you, taunting you. First, Chica appears on your right side, then Puppet causes your screen to lock for a quick moment, and finally, Phantom Freddy appears in front of you. And the entire time all of this is happening, we can hear children's laughter, as again these spirits are taunting Mike. But finally, walking towards the forest, all phantoms will be gathered around Springtrap, who's injured and laying on the ground. It's not clear why or what's happening, as all the phantoms slowly start turning their heads to you while an eerie noise plays in the background. Scared to find out what's going to happen in Springtrap, you of course run towards the entrance to Fall Fest while taking one last look at the animatronics before ending the night.
Hey, what are you doing? You need to leave right now.
But of course, like many classic Five Nights at Freddy's games, there's a Night 6. The night begins with the player feeling that things are off, as after what happened last night, many questions still stand, like where is Springtrap or what happened to the phantoms. So walking near the tent and turning around, you'll face Springtrap. He'll jump at you, screaming at you, which will force you to run away. Turning around, Springtrap will be chasing you near the warehouse, so in a last minute effort, you turn left.
You think you can just leave me here? You're nothing without me!
He then hits an electric meter, which will then cause electrical sparks to go flying, which will then cause a fire around the warehouse and the surrounding grass.
It was always your fault. I hate you!
The flames get larger and larger as Springtrap is completely engulfed in them.
I hate you!
Completing Night 6 will unlock the second star and the second ending. A newspaper reporting that Carnival Frights has been burnt to the ground mysteriously and that nothing was able to be recuperated after the fire. The report is accompanied by a single bobblehead of Spring Bonnie, but taking this image and brightening it, Springtrap will of course be behind the bobblehead alive. But he will now look completely different as his appearance will now resemble Scraptrap, but the screen fades to black, revealing the menu screen once more. But what about all of the lore and Easter eggs that can actually unlock us a third and final ending? Well, for that we need to head back to the carnival any night of the player's choosing. Around the carnival you'll be able to find different bobbleheads of different animatronics or characters. There will be a total of 5 different bobbleheads that need to be found, so you can find characters like Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Spring Bonnie, or Fredbear. But after finding the last one, you'll be transported somewhere completely different, somewhere that feels familiar yet distant. Looking around, you'll find the exact same bobbleheads you just collected, but much larger versions of them scattered around the area and hills. But a giant tree next to Spring Bonnie catches your eye, so you decide to get closer by walking up this hill. There you will find 5 graves with the spirits of the dead children in front of them, and you have the option of placing the 5 bobbleheads you collected on top of each grave, so one by one you place each bobblehead. After placing the last one, you take a step back and the spirits disappear, being put to rest. But one spirit will actually remain and won't disappear, one that shares a grave with another spirit. But looking around one last time, you'll find that there are 2 more graves off to the distance that are out of reach, and this will also end the Easter egg and secret ending. But now looking back to the carnival, on night 1 Springtrap is actually disabled, but by activating all generators found around the map, the warehouse door will open, allowing you to walk inside. There you'll find Springtrap, who is still disabled, rotting in the corner just like where Phone Dude said he's supposed to be. To the left you find the same table from other nights, but this time you find a journal laid flat on the table. Taking a closer look, it's actually something that can be collected, so picking up the journal and beginning to walk outside, you can begin to read pages from it. And the more you read from the journal, the more you realize that it belonged to the mystery man who would become Springtrap.
All I wanted to do was help, to make sure that no one was injured or hurt because of their own actions. Who are they to fire me? Without me, Fall Fest wouldn't exist. Without me, the mascots wouldn't even function. Without me, they would be nothing. But they'll see. They'll see what happens when you ruin a family and a man's reputation. All it takes is a simple rework of Freddy, and everything they've built will crumble. The suit was simple but effective. It was made up of the suit's lining, a hand crank, bolts, and, of course, the spring locks. This would allow for performers to wear the suit when needed, but it could also walk and even greet guests in the park, all on its own. But they called it useless. Something that was a waste of time and money, when the mascots could do all the work for us. But of course they need my help to make that even possible. They need me to do all the work, but take all of the credit. And after what happened the last 2 times, they just shut me out. But I won't let them use me. And I won't let them win. Not anymore. 6 children missing. 6 children dead because of Freddy. And they don't even realize this is just the beginning. Innocent souls to simply damage control. Pawns needed to instill principles. If I actually do this, no one would be able to get in my way. It has to work. I can't let them get away with this any longer. I need to be free. And there's only one way to do that. One way to finally be reunited with her. Please forgive me. I had to. Please understand, Elizabeth. But no more excuses. I'll finally fulfill what I promised. I'm going to find you, Elizabeth.
But like most classic FNAF games, of course we have to include minigames. Minigames that may seem normal at first, but taking a different path or waiting for something to happen, these minigames can reveal parts of the lore and story to us that the normal gameplay wouldn't be able to. I imagine Carnival Frights having a few minigames, but I see 2 of them having a secret aspect of them that reveals lore. So let's start with the first minigame, Freddy's Power Outage. Here you play as Circus Freddy from the first Reboot game in the circus area from Carnival Frights. You're in charge of making sure that all 3 generators are on at all times, as any of them can suddenly turn off. So balance keeping all generators on, as if all 3 of them shut off, the park will shut down as well and the minigame will end. So run around the carnival making sure all generators are on and keep them on until the timer runs out. And after some time has passed, the minigame will end and you can walk towards the exit ending the minigame. But if you actually stay and wait for a while after it is all ended, the cheerful music will stop and you'll begin hearing footsteps as a mysterious figure walks towards the carnival. You have to hide and get away from this person in order to see what he's doing. He will then walk to the warehouse and open the door.
Don't leave me here!
Then he will walk away and leave whatever was inside of the warehouse behind. With the second minigame, let's now look at Foxy's Pizza Delivery. With this minigame, you play as Foxy delivering pizzas to different pizzerias, and you have to deliver as many pizzas as you can before the timer runs out. And in one of these pizzerias, you can actually walk past the delivery station and onto the next area of the pizzeria, where in front of you, you can find a door. So getting closer to that door, you can then open it to find something inside. But finally, when looking at bonus content for this game, I of course want to include collectibles that can even act as lore itself. These would be collectibles scattered around the carnival and forest areas of the map. So walk around to find plushies, posters, food items, and other collectibles from this rebooted FNAF world. I like the idea of having collectibles that can set up future FNAF games and locations that we haven't explored yet, like a Golden Freddy plushie that can set up FNAF 4 or whatever Fredbear's Family Diner would look like. Of course, you can also pick up each collectible to take a better look at it. Although some collectibles will have less lore importance, like a small Foxy arcade machine found in the back of the carnival. You can also find an old and rundown poster advertising a location featuring Circus Baby, and it'll be one of the many posters you could find around the map. But the location or when it was opened isn't made clear based on the poster. Although Sister Location would be a few games away, I still like the idea of playing it as early as FNAF 3. And finally, in the tent where you could find the Bonnie bobblehead to unlock the secret ending, you can also find a plushie of Purple Guy. Of course, we all know Purple Guy becomes Springtrap, and I thought it would be a fun nod to include this infamous sprite in plush form in my Reboot. You can find these collectibles any night of the game, and you don't have to complete those nights in order for those collectibles to save in your inventory. meaning you can look back at these whenever you'd like. But finally, I already went over how you can unlock the first star from completing Night 5, a second star from completing Night 6, and a third star from completing the third and final ending. But I also like the idea of the player being able to unlock a fourth and final star by playing the Custom Night game mode. Like most Custom Night game modes, the animatronics would have a difficult setting of 1 to 20, so unlocking the fourth star would only be possible by completing 620 mode, all animatronics enabled at their highest difficulty. And to make things even harder, if you get jump scared by Phantom, you will actually die from them just like Springtrap and you'll be forced to restart. But of course this wouldn't apply to all Phantoms, as the puppet and balloon boy can only distract you. So although completing 620 won't unlock a fourth ending, it will unlock the fourth and final star, which will of course be displayed on the menu screen when you fully completed the game. But now for some clarification on all of the reboots, I first want to talk about the designs. You may have noticed that some of the models used in the animations don't necessarily line up with what the concept would be. Like with this Foxy animation using a Phantom Foxy model when it should be Mascot Foxy, or using a Phantom JJ design in FNAF 3 when it should have been Phantom Balloon Boy from Fall Fest. Now the simple explanation is that these were the models available when making these concepts, and by no means do I have the skills to model these mascots I have in mind myself. Now this is definitely something I hope I can do in the future with my game concepts, but for now I'm using these amazing models by all of these very talented people who are credited in the description. So now every animation is exactly what I have in mind, it's again just a concept. But now when looking at all of the lore with all of the reboots, here's a recap and rundown. We start with Five Nights at Freddy's Fall Fest, where you play as Michael, who's being hired as a security guard at technician for Fall Fest. At this point, Fazbear's Entertainment is failing, so they open a branch company named Golden Hour Carnival Co., creating carnival-like attractions based on fan favorite characters. Mike fights off the mascots, with his main objective being to find Freddy. On night 5, he does find Freddy in the theater dragging bodies into a back room. Michael then finds 6 bodies stuffed inside of 6 Fredbear mascot suits, which is known as the Missing Children incident. He's chased out before returning on night 6. Here he faces hallucinations of the Fredbears and the souls inheriting the mascots, before he reaches the back room only to find it empty, and the mascots now in a truck being shipped off to a new location, leading us to Five Nights at Freddy's Singing Land. With this game you play as Jeremy Fitzgerald, hired as a new security guard watching Fazbear's newest and most successful location yet. You face the 6 Fredbear mascots from Fall Fest, accompanied by Funtime Foxy and Nell Chip. You also face the withered mascots from Fall Fest, who were shipped here after Fall Fest closed due to the MCI. You survive until the 5th night, where Fredbear leads you to the center of the park, where you are then bitten by Funtime Foxy. Michael then returns on night 6 to try to fix his mistakes of not saving the children. Michael then comes face to face with Fredbear once more before escaping. But before he can leave, Fredbear is now inside of his car, and the spirits from the MCI attach themselves to him. 15 years later, Michael returns to Fall Fest, which is now being known as Carnival Frights, where what remains of the carnival is being torn down by a demolition team. The spirits from Singing Land return in the form of phantom mascots, torturing and haunting Michael every single night. Of course, the main threat is Springtrap, who poses as the main villain. On the 5th night, Michael witnesses the spirits surrounding Springtrap and now torturing him. On night 6, Michael is attacked by an even more destroyed Springtrap before it runs into electrical poles, causing a fire. This burns down Springtrap and what remains of Fall Fest. Through many games and collecting bobbleheads, Michael is able to travel to an unknown location to place the bobbleheads on top of the graves of the MCI victims, freeing them. But one remains there, while he also spots 2 graves off to the distance, ending the first 3 games of my Reboot franchise. But with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this combined Five Nights at Freddy's Reboot video. Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories, as I love reading through the comments. Stay tuned for more updates regarding the FNAF 4 Reboot and Help Wanted as a classic FNAF game. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you guys so much for watching. The modern Five Nights at Freddy's lore and timeline has been expanding for the last 6 years now, which is just insane to think about when considering all the new characters and games since then that fans have just loved. I would even argue that the modern lore was a soft reboot to the franchise, bringing in an entirely new side to the lore and timeline that a lot of us grew up with and remember, that is now being known as the Mimic Arc. But 6 years later, have we solved the modern timeline? Have we solved every single new mystery that has caused debates on top of debates? Have we truly been able to understand what this modern story was trying to tell us? Well, in this combined retrospective video, join me as we cover every single FNAF game or DLC from the modern timeline and whether or not we've solved them. Today we'll go over mystery by mystery, deciding which ones are solved, kinda solved, and unsolved, while also deciding what mysteries are still left from these games, which all accumulates to answering one question: have we solved the modern Five Nights at Freddy's lore 6 years later? Well, my name is Bronze Films, and not only will this video combine all retrospective videos from the channel, but there will also be all new content that includes bonus mysteries that weren't in the original videos, discussions about the future of FNAF and where FNAF should go next, and brand new collabs from your favorite creators. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and let's get started with the first game to the modern timeline, Help Wanted. To set the scene, like I said, Help Wanted was essentially the soft reboot for the franchise, and there was a lot of pressure that came with this game since it was released after Pizzeria Simulator and Ultimate Custom Night, two games that fans regard as the perfect ending to the Afton era of the timeline, so what would come after would have a lot to live up to, and man did they deliver. We got our first teaser on March 11, 2019 when Scott Cawthon posted this image of the corner of the main key art for this game of an amalgamation of characters. 2 weeks later, Scott would post his final complete key art alongside the very first teaser trailer released by PlayStation. Here we saw different monitors displaying different levels from the game, with the main monitor showcasing FNAF 1. At the end we also got jump scares for a few animatronics, and really this teaser gave us the title that told us we were getting a virtual reality FNAF game, Five Nights at Freddy's VR Help Wanted. From here we would get teaser images of different levels and details from the game, until finally on May 28th, Help Wanted would finally be released alongside a launch trailer that showcased gameplay with different levels, animatronics, and really just showed us what a VR FNAF game would look like. But although this was an entirely new FNAF experience, we still had tons of lore that would be the foundation to the rest of the games and stories released after this one. So to give you a recap of all of the lore, here's Mini Byte Games, who you should totally check out after this video.
Help Wanted. Even before the release of the VR experience, the lore was being drip-fed to us through little game teasers. The first teaser, released on March 11th, 2019, seemingly just showing off a blob of animatronics for the cover, actually gave us 3 hidden lore texts. Don't listen to them. We let something inside. Remember Jeremy. At the same time as Scott Games updated with this original teaser, the source code revealed links to some very interesting images. Most of them were gameplay screenshots from different parts of the game. However, one of these teasers was not like the others. Instead of an in-game screenshot, this final teaser, named ORGN, seemed to show an endoskeleton head. The best guess for these teasers from Game Theory was that we'd be playing as technicians, the same technicians that died at the hands of Ennard. They predicted that this was the head of Ennard, and that we'd be working to do tasks around the different Freddy's locations from the past. Did this theory hold up? Finally, on May 28th, 2019, Help Wanted released to immediate praise from both new and old fans. The combination of virtual reality and FNAF's original iconic gameplay was the perfect mixture for an amazing first game from Steel Wool. But us theorists don't care about that. No, we're here for the lore. So let's boot up our VR headsets and start from the top. Once the game starts and you hit the continue button, Hand Unit begins to speak, welcoming you to the Freddy Fazbear virtual experience. He goes on to mention Fazbear Entertainment's bad reputation from previous events. Luckily, Hand Unit dissuades any concern by telling us that most of these horrible events were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. As a result, Fazbear Entertainment has decided to create this VR experience to recreate these obviously fake scenarios and move on from the spooky tales of the past. With that introduction out of the way, we are teleported to the main hub for the game. Set in some version of a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, we are provided with a minigame terminal. Beat the available 39 levels and you unlock the final option on the terminal, Pizza Party. This level is different from the rest. The environment is a mix-match of all the previous levels with no clear goal besides don't be late. When you make your way to the end of the maze, you find yourself behind the stage at Freddy's. And hey, lucky you! Your favorite cake and pizza are here for you to enjoy with the Fazbear Band. Soon, however, a mascot form of Spring Bonnie lures you over to the stage, where the screen fades to black and you wake back up. You are now the star of the show, Freddy Fazbear, stuffed into a suit by the same rabbit who now dances to your performance as the credits roll. But, as most of you likely know, this isn't the end of the game. Hidden throughout the minigames and hub environment are these purple glitchy cassette tapes that you can collect. As you collect the 16 available tapes, that mascot bunny from Pizza Party begins to take shape and move closer to your position in the hub, until he's right behind you. And these tapes aren't just for show. By flipping the switch to enter the blacklight hard mode, you can listen to all 16 tapes that tell a very interesting story. Unfortunately for us, these tapes were not provided in order, but rest assured, we've had more than enough time now to sort that out. Our storyteller, labeled Tape Girl by the community, tells us about how she worked at a game development team hired by Fazbear Entertainment to make this VR experience. She tells us various stories, including how the team scanned in some junk from Fazbear, Jeremy's experience with Glitch Trap, and his incident with a paper slicer, as well as her own experience with him. By the end of her testing, it had attached itself to her tapes, and she couldn't destroy them. Luckily, she says she managed to find a way for you to destroy them, somehow. Following her orders, you are transported behind a door, and Glitch Trap appears, walking away almost gleefully. So, I think it's safe to say that the entered theory was kinda debunked. But where does that leave us? Game Theory's first theory proposed that Glitch Trap is the entity of whomever was last trapped in the game. Starting as some code entity, it swapped with others, and now we're the next in line, swapping with Tape Girl. However, the more common interpretation now is that Glitch Trap is a separate entity, who is now allowed to enter our mind, likely through this door ending. This would lead directly into Curse of Dreadbear, and the creation of Vanny in the mind of our player, Vannesa. The main debate to this day stems from Glitch Trap and what exactly he is. There have been countless videos on his identity. Maybe he's Afton, M1, M2, M3, or even a combination. There is no one definitive reigning theory, so it's really up for you to research and decide for yourself, but the growing focus on mimics seems to point towards a mimic inclusion of some kind. It would explain the ORGN Endohead, and why in 2 tapes, Glitch Trap seems to mimic Tape Girl's voice to trick our player. Returning back to those tapes, Tape Girl also mentions how Fazbear hired the indie dev to make those games based on fictitious scenarios. She also explains how it is part of an elaborate cover-up, which is also explored in the Tales from the Pizzaplex story, Help Wanted. This led Game Theory to the idea of this game being a soft reboot, decanonizing all the games beforehand as in-universe games. While versions of this theory are still around today, it isn't very popular for good reason. After all, if the events in the games aren't real, then what is there to cover up with these indie games and VR experiences? After Curse of Dreadbear, the base game of Help Wanted received 2 final content updates, each with a small bit of lore to tease the next project. The first was an inclusion of a new door in Pizza Party, which led you outside on a cold day of construction for the Mega Pizzaplex. I wonder what game that could be teasing. Almost a whole year later, Help Wanted received a mobile port with a significant reduction in the amount of content. However, to make up for the lack of tapes, Steel Wool has provided us with a new minigame, Princess Quest. This is actually an early version of Princess Quest 1 from Security Breach, meaning this was likely another teaser for their next big project. The fact that Princess Quest replaces the tape collection from the original version seems to imply that Princess Quest 1 mirrors Vanessa's story in Help Wanted. Something to think about for the other Princess Quest machines and their role in the story. But I'm not here to talk about Security Breach. Well, it looks like my time is almost up. Thanks to Bronze Films for having me on, and be sure to subscribe to both of our channels for amazing FNAF theories. Trust me, you're missing out otherwise. And now I'm floating away, no!
Thank you Minibite Games, and again, everyone please make sure to go check out his channel. So now that you basically know everything about Help Wanted, now we can look at a list of mysteries that I think make up the majority of the game and whether or not we can solve them. I know this list can be debatable, especially since there's so many smaller mysteries within this game, but to me these are at the core of the game and its story. So I'll do the same when we get to the Dreadbear portion of this video, a list of a few different mysteries. But number 1, the endings. And now there are a few endings to Help Wanted with some being easier to understand than others, but at this point in the lore are we able to 100% understand each each of those endings and how they connected or set up future FNAF games? Well, we'll find out soon. Number 2, who is Glitchtrap? Glitchtrap was the newest antagonist revealed with this new arc of the series. Of course, the first thought was that this was Afton coming back once more, but now it's widely believed that it's actually the Mimic, but one way or the other, Glitchtrap has had a significant role and it's clear that their true identity does matter. Number 3, the tapes and the glitch. There are a total of 16 tapes to collect, all talking about the same thing, which I know is Glitchtrap, but with this mystery I want to focus on the glitch itself and the tie-in it had with a certain game we all kinda forgot about. Number 4, Princess Quest. Believe it or not, Help Wanted was the very first project where Princess Quest appeared. It was exclusive to the mobile port of this game, but nonetheless, it's still the very first time we saw this character. So, who is the princess? What is this minigame, and does this first appearance have any importance? Number 5, was any of it even real? A mystery that is also known as games fiction, where Help Wanted revealed that the first 4 games in the franchise are actually in-universe games that are all made by an indie game developer, Scott Cawthon, meaning the events and tragedies from those games never really happened. This is definitely a controversial mystery that we'll get to soon. So now that we have our list of 5 mysteries, we can start to go one by one answering which ones have been solved, which ones we have a really good idea about but can be debatable, and lastly the ones we know absolutely nothing about. Alongside answering if each mystery has been solved, I also want to bring up videos from theorists that can be fundamental to helping our understanding of this game. Starting with the first mystery that I think we can confidently say has been solved, the endings. There are a total of 5 endings, with 3 of them being pretty similar in my opinion to show that Glitchtrap is free and is infecting things and people. In the first ending, once the pizza party level in Night Terrors is completed, after first completing every other minigame, the player will then be put into a room with animatronics, balloons, and a birthday cake right in front of them. That's when Glitchtrap appears behind the curtains, telling the player to follow him. The player is then stuffed inside of the Freddy animatronic while Hand Unit announces the arrival of Freddy and the show begins. The room then lights up with Glitchtrap dancing in the background. Now this ending can be seen in a few ways, but here's Glitchtrap mimicking William Afton and the missing children incident, luring someone to a back room and then stuffing them into one of the animatronics. And most important, I think it's clear that this is signifying Glitchtrap trapping the player in the VR game while they dance free, and the next 2 endings really aren't that different. In what can be known as the merge ending, you have to collect all 16 tapes where Tape Girl reveals a way to defeat Glitchtrap. If you do not follow Tape Girl's instructions, the player's view will slowly fade to purple and glitch before fading into the perspective of Glitchtrap. Here, Glitchtrap is merging with the player's consciousness, which most likely occurred with Vannesa when she would be manipulated into Vanny, yet another way Glitchtrap is free. With the same ending, if you do follow Tape Girl's instructions, the player will be taken into a room with only a giant soul door in front of them. The player can move a part of the door to reveal Glitchtrap on the other side. He will shush the player before moving back into the darkness. Here, Glitchtrap is literally trapping the player in some sort of prison inside the VR game, while he is once more free as a virus to infect whatever he wants. The next 2 endings are ones I'm going to discuss as part of different mysteries, as they aren't really a part of the base game, so with the endings I discussed, I think we can say that they have been solved. They all serve the same purpose in showing us that Glitchtrap is free while the player is trapped, and this pays off really in every single game that follows in the timeline. In FNAF Special Delivery, we learn how Glitchtrap is infecting Fazbear's Entertainment. In FNAF Security Breach, we saw Glitchtrap in the form of Vanny, the main antagonist of that game. And in Help Wanted 2, we finally saw Glitchtrap being destroyed, freeing Vannesa. So again, really each of these endings paid off in some way or another. The second mystery that I think we can say has been solved by now are the tapes and the glitch itself. As I said earlier, there are a total of 16 tapes to collect, each telling a story about the glitch. We learn how a client sent old circuit boards for the development team to scan into the game to speed up the process of the VR game. This is how Glitchtrap was uploaded into Help Wanted, and from here beta testers would begin to see Glitchtrap. We learn that Glitchtrap is trying to escape, and as I discussed with the endings, he is successful. So what is there even to solve? Well, I think it's more how this is connected to FNAF games that came after Help Wanted. Of course, we know that Glitchtrap escaped through Vannesa in Security Breach, as in Special Delivery we learn about her transition to Vanny, and just how exactly she would become head security guard to the Pizzaplex. With the tapes, we would also learn about Jeremy, one of the first beta testers to see Glitchtrap who would eventually take their own life, an incident that of course Fazbear Entertainment tried to shove under the rug. And this would only be the tip of the iceberg. With Security Breach, not only do we have the all-staff meeting massacre where all human employees were called into a meeting where they would all be murdered and replaced by staff bots, an incident also shoved under the rug by Fazbear, and one that was most likely initiated by Vanny or Glitchtrap. But we also have a new set of children missing who were kidnapped and murdered by Vanny, all under the orders of Glitchtrap. And the client I mentioned earlier could be explained with Secret of the Mimic. Here we of course learn of Murray's Costume Manor, a contracted business owned by Edwin Murray, who would mechanically make Fazbear's ideas possible. So if you really want to throw an idea out there, this random client could have been what was left of MCM after 1979, or even Edwin Murray himself, who desperately wanted the circuit board that contained the Mimic chip to be uploaded into the VR game, which would then manifest into Glitchtrap. But don't worry, whether whether or not Glitchtrap is the Mimic or William Afton is something we'll talk about soon. So the reason I'm even bringing any of this up is to show just how expansive the lore from these tapes would really become. At the time this game was released, I feel like the lore from these tapes could have been a lot to take in, especially when the last time we heard of Fazbear was in Pizzeria Simulator, where their last location was closed down and all the swords of the animatronics had been freed. So to hear about Fazbear Entertainment being back with a VR game, about a glitch, about new tragedies with the franchise felt like a bit random or confusing. But now obviously we know how all of this would pay off, leaving the mystery of the tapes and their lore 100% solved. For the next mystery that has been solved, the Princess Quest. Like I said, this is exclusive to the mobile port, but this is still Help Wanted and definitely worth mentioning. This minigame is like any other version we've seen of Princess Quest throughout the different games. You play as a princess destroying parts of the glitch, lighting lanterns, solving puzzles, all in an effort to complete the minigame where you'll be face to face with the glitch itself. A glitching purple rabbit-like monster. The glitch then speaks to you in a cryptic message when decoded reads, "I always come back." After this, the minigame will end and you'll be brought back to the main menu. And at the end, you can also hear strange audios, which when reversed and sped up, it states, "I always come back, let me out." Now this just screams William Afton, and this will definitely be a piece of evidence we look back on when talking about Glitchtrap. Well, this is one of the first 8-bit style of minigames that we're all familiar with from the earlier FNAF games, inside this new era of the franchise that at the time didn't make too much sense. Sure, we had a giant rabbit-like creature that we could all agree was William at the time. He had his soul somehow transferred onto an old circuit board, which was then uploaded into the VR game. That would then manifest into Glitchtrap. He's coming back once more. But what about the princess? Who is she? What is this minigame? Why is Glitchtrap inside this minigame? All valid questions that would have left this minigame as unsolved. But of course, now we can answer all of these questions. Well, except for one. We now know that there were actually multiple Princess Quest arcade machines that were crucial to freeing parts of Vanessa in Security Breach. As in the Princess Quest ending, after Gregory beats Princess Quest 3, it's assumed Vanessa is freed from Glitchtrap's control and is able to escape the Pizzaplex with Gregory alongside Glamrock Freddy's head. Then in FNAF Help Wanted 2, the player must complete Princess Quest 4, where at the end, the player will find themselves in a giant claw machine, where Vanny will then pop out, take the Glitchtrap plush from Moon, and will destroy the remaining parts of Glitchtrap, defeating the virus and fully freeing herself in the process. So years later, we now know these arcade machines house the Glitchtrap virus and were the key to freeing Vanessa from Glitchtrap's control. Now the one question we still can't really answer, and one I covered in my Security Breach retrospective video, which you should totally check out, is the identity of the princess, and just how these modern games really haven't explored any possibilities. Sure, you can bring up a few theories, but I don't know if any have enough concrete evidence to solve this mystery. But with Help Wanted and the Princess Quest arcade machines themselves, we do have all the answers solving this mystery. Now looking at the final solved mystery, was any of it real? At the very start of Help Wanted, Hand Unit tells us that Fazbear Entertainment has gained a bad reputation over the years that are based on loose real-life events, but the majority of those events are totally fabrications of a complete lunatic, Scott Cawthon. So Fazbear is now recreating many of those complete fictitious scenarios that we've been fed over the past few years into this VR game. So Help Wanted is making it seem that Scott Cawthon in the first 4 games he created before Help Wanted were complete lies, meaning all of the events, characters are all lies as well, which is a huge reveal as most of the franchise would basically be retconned. Game Theory has an amazing video going over this possibility. FNAF Golden Freddy never existed. Here matpat goes over how the first 4 FNAF games are now in-universe games, meaning established lore and history are now questionable as they were all through the game's developer's perspective. Characters like the Crying Child the most likely are not canon to the universe because his existence is based mainly on the 4th game. Golden Freddy might also no longer exist. The dozens of inconsistencies with Golden Freddy's designs could be because of a game developer who was going through a lot mentally. So was any of it even real? Well, after all this confusion, Scott Cawthon himself made a post on Reddit clarifying his appearance and questions about the game developer. Scott Cawthon makes it clear that he is not canon to the franchise and that the indie game developer is its own character that simply uses the face of Scott Cawthon, and using real life images is something he's already done in games like FNAF 4 and Ultimate Custom Night. So he's not canon and we're not canon, which really made me sad, and Fred isn't canon. The only thing that is canon is the game developer, which means that Fazbear could be lying about the game developer and their claims to undo his lies, and we actually get an answer to this through Tape Girl's messages.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer who supposedly made up a bunch of crazy stories that tarnished the brand. But that's not true at all. In their haste to develop this VR game and clear their name, they sent us some things I don't think they intended us to see, such as a hard drive containing emails between Fazbear Entertainment and a certain indie developer. Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up, a campaign to discredit everything.
Of course, Fazbear is actually lying and is working with the indie game developer, meaning all claims are actually true, meaning those tragedies and characters do 100% exist. So although games fiction still could be argued, I think it's clear what Help Wanted was implying with the game developer, and it wasn't that the first games are not canon, making this mystery solved. Now looking at the first and only kinda solved mystery, who is Glitchtrap? This is also a mystery I talked about with the FNAF Security Breach video, but with this video, the mystery was more focused on the connections to the Mimic, so with Help Wanted, of course we also have to consider the other possibility, William Afton. Like I said earlier, it's believed William would somehow possess an old circuit board, and when it was scanned into the VR game, William would come back once more as Glitchtrap. We even hear this infamous line with the Glitchtrap virus itself only connecting the two characters that much further. Of course, with Glitchtrap's design, this perfectly mirrors Spring Bonnie and all of William's renditions with this character as Springtrap, Scraptrap, and even Dark Springtrap. If this character was meant to be someone else, why make them look exactly like Spring Bonnie? In the game files, there was even a scrap version of Glitchtrap, which is literally just Spring Bonnie, and this was actually the very first time we ever got a model for this character. So it looks like originally Spring Bonnie was supposed to be in Glitchtrap's place, making it clear who this character was. In Security Breach, William would take over Vanessa's mind to not only recreate the murders and kidnappings of children, but to also bring him back into the real world as Burntrap. Another character that shares clear similarities to all of William Afton's renditions as Springtrap. His suit is olive and dark yellow in color with an exposed human jawbone with teeth. His eyes are pitch black with purple glowing pupils. His right foot endoskeleton is completely exposed while his left foot still has its costume covering. So at this point you might be telling me to move on because it's pretty obvious that William is Glitchtrap in the virtual world and Burntrap in the physical world, and that it seems like this was always supposed to be the case. Although there is a lot of strong evidence to him being William, there is just as much and if not more evidence for Glitchtrap being the Mimic. With Secret of the Mimic, it introduced the possibility of Glitchtrap being M1 or M2. One of the main differences with Glitchtrap that separates his designs to the rest of William's appearances is the fact that it's the mascot suit and not a Springlock suit, a difference that theorists like FNAF pointed out for the mascots having a much more important role than we've realized and have continued to. And now we of course know he was right with Secret of the Mimic, where mascots played a huge role with like the White Tiger mascot and Party Time Chica. So this fact alone sways many, including myself, to say that Glitchtrap is the Mimic, and I was even surprised that we never saw the mascot suit itself somewhere in the game, as I think it does make a lot of sense that this would be something made by Edwin Murray. But again, now it just lies in deciding which program it is. If it is M1 or F10 and 4, this would mean that the program designed to mimic Fiona was uploaded into the Help Wanted game. So why would the program designed to mimic Fiona decide to now mimic William Afton and his actions? Well, this could be that it's mimicking the information of the game and of Fazbear Entertainment. The mimic program acts on the data it is receiving, so here it's taking in all the information of the game and of Fazbear like the MCI. So the mimic is simply using Afton's personality and face as like a tool. But with M2, it could be a scenario where the endoskeleton itself and a separate copy of its program exist at the same time and are working together. It can be argued that with the physical mimic being trapped, the virtual mimic is helping him get out. M2 would be uploaded into Help Wanted, would represent himself as William and as Nightmare, which is something I discussed here, and then he would take over Vanessa so she could help him with freeing the physical mimic. Now whether this could be through Burntrap or just releasing the mimic to be free in the Pizzaplex, Glitchtrap and the mimic are working together. It can also be argued that Glitchtrap represented himself as Helpy in Ruin and in Help Wanted 2, as this ending where the player keeps the Glitchtrap virus alive, we see him exiting the charging station. Helpy would have been using the player to complete tasks to collect these Fast Force toys, which is how Glitchtrap emerged from the charging station. But at the same time, in the other ending, which fans both regard as canon, we see Glitchtrap being destroyed by Vanny freeing herself. So by the time Ruin happens in the timeline, Glitchtrap is most likely destroyed, leaving just the physical M2 mimic. So we have two very possible solutions to a character introduced 6 years ago, but yet we still don't have a final answer. So although we're not completely in the dark with this character like we might have been in 2019, we still can't find a concrete answer, leaving Glitchtrap as kinda solved. So with that, we have 4 mysteries that are solved and 1 mystery kinda solved, which is a pretty good ratio so far. Before we move on, I also want to bring up a great video by Rightos released more than a year ago that was a part of his Games Only timeline where he revisited each game and added all of the lore from them onto this board. So I personally checked out this video for a really nice updated refresher on Help Wanted, and you should totally do the same. But now we can move on to the Dreadbear DLC released on October 23rd, 2019 that has just as much lore as the base game. So now looking at a new list of mysteries, number 1 we have Dreadbear himself. This was an entirely new character introduced for this DLC, so who are they? Are they somehow connected to another infamous character, and how do they fit with the overarching lore and timeline? Number 2, Fall Fest. The Dreadbear DLC is actually the very first time Fall Fest was revealed, and it's an event that has continued to show up in the modern games. So what is it and just how important is Fall Fest? Number 3, the Aftons and Midnight Motorist. This DLC gave us a lot, and I mean a lot of hints to the earlier FNAF games and to the Afton family. Hints that tell us about the locations themselves, how it all fits with different minigames, and how these settings have continued to have a large role with the new pizzerias and lore. Number 4, Vanny. Through this DLC we got a setup to the character of Vanny through her easily recognizable mask, a mask that we didn't know much about at the time. So now what does this mask mean? Where has it appeared, and will it continue to have some role? So like Help Wanted, join me as we now go through each single mystery in depth. Starting with the first solve the mystery, who and what is Dreadbear? Dreadbear is a Frankenstein-style Freddy and is pretty different to most animatronics we're familiar with in the franchise. You may think that he's a character made just for the DLC and nothing else, but I think it can definitely be argued that he's so much more. Of course, the main comparison is to the infamous Golden Freddy. Of course, Dreadbear is a play on the name Fredbear, they share similarities with their designs, and the entire Dreadbear DLC is centered around FNAF 4 imagery, which is of course where Fredbear and Crying Child play a huge role in. There are also smaller details like an It's Me Easter egg in the barn we see in the main hub, a phrase that has popularly been connected to Golden Freddy. And in Ultimate Custom Night, we see the Vengeful Spear or Golden Freddy travel to some unknown place where he finds old man consequences. OMC tries to reason with Golden Freddy to stop torturing William Afton in this purgatory or nightmare, but ultimately the player has the choice to drown in this red lake ending the Easter egg. And in this DLC, in a sense, we see the aftermath. Here there's a chance that the sky and lake will turn red. Look familiar? Then Dreadbear will rise from the red lake and will walk all the way to the barn where the It's Me Easter egg took place. That's right, this is Golden Freddy rising from the lake being given a new life. To further explain these ideas, I want to look at Narrow Raven's video on this DLC. The Afton family solves FNAF Curse of Dreadbear and so much more. So check out the full video here. Here he makes connections with Dreadbear to Fredbear and the Crying Child, and he even makes connections to Secret of the Mimic by exploring William's relationship with Edwin Murray. He also looks into how William would bring back the Crying Child by putting a frequency in his brain, some life and electricity to jumpstart it, where he would then put it into Fredbear, who would then later become Golden Freddy. In general, he brings up these really cool connections with multiple projects and games all centered around Curse of Dreadbear, so make sure to check out the full video. But with Dreadbear, I think these connections to FNAF 4, the Crying Child, and Golden Freddy are clear, and it's hard to try to take this character any other route. And this is just mainly using evidence from this DLC and past games, so when more games were released only supporting this idea, it easily left this mystery 100% solved. Now looking at the next solved mystery, this Vanny mask and the ending to the Dreadbear DLC. In the secret ending to the DLC, the player needs to unlock the Corn Maze minigame, where the player will then collect all 4 keys available instead of just the one. Once done, the player needs to go back to the spawn zone where they will find an entrance to a basement. Getting close to the entrance, the doors will automatically open, prompting the player to go downstairs. There, they will find a Game 1 banner alongside a white rabbit mask on a table. The player has the option to wear the mask, where they will then hear heavy breathing before the screen fades to black, and you will then be taken to the main menu. You can also view the mask in the collectibles area, and you can also wear it whenever you want. At the time, this felt like our first tease at the franchise's next big villain, the next Springtrap, the next William Afton. The rabbit mask shared clear similarities to Spring Bonnie and really to all of William's designs, so would this be the next murderous villain? Well, Game Theory made an amazing video on a possibility that was known as the Cult of Glitchtrap in the video FNAF, the Cult of Glitchtrap FNAF VR Curse of Dreadbear DLC. Here matpat was honestly pretty spot on with this rabbit mask from the end of the DLC, correctly predicting the name Vanny, Vannesa, and even her own Security Breach as the servant of William Afton or Glitchtrap. It's honestly surprising just how much Game Theory was accurately able to predict about this character in parts of the modern timeline. As I've said a couple of times, Vanny has become one of the main antagonists of the modern games, and has continued to have some role from Special Delivery all the way to Help Wanted 2. Although she wasn't in Secret of the Mimic, which makes sense since that game did take place in 1979, she did have a role in Ruin, which is where we don't really see Vanny at all, just as Vannesa. She's most likely working with Gregory to stop the Mimic, and they might have traveled back to the Pizzaplex to enable Mexus, which is why we find Gregory's backpack down in the sinkhole. She also showed up in the secret ending where Cassie wears the Vanny mask in front of this Fredbear cardboard cutout, where she is then put in this false reality where she escapes the Pizzaplex safely with Helpy, Gregory, and of course Vannesa happily sitting on this hillside. There are a lot of different opinions with Vannesa and her character, with most people agreeing that she wasn't utilized to her full potential even though she was being advertised as the next big bad of the series. This has gotten better as games have gone on, especially with Help Wanted 2 finally giving us some end to Vanny and her story. But what's next for this character? Well, when looking back at Game Theory's video, they bring up a possibility that didn't directly come true at the time Security Breach was released, but now it's looking more likely than ever to happen. matpat also theorized that there would not only be one but multiple followers under Glitchtrap's control, and that they would all be members of some cult, the cult of Glitchtrap. They would then commit the same crimes as Afton did in Security Breach. Now unfortunately this didn't exactly happen since we only had Vanny in the Pizzaplex, but now thanks to Ruin and Help Wanted 2, we actually learned there were dozens of Vanny masks. In Help Wanted 2 we learned that every employee would actually have their own Vanny mask, which is how they would travel between the fixed and destroyed parts of the Pizzaplex and of the sinkhole. In Ruin, Cassie also of course wears a Vanny mask, a mask that appears to be affecting her one way or another. So it's heavily theorized that in the next project that could have Abyss in its name, it would feature Cassie surviving the elevator fall, wearing the mask once more, and officially becoming the new Vanny under the Mimic's control. This could also mean that any employee or character from the modern timeline who has worn a Vanny mask has a chance of becoming the new Vanny, which would then result in dozens of people under Glitchtrap's, Williams, or even the Mimic's control, becoming new secondary antagonists just like matpat predicted so long ago. But with the mask itself in the Dreadbird DLC, 6 years later we know exactly how it would pay off in the form of Vanny with all these new games, and we might also be able to predict the future of these masks and with the character of Vanny. Now looking at the final solved mystery, which you could also argue is the first kind of solved mystery, the Afton family house and the FNAF 4 imagery. Oh, and of course Midnight Motorist. In the hub of the DLC you can find the exact same Afton family house from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. This is the first time we've seen this house since the game was initially released. It has the exact same shape and layout where the house sits on a hillside surrounded by trees and a forest. So what does this tell us? Well, it relates to another mystery I'll talk about next. This reveals to us that Fall Fest has always been near and right in front of the Afton family house this entire time. In the same area you can also find this car in front of the monitors that looks like a simple truck with white headlights to the player. But you can change this truck's headlights by pressing a hidden button which actually turns the car's headlights purple, which is an obvious reference to the Midnight Motorist minigame. From this confusing minigame it's assumed that this house is the Afton family house and that orange guy is actually purple guy who's driving a purple car. The same purple car from the Charlie minigame in FNAF 2 and the same car we see in the Dreadbird DLC. The headlights turning purple is a clear reference to the purple car in Midnight Motorist, which not only makes these two cars the same, but it also makes the setting and location identical as well. This confirms that the Midnight Motorist house is the Afton family house that we find in the distance and surrounded by a forest just like in Midnight Motorist. So if the cars and houses are the same, then what does this mean for Fall Fest and the setting in Midnight Motorist? Well, when lining up the layouts of the minigame for Midnight Motorist and for the Dreadbird DLC, the only place Fall Fest and its barn could be is in this clearing where we find the pile of dirt, which makes perfect sense as it's a wide enough area for the carnival and the pile of dirt could be here to represent where the barn used to be, meaning we know Fall Fest has to be near the Afton house and in this specific clearing next to the barn and next to the Midnight Motorist car. But the connection of Fall Fest to other locations doesn't stop there. When looking at the Help Wanted secret ending, we find a tease and setup to Security Breach where we find the Pizzaplex is under construction and is hiring, but that's not all. To the side of us and behind us we find the exact same car and barn that we could also find in the Fall Fest 83 event. The two cars are the exact same truck and even have the same imperfections in the same exact places. The barn also appears to be identical with their similar shape and overall design. The barn is to the left of the car just like it is in the Dreadbird DLC. They are clearly meant to be the same thing in the exact same area, which would mean that the Pizzaplex was constructed right in front of what would have been Fall Fest. But by this point in the timeline, Fall Fest is nothing but a simple clearing in a forest. This would also confirm that the Afton family house is somewhere off to the distance of the Pizzaplex. We even find the similar hills and mountains from the Dreadbird DLC where the house would have resided. But there's even more connections with the latest project, Secret of the Mimic. When focusing on the building of MCM where this game takes place and on the exterior of it, we find that the manor is surrounded by a forest, and to the side of the manor on top of a hillside we find yet another house. That's right, MCM and Secret of the Mimic take place in the exact same area I've been discussing in this video. It's surrounded by the exact same forest we've seen in the Dreadbird DLC and in the secret ending of Help Wanted. It's surrounded by the exact same mountain and hills that are no coincidence, as I believe this was also to connect MCM to the other locations from the franchise. And of course we find the same house, the house that sits on a hillside surrounded by trees, but there's one major difference. This is not the same house as the Afton's house. Yes, it's in the exact same area, but here in 1979 when this game takes place, this house or mansion actually belonged to Edwin Murray. In one of the endings for this game, we see a fire burn down the warehouse and the connecting mansion, which is where William Afton would come in and take over Edwin's life and property, including the house. So what if after the fire, William would save what was left of the mansion and would remodel it to the FNAF 4 house we all know and remember? During the good ending where Arnold is able to reset the Mimic's programming to mimic David by playing him a bedtime story, we get a glimpse of David's room. And of course this room is almost identical to the main room from FNAF 4 where all nights are played. They share a similar blue carpet, cabinets, and even patterns on the wall, and the closets where the Mimic and Foxy would come out of are almost identical, and most importantly, they both share these exact same toys. Toys that we have only ever seen in the FNAF 4 house that are once more returning in David's room. This just can't be a coincidence, and I think it's to tell us that they are the same. So after the MCM fire, William would fix what's left of the mansion and would create it into a smaller house with the same toys and style of room. So this house that appeared in the Dread Radio C 6 years later would be the key to connecting most locations and pizzerias, leaving this mystery solved. And now looking at the really only kind of solved mystery, what is Fall Fest? Like I said earlier with one of the other mysteries, here we learn that this DLC takes place within the Fall Fest Carnival, as the game's hub contains a banner advertising Fall Fest 1983. This is an entirely new event that takes place within the timeline that we've never seen before. Well, we kinda did in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator with this Spookfest poster, which we can assume is the same as Fall Fest. But of course at the time we couldn't imagine that it would be connected to this event in Help Wanted. So at the time this game was released, we knew absolutely nothing about Fall Fest, but now we know a lot, and I mean a lot more. We saw a poster for Fall Fest 1970 revealed in the Help Wanted 2 game hub, as we can also assume that the carousel minigames focusing around Moon where you have to fix the carousel while avoiding him, and the Carnage minigames where you shoot at targets with a phaser blast for points both took place in the Fall Fest Carnival itself. And up to this point we would only get more and more references and Easter eggs to this carnival. In Security Breach we found this arcade game of Balloon Boy which took place in a carnival, this poster advertising Fredbear's singing show. In Ruin we saw these carnival animal mascot suits, and even the Mimic wore a carnival lion suit in the Scooper ending. And now finally, with Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic being released, we now have concrete information on the Fall Fest Carnival. Here we learn that MCM had a part in making attractions for Fall Fest and for Fazbear. So wife of Edwin Murray, Fiona Murray, went to Fall Fest alongside the installation crew and supposedly died there. It's believed this was actually the work of William, like most things, luring Fiona to Fall Fest somehow, starting a fire that killed her and maybe others that would then make it all look like an accident. And this would all be an attempt to destroy Edwin's life and to take over his company and his land, things I've discussed in a couple of videos now. So we've gotten a mention of Fall Fest in every single FNAF project since Help Wanted, and it looks like it's something that will continue to make an appearance, but why? And that's just the big question we really can't answer. We know it was a recurring event in the timeline with Fall Fest 1983 and Fall Fest in the early 70s, being important in this DLC and in Secret of the Mimic, but even then we only get glances into this event and nothing more. Many of us, including myself, are still hoping we get some sort of Fall Fest DLC to Secret of the Mimic, or that it will even be a mainline game after we return to the Pizzaplex one more time in what's being known as Abyss. And really it just seems like we need one more dedicated project to this event, and one that will also feature the Mimic, especially in a lot of these endings where we just don't know what would happen to the Mimic or how he would end up trapped in the sinkhole decades later. Like in this bad ending, where did he wander off to in the forest? Maybe Fall Fest. So until then, although we have so much more information than we did at the time Help Wanted was out, a lot is still up in the air, leaving this mystery as kinda solved. So now that we've gone over every single mystery and if they've been solved or not, now we can finally answer the question centered around this entire video. Has FNAF Help Wanted been solved 6 years later? Yes, absolutely. If you want to have an exact number, taking the mysteries, 77.78 mysteries of Help Wanted have been solved, which is a way better ratio than Security Breach, as only 33% of that game had been solved. Now I could see some taking this number and saying that it's still just kinda solved, and in a sense I agree. But with every kinda solved mystery I discussed, I think we're so close to solving them as really a DLC or a new game could have everything we need to find an answer to mysteries like Glitch Trap and Fall Fest. But even then, I still believe this game has been solved, and this is also just my interpretation. At this point we've gotten 2 Help Wanted games, and don't worry, we'll get to Help Wanted 2 in this series eventually. So what does the future hold? Will we get Help Wanted 3? Will we get a DLC to Help Wanted 2, which is still notably missing? Well, this is harder to say. Obviously Stugo is still part of VR projects, since the VR port of Secret of the Mimic is still supposed to be released, so why wouldn't they make a DLC or Help Wanted 3? I could see Help Wanted 3 being our Fall Fest game, and I'm sure we'll get even more VR projects with this franchise. Now let's take a look at FNAF Special Delivery, which was also released more than 6 years ago, and in my opinion is the most forgotten FNAF game from the series. The canonicity of this game has even heavily been debated, with some arguing that only parts of this game are canon, like how it sets up Security Breach, while others argue that it should not be regarded as canon and that it should simply be ignored. So like with FNAF Help Wanted, have we solved FNAF AR? For a brief history on FNAF AR and on its lore, this game would release after Help Wanted and would be the project right before FNAF Security Breach. Before we would get this game, small teaser images would be released, like this image showcasing Freddy, Chica, and Fox inside of a home. There would also be smaller puzzle teaser images that when put together would reveal another teaser featuring Foxy, Circus Baby, and Springtrap alongside a colored in version of this puzzle. Then on September 16th we would get our very first teaser trailer, a table in a room with Chica's cupcake, Foxy's hook, Bonnie's bow tie, and Freddy's mic mic with a phone at the center of the table. The phrase "It's me" would then proceed to flash on the phone while Freddy's shadow would begin to creep over the screen. On October 15, 2019, we would get the second teaser trailer featuring the same table and phone from the first one, but this time the phone would flash the messages "Hello and I will find you." Finally, on November 25th, 2019, we would get a launch trailer that featured none other than Markiplier as an announcer for Fazbear's Entertainment, showcasing the Fazbear Funtime delivery service. This trailer would take place in the real world and would feature the entire AR aspect that made this FNAF game pretty unique. Animatronics like Foxy, Chica, Balloon Boy, and Freddy would all arrive at this house while this person obviously tries to get away, and the trailer would then end with a jump scare from Circus Baby, which also brings me to the lore of the game. Here you're playing as a subscriber of the Eternal Funtime Special Delivery Service, where Fazbear Entertainment is kindly sending out different animatronics to you. But of course they're either malfunctioning or acting violent, so use your flashlight and shock the animatronics to reset them, where you can then collect them in your workshop. You can also collect an endoskeleton which is customizable in your workshop. You can then deploy that animatronic to collect parts and to salvage parts from other animatronics, which definitely makes me think of FNAF Pizzeria Simulator and that salvage process. You can also collect Remnant, which is what powers the animatronics while having a face Shadow Bonnie, a huge aspect of this game we'll get back to soon. Now the lore can honestly be seen in a couple of ways, one being with the animatronics. Animatronics that were supposed to be destroyed or freed by this point are new animatronic skins that might have deeper meanings. There are also emos, which is what most people remember from this game, as these emos include huge lore drops that told us about characters or stories that would then play off in Security Breach and in other FNAF games. And finally, there was an entire DLC to this game that I feel is more forgotten than the base game, a DLC that seemed to be exclusive to just FNAF AR's lore. Now this could have happened because of the price of the DLC when it was initially released, which was $20, while the base game was free, or because at the point it was released, it felt like most fans had already sadly moved on. Especially with FNAF AR shutting down on March 14th, 2025, this DLC was left behind, but trust me, there's a lot of interesting lore here that I can't wait to talk about. So now that you hopefully have a general idea of FNAF AR and on its lore, now we can look at a list of mysteries that I believe make up this game. Now this list can totally be debated, but this is just my interpretation, as I think these are at the core of the lore and especially with what they set up with future games and characters. So number one, we have the animatronics. Not only are we seeing animatronics that shouldn't even exist anymore, but we're seeing specific animatronics return which may or may not have a greater meaning that once again connects to future games like Security Breach. Number two, we have the emails. What do these emails tell us? How do they connect to other games like Help Wanted and Security Breach? Well, soon we'll go over every set of emails to find out. Number three, Golden Freddy. Now this is an animatronic that I think deserved its own category on this list because of how odd it is we're even seeing Golden Freddy at all in this game. So why? Is it the vengeful spirit or crying child coming back once more? Does this have anything to do with Remnant or its programming? We'll find out soon because I think Golden Freddy had to be added for a very specific reason. Number four, the Dark Circus Encore DLC. This circus themed DLC introduced a new and pretty unique setting for this game alongside some new animatronics that may have a meaning to their designs. So what are the animatronics? What is this circus? Does it somehow connect to another infamous circus that we all know about at this point? But finally, we have number five, Remnant and Shadow Bonnie. Remnant has always been a crucial aspect of the FNAF franchise with small references here and there throughout the games and books. But with FNAF Special Delivery, because Remnant and Shadow Bonnie both finally take center stage, we get more information about Remnant and why we would even need to be collecting it. So we have our history, recap of the lore, and now our list of mysteries. So now we can go one by one answering which ones are solved while also bringing up videos that had a huge role in understanding this game. One last thing before we move on to the mysteries, please make sure to check out my latest game concept, What If FNAF Help Wanted was a classic FNAF game. This is my best video yet in my opinion that is a fully animated game concept going over the gameplay, mechanics, characters, nights, endings, Easter eggs, secrets, minigames, and so much more. So I really would appreciate it a lot if you checked it out and left your thoughts in the comments, but back to the video. And now looking at the first mystery on this list, the animatronics and the lore behind them. Now at the surface, it may not seem like Chocolate Bonnie has any lore, but trust me, as a whole, there is, okay? By this point in the timeline, every animatronic besides the modern ones who haven't even been introduced yet have either been destroyed, burned in a fire, or had their souls freed from their animatronic. So with someone like Toy Bonnie from Five Nights at Freddy's 2, who last appeared in FNAF 3 as scraps in this box located in the office, how is it possible they're returning in FNAF AR? Well, through emails and details, this game tells us that these are new animatronics being built by partners and contractors for Fazbear for the new Funtime service. So this is not the same Toy Bonnie from FNAF 2, and this would apply to every single animatronic we see, especially the skins to these animatronics like Liberty Chica, as these are new animatronics being made. The partners who are making these animatronics do have some lore of their own that we'll get back to soon, but I also think it's worth mentioning that these his new animatronics to genuinely believe that they are the same as the old ones, a fact probably because of how the programming was designed.
Did you know I used to be a real rock star?
This almost makes us yearn for the days of the Kids Cove. Never again. Never, never, ever, never. I know they said I couldn't be put back together, but see how wrong they were?
There's also a new feature with these animatronics the hand unit in the game specifically point out, called Anim Stealth. This feature allows the animatronics to turn invisible when they're in front of the player. But why? Why would this technology be implemented into animatronics that are a part of an entertainment service, where they would mainly be performing for birthday parties and for children? Popular theories suggest that this technology was inspired by Michael Afton himself and his animatronics that were made to kill, like the Fun Times, where someone like Circus Baby was designed to scoop children into her stomach when they were alone. We can imagine that this Anim Stealth feature would be used in malicious ways, and we actually know of scenarios where these animatronics were probably used to hurt people thanks to the emails that we'll get back to soon. So if this is right, how much of William's technology were they able to copy? Well, this just takes us into a number of rabbit hole theories where someone close to William in the earlier parts of the timeline would come back in the modern lore in the games like in FNAF AR and Security Breach and would reintroduce William himself and his technology since they knew him. We could bring up anyone like Miss Afton or Michael Afton taking the role as the new CEO of Fazbear Entertainment, since we know these modern games also put a spotlight on this mysterious new CEO. Now, I could definitely be looking too deep into this feature, as it could just be here to explain the AR gameplay where they teleport around you, but nonetheless it's still interesting to think about. When taking a look at specific animatronics, all of the toy animatronics are highlighted as having new facial recognition technology, just like in FNAF 2, but for some reason all of them are malfunctioning and going haywire, like Toy Freddy, who is deemed not safe for the service. Now, this could also contradict what I just said about William's tech still being in place, since it seems that they're just not able to recreate his original technology as they're clearly failing. Mangle is also described to not be working like the original, where they could climb on the walls like a spider. You could argue this is evidence of Mangle and the other toys being possessed, as the reason they can't recreate Mangle's original features is because she was possessed and haunted, allowing her to climb on walls and move freely. But at the same time, there is an email where the client describes how difficult the construction of Mangle has been compared to when the original animatronic was created, which is the reason she can't act like the original. It could honestly go either way in that sense, and I personally like the idea of it proving the toys are possessed. Another animatronic I want to take a closer look at is 8-Bit Circus Baby, probably the most random part of this game that doesn't really fit with any other design or character, as I think she might be supporting evidence to Arcade Theory. Arcade Theory comes from Gibby Horror Homestead, who is someone that needs no introduction, a theory saying that the arcade machines in the FNAF universe are haunted or possessed the exact same way the animatronics are. The ghosts are connected to the machines, and the human characters in the FNAF world can actually play them. So for example, the reason at the end of FNAF 6 we have images from this minigame is because they are real in-universe diegetic games that the characters can see. So you can watch this video to get the full context. I already made a video going over how the latest book, Ticket to Fun, can support this theory, but now I want to look at 8-Bit Circus Baby. If this is an actual animatronic of some sort that we're seeing inside of the FNAF universe, this could suggest that a version of the Sister Location Circus Baby minigame exists as an arcade machine. A game where people inside of FNAF could play and would be inspired to add 8-Bit Circus Baby as an animatronic to the special delivery service. We can even say that the arcade is somehow haunted by Elizabeth's soul, or at least a part of her soul that would show how she was killed by Circus Baby. Similar to how we can also theorize an arcade machine showing Charlie's death also exists inside the FNAF world, because we saw the 8-Bit sprite inside the FNAF book I mentioned earlier. But like a lot of things with this game, this could just be a fun and interesting skin to a character. So finally, I want to look at Springtrap, who I almost considered giving his own segment, just because there's a lot going on with this character. Like with any other animatronic here, this Springtrap from FNAF AR is not the same Springtrap from FNAF 3, especially since by this point he would be Scraptrap, who would then be burned in the FNAF 6 fire. Even the game itself highlights just how weird this is through an email, and I quote, "Hey Tristan, we've been getting some weird reports here in customer service that I don't really know how to respond to. A handful of our more hardcore users of the service have been reporting service calls from an animatronic that isn't appearing anywhere in our database. Some kind of vintage Bonnie model. A couple of people have mentioned a really bad smell from it as well. Is it possible some old second-hand model somehow made it onto our deployment rotation? This clearly is not an animatronic made by these contractors, so the question of his return still stands. Well, what if a certain someone is trying to recreate Springtrap, and what happens happened to William. This certain someone would use the animatronics to hunt and kidnap people, as in an email we know someone was giving animatronics commands and disabling their safety features. They would then recreate various spring lock incidents, since we know that this someone had no problem harming people based on their alarming search history we learned once again from the emails. These attempts at recreating the spring lock incident would be experiments and trial runs to ultimately bring back William in the form of Burntrap, but that's just a theory. A game! Well, this is honestly just an explanation and idea that I have for Springtrap returning, and trust me, I know this theory has a ton of holes, which is why I just quickly wanted to throw it out there. Like, where would this person get other Spring Bonnie suits from if we know this type of animatronic was not created by Fazbear's partners? And if someone was actually spring locked, the process for them to become Springtrap should take years and even decades. So what if this is actually William himself in some way returning before he was moved to Burntrap? Many assume that the Springtrap shell is not the same as the Scraptrap one, so what if William's corpse was somehow transferred back into the original shell? This shell could even be the one we saw in the Sister Location ending that presumably took place after the FNAF 3 fire. But now I really am just throwing thoughts out there since it's hard to find a concrete answer, but I like the idea of using it to explain how William would come back as Burntrap, if we're saying he's not the Mimic, which is a debate on its own. But one last thing I want to bring up is that Springtrap shares lines with some of the other animatronics from Ultimate Custom Night.
You will not be spared. You will not be saved. You will not be spared. You will not be saved.
I could see this as some evidence telling us that William or even a part of William escaped this nightmare and is back. That's why we're hearing familiar lines he heard over and over as he was being tortured. But again, this is just some idea I wanted to throw out there. Now, in general, we can use the other animatronics to answer mysteries from later games, like with Tangle or the Blob, as one of the most popular theories around this character suggests that the remnant and shells of the animatronics from FNAF AR are what's fueling the Blob we see in Security Breach and in Ruin. This is why we see animatronics like Circus Baby and Funtime Freddy when they should have been Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby. But as a whole, although a few animatronics are harder to solve than other ones, and we might be able to use them to solve other mysteries with the animatronics themselves, Special Delivery does tell us everything we need to know about them, leaving this mystery as 100% solved. Now looking at the second mystery, the emails. There are actually a good amount of different emails throughout this game, and I've already gone over a few of them in the animatronics section. So instead of going through all of them one by one, I'll summarize the main points of these emails that mainly tell us about two things, Vanessa and the glitch. With the first set of emails, we learn about an IT employee of Fazbear that has been emailing someone by the name of Ness about their alarming search history that has caused concern. Now these are crazy things being searched up that I'll pull up on screen here that Luis funny enough thinks are for a movie being made by Ness. I think these search histories are slowly showing us how Ness, or now as we know as Vanessa, is slowly diving into madness. These are violent searches that I use when talking about Springtrap, as of course that someone I discussed was Vanessa, who if they're already being controlled by the glitchtrap virus, it's this virus corrupting her mind to become just like William, and to bring it back with Burntrap and possibly even with Springtrap. Most importantly, from the set of emails, we also find out she is trying to push a virus packet into the systems as underscore Pizzaplex with IT credentials he actually stole. So Vanessa is actively trying to push what is most likely the glitchtrap virus. With the last set of emos, Luis ends up saying this to Vanessa. Please let me know you're okay. There's a package here for you from a fabric company. Are you making a costume? This is directly setting up Vanessa suiting up as Vanny. This fabric suit would become one of the new faces of the modern games, and this was all teased thanks to FNAF AR. Looking at the next set of emos, they are in a way following up Vanessa posing as an IT worker. Here, a tech contracting company for Fazbear Entertainment, which is most likely responsible for working on the new animatronics and on the special delivery technology, get a virus sent to them through an animatronic. With this email, we learn that one of the employees had to remove the shelling of an animatronic, which is unknown, and would then take the circuit board from said animatronic, and they would then have the team upload it onto their computers. This would of course lead them to finding a virus on their systems. This scares them, so naturally they contact V_A from Fazbear, who is the IT person, to help them. They apparently clear out the virus entirely and are able to isolate the virus into one place before completely eliminating it, essentially saving the company. But then out of nowhere, the animatronics are being controlled by someone else and their safety features are turned off by said person. The company freaks out and have no idea what to do, and this is when we stop seeing emails from them. Now there are a few things worth mentioning about these emails. First, what animatronic contained this circuit board with a virus? At first I thought someone like the Mimic himself would make sense, but this email specifically highlights having to remove the shelling with a power tool, meaning it can't just be an endoskeleton. Another idea is that it could be a vintage Spring Bonnie prototype animatronic or really any older other animatronic that still exists containing this virus. Or it could just be some random animatronic that Vanessa would plant a circuit board that already had the virus as some sort of trap, since she is of course V_A. Now the other question is, what is this virus? The reason I bring this up is because in Help Wanted, which takes place before this game, we learn how a contractor for Fazbear sent vintage circuit boards to the VR team so could then be uploaded into the game to speed up the process, which is how Glitchtrap came to be. But this does not match up with the description in FNAF AR, so are these two separate viruses? Well, the way I view it is that the virus described in FNAF AR is just a strain of the Glitchtrap virus. Vanessa would make a copy from the original and would then give it to this new company. So they're both Glitchtrap, and who knows how many copies of this virus actually exist. Like in Help Wanted 2 and in Ruin, where many believe that Helpy is a strand of the Glitchtrap virus and had a role in freeing the Mimic. With Vanessa being able to control the animatronics, what if this was most likely to hurt and maybe even murder people? Maybe it's these animatronics she used to kidnap and kill the other children seen in Security Breach in one of the endings, as we know there are other missing children. With the final set of emos, we really only get more information on how the glitch is infecting Fazbear's systems and kicking people out of their computers and etc. The other main takeaway is that an email highlights how Vanessa was promoted to head of security, a fact also highlighted in Security Breach, where other employees found this strange because she didn't have the required qualifications. So both these instances once again point us to the CEO, who is the one that even made this decision. But as a whole, we know exactly how every major point from these emos would pay off in the form of Glitchtrap and Vanessa as Vanny, leaving this mystery as solved. Moving on to my personal favorite mystery and probably the most complicated one, Golden Freddy. Now there are a couple of different ways that you could view this character and where their story ended. I'd say that most people have the belief that there are two souls inside the animatronic, one being the crying child and the other being Cassidy. The crying child would most likely be freed in the Happiest Day event, while Cassidy wouldn't necessarily move on and would continue to torture William Afton in a purgatory or nightmare that is Ultimate Custom Night. This is also the last time we saw Golden Freddy, so like Springtrap, how and why are they back? When first taking a look at their design, it's pretty different from any other iteration of Golden Freddy that we've previously seen. It's the closest in design to the FNAF 1 Golden Freddy, but even then it looks new and shiny, which leads me to believe that it is a new animatronic created by one of the partner companies for the delivery service. So if this is a new animatronic, then why is it clearly possessed or haunted? In the actual gameplay portion, when you're trying to shock him, he twitches, makes your screen glitch, seems to actually be teleporting unlike the other animatronics that only go invisible. The head of Golden Freddy flashes on your screen similar to FNAF 1, and we even see the infamous "It's me" message also flashing on your screen. But that's not all. On the promotional material, like in the teasers and trailers, we see the letter C, like in the teaser where someone that starts with the letter C is sending us a message. So could this C stand for Cassidy, one of the souls inside Golden Freddy, which to me would confirm that not only is the animatronic possessed, but that Cassidy is also coming back. Here she would return to stop William, who at this point has also come back. Cassidy would just possess whatever Golden Freddy animatronic was made for the service and would begin her hunt for William. Now this is definitely a strong possibility and would make sense for the most part, besides one thing. Why don't we see Golden Freddy anywhere else in the modern FNAF games? In Help Wanted, Golden Freddy is notably missing. We don't even have a cameo or reference to this character. Now you could argue that they do come back in Princess Quest, which was in the mobile port of Help Wanted, in the form of the princess, as in Security Breach the princess was originally named Cassidy in the game files. However, this was quickly changed, which could suggest that she's not supposed to be Golden Freddy and is instead another character like Vanessa. But you know, my reboot of Help Wanted, they are the same, which you should totally check out here. I know, another shameless plug, I'm sorry. In Security Breach and in the games that follow, it's also hard to argue that they have any role. Sure, you could say that they're present through other animatronics or characters, but why isn't there a direct return as it is in FNAF AR? Why would we only see her through parallels or something else instead of just seeing Golden Freddy? Especially if you want to argue that William comes back in the form of Burntrap in the real world. Well, another idea I came up with is that this new animatronic and its programming is simply mimicking Golden Freddy. See what I did there? Just like Toy Bonnie or Mangle, Golden Freddy would actually believe it's the original animatronic. It could even be a situation similar to the VR Help Wanted game, where that game was being fed information from Fazbear Entertainment. So what if Golden Freddy's program was fed all of the information they had on this animatronic, information that most likely described it as haunted or possessed? We already know the general public knew of Golden Freddy thanks to the newest book, Ticket to Fun, where in the crossword puzzle using the UV light, it revealed kids quote-unquote saw an another Freddy, and that the hidden word reads golden. So this wouldn't be Cassidy returning, a golden Freddy isn't possessed, it's just the programming acting that way. But trust me, this theory also has its flaws, like the "it's me" flashing on your screen or just the details in general that makes him seem possessed. My best explanation is that illusion discs are totally at play. But for a final mini theory or possibility, what if its programming was similar to the circuit board that contained the glitch virus where, for the theory's sake, William's soul was possessing the circuit board? Here somehow her soul could possess the golden Freddy chip we see here using the same reasoning as before, coming back to hunt William. Or again, somehow, which I know is a little lazy to say, but this is just throwing an idea out there that I don't even know I would fully call a theory. What if its programming itself created some supernatural virus similar to Glitch Trap? But now I want to look at another version of Golden Freddy in this game that's also part of the DLC we'll talk about next, Great Escape Golden Freddy. Here design-wise, Great Escape Golden Freddy is similar to the base Golden Freddy, still being yellow but with a darker shade. His head is also withered, which reminds me of his FNAF 2 design. It's also worth noting that his eye sockets are completely empty, with holes going through the endoskeleton head, since I think this can be an answer to his possession or not. There are chains running around his body, which I'll come back to later, and his legs have 2 balls and chains on them, keeping him from really moving. So what's special here? Well, I think a really cool and interesting take on this Golden Freddy comes from Toast in the video We Miss Lore and FNAF Special Delivery AR, FNAF Theory, which I'll also bring up in the DLC portion. Here not only does Toast go over the clear connections to another carnival from this series, but they also come to the conclusion that this is Cassidy returning once more for this DLC. Because Great Escape Golden Freddy is inside this tank of water, obviously trying to escape, Toast draws connections to the drowning story from the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, where a girl who gets trapped in a VR water park experience attempts to be drowned by a ghost girl who's trying to pull her into the water. Many theorize that Cassidy is the ghost girl because of the strong correlation drowning has with his character. Of course, there's a connection to the Ultimate Consequences ending from Ultimate Custom Night, where Golden Freddy or Cassidy drowns themselves in this red lake after talking to OMC, which is what ends this minigame. I also want to bring up how we might have seen the results of this in the Help Wanted Dreadbird DLC. Here there's an Easter egg where the sky and lake next to you both turn red, which already looks like the Ultimate Consequences ending. Then there's a chance that Dreadbird will rise from the lake and will continue to walk all the way to the bar next to the player. So what if Dreadbird is actually Cassidy rising from the lake being given a new life? This would technically be Cassidy returning in Help Wanted, which would then lead to AR where she's back in a Golden Freddy show looking for William. But looking back to this video, they bring up more connections to Cassidy, drowning, and OMC like in Ruin with these caves, and even a connection to this Glamrock Freddy statue. At the end of the Carnival DLC, we see a broken Golden Freddy on the ground with the chain still running across his body, and at the start of Ruin, we see this broken Glamrock Freddy statue on the ground with chains wrapped around their body, just like Golden Freddy. Now this could just be a parallel, or this is the game's way of telling us that Cassidy is still present in the modern lore in games like Ruin. But finally, Toast comes to the conclusion that the reason Cassidy is even vengeful is because she was drowned by William. The way she was murdered is what made her vengeful and different from the other children, a pretty interesting theory. When looking back at the design itself, what if this tied up Golden Freddy that even seems trapped is to tell us that that's exactly what's happening to Cassidy? Because William is still roaming around somewhere, Cassidy instinctively has to follow him and try to maybe stop him. Like this Golden Freddy, she can't escape. Even after we defeat Golden Freddy, we get this cutscene that I already went over, but at the very end, his eyes still glow blue. Remember, this Golden Freddy doesn't even have eyes or eye sockets, so how are their eyes even glowing? To me, it seems like strong evidence for possession and for something supernatural. The reason his eyes are still glowing blue is because Cassidy is trapped and still can't escape if William is at large, perfectly represented through this design. But this just brings me right back to a point I made earlier. If Cassidy really is back, then where are they? When looking at the mystery as a whole, this is the only thing stopping me from saying it's solved. If Cassidy is making such a prominent return here, why not anywhere else? But regardless, we can begin to theorize a lot about this character and make connections to past and future games that followed, which is why I would say that Golden Freddy is kinda solved. Now moving on to a mystery that I feel is even more forgotten than AR itself, the Dark Circus Encore DLC. As I said earlier, this was a DLC that could be bought for $20 when it was initially released, and would feature exclusive animatronics in this carnival themed setting. Here you had to face Ringmaster Foxy, Ballora, which is an interesting choice for this DLC, and Great Escape Golden Freddy, who I just went over. With FNAF AR in general, there are also just a good amount of carnival themed skins, like Magician Mangle and Clown Springtrap, which is honestly one of his coolest designs that I'm surprised wasn't in this carnival DLC. When looking at the setting where gameplay takes place, it's your classic wooden wall, the bright lights and colors, circus design building. Some small things I noticed through gameplay videos, since we unfortunately can't play it ourselves anymore, are that there were frame photos of the 3 animatronics like this one of Golden Freddy, which makes me think that this was a dedicated booth to these 3 animatronics, and that there maybe could have been other booths in this carnival with other set of animatronics. Of course, course there are also carnival props everywhere and props that are a part of the animatronics and the performance like Golden Freddy's tank. But the DLC consists of completing puzzles in the carnival that will then lead you to one of the cutscenes of the 3 animatronics before having to complete a boss battle defeating them. I wouldn't really say the other 2 cutscenes possibly have some lore like Golden Freddy's did, since we're only really seeing the animatronics charging at us and then being defeated and destroyed, and none of their eyes light up. By now, hopefully all this carnival and circus discussion has reminded you of another certain carnival we first actually learned about in FNAF 6 and has continued to be referenced in every modern game since then, Fall Fest. We first technically saw Fall Fest and Pizzeria Simulator as Spookfest, but at this time none of us could imagine what this meant. Then we saw Fall Fest in the Help Wanted a Dreadbird DLC. Here we learn that this DLC takes place within the Fall Fest carnival itself, as the game hub contains a banner advertising Fall Fest 1983. We then saw a poster for Fall Fest 1970 revealed in the Help Wanted 2 Games hub, as we can also assume that the Carousel minigame and the Carny minigame both take place in the Fall Fest carnival itself. In Security Breach, we found this arcade game of Balloon Boy which took place in a carnival, this poster advertising Fredbear's singing show. In Ruin, we saw these carnival animal mascot suits, and even the Mimic wore a carnival lion suit in the Scooper ending. And now finally, with the latest game, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic being released, we now have concrete information on the Fall Fest carnival and how it's connected to a certain fire. And a fire in Fall Fest is actually something we've seen happen a lot for some reason. In Help Wanted, we were introduced to Grim Foxy in the Corn Maze minigame, a fiery version of Foxy that some can see as the aftermath of a fire. Then in Help Wanted 2, both the Carny and Carousel minigames result in a fire. In the Carousel level, after completing the hard mode of it, a fire will begin to burn around you and will slowly consume the attraction. And in an outside view of this level, we actually see that the fire started from this barn to the side and slowly made its way to the player. With Carny, after completing the FNAF 2 level, Dreadbird's arm will snap off, causing sparks to go flying, which will then result in a fire. Carny and the surrounding attractions are then slowly consumed by this fire. And finally, in Secret of the Mimic, we learn of Edwin Murray, owner of Murray's Costume Manor, who is a contracting business for Fazbear Entertainment. And we learn that his wife, who also had a large part in this company, Fiona Murray, died in a Fall Fest fire. We know this because of voice lines where she traveled there for some unknown reason and never made it back. And because of details in the Moon.exe minigame where we find a burned Fiona statue in front of a Fall Fest globe. And because of Big Top from this game, as he tells us that Fall Fest took Fiona. So we honestly know a lot about this fire, but how does all this relate to FNAF AR? Well, this was actually pointed out to me in Raito's video that I just talked about, that there are a lot, and I mean a lot of explosives or fireworks in this carnival area that could have easily led to some fire. We don't literally see a fire happen, but the comedic amount of explosives made it seem like one was gonna happen at any moment. So there are a couple of things we need to answer. First, is this event actually Fall Fest? If so, which one? Well, for me, it's just hard to believe that this wouldn't be Fall Fest. Why make this carnival themed DLC if it wasn't to point us towards a certain direction? Now, at the same time, I can also see the argument that this is in a way a parody event, just like in FNAF Help Wanted, which was brought up by Raito's. This would make fun of the quote-unquote fictitious events of Fazbear's past like Fall Fest and the fact that there was ever a fire. However, this would also mean that animatronics featured in this DLC like Golden Freddy might not be real, which is something I have a hard time agreeing with. But for the sake of theorizing, let's say that this is a real Fall Fest event, which could mean that this is modern Fall Fest. We've only really learned about Fall Fest events from the past dating back to 1970, but it is very likely that it also exists alongside modern locations and pizzerias. In the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, which I know is a debate on its own in terms of their canonicity, we learn about an annual autumn carnival-like event that takes place alongside the Pizzaplex. So could this be our first look at Fall Fest that takes place right before the Pizzaplex is opened? Which is only further evidence that someone like Golden Freddy is still around in the modern timeline. But another way to look at this is of course that it takes place in the past, anywhere from 1970 to really 1987. So what if we want to say that this somehow takes place during the fire that killed Fiona? Something else I should mention is that it's believed that William Afton was responsible for the fire that killed Fiona, due to evidence like in the Carny level where the hard mode of this level takes place after the fire. Here everything around you is burned to the ground except Springtrap, who is the main threat here, suggesting that after the Fall Fest fire, William would be the only one who survived. So here in Special Delivery, William could have possibly started the fire from where a bunch of explosives were already laid out for him. He would light them all before getting away. In the Carousel minigames, we can even go as far to say that this barn to the side where the fire even starts is actually the building from FNAF AR, filled with different animatronics and would just be another attraction to the carnival as a whole. But this is a bit more far-stretched, I will admit. Another cool thing to point out from Raito's video is their theory that because we see Ballora, assuming this DLC takes place in the past, this could suggest that the fun times actually happened much earlier in the timeline than any of us had thought. This is from its own theory by Raito's that the fun times actually came from Fall Fest, which would again take place way earlier in the timeline. And now the FNAF 2 movie could even support this in a way, where we of course saw Circus Baby herself in William Afton's workshop, who even appears to have green eyes, meaning she is possessed. This presumably happens very early in the timeline, even before the missing children incident, again suggesting the fun times were invented earlier than any of us could have imagined, which has its own complications. But back to this mystery, we definitely know more about Fall Fest than we did at the time it was first released, but it still feels like we're missing a dedicated game to this event, like one that takes place in the modern timeline. It just feels like we really need one more project to really answer questions we all have, which to me leaves this mystery as kinda solved. Now moving on to the final mystery of the list, we have Remnant and Shadow Bonnie. In the franchise, we can describe Remnant as a type of energy substance infused with the souls and memories of those who possess the animatronics. Before this point, we would only get references here and there, but it never took center stage like it did here in FNAF Special Delivery. As described earlier, Remnant is described as bright lights around you that you need to collect using your flashlight to draw it in. We're also warned of a shadowy remnant that is trying to guard the remnant, which of course we know is Shadow Bonnie. Remnant is then used to power up the animatronics. So what is there to solve? Well, I think first this game just flat out tells us that Shadow Bonnie is pure remnant, not an illusion or a real animatronic, but just a shadowy remnant. This is something we've theorized for a while, but this game finally confirms it, and I think it's the exact same reason why we don't see Shadow Freddy. Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie have always been associated together, so why not this time? Well, I think that Shadow Freddy is an actual suit and animatronic, and not just remnant like Shadow Bonnie. And just when comparing their designs, a Shadow Freddy seems to have some texture and is more purple than just a shadow. Even in the FNAF movie, which I know is probably its own continuity, here we see Shadow Freddy as a real animatronic suit that Max gets stuffed inside of. So I think FNAF AR single-handedly ended the debate of Shadow Bonnie and might even prove to us that Shadow Freddy is not made of remnant. Another thing worth noting is that all this means that Fazbear Entertainment openly and actively knows of remnant as if it's just some casual thing. We can theorize William knew of remnant somewhat early on, and that it played a part when making the fun times and maybe also had a role with some of his murders. So at the same time, we can also assume he wasn't just giving this information out to everyone like Henry or even to his family. So how does his own company end up finding out? This is like my 4th time doing this, but it could be someone close to him who would come back to form the LLC of Fazbear and would create the Pizzaplex. Someone who would need remnant. But besides this, where did all of this remnant come from? Remnant is soul energy that most likely comes from murdered people. So that would mean all this remnant we're seeing here had to have come from somewhere. As I theorized earlier, could this remnant have come from murdered people used in Springlock experiments? Or it's the remnant from the other missing children that we learn about in one of these endings? Or it's even remnant from employees of the Pizzaplex that we also learned were murdered? There's a lot of possibilities, and I'm surprised where this remnant came from wasn't explored further. But what does this all mean for Shadow Bonnie guarding the remnant? Well, what if he's acting as some sort of protector over remnant that would come from children? A parallel to how the puppet was supposedly the protector over the other murdered children. It's hard to find some other explanation besides that they would want the remnant for themselves for some reason, but I like the idea of him being some sort of protector as it fits better with the FNAF narrative. But that's really all we have to look at, making it the shortest mystery on the list. Sure, we can look at other theories around remnant in other games or projects, but really for this video, I just wanted to look at remnant in this game and what it tells us. And in my opinion, it's pretty straightforward with us about what it is and what it's doing in this specific game, easily allowing me to say that this mystery has been solved. So with all that said, have we solved the Five Nights at Freddy's AR Special Delivery? Well, we have 5 mysteries, 3 of them are solved while the other 2 are kinda solved, meaning 60% of this game has been solved, which is a pretty good ratio in my opinion. We can compare that to the 33% of Security Breach that was solved, which honestly was less than I was expecting, and 77% of Help Wanted that was solved, which makes much more sense to me. Now before I beg you guys to subscribe, I want to talk about cut content. Some of you may have noticed that I do bring up cut emails from this game and in a sense treat them as canon. The reason I do this is because the emails tell us a story, and I feel that removing a small part of that story like a cut email, ultimately the wider story itself stays the same. So for example, even if the email where Vanny receives the suit was cut, we still know she becomes Vanny and would have to be handed the suit one way or another. But I totally understand if you disagree with using cut content, and usually I wouldn't, but here I just think it still works. So with all that said, have we solved this game? I'd say yes for the most part. There are some mysteries that we still haven't solved, but the majority of the game is, and how it connects to future projects. Intermission time, halfway there, and we still have a lot left to discuss, including the bonus content near the end of the video, so stay tuned. But I wanted to take some time to say thank you all for the massive support on the channel, and to everyone up here on screen who stayed to the very end of this video and commented down below a secret phrase. None of this would be possible without you guys, so again, thank you. Also make sure to check out the latest episodes to the Silver Platter podcast and other videos on the channel. But let's get back to it by now looking at FNAF Security Breach and Ruin. For an overview of the history of Security Breach, it really started with FNAF AR and Help Wanted. Special Delivery introduced us to emails between employees of Fazbear's Entertainment that included someone by the name Ness, and most emails were about a virus infiltrating company computer systems. Of course, we all know how this would pay off later, but most importantly, our first real teaser was at the end of the Help Wanted update. When walking outside this store, instead of following Glitch Trap, you would find the Pizzaplex under construction with a billboard from Fazbear's Entertainment right in front of it that read, "Now hiring." We would then get teaser images that included our first look at the Pizzaplex, the 4 main glamrock animatronics, and even Vanny. We then got our first teaser trailer September 16, 2020, showcasing the Pizzaplex and the franchise's supposed new villain. We would then get 2 more trailers on January 12th, 2021 and in February of 2021, before we'd get our final trailer on October 27th of that same year, revealing the release date and various aspects of gameplay. Finally, on December 16th, Security Breach was released, with its fair share of issues that I'm sure you've seen be discussed by now, but of course, what people were also talking about was the lore. And to give you a history lesson on the lore of Security Breach, here's Neo Nobody.
FNAF Security Breach has a eventful history when it comes to theorizing about its lore. With this game came a brand new generation of FNAF fans, which also was a brand new generation of theorists, along with matpat seemingly heading the way towards any general fans basis of the lore. You also had newcomers Mr. Naff, and also Tall, Dark, and Toasty himself. But that aside, Security Breach took a while for the theorists to fully wrap their head around, because you had rooms that looked like this, combined with gameplay that looked like this. But eventually matpat threw his hat into the ring with the Gregbot theory, the theory that Gregory is a robot version of the crying child. This theory, later shortened down to the nickname Gregbot, was very controversial and very memed upon in the community. A lot of people threw away actual evidence towards this theory just for the simple fact of, I don't like this idea, therefore it shouldn't be canon, therefore matpat's wrong. But over time, people did begin to accept it, and nowadays in the FNAF lore, many new theorists are beginning to build off the framework of matpat's original theory. But this wasn't game theory's only robotic revelation in Security Breach, as they also claimed that Vannesa could be a young adult robot version of Elizabeth Afton, in the same way that the Silver Eyes had a young adult Charlie bot, although this theory is overall less well known and less accepted than Gregbot. And to complete the Afton sibling trio, a lot of people quickly agreed that Glamrock Freddy was possessed by Michael Afton. And as if we didn't have yet enough weird Afton possessed soul shit up in here, then let's look down here instead in the Burntrap ending with William Afton once again being risen from the dead. And he apparently grew an arm. For a while, a lot of people assumed this was the canon ending, probably because it was the only ending to not end with a fucking comic strip. This upsetted a lot of people because it felt like at this point, fan service without any story importance. Why the fuck are we seeing this man get risen back from the dead? Like, we all get that's his thing, but come on, pal, your time's up, buddy. Luckily, later on, with the release of Ruin, we've all since concluded that Princess Quest is the most likely canonical ending, and it seems like we are finally putting Afton to rest and making way for our new main antagonist, the Mimic. Wait, so, Burntrap isn't William Afton? Is he just the Mimic? Don't worry about it. Nobody really knows. As 2022 continued, Scott released a brand new book series called Tales from the Pizzaplex. This was sort of the spiritual sequel series to Fazbear Frights, with both books seemingly paralleling, or at least giving clues and hints towards the game's lore. Scott has later gone on record to say that this book series was also to sort of course correct after the weird lore mistakes and mishaps that Security Breach brought to the community. And I love how Scott's version of course correction just involves baobab trees and fucking hallucinogenic gas. Scott, it's okay. You already introduced sound illusion discs. You don't need that. You don't. Tales from the Pizzaplex actually did wonders for the FNAF theorists, solving actually very controversial questions at the time, such as who is Patient 46. With this new information from the books, it seems like Gregory was also once under the control of Glitch Trap, and just like how he plays Princess Quest 2 free Vannesa, it seems like somebody must have played Balloon World to free Gregory. And this wasn't the only security breach revelation from the books, because in those same books we were also introduced to the man of the hour, the Mimic. The Mimic was an invention made by Edwin to take care of his son David Murray. At the time, a lot of people, including Game Theory, just assumed that Edwin was a parallel to Henry Emily's character. John FNAF proceeded to add on to this theory, thinking that maybe the Mimic's code is actually Glitchtrap's identity. And maybe, just maybe, we could trace the Mimic all the way back to this scene in Sister Location. This chip right here, possibly containing the Mimic's code. Everybody thought that these new revelation of theories practically solved Glitchtrap and his role in Security Breach. But everything changed when the Ruin attacked. The original teaser we had for the Ruin DLC showed the Pizzaplex in, well, her ruin, but it also showed off this almost ghostly looking girl, with the artwork's lighting making it seem like she has blonde hair. Everybody immediately assumed this was someone along the lines of like a ghost Susie, or like maybe a robot version of Elizabeth Afton. But in a surprising turn of events, it actually ended up being Cassie, the daughter of Bonnie Bully. And throughout the game, she is lured deeper and deeper into the Pizzaplex by the Mimic, Gregory, obviously. Can't you tell? It sounds like Gregory. It's Gregory, duh. Only to reveal when she goes down to the deepest depths of the ruined basement that it's just the Mimic all along. And yeah, this was the most obvious twist ever. Did Steelwool purposefully make this so fucking obvious? To escape the Mimic's clutches, Cassie goes up an elevator, only for Gregory to cut it, sending her all the way back down to the Mimic. But considering right once Cassie is going up the elevator, the Mimic is just sort of left standing there right next to the elevator's battery itself, it does seem like this is less likely to actually be Gregory and more or less the Mimic mimicking Gregory, possibly trying to set up Cassie for a future villain arc, making her the new and improved Vanny. We also had little hints towards future games in Ruin, such as Cassie's dad and his role in all of these whole Mimic shenanigans, along with some never-before-seen costume suits, which we now know were hinting towards Secret of the Mimic. However, seeing the Mimic in the flesh, or the metal, made a lot of people question the canonicity of the Tales from the Pizzaplex books. But in terms of the history of the lore, that's pretty much it. But do these theories still hold up nowadays? Have we actually solved Security Breach? Well, let's ask Bronze Films to find out. Bye bye.
Thank you, Neo, and everyone make sure to check out his channel. So now that you basically know everything about Security Breach, now we can look at a list of mysteries that I think make up the majority of the game and whether or not we can solve them. I know this list can be debated, especially since there's so many smaller mysteries with this game, but to me these are at the core of the game and its story. So I'll do the same when we get to the Ruin portion of this video, a list of 10 different mysteries. So number 1, a mystery that is technically 3, who are these guys? The game centers around Gregory, Glamrock Freddy, and Vannesa or Vanny. This game clearly points importance to each of these characters in different ways, which comes with mysteries like possession, parallels, are they supposed to represent characters from the past, or are they literally the same people we knew of before? All things I'll discuss soon. Number 2 and 3 I'm grouping together. Who is Burntrap and the Blob? They both had major roles in the Burntrap ending and acted as new villains for the franchise that we honestly know nothing about. Each character has its own debate with the community, with Burntrap definitely being the one that fans can't agree on. Number 4, the Sticky Note Room. Now this has been theorized about ever since this game was first released, for its odd and almost random nature. Even now it's hard to find a reasonable answer to who or what was down here writing dozens and dozens of messages on sticky notes. This room has heads of Nightmarian staff bots, and whoever was down here even made a staff bot recreation of the Afton family. I know, crazy right? Number 5, Princess Quest. Although these arcade machines seem pretty straightforward in every FNAF installment they're in, the main question lies with the princess herself and her true identity. Number 6, Patients 46 and 71. Although we have a good idea of who they actually are, what's confusing is what we learn about both of them and how it connects to the greater FNAF lore. Number 7, what role does the Afton family play if there's any? Now you can look at this mystery in a number of ways, like if they're actually alive, are we only seeing parallels to this family, or will they have a role in a future FNAF game? But mainly I want to look at if they're still here and especially where. Number 8, the Nightmare Staff Bots and Plushies. Now this is arguably the most random and confusing part of this game that we are still looking for an explanation, especially because they have continued to have a role in new FNAF games. So what are they? Are they important, and what does it all mean? Number 9, Sun and Moon. Now this was an entirely new animatronic introduced that the game pointed a lot of importance to, one we would even see reappear in multiple games. We saw a number of connections to other characters in animatronics, but why? Number 10, the endings. There are a total of 6 different endings to be unlocked, some animated while most of them are in a comic book art style. It was heavily debated which ending was canon, and even now it can be up to someone's interpretation. So now that we have our list of 10 mysteries, we can start to go one by one answering which one has been solved, which ones we have a really good idea about but can be debated, and lastly the ones we still know absolutely nothing about being unsolved. Alongside answering if each mystery has been solved, I also want to bring up videos from theorists that can be fundamental to helping our understanding of this game. So starting with the easiest ones that I think we can say have been solved by this point are the endings, Sun and Moon, and the Patience. Now for the longest time it was assumed that the Burntrap ending was canon because it was the only animated ending and it seemed to be directly connected to the Pizzeria Simulator ending, with William Afton coming back as Burntrap and the other animatronics returning in the form of the Blob. Then when Ruin was being teased, we saw the Ruin Pizzaplex, suggesting that the events of the ending where the Pizzaplex collapsed on itself during the fire were canon. It was believed that Gregory and Freddy were of course stuck down in the sinkhole because the elevator could only be used once, and some believe that these wires in the teaser belonged to the Blob and that he would be the main antagonist. But then, as Ruin was released, it made it clear which ending was canon in 2 different ways. The first is through comic book drawings Cassie finds that were drawn by Gregory. We find drawings of the 5 different endings, which is the game's way of telling us that these endings are not canon. And one of those drawings was about the Burntrap ending, specifically this moment as the Blob is about to grab Burntrap. Then, before you reach the sinkhole, you find the princess's sword through the arcade machine with the image of the glitch-out virus right behind it. This seemed to follow the events of the Princess Quest ending, with Gregory completing the arcade machines, freeing Vannesa while escaping with her and glamrock Freddy's head. Although it still can be argued which ending is canon, especially with some arguing Burntrap has still had a role as the Mimic and that the Pizzaplex could have only collapsed on itself after the fire. As of now, Ruin seemed to have confirmed through drawings and Easter eggs that the Princess Quest ending is canon, officially solving the first mystery. Now looking at Sun and Moon, like I said, this character seemed to be important, but it was hard to say exactly why. In Ruin, Eclipse even had the same teeth as the Mimic, which made a lot think that he came from the same time period as the Mimic and that they were closely related. So when FNAF Secret of the Mimic was released this past June, it proved exactly that. Here we learn that Edwin Murray, owner of Murray's Costume Manor, a contractor who made Fazbear's entertainment ideas mechanically possible, was responsible for creating the characters Sun and Moon. There is even a Moon mascot section of the game that has its own mysteries. We even got more lore with Edwin being a parallel to Moon in the Moon.exe minigame. And that is why Fiona represents the sun, with her icon even showing up above F10N4 or M1, which was designed to mimic her. If you even want to break it down by smaller mysteries in Security Breach, this game even explains why other random animatronics show up, like Monty, Roxy, and DJ Music Man. They were all originally created by Edwin Murray, but were repurposed decades later by Fazbear's Entertainment because they legally got a hold of Edwin's wide catalog, when his company ultimately failed. So although I think more can be said about Sun and Moon and that we'll continue to learn about them, their backstory and meaning alongside existence of other characters has definitely been solved. When looking at the final solved mystery, this one's pretty straightforward but also pretty controversial, the patient CDs. Through CD collectibles, we learn about 2 patients seeing therapists with their sessions being recorded, patients 46 and 71. Patient 71 is clearly Vannesa, as the game explicitly tells us that. We learn about how she is basically being taken over by the glitch-out virus and that multiple therapists are seemingly disappearing. With patient 46, their identity is hidden, but we do have certain facts to help us identify who they are. We know they have hacking abilities, are most likely a child, and have a close connection to the Pizzaplex. And of course, the person who comes into your mind may be Gregory. Now, there are other theories to who this could be that include but are not limited to Charlie, Elizabeth, and even the crying child. Oh, and most of these theories revolve around robot children, which is something I'll mention later. But then, with the tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn about GGY, who has the same hacking skills and is closely connected to the Pizzaplex, who is probably but most definitely Gregory. This seems to point us back to patient 46. The exact same traits in the novels just give us more context to this character who can be seen as the antagonist. Now, before you go commenting that the books aren't canon, don't worry, I know, and that's something I strongly believe in. But I still think we can use them as supporting evidence to back up claims, especially when these books have strong connections to characters from the games and it takes place in the exact same setting as Security Breach, but again, not canon. So we know who both patients are, and whenever we have theories about Vannesa or Gregory, the consensus is that the CDs can be used as evidence to learn more about their characters. And now we can look at the next set of mysteries that I'm going to label kinda solved, as a lot can be debated within them. Starting with my favorites, who are Burntrap and the Blob? Now these are mysteries I've made a ton of videos on, and you've most likely seen them being discussed by amazing theorists. With Burntrap, the main argument is whether he is William Afton coming back once more or if he is the Mimic mimicking William Afton while wearing a corpse and springlock suit. The evidence towards him being William are pretty straightforward. Burntrap shares a similar design to all of William's appearances, and a decaying corpse within a spring bunny suit. You can see his flesh like Springtrap or Scraptrap. Burntrap has purple eyes with purple smoke coming out of his charging station that is presumably keeping him alive. Burntrap is found in the sinkhole in the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, which is of course the same location where Pizzeria Simulator took place where William was burned and supposedly killed. This also means that Glitchtrap is William as well, with his agony or spirit possessing a circuit board, where he would infect the Help Wanted game and Vannesa. Vanny would then bring him physically back as Burntrap. With the argument of him being the Mimic, most of it lies with the novels, Ruin, and even with Secret of the Mimic. The Mimic shares physical features with Burntrap. When looking at their legs, they both don't match, both their left feet only have 3 toes, both of their left arms have 5 fingers, and they both have a similar pose with their left arm is raised but their wrists are flat. In the books, we learn that the Mimic wears a mascot suit with a person already inside of it, causing the person's flesh to fuse with the Mimic and for the mascot suit left over on the endoskeleton. When you picture it, this is exactly how Burntrap would look. The flesh is from the person and the suit would have come from the mascot the person was wearing. In Ruin, it would also explain why Burntrap is notably missing, as we know the Mimic was designed to mimic others. And a video I want to highlight by underscore how Ruin secretly solved the Burntrap debate, which I'm sure you've all seen by now, and if you haven't, please do because it's honestly just amazing. But it highlights how a claw mark that is found in the vent next to Burntrap's room is also found in the vent leading to the Mimic's lair. This claw mark also perfectly lines up with Burntrap's hand, suggesting it's the same hand as the Mimic and that he was the one who left it here in both locations. We even find a similar purple glow effect in the Mimic's room, just like we do when Burntrap is revealed. So after Security Breach, Burntrap would crawl through this vent, would lose his corpse and springlock suit, and would then be trapped in this room by Vannesa and Gregory, where he would leave another claw mark, again making these two the same. So when looking at all the evidence, it can truthfully go either way, and I'm sure many of you watching this video are still split on the topic. It's just one of those things that still hasn't been answered, and I don't think it will unless we get new information with a new FNAF game. But we do have solid evidence for both sides that doesn't leave this mystery completely unsolved. Now with the Blob, there's much more possibilities than just two sides. Some of the most popular theories include that it's Molten Freddy from FNAF Pizzeria Simulator fused with scraps from the Pizzeria and Pizzaplex, creating a new amalgamation animatronic. But the issue here is that Molten Freddy was burned in that fire and that parts like the Funtime animatronic shouldn't technically exist, since by this point in the timeline they were already together as Molten Freddy, and parts from Circus Baby should have been Scrap Baby. Another popular one from Game Theory that was released only months after the game was released is that the Blob is made up of animatronic parts from Rockstar Row and the agony from the Pizzaplex is fueling it, which is why the puppet is missing her tears and why we see Funtime animatronics when they should be parts from Molten Freddy. Other theories are that it's made up from agony from murdered employees in the Pizzaplex, or that it's even an entirely new antagonist. More recently, theorists like T-Dreads have connected the mystery to Secret of the Mimic into the Storyteller tree, suggesting that the Blob is the game's version of Storyteller, or that the Blob is actually F10 and 4 engulfed in wires that are actually controlling and are all over the Pizzaplex, acting as a power source or a hub for the Mimic AI. The animatronic parts could be explained by the FNAF 3 map found in the prototype Pizzeria, as this prototype location would be where the Blob is currently residing in. So if this map was here to tell us that we were near this prototype location, the Blob could have easily gone there and gotten masks of different animatronics. Personally, I suggested that the Blob was made up of the souls of the 7 technicians from Secret of the Mimic who failed to retrieve the Mimic schematics and were killed by him. The 7 souls would line up with the 7 animatronics making up the Blob. But like with Burntrap, it's just one of those things where we have no concrete information and it could honestly go either way. Even in Ruin, when the Blob showed up again, it was only for a slight second and it didn't tell us anything about the character itself. But because we have some ideas, Burntrap and the Blob are kinda solved. Now the Nightmare Staff Bots is a mystery I'm sure you've also seen be discussed by now, a strange recurrence of a character that wasn't even supposed to be canon. We saw him in a Help Wanted level, officially making him canon to the universe, also meaning Fazbear's Entertainment knew of his existence. We would continue to see Nightmarian in Security Breach through the Nightmare Staff Bots with the message "in your dreams." This was accompanied by Nightmare plushies hidden around the Pizzaplex almost as if they were watching us, and we would continue to see them in Ruin, but why? Well, now most of the theories revolve around the Mimic, and more specifically how they could be representing each other. An amazing video I want to highlight, which is actually a new one, of FNAF The Ultimate Nightmarian Theory by FNAF. Here he goes over how Help Wanted was being mimicked into the Pizzaplex by the Mimic program, which includes the Nightmarian staff bots as it would have been mimicked from Nightmarian from one of the minigames. He brings up a lot of great connections to the Silver Eye book trilogy into the games through parallels, and he suggests that Nightmarian represents the Mimic itself. Through scrap content and Secret of the Mimic, we learned how all of the mascot jump scares was supposed to include a Nightmarian's jump scare sound effect, not just Jackie. He also brings up how the placement of Nightmare and staff bot heads in the sticky note room would represent the physical mimic, and that the server room filled with puppet-inspired wires would represent the virtual mimic virus. So I think it's clear that Nightmarian is connected to the mimic and to the mimic's origins, but it's still something where the meaning can be seen as vague and we still don't have all the pieces to this mystery. But for the last kinda solved mystery, what's up with the Aftons in the Pizzaplex? Like I said earlier, you can tackle this mystery in a number of ways, with the first simply being parallels. Burntrap or the mimic represents William, Glamrock Freddy represents Michael, Gregory represents the crying child, and Elizabeth represents Vannesa. Or you could take this literally, with William coming back again, Michael possessing Glamrock Freddy after the FNAF 6 fire.
I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path.
The crying child would return as Gregory in a sort of robot child situation, which I'll come back to later. And Vannesa would also either be a robot or it's actually Elizabeth returning in some way. Or it's a mix, where some return and some don't, where people like Michael Afton could still be alive working for the new Fazbear's Entertainment, while Vannesa is actually a new Afton we never heard of until now. Each possibility has its own set of evidence, with the two people who come to mind who really explore the possibilities being Game Theory and ID's Fantasy. Of course, Game Theory brought up Miss Afton and a role in trying to bring back the Afton family, while ID's Fantasy had a couple theories on different members. And even most recently, she revisited Glamrock Freddy and Michael in this video. But one of the main issues is that with each new addition to the franchise, it seems to stray away from the Afton family. Ruin introduced the Mimic, which kinda eliminated William from the picture. Help Wanted to continue to dive into Glitchtrap, where at this point the consensus is that he is the Mimic. And of course we got Secret of the Mimic, a whole game dedicated to the Mimic and a new family, the Murrays. But at the same time, the Aftons are still very much present. In Secret of the Mimic, we got emails from WA or William. We basically got confirmation that Edwin's mansion later becomes William's home, as David's room is almost an exact copy to the crying child's room. And it seems that Michael might have a role in the next FNAF game, which might have Abyss in its title. I made a whole video going over the teasers leading up to this game and a new hour-long ambience video released by Stewwool. During this video, slightly altered tracks from Sister Location played, which included Demolition Inevitable, Michael's infamous theme. This could suggest that Sister Location and Michael will have some role, with fans theorizing that Cassie survived the elevator fall at the end of Ruin and that the elevator fell into the Sister Location bunker, where Cassie will have to navigate her way through Circus Baby's entertainment and rental just like Michael did. And if he is really alive, he could show up and help her out, as in Ruin, Gregory does mention some mysterious friend before their name is cut off.
My friend has access to the building maps. Just follow the instructions.
But now I'm just rambling, and it could just be as possible that he died in the FNAF 6 fire. So this just leads us right back to the beginning. Yes, it's clear the Aftons have had some role in Security Breach, but this could mean anything. Which leaves us with dozens of theories surrounding this family's fate. And now looking at mysteries that I would consider unsolved, let's start with the princess. The Princess Quest arcade machines have had a role ever since Help Wanted and have continued to have a role all the way until Help Wanted 2. It's clear Princess Quest was one of the ways to defeat the Glitchtrap virus and to more specifically free whoever was under his control, where in this case it was Vannesa, but the actual identity of the princess has remained a mystery. This really cool video by Ritos, who needs no introduction, explains the possibility of the princess being Cassidy or Golden Freddy. Originally, the game's files included the name Cassidy for the princess sprite, which immediately made people say that the princess was Cassidy. Ritos also draws connections to Cassidy possibly being represented in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels as a parallel to the story Drowning. And the fact that Golden Freddy is in every single game where William is made it weird that they wouldn't appear in Security Breach, where William clearly is. Other theories suggest that the princess could be anyone from Vannesa, Charlie Emily, and Cassie from Ruin. Although we have theories on who the character is, the story seems to focus on the arcade machines themselves and how they're connected to Glitchtrap or Vannesa. So no clear intention to explore this character further leaves this mystery unsolved. Now looking at the sticky note room, which like many theories is still being debated to this day. Probably the more confusing part of this game, the simple question is who was in this room? A great example of a theory that really acted as a sort of pillar to other theories is Game Theory's FNAF the clue that almost solved everything. This video builds off his Gregbot theory, which don't worry we're about to cover, where Gregory is the crying child reborn as a robot. As the sticky notes tell us a story about the crying child coming into consciousness and remembering his past, like his birthday party or the bite, which is why we see the Afton family staff bots as it's him trying to recreate the family he lost. Most theories from here honestly are about robot children or the idea of something gaining consciousness. A lot of new theories suggest that it's actually the Mimic, and the sticky notes are about his past with the Murray family or him trying to mimic the Aftons' lives. Even more now when we have the Mimic mimicking David as a child, which lines up with the childish drawings and notes in the room. But we still don't have concrete evidence to who this is or what this room really represents, and I don't really ever think we'll get a concrete answer. Finally looking at what I call the big three, who are Gregory, Glamrock Freddy, and Vannesa. Cause yes, this mystery is different from the Aftons. I briefly talked about Vannesa being Elizabeth Afton, a new Afton or an entirely new character. The similarities between Elizabeth and Vannesa can't be a coincidence, and it could be the reason Glitchtrap chose to take over her life. We learn a lot about her character through the CDs, but still her identity remains a mystery. She clearly knows more about the Pizzaplex and Fazbear's than we've realized, because her, alongside Gregory, trapped the Mimic in this room and must have known about him previously and just how dangerous he really is. She might also know more about Mexis, as she either reactivated this machine to keep the Mimic trapped, or as some believe, she's the one who moved it here. She also has a connection to the Princess Quest minigames, which can be interpreted in a dozen of ways. It would be weird for Steelwood to introduce a character that clearly has narrative and visual similarities to past games and characters, only for them to actually be someone entirely new. But even then, without a clear idea for the community to theorize and build off of, her character has remained as someone we know is important, but unclear to where the franchise is going to take her and why. Now, Glamrock Freddy is a character with even more possibilities to who they are, and I think it's the one the community can't really agree on. A few ideas include possession by Michael Afton, Henry Emily, Charlie Emily, or even the Crying Child, which is an idea I honestly lean towards. Michael and Henry were both down in the FNAF 6 fire, and either of their souls could have wandered off into Freddy. While with the Crying Child and Charlie, it can be argued that their personalities are very similar to Freddy. Charlie would act as a protector as the puppet to the other souls, just like Freddy acts as a protector to Gregory, stopping him from being a victim to Vanny like the many others. On the other hand, it can be seen that Freddy is scared just like the Crying Child is in FNAF 4. He's almost scared of Vannesa the same way the Crying Child was of the animatronics and with his older brother Michael. He is also missing his head in Ruin, which could be a parallel to CC losing his head in the bite. Ruin Freddy also resembles Nightmare Fredbear, which is another way CC is represented. But if none of these souls are possessing Freddy, it could simply be that his AI is different from the others. In Help Wanted 2, we learn that the Glamrock Endos were trained in the same room where Glamrock Freddy was trained and essentially raised. So maybe here his AI was trained with the information of any of the actions or with different tragedies from the past. Which is why his personality seems similar to characters we've known of before. There are also newer theories on Glamrock Freddy like this one by Minibyte Games connecting Freddy to F10 and 4. However, these are still just theories and the games don't seem to lean towards any definitive conclusion. But it does seem that Glamrock Freddy will return and maybe we'll finally get an answer to his identity. Finally, let's look at Gregory, where this single image from game theory revolutionized theorizing and ideas about this franchise. I'd say the biggest theory around Gregory is of course him being a robot child and actually being the Crying Child, an idea brought up in Game Theory's video, FNAF Don't Trust Gregory. matpat brings up points how Gregory doesn't have a guest profile and how he's most likely living in the Pizzaplex, how he stutters when Freddy asks his name, his physical appearance that resembles Crying Child, Freddy's comment on how Gregory is broken, instances in the books where children are rebuilt into robots, and how Gregory's vision almost glitches out when Vanny gets near him, since her presence would be disrupting the feed of his robot eyes. This idea has even been further explored in a new theory by T-Dreads, which I'm sure you've all heard about by now, where T-Dreads proposes that David Murray from Secret of the Mimic, Gregory from Security Breach, and the Crying Child from FNAF 4 are all literally and narratively connected. He highlights connections between David Murray and Gregory, like how both are seen sitting on the same hill at the future Pizzaplex land, connections between David Murray and the Crying Child, like how they both have neglectful parents and have the same house and toys. This all leads to the idea that William Afton is trying to recreate David into the Crying Child, attempting to copy Edwin Murray's invention. Of course, I recommend checking out the full, almost hour-long video to get the full context. So based on these theories, I would actually label Gregory as being kinda solved, but as a whole being connected to the other two major characters from Security Breach, finding an answer for all of them seems somewhat impossible, or at least not yet. That leaves us with 3 mysteries solved, 4 mysteries kinda solved, and 3 more mysteries unsolved, and we haven't even gotten to Ruin yet. Now, I did talk about the Ruin DLC a lot, but this is definitely its own project with its own set of mysteries that we need to dissect. So, to give you a brief history on Ruin, let me introduce a good friend, Unnamed Security Guard.
Hey everybody, I'm Unnamed Security Guard, a new FNAF theorist and former security guard, and Bronze has asked me if I would be willing to do the Ruin section of this video, and as you can see, I am more than happy to. So, without any more ado, let's get right into it. So, to give the briefest of overviews, Ruin opens with a girl named Cassie as she jumps down into the ruins, of the Pizzaplex. She pauses to call out for Gregory, saying she got his message, but after getting no response, she continues down into the main lobby, next to Rockstar Row, and deeper into the Pizzaplex. As she is walking in, she hears a static noise in the distance by the elevators and starts to go towards it. When she gets there, she finds a Roxy talkie with Gregory on the other end, saying he is trapped in a sinkhole under Roxy Raceway and she needs to come find him. As she continues, she finds a Fazwatch, much like her dad's, and uses it to open doors and deactivate the security nodes of the Mexis system after being told by Gregory that for him to escape, all of the security nodes need to be deactivated throughout the ruined Pizzaplex. Near the end of the DLC, she makes her way into the sinkhole and under the ruins of the FNAF 6 pizzeria where, after completely deactivating Mexis and breaking through a concrete wall with a forklift, she climbs through, and the game reveals the voice throughout the DLC wasn't Gregory at all, but a new character called the Mimic, who moves to attack Cassie before Roxy pushes the Mimic away, buying time for Cassie to run away. This is where the game branches off into its 3 different endings. One of the endings, which appears to be the canon ending, is the main ending you get by successfully escaping the Mimic and making it to the elevator. After barely escaping the Mimic, the real Gregory explains how she was never supposed to go down there, how the thing in the sinkhole tricked her, and has been trapped down there, quote, a really long time. After saying how it isn't her fault the Mimic is free now, and knows she did it for him, before saying, quote, we can't risk being followed, he apologizes before the elevator falls in a complete freefall a moment later. After a long moment of silence, we hear Roxy say, Cassie, before the game ends. In what has been dubbed the Brazil ending, if you ignore Gregory's directions and take the wrong path during the Mimic chase at a particular junction, you will find a dead end with a Freddy cutout holding ice cream. If you put on the mask at the cutout before the Mimic gets to you, you see an image of Vannesa, Gregory, and Helpy on a hill, enjoying ice cream as music plays. Gregory says it's okay, and he found a spot to hide as a distorted voice of Gregory can be heard overlapping, and as Cassie's breathing becomes more and more panicked. It ends with a distorted voice of Gregory saying, keep going. The final and secret ending has been dubbed the Scooper ending. To get this ending, you need to find secret cameras at chapters 1, 3, 5, and 7, and look through them until a secret door opens in the video feed. When all 4 secret doors have been opened, you continue playing the game normally until the Mimic chase at the end. When you get to the final hallway that the elevator is at the end of, to the left will be a new path that is opened, and at the end of this new path, you will find a room with a button that activates a scooper that is in the main room that grabs the Mimic as it begins banging on the door. It pulls the Mimic into the smoke, and once it clears, the Mimic is laying on the ground, seemingly deactivated, and the game ends. So, that pretty much covers Ruin, so thank you guys for watching, and thank you Bronze for having me on.
Thank you so much, Unnamed Security Guard, and everyone please make sure to go check out his channel. So now we can look at the list of Ruin mysteries, which is a lot shorter, and go through the exact same process where most of these theories are going to revolve around the Mimic. Number 1 is the Mimic glitch trap. Now at this point you would imagine that glitch trap would finally be solved and that the answer would be revealed through the Mimic. Although there are connections, I want to look at all the possibilities and how it ultimately does matter to solving parts of Security Breach. Number 2 are the books canon. Now I think this is 100% the most controversial topic with the modern FNAF lore, and it's one that's been developing as the books and games have been released together. Are the books in a different continuity? Are they parallels or are they canon? I think the answer is clear now, so when I get there, please be nice in the comments. Number 3, which ending is canon? Like Security Breach, there's a couple of endings with each of them having some argument to being the canon one. Although we don't have the next game in the timeline to tell us which one was canon like Ruin did with Security Breach, I think we already got an answer. Number 4, what is this thing? Of course you may see the scooper and think immediately of the scooper from FNAF Sister Location, making these two the same and these two areas the same. Or it could honestly be something entirely new created by Fazbear's Entertainment, so we'll find out soon. Number 5, what is Mexis? Another part of Ruin that really confused the FNAF community was this simple supercomputer. Is it possessed by someone we used to know, or is it just a new character? Obviously this is someone important and we might just be one step closer to solving who this is. So actually starting with the opposite from the Security Breach list, what mysteries are unsolved? Well, in my opinion, simply none of them, because Ruin was a continuation, because we now have 2 projects released after it, and most importantly, because Scott Cawthon and Steve will work together on this game, making one coherent story, something I'll discuss later. We now have a really good idea of what Ruin was supposed to tell us, leaving only solved and kinda solved mysteries, starting with our first solve a mystery, which ending is canon. To find an answer, we need to look at teasers that we've gotten over the past few weeks to what looks like to be Ruin 2. One of the main composers responsible for the incredible FNAF music, Leon Riskin, posted this teaser for an upcoming project named Forgotten Names and Faces, with the tags reading, "Who will catch you when you fall into the abyss?" This included brand new music, so take a listen. If it sounded familiar, that's because it has the same melody from Gracefully Into the Abyss from FNAF Help Wanted 2. It appears that this new project is an upcoming FNAF game in the franchise. The acronym for Forgotten Names and Faces spells out FNAF, and both songs seem to be centered around Princess Quest with the word Abyss in both of them. This has led many to title this new game FNAF Abyss or FNAF Into the Abyss. He also posted a song titled Fixing Elevators with the caption, "Elevators can't be trusted, take the stairs." The hashtags on the post also spell out Betty Lou Oliver, a person who holds the world record for surviving the longest elevator fall. All of this just screams Cassie and her fate at the end of the Ruin DLC. She tries to take the elevator to escape the Mimic, but either the Mimic or Gregory cuts the elevator, making her fall to her supposed death. But with these teasers, it suggests that she actually survived and that the next game will be FNAF Ruin 2, meaning Cassie is still down in the sinkhole alone with the Mimic and that the elevator ending is the canon one. Sure, this could change as we get more information and teasers, but so far it's heavily suggested that the bad ending is canon, meaning the sad ending where Cassie wears the Vanny mask in front of the Fredbear cardboard cutout revealing Helpy, Vannesa, and Gregory happily on the hillside, alongside the Scooper ending where the Mimic is scooped out of the lion costume, are not canon. The next solved mystery is the book's canonicity. Again, I can't reiterate how insane it was being in the community at the peak of this argument. You had both sides willing to put everything on the line to prove that the books were or weren't canon, specifically the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. There are a total of 8 different novels with tons of stories that have helped us to piece together the timeline, like with Didophobia that finally told us more about FNAF 4 and Sister Location. And of course, other stories like GGY really made some consider the possibility of the books being in the same continuity as the games, as Gregory would be GGY. We were seeing more and more connections between the two, with what really made the topic so controversial being the Mimic's appearance in Ruin. This was of course a major antagonist in the books, so finally seeing them in the games made it seem like this argument was over. But of course you could have said that this was just a parallel, and this was even something I believed in. But then with the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update released in December of last year, it really seemed over for the book deniers, as not only did we see the Mimic, but we saw the Tiger Rock plushie for the first time in the games. This tiger plushie belonged to David Murray from the books, as the Mimic would even get a plushie of his own. Up to this point we only knew of the plushie and the Tiger Rock animatronics from the books, but now this was a major character that existed inside of the games, confirming the Mimic's backstory and that he wasn't just a parallel. I even made a video about this update saying that we could no longer deny the book's canonicity. In the update we even saw what seemed to be Edwin Murray's company and the factory from the books. So the final nail in the coffin was Edwin Murray himself being mentioned in the Secret of the Mimic trailer released in February of this year. At this point it was undeniable that the Mimic and Edwin were canon characters and not just parallels to characters like Henry. And as we'd get more teasers or images for this game, a large part of the community could finally agree that the books, or at least part of the books, were canon. So finally, this debate was put to a rest.
It is lonely down here.
Wait, what? What are you, a computer?
Okay, you know what, never mind, I am doing a 180 on what I just said. The books are definitely not canon whatsoever, right? Although the main points from the books did transfer over to the games, like the Murrays and the Mimic's backstory, what didn't were the specifics of the story and how it impacted this game alongside the rest of the lore. There are a couple of things that were just different, but a perfect example is Fiona, wife of Edwin Murray and co-owner of Murray's Costume Manor. In the book, she dies giving birth to David and doesn't have a role in his life. But here Fiona was very much alive for the first couple of years in his life, and it's implied she died at a Fall Fest fire. And her absence in David's life is why Edwin created the Mimic and M1, a program designed to mimic Fiona. M1 is then transferred into the supercomputer F10N4, which may or may not be Mex's, something we'll discuss soon. And even now it's theorized that F10N4 still has a role in the modern lore as I discussed earlier. So honestly, this detail alone should be enough to say that the books in their entirety are not canon to the games. Sure, you could argue that parts of the books are canon, but with how Secret of the Mimic structured the Murray family, which did differ from the books, I do think it's safe to say that the books are not canon, solving this mystery. Now looking at the first kind of solved mystery, what is Mexis? Mexis first appeared as a secondary antagonist to Ruin. Whenever you'd wear the Vanny mask for too long, he would appear and send an animatronic after you. We learned that Mexis was designed to keep the Mimic contained, so when Cassie deactivates the computer, the Mimic is free and you know the rest. We then saw him in the back of this van in the Help Wanted 2 update, as inputting the code 4625 Mexis would come out of the computer before the van would speed off. And most recently in Secret of the Mimic, we kinda saw Mexis again. Like I mentioned, we were introduced to this supercomputer in the FNAF 1 prototype pizzeria. Design-wise, it may lead you to believe that this is Mexis. But of course we know this is F10N4. If anything, this game suggests that there are two supercomputers, F10N4 and Mexis, which we know stands for Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage Number 1, or also known as the Cradle program. That's right, Mexis is the first supercomputer, while Fiona was most likely the second computer made. Based on this information and the text logs, we can assume that Edwin designed these computers to store the different Mimic programs. After David's death, Edwin would move M1 into the F10N4 computer, and after M2 would become violent, the plan would be to move the program into Mexis or use it to contain him like it does in Ruin. The only issue here is that Mexis was the first computer, so why would Edwin move M1 into the second computer and not Mexis? Unless he had Mexis as a first backup computer in case M2 went rogue, but this seems unlikely. It could also just be possible that these are somehow the exact same computer, meaning M1 is Mexis. But this also seems unlikely, and the game suggests that there are actually two separate systems. So although we know Mexis is a separate computer than F10N4 and that it was created by Edwin, this still doesn't explain the Blue Rabbit character we face in Ruin. This is where the theories can honestly go either way, with it simply being an AI, someone's consciousness, or being possessed by a character. If it is possession, this could be anyone from William Afton because it matches the style of his characters, Henry Emily continuing to fix the mistakes of his past, as here it can be argued he had a role in Edwin's downfall which led to the evil Mimic. It could be Edwin trying to stop the Mimic, or really anyone else trying to keep him contained. I do think Secret of the Mimic finally gave us some backstory and context to this character, especially with it being an older computer from the 70s. But with the character itself, we still don't know anything about it. I do think it will have some role in the next FNAF game, as it seems like it's the only thing that can really keep the Mimic contained. So maybe Cassie and other characters will venture back to Mexis to reactivate it, and in that moment we'll find out who they really are. Something else I just want to throw out there because I think it is a really cool detail is the explanation to the Help Wanted 2 update where Mexis is taken away in this van, since it really didn't lead to anything. Well, when I was live a few months ago, one of the viewers gave a perfect explanation. Mr. 3D Gaming proposed the idea that this ending was representing Mexis in the form of the blueprint being in the data driver and it being taken away from the manor by Arnold. Arnold does escape with the Cradle blueprints in the parachute ending, and it's a thing that the Mimic takes back after stopping him from escaping. So instead of looking at this as something that literally happened, we can instead look at it in a metaphorical sense, where it was showing us the Secret of the Mimic ending, where Arnold attempts to escape with the Mexis blueprints, which is why we even see the van drive off in such a hurry just like we did in the actual ending. But with more questions than answers, Mexis stays as kinda solved. Now looking at Glitchtrap, who is just as controversial as someone like Burntrap, who is this? Now I won't really argue about him being William since most of the evidence is the same as him being Burntrap, with William so possessing a circuit board being uploaded into Help Wanted and then becoming Glitchtrap. Although this could be possible, I instead want to focus on him being the Mimic, which is a wide consensus among the community, and more specifically which version. With Secret of the Mimic, it introduced the possibility of Glitchtrap being M1, M2, or even M3, as some theorize it's a new Mimic program. One of the main differences with Glitchtrap that separates this design from the rest of William's appearances is the fact that this is a mascot suit and not a springlock suit. A difference that theorists like FNAF pointed out for the mascots having a much more important role than we realized and have continued to, and now of course we know that he was right with Secret of the Mimic, where mascots played a huge role like with Tiger Rock and Party Time Chica. So this fact alone convinces many, including myself, to say that Glitchtrap is the Mimic, and I was even surprised that we never saw the mascot suit itself in Secret of the Mimic. It could have been anywhere in the manor, and it does make a lot of sense as this would be something made by Edwin Murray. But again, now it just lies on deciding which program it is. If it is M1 or F10N4, this would mean that the program designed to mimic Fiona was uploaded into the Help Wanted game. So why would Fiona decide to now mimic William Afton and his actions? Well, this could be that it's mimicking the information of the game and of Fazbear's entertainment. The Mimic program acts on the data it receives, so here it's taking in all the information of the game and of Fazbear's like the MCI, causing M1 to recreate it in one of the endings. So the Mimic is simply using Afton's personality and face as like a tool. But with M2, it would be a scenario where the endoskeleton itself and a separate copy of its program exist at the same time and are working together. It can be argued that with the physical mimic being trapped, the virtual mimic is helping to get him out. M2 would be uploaded into Help Wanted, would represent himself as William and as Nightmarian, which I discussed earlier, and then he would take over Vannesa so she could help him with freeing the physical mimic. Now whether this be through burntrap or just releasing the mimic to be free in the pizzaplex, glitchtrap and the mimic are working together. It can also be argued that Glitchtrap represented himself as Helpy in Ruin and in Help Wanted too, as in this ending we see the player keep the Glitchtrap virus alive as we see him exiting this charging station. Helpy would have been using the player to complete tasks to collect these Fast Force toys, which is how Glitchtrap emerged from the charging station. But at the same time, in the other ending, which fans both regard as canon, we see Glitchtrap being destroyed by Vanny, freeing herself. So by the time Ruin happens in the timeline, Glitchtrap is most likely already destroyed, leaving just the physical M2 mimic. The last option is that it's a new program that can be known as M3. When M1 or M2 are being uploaded into the Help Wanted game, it could have manifested an entirely new virus known as Glitchtrap. But I would say this theory has the least supporting evidence, but like a lot of theories in this video, this brings us right back to the beginning. If Glitchtrap even is the mimic, we need to figure out which program it is since there are now two, and what this means for the rest of the lore. With Security Breach, solving Glitchtrap can tell us what direction Stewa was headed in terms of Vanny and even Burntrap. This answer would also help us to make connections to the mimic and to other games like Help Wanted 1 and 2. So I think we're on the right path, but even then we lack a clear answer. For the final mystery on this list and video, what is the scooper? Of course, one of the main questions is if this is the same scooper from FNAF Sister Location. Now design wise they are clearly different and the rooms they are located in also seem to be different, but there have been times where the franchise has changed the designs of characters even though they are meant to be the same, so could this be what's happening here? They seem to serve the exact same purpose, so this conclusion wouldn't be that far stretched. Or another way to look at it is through the Remnant Plex theory by She's Always Nervous, where it's suggested that this is a modernized scooper by Fazbear's Entertainment used to extract remnant energy from victims that is then used to power the Pizzaplex and its animatronics. Of course, check out the full video because this idea is really cool and unique. In terms of the scooper ending, we saw the scooper scoop the mimic out of the lion costume, presumably defeating him. But like I said earlier, the elevator ending is most likely canon, which is why I think the scooper will have some role in the next FNAF game. Like Mexis, it's clear the scooper is one of the only ways to stop the mimic, so it might have a much bigger role in the future game where we could learn about its past. In Help Wanted 2, we did see the mimic wearing his lion costume and not just as his normal appearance in Ruin, maybe pointing some importance to the scooper and its ending. There just has to be a reason the game didn't showcase the normal mimic. But in my opinion, this is a mystery that we can cover rather fast since most of it is just speculation. The scooper doesn't appear for that long besides the ending, and although it is a mystery to be solved, besides its connections to Sister Location, we just have ideas about the scooper. So with all that said, has FNAF Security Breach been solved 4 years later? I would say no, but we are definitely getting closer, and I think with the next FNAF game, we should have all the information to do so. Now I think one of the things that made it so hard to solve Security Breach was the production of the game. Through the Dako and Scott Cawthon interview, we learned that Scott Cawthon only gave parts of the story and ideas to Stewa Studios, which left them having to work with what they had in creating a story that they believed was right. Scott Cawthon didn't directly say to put things in certain areas of the Pizzaplex or to make certain characters do this or that. Stewa only had components of characters and a story. So ultimately, they didn't have a solid plot to go off of. Meaning Scott and Stewa Studios had the same pieces telling different stories, which led to it feeling like we were solving two different stories. Like one that focused on the mimic while the other focused on the Aftons, or one that focused on Gregory while the other focused on Vannesa. This was fixed with later games, which is why it's so much easier to theorize and to solve them, the reason Ruin didn't have any unsolved mysteries. So I think this leaves us still trying to solve parts of Security Breach. If you want to look at things specifically, things we still have unsolved include Gregory, Vannesa, Glamrock Freddy, the Sticky Note Room, Princess Quest, Burntrap, the Blob, the Aftons, Nightmarian, Glitchtrap, the Scooper, and Mexis. This might seem like a lot, but with a lot of these mysteries, I feel like we're so close to solving them and that all we need is a piece or two of the puzzle to finally get an answer. In terms of numbers, if we have 15 mysteries in total and only 5 of them are solved, we've technically solved 33.33% of Security Breach. But this list and what parts of it are solved can 100% be debatable, and this was just my take on it. But all these amazing theorists up on screen have played a huge role in solving this game, and I'm telling you guys, it's just one more FNAF game like Ruin 2 and we can finally solve Security Breach. Newer games are actively solving Security Breach, like with Secret of the Mimic and Help Wanted 2, giving us so much more information and context. Moving on, Help Wanted 2 was a crucial stepping stone for the franchise that included elements from the old games and lore, while also building off the modern games, building a clearer story. But 2 years later, has the story evolved with new additions to the timeline where we can solve every single aspect of this game? Well, let's find out. So taking a quick quick look at the history, we got our first teaser trailer on May 24th, 2023, showcasing the Sister Location elevator and the voice of hand unit before being jump scared by Ballora. This told us that Sister Location would have featured levels and characters, and there might actually be some lore to this elevator into why this game was so present throughout Help Wanted 2, which we'll get back to soon. Then on November 20th, 2023, we got the official gameplay trailer showcasing the story of this game alongside all the different levels and characters. Here we would be playing as a Fazbear Entertainment employee, finding our way with the choice of participating in different jobs like customer service, game testing, or technical support. These jobs are of course the different levels featuring new areas and animatronics that were missing from the first game, like the Pizzaplex from Security Breach and the animatronics from Pizzeria Simulator. But besides these two trailers, the setup for this game was simple. It was a sequel to the first Help Wanted and was the project released after Ruin. So we were all looking forward to how they would connect to each other and what this game would set up for the future. So to give you a recap of the lore, here's a good friend of mine, Var, who you should all check out after this video. Take it away.
Help Wanted 2 starts us off with a little speech about how Fazbear Entertainment is offering a new on-the-job training position for a future pizza professional. We're essentially hired within the VR game and are immediately thrown into the main hub area, where a cartoon Helpy is waiting for us on a big screen near the main hub, encouraging us to begin our tasks, which, similar to the first Help Wanted, are various Five Nights at Freddy's minigames. Most of the minigames this time relate to Security Breach characters, Sister Location characters, and Pizzeria Sim characters. I mean, this hub area even looks like it could be pulled straight out of Pizza Sim, because we even see the Gumball Swivel Hands machine, some of the Trash Gang, both of the Pizza Sim clowns actually. Maybe most importantly though, there's a talking hippo animatronic called Mystic Hippo who talks to us throughout the game, giving us hints and tips throughout our playthrough, and asking us vague questions while we progress through the story. As we progress through the mini-games, we're awarded different prizes that give us a variety of animatronics to display, various arcade items like a Phaser Blaster, as well as various plushies and such. Aside of these fun interactables, Mystic Hippo will also offer very vague riddles where we can unlock more unique items, specifically memory plushies that seem to represent the original Five Nights at Freddy's cast, in addition to the puppet. These are arguably much more challenging to collect. As we progress, we'll also receive unlockable Fazbear Transformers toys that Helpy gives to us. Upon collecting them all though, we find that we shouldn't have, as we get a bad ending to the game where Glitchtrap then appears, coming out of a charging station, and Nightmare staff bots surround us and attack. We wake up as the mask bot from Ruin, literally in the middle of handing Cassie the Vanny mask. Then the credits roll. But that's not the full story, because there are actually two endings to this game. One other item we'll unlock is an actual Faz Wrench, which looks just like the one Cassie finds in Ruin. We're able to use it to open a locked door in the hub area, and upon entering we find a fourth Princess Quest machine. Before we can interact with the game though, there's a poster on the wall that informs us we can take off our mask, where a big reveal takes place. We realize this whole hub area isn't what it seems, and putting our hand near our face, sure enough, we can remove our mask, where we realize we've been wearing the Vanny mask the entire game thus far. Removing the mask, we look around and see that we're actually in the pizza place from Security Breach that Gregory ventures down to in the Burntrap ending. We can also complete a whole extra set of minigames without the mask on. Anyway, after completing a certain amount of minigames, this prompts Mystic Hippo to award us a purple coin that we can pop into the Princess Quest 4 machine, which upon playing through the game, we find ourselves literally put into the video game, the princess herself meeting us and handing us the sword to continue the journey. As we fight our way through the game, we eventually stumble upon 6 graves that contain the memory plushies we found earlier, one for each child from the MCI and then one for the puppet as well. Lighting up each grave in a specific order, the order being Chica, Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, Puppet, triggers a hidden underground walkway which opens, and inside we find a chest containing a Bonnie mask which our player says looks familiar to them. Progressing onward, making it to the old man from the other Princess Quest games, we trade him the Vanny mask for the Glitchtrap plush. We then proceed forward where we find ourselves in the Sister Location elevator. Upon riding this elevator to our destination, however, the door opens to us suddenly being inside a gigantic claw machine, with Vanny staring into it at us. Suddenly, the moon animatronic flies over to us, waiting for us to hand over the Glitchtrap plush. We hand it over, and he swims through the air back to Vanny, where he drops it into the reward area, and she picks up the plush where it suddenly becomes Glitchtrap, holding him in her hand. He waves at her before she suddenly crushes him into a puff of green smoke. Then she looks at us, waves, and disappears from view. The credits roll shortly after this. This whole ending feels like an insane fever dream. So much happens in such a short time. A few other things worth mentioning are that some minigames take place at Fall Fest, and new characters like Carney are introduced. We also see a Fall Fest poster from 1970, and now that we have Secret of the Mimic behind us, I feel like I should briefly touch on the Help Wanted 2 update we got, teasing the game. First things first, Mystic Hippo mentions a gift awaiting us in the distant past. So we boot up one of the Sister Location levels where we were given a different memory plushie by typing in 1983. This time typing in 1979 gives us a white tiger plush, which now sits in our hub area. It's at this point that scrolling through the characters we can display on stage, we now find the Mimic wearing the lion costume from Ruin, and when we put him up on the stage, Mystic Hippo gives us another cryptic idea to throw something at the Mimic, so we throw something at this animatronic up on the stage where it then makes a sound, and a door opens. A new area has been unlocked for us. We go through this new door that's open and we're greeted with Jackie's box on a table. We wind the music box and everything goes dark. We then hear Jackie's voice say her famous "time to play" line. The lights come back on, and we now see the box is gone and only a double vision puzzle on the table where the box was. We go back through some of the mini games that we've played previously, hunting the pieces of the puzzle down now, and putting this puzzle back together. After we do so, a building appears nearby in the room. Anyway, in this room in Help Wanted 2, we are only able to see this when we're wearing the Vanny mask, but if we remove the Vanny mask, we instead see a van. The back doors of the vehicle open, and we see the Mexus machine inside. The Mexus machine appears to need us to type a code into it. So putting the mask back on, we see the number 4625 on the mailbox near this building that appeared. Remove the mask once more, type the code into the Mexus machine, the Mexus rabbit begins coming out of the machine after we do so, and then gets whooshed back in. The doors slam and the van drives off into the darkness really fast. After this, the credits roll, and that's where Help Wanted 2 left us, setting the stage for Secret of the Mimic. Hopefully that's a decent summary of the game, and with that, I will hand the mic back to Bronze.
Thank you so much, Var, and again, everyone make sure to go check out his channel. So now that you basically know everything about Help Wanted 2, and now we can look at a list of mysteries that I think make up the majority of this game and whether or not we've solved them. I know this list can be debatable, especially since there are so many smaller mysteries within this game, but to me these are at the core of this game and its story. So number 1, who are we playing as? The protagonist of a FNAF game has always been the topic of discussion, and it's no different here. There is 100% a deeper story to this mysterious character, one that even connects to the old FNAF lore and can answer different mysteries from the timeline. Number 2, we have the endings. There are only 2 endings with this game, but they both have significant lore importance and seem to build off of each other. So which one is canon? Are they both canon? What do they set up for the future and tell us about different characters? Number 3, Princess Quest. This is actually a mystery I've discussed with most modern games because this arcade machine has some role every single time, and here I'd say it has the most important one. This is the last time we see this Princess Quest arcade machine, and it wraps up its own story in a satisfying way that we'll get back to soon. Number 4, Sister Location. Like I said in the intro, Sister Location has a suspiciously large role throughout this game, but why? What is this trying to tell us? What lore do the modern games have that is connected to Sister Location, and will Sister Location continue to have a huge role? Number 5, the memory dolls and tragedies. These memory dolls of the 5-man animatronics have a role in the secret ending and are more important to how they're collected and to what they mean. Why are we yet again seeing correlations to the old games into one of the most important tragedies from the franchise? Number 6, Mystic Hippo. This was a new animatronic that almost acted like Candy Cadet, giving us cryptic stories and lore that are almost most definitely connected to something greater. So what is she trying to tell us? What do these cards mean, and will we see this character again? Number 7, Candy Cadet. This is actually his 3rd appearance in the franchise, following his appearance in Ruin, telling us a story about the Mimic. Here he also of course gives us stories that I'd say are harder to decipher but still important to this game's lore. Number 8, Fall Fest. Now Fall Fest has a huge role here and builds off the idea of a certain fire happening there that we finally learn more about in the latest FNAF project. So can we finally solve Fall Fest? Number 9, the content update. Last year we got an update filled with tons of lore that directly teased up and set up the next FNAF game, Secret of the Mimic. So a year later, do we finally know everything this update was trying to tell us? So now that we have a list of our 9 mysteries, we can start to go one by one answering which ones have been solved, which ones we have a really good idea about but can be debatable, and lastly the ones we still know absolutely nothing about. Alongside answering if each mystery has been solved, I also want to bring up videos from theories that can be fundamental to helping our understanding of Help Wanted 2. Starting with the first mystery, who do we play as in Help Wanted 2? With these modern games, the lore adds a lot of importance to these protagonists, even if we regard some of these characters as unsolved like Gregory. Even with Secret of the Mimic, we find out we play as a character character named Arnold and got voice lines from this character, where fans are already theorizing how he could have some role in the modern timeline. But here it's theorized by most of the community that we play as Cassie's dad. Now our first piece of evidence actually comes from Ruin, where we can find this sticky note showing that he left her alone at some point to go somewhere for some unknown reason. And this somewhere is of course revealed in FNAF Help Wanted 2, which takes place before Ruin. In this game we follow a person who is completing tasks in the virtual and real world. It's believed that this person ventured down to the sinkhole and to the remains of the FNAF 6 pizzeria to complete the final Princess Quest arcade machine to free Vannesa, and like I said, this person is none other than Cassie's dad. We know this because he also has a fast wrench like Cassie described, Carney says he looks old enough to have kids, and in the bad ending we see Cassie's dad mind transferred into a staff bot by Nightmare Staff Bots, the same staff bot from the beginning of Ruin. In this ending we see the same moment from Ruin when Cassie finds the Vanny mask, but this time from the perspective of the staff bot, meaning Cassie's dad is now inside of this bot and he was the one who handed his daughter the Vanny mask. Then in the good ending we follow Cassie's dad attempting to finish the final Princess Quest machine, and it's assumed he actually has an obsession with finishing them. In FNAF Security Breach we find messages of an exit interview of an employee who is accusing the company of hiding something in the arcade machines. He talks about the glitch machines and how he has to save the princess, as there's also this earlier maintenance log where he says he completed the first 2 machines, so it makes sense he would want to complete this last one as he's obsessed with finishing the last machine. While playing the final arcade machine, there's an Easter egg that also reveals Cassie's dad is the same character as someone from FNAF 4 we haven't seen since then. After completing some levels, you will find these gravestones with plushies next to them, and after lighting them in a specific way, a secret stairway will open, and there you will find a chest. When opening this chest, inside is a Bonnie mask with the message, "This looks familiar." So it's believed that her dad is the same character as this boy wearing the Bonnie mask from the FNAF 4 ending who is known as Bonnie Bro, meaning that the reason the mask is so familiar is because it's the same one he wore on that night, and it's also why Cassie says that Bonnie is her dad's favorite animatronic. I'd say this idea is the one the community widely agrees on, but as you can imagine, Secret of the Mimic brought in a new contender, Arnold. This comes from a good friend of mine and from the video titled I Finally Solved Help Wanted 2, FNAF Theory by VAR. He brings up how this game makes connections to Arnold and his story, connections to F10 and 4 and how she fits in this story, and even connections to Mystic Hippo, which I'll get back to when discussing her character in her own category. Of course, check out the full video as it's honestly really convincing. So we have a few possibilities with one being stronger than the other, but we still don't have one definitive answer. Secret of the Mimic only gave us another answer and didn't really support or add any evidence to the Bonnie Bro theory, which is why I would label this theory as kinda solved. However, I do understand if you'd argue the protagonist is solved, but because it can still be argued it can be a couple of people, I'm gonna keep it as kinda solved, the first of the video. Now moving on to the second mystery, we have the endings and which one is canon. As VAR went over, we have 2 endings with one being regarded as the bad one and the other as the good ending. Now we know that one for sure happens, and that's the bad ending. This ending directly sets up the start of Ruin with Cassie finding the Vanny mask and it being handed down to her by her father. This is the ending we can all agree on. It's the good ending where there's some room for debate. A lot of people argue that they both happen, but this can easily be seen as an issue since they both seem to contradict each other. In the good ending, we help Vannesa to defeat Glitchtrap and free herself, but how could this be possible if he's freed again in the bad ending? Now here you may be wondering why he would even need to be freed again. Well, how I see it is, he was of course released into the VR game in Help Wanted, then he would infect Fazbear Entertainment alongside Vannesa. But in Security Breach, after Gregory completes the first 2 machines, a part of Glitchtrap would be defeated and in a sense trapped. So here the player collecting the different Fast Force toys which could represent the code of Glitchtrap, he is again freed as his arm leaves the charging station. So then how is he crushed by Vannesa? It doesn't work in any order either, because if he is crushed first, then how are we releasing him again? Would it just be another version of the glitch? Or if we free him first, the player is then stuffed into the staff bot and couldn't go on to complete Princess Quest. Another way to look at it is through Helpy, where this game makes it known that Helpy guiding you through this game is most likely Glitchtrap disguising himself. That's why after the good ending, Helpy is no longer seen on this screen, but in Ruin we do see Helpy. Like in this game, he's helping and guiding Cassie on what to do and how to make it to the sinkhole. So how is Helpy still in this game if the good ending truly did happen? To me, he should simply be gone like in Help Wanted 2. But at the same time, you could also bring up an argument for the good ending from Game Theory's video titled FNAF A Fragmented Memory Help Wanted 2. Here matpat suggests that both endings did happen, but that the good ending is exclusive to Vannesa and her freeing herself. She is only defeating Glitchtrap from her consciousness, but the rest of Glitchtrap is still around as we see in the bad ending ending and in Ruin. This could work, but the order of the endings would still sound a little weird, because this would mean the good ending would have to happen first, so then after freeing Vannesa, the player would be right back in the pizzeria and would then proceed to collect the Fast Force toys to free the rest of Glitchtrap. And on top of that, if you beat the arcade machine first, then it would have also been impossible to be trapped by Glitchtrap, since that requires the Vanny mask, but we saw him traded in the secret ending, meaning he would no longer have it. But if the good ending doesn't happen, it could be something where in the next game we're going to see Vannesa, Freddy, and Gregory venture down to free Cassie by completing the same princess quest from Help Wanted 2. A lot of fans are theorizing that Cassie will become the next Vanny, so this time we are going to see the what if ending where Glitchtrap was finally destroyed. Although there is some room for debate with the good ending, it happening or not can simply work either way. This can change with another project, but until then the endings are solved. Moving on to the next mystery, which will be a quick one, we have Princess Quest. I've discussed the same mystery in my Help Wanted 1 and Security Breach retrospective videos, where when taking a look at the arcades themselves, our answer will always be the same: they've been solved. Here we are given the final piece of the puzzle, as like I mentioned earlier, we finally completed the last Princess Quest arcade machine. We started with the very first version of this minigame in the mobile port of Help Wanted, giving us our first look at the princess and rabbit-like glitch. Then we completed the first 3 Princess Quest arcade machines in Security Breach, leading to the canon ending where we defeated the majority of the Glitchtrap virus and freed parts of Vanessa's consciousness. And finally in Help Wanted 2, we're completing the last machine, defeating Glitchtrap in the process, allowing for Vanny to destroy the last parts of his code, finally freeing herself. Now I would say the only thing we still can't answer about these arcade machines is who the princess is. I've mainly seen fans argue she's Cassidy because the name was found in the files, Cassie from Ruin, or Vannesa herself, but regardless of who it is, the arcade machines told us a story throughout these 3 or 4 games that have finally ended here. So because of Help Wanted 2, which wrapped up this story, we can now confidently say that Princess Quest has been solved. Moving on, we probably have one of the most interesting mysteries on this list: Sister Location's role throughout this entire game. Sister Location appears a suspicious amount here, actually starting with the teaser trailer for Help Wanted 2, where it featured the elevator heading down to the bunker with Hanyun making an announcement before being jumpscared by Ballora. Then in the game itself, Sister Location had its own folder of minigames like FNAF 1 through 4 had in the first Help Wanted game. Not even Pizzeria Simulator or Security Breach got their own folders. We only had animatronics from those minigames featured in different levels in folders based on different jobs like food prep and backstage, but these levels feature different moments from Sister Location we've already faced just now in the VR experience, like the breaker room with Funtime Freddy or crossing Ballora's gallery. There is even a private office room from the Custom Night game mode that we'll get back to soon. The first thing I want to bring up is where these levels take place and when. Now what I mean by that is that we all know all of the levels you can play while wearing the Vanny mask aren't real in the sense that they are a false reality created by the Vanny mask. That's why when you take it off, the pizzeria is actually in its ruined state from the end of Security Breach and is not in the state it was in Pizzeria Simulator. That was just a fake reality the Vanny mask showed us. So this also applies to the minigames, where for example with the mask on in the Roxy Salon minigame, you saw Roxy in the state she was during Security Breach. Then with the mask off, you see Roxy in her state after Security Breach, where she's destroyed and is missing her face or mask. The player even gives her the exact same mask we see in Ruin, showing us how her appearance changed between 2 projects, and the Help Wanted 2 takes place before Ruin. So what would all this mean for the Sister Location levels? There is absolutely no change to how the areas or animatronics look after taking off the mask. Sure, some animatronics are being replaced by others, but it's not like the area itself has become ruined. And because we're still playing in the Sister Location bunker without the mask on, does this mean all of this is happening in real life? Well, I do think there is a strong possibility that this is what's happening. It's already been theorized that the Sister Location bunker is under or close to the Pizzaplex, and that most locations are actually all in the same area. So it wouldn't be that hard to believe that the player is traveling to the bunker like he would travel around the Pizzaplex. But what about the animatronics? Shouldn't they all be destroyed and in the form of Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby? Well, what if we want to go as far to say that the Pizzaplex actually created new or fixed the Funtime animatronics? I mean, this is something we already saw with FNAF AR, where a contracting company recreated popular animatronics like Circus Baby, Ballora, and Funtime Freddy for their special delivery service. It could even be these exact animatronics that were moved to the Pizzaplex before the events of Security Breach, and I think the tales from the Pizzaplex novels tell us why. Before I get flamed in the comments, yes, I know these novels are probably not canon, but I would argue we can definitely pull elements and evidence from them to use in the games. In the first epilogue, we learned how the abandoned FNAF 6 pizzeria was being planned to be turned into a museum and would be a new attraction below the Pizzaplex. So what if these Funtime animatronics were going to be displayed in this museum, the same as the museum above in the Pizzaplex known as Rockstar Row? So here the player is actually fighting against the Funtime animatronics, meaning the ending from the office mode and its hardest difficulty also had to have happened in real life. During this ending, Circus Baby will walk to your office and is here to deliver us a gift for completing the night. She'll then prop down, her stomach hatch will open where a hand will then reach out trying to give us an ice cream cone. After taking the ice cream and eating it, Circus Baby will stand back up before the night ends. This moment is obviously reminiscent of what happened to Elizabeth Afton, where after being left alone in a room with Circus Baby, she was lured with an ice cream cone before Circus Baby's stomach hatch would open and would scoop her into her stomach, killing Elizabeth and causing her soul to possess this animatronic. But this time the player was not scooped into her stomach, and in a sense we got the good ending. But why? Why are we fighting off the fun times? Are they possessed, for example? Here Circus Baby does have the green eyes, which we all relate to Elizabeth's eyes, meaning she is possessed, but this is all under the assumption that this is actually happening and isn't in VR. I like the idea of new fun times being around and a repaired bunker existing, which can be one of the locations we'll explore in the next FNAF game, like in Ruin 2. This could even be why we see maybe the same scooper from Sister Location but upgraded or repaired for the Pizzaplex. But this all could be a huge stretch and there might not be any new fun times down there. However, what isn't a stretch is the elevator we see in the secret ending and its connections. This ending could have used any elevator for the player to take to the claw machine, but they used the same one from the trailer, the same one from Sister Location. Assuming we're being taken to Vanessa's consciousness or mind, is this telling us that Vanessa herself has some relation to this elevator? Or like some of us have theorized before, is it relating Vanessa back to Elizabeth? I've already gone over all the similarities between Vanessa and Elizabeth in a few videos, so this could just be more evidence connecting the two. Something where they are almost sharing a consciousness, something showing that Elizabeth is returning through Vanessa. Or it could be something where the elevator is connected to the player. If we are playing as someone like Michael, which is a theory on its own, we all know how this elevator would be connected to Mike. Or it could be related back to Circus Baby. Take a listen to this voice line.
I like it here. It's safe. Safe forever.
Before we dive into what this line means, let's look back to Night 5 of Sister Location, where Michael is instructed to remove this chip from Baby's arm. Where and what happened to this chip is also a huge discussion on its own. I recommend this great video that connects this chip to the Mimic and his role throughout this game and Sister Location in the video I Solved FNAF Help Wanted 2 by FNAF. But it's also theorized that this chip could be inside the Vanny mask, and it's the same chip inserted in one's brain like with what happened to Cassie whenever you wear the Vanny mask. This could be the exact same reason we're seeing this chip show up once more in Help Wanted 2 in the Repair Help You levels. The reason we're seeing it here is because the player also has a Vanny mask. Depending on what this chip is, if it is Circus Baby's code for example, this could tell us that she's in this VR world, and possibly also in Princess Quest, the reason we see the Sister Location elevator, simply a way to show us that she's still around. Or back to my theory on the fun times literally being back, this line we heard earlier and this chip could work as well. Circus Baby is finally in a safe place without William or anyone trying to scoop the fun times, since at this point the FNAF 6 pizzeria would be abandoned, and this chip would be moved into the new Circus Baby. But overall, for each of these mysteries or topics, there are a few ways to look at them with a lot of evidence backing up each one. We are still definitely missing a project that could expand on why Sister Location still matters, leaving this mystery as kinda solved. Moving on, let's take a look at these plushies or dolls of different animatronics. There are a couple of things to go over, so let's start with why Glitchtrap gives them to us. So first of all, I think that it's widely agreed that the plushies are memories and not the actual souls of those children. So it makes more sense that these plushies are memories and that they represent the acceptance of what had happened, but I'll get back to this in a moment. For now, I want to focus on why Glitchtrap is the one to hand us these memories. Now, every time we discuss Glitchtrap obviously depends on who you believe he is, so like most of this video, in the context that he is the Mimic and not a reincarnation of William Afton, this would mean that the Mimic is handing us these memories. But again, why? Well, if we can assume that the Mimic is trying to impersonate William Afton, then I think he's giving us these memories as he is trying to say or prove that he was responsible for the murders of the 5 children. These plushies represent Glitchtrap's code, and you can even go as far to say that they define the Mimic as Glitchtrap. You have to collect these dolls in order to move forward with the ending. Now, the reason I think this is all connected to the Mimic and not to Afton himself is because of the content update, where it's Glitchtrap handing us David's white tiger plushie. Like the victims of Afton, the memory of the plush makes up the Mimic and everything we learned about him in Secret of the Mimic as M2. But looking back to the plushies and now looking at their gravestones, it's widely believed that the player is lighting these gravestones in the order the children were murdered. He is giving these memories life and accepting the past. And by giving these memories life, he can start to look at his own past. Like I mentioned, after lighting all of the gravestones in the correct order, a secret staircase will open, and there this chest is available to be opened. Here is the Bonnie mask connecting him back to FNAF 4 and to the bite of 83, his own traumatic memory, and the reason Mystic Hippo asks us if we remember. Because the player is able to come into terms with the victim's past, he can then come into terms with his own past. So not only do I think he's giving life to theirs and his own memories, but I also think that this represents him finally moving on, as in the next segment of the ending we see Cassie's father trade the vanity mask for the final piece of the Code of Glitch Trap. When the player is successful in the secret ending and in completing the last arcade machine, his final task is to get past the king, and he does so by trading Vanny's mask. I think the main reason he even gave up the Vanny mask in the first place was because he was able to move on from his past like I mentioned, so he no longer needed the mask. I'd say this game gives us all the information we need for these dolls in the theme of memories and what they can mean for moving on. Secret of the Mimic just gave us more information about the White Tiger plushie and why it's so special to the Mimic, so I think we can all say that these memory dolls are solved. Moving on, we have the newest addition to Help Wanted 2, Mystic Hippo. Mystic Hippo was a fortune teller that helped the player progress throughout the game. For example, she would tell us to take the key and to confront the darkness. The key was the Faz wrench, and the darkness was taking the Vanny mask off and facing reality. She is also the one to hand us the glitch purple coin after collecting all of the plushies, allowing us to play Princess Quest in the first place. So what is there to solve? Well, I think it boils down to her past and her connections to Secret of the Mimic. Now, the first thing to note is she actually had a button with the MCM logo, and in Secret of the Mimic, we find none other than a poster for Mystic Hippo. We don't see the animatronic itself, but this tells us she is a creation of Edwin Murray and comes from the early 70s or maybe even early 60s. But there is actually another hippo mascot showing that this design and character has always come from Edwin. But now I want to look back at Var's video on Help Wanted 2 that we talked about earlier. Here he goes over all of these shocking similarities between Mystic Hippo and F10 and 4, suggesting that Fiona is talking to the player through this animatronic. I've said this a lot because it's true, but please check out the full video because these similarities are really convincing, and they only become that much stronger when suggesting the player is Arnold. Now, Mystic Hippo has this set of cards that act as its own game you can play. We have cards of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, Chica, and Vanny. Notice the cool design on the back of the cards? Well, we find the same design and deck of cards in Arnold's van, which honestly blew my mind because they are literally the exact same. So could she be talking to Arnold? Well, she has this voice line telling us that the key I mentioned earlier is familiar to us. This could be because Arnold also had a data diver he used throughout the manor. And she also asks us this.
Do you ever look at your hands? I mean, really look at your hands.
This could be referring to Arnold's literal hands, the only thing that is visible throughout Secret of the Mimic, the hands that we all correlate to this character. Arnold as the protagonist can definitely work, or you can try to fit these voice lines to Cassie's dad. But either way, we know everything about Mystic Hippo. Sure, we could argue her true identity or who she is talking to, but what she reveals to us and where she really came from have definitely been answered, leaving the mystery of Mystic Hippo as solved. Now looking at one of the best characters in all of FNAF and his stories, we have Candy Cadet. Before we can even dive into solving them, take a listen to the 2 stories shown in Help Wanted 2.
Now I will tell you a story about a family that missed the most important opportunity in their lives. It was a limited time offer that included a family-style pizza with all their favorite toppings. It also came with a side of fries, mozzarella sticks, extra large soft drinks, and a toy surprise. It was only $49.99 while supplies lasted. They did not purchase the food and they all died. Now let me tell you a story about a young woman who, when she was little, was led into a dark forest by a witch and almost eaten. She had fallen for the friendly voice without discernment and was led astray. She had escaped before being thrown into the oven, but would have a scar for the rest of her life. When she had grown, she sought revenge on the witch, and entered the forest again willingly, this time with the confidence of age and experience. She was greeted at the mouth of the forest by a young boy who offered to help guide her through the darkness. She welcomed the help, and followed the young boy over the river, through the jagged trees, and toward a small house. "Come," the boy said. "Press here before killing the witch." The young woman was tired, and would kill the witch in the morning. She followed the boy into the house. The oven door closed. the witch would finally have her meal.
There is a lot to unpack here, so let's start with the second and shorter story since I think we actually have an answer now with Secret of the Mimic. Now trying to solve who this family was always the biggest struggle. Could it have been Vannesa, Freddy, Gregory, and Cassie as their own family? Or was it the only other family we've ever known, the Aftons? And this would make somewhat sense since they did all end up dying, but what's missing is the big promotional event causing their deaths. Well, now we have a new family that fits with all these categories, the Murrays. Every single member of the Murrays has died. Fiona at Fall Fest, David either by getting hit by a van or by the giant moon prop in Storytime Showroom, and Edwin was probably killed by M2 as we hear from his voice logs. And this important opportunity that they missed was Fazbear Entertainment, and more specifically partnering with them, giving them their products and catalog. MCM and Fazbear did partner with a lot of designs, like with Chica or the FNAF 1 prototype animatronics. It wasn't until Fazbear or probably William found out about M2 and the Mimic design that they really wanted to take over MCM. Of course Edwin denied, and through voice lines we learned the extent William was going through to try and get his hands on M2. Because Edwin did not agree or quote-unquote purchase the food like in Candy Cadet's story, the Murrays all died. It's simple but sad. This was something we didn't have an answer to until now, and I think it works perfectly. With the first story, this one is still harder to solve, even with Secret of the Mimic, but I think the best explanation that we can all mostly agree on is that it's about Vannesa and Glitchtrap or the Mimic. Vannesa is the young woman tricked by the witch twice. I think the first time is when she's infected and Help Wanted, and then slowly becoming Vanny throughout FNAF AR. Now the second encounter could be Vannesa trying to fight back or resist the infection, which is something suggested in AR. But the young boy who could definitely be Gregory, who at this point is GGY before Security Breach takes place, which would actually be Glitchtrap tricking Vannesa once more to ensure the infection would work. And at the end of the story where the witch finally has her meal, it's Vannesa finally becoming Vanny. You could honestly look at it in slightly different ways, like replacing Glitchtrap with the Mimic, since we know he can change forms, and here he would change himself from the witch to the young boy. Either way, it's hard to not relate this story to Vannesa, and I honestly find it hard to connect it to something else or to someone else, especially since this game has a big focus on Vanny freeing herself from Glitchtrap in her story. We were even supposed to get cut voice lines from Vannesa helping to guide us through the game. So because we can confidently decipher both stories, this leaves Candy Cadet as solved. Now looking at one of my favorite mysteries that I feel like I brought up in every single one of these retrospective videos, Fall Fest. So I apologize if this all seems repetitive, but in Help Wanted 2, Fall Fest really does take center stage and seems to connect to a huge incident. This game would actually reveal a poster for Fall Fest 1970 revealed in the game's hub, so to me this meant we could assume that the carousel minigame focusing around Moon where you have to fix the carousel while avoiding him, and the Cardi minigame where you shoot at targets with a phaser blast for points both took place in the Fall Fest Carnival itself. They even share a similar style and setting as the Dreadbird DLC for example, where we know it 100% takes place in Fall Fest 1983. So what? Well, in both Help Wanted 2 Fall Fest minigames, both levels end with a secret level where the attraction catches fire. With the carousel minigame you face Jackal Moon while fixing the carousel once more, but in the middle of the minigame a fire will randomly start engulfing the attraction and Moon slowly, but eventually you fix the carousel ending this section of levels. With the Carney minigame focused on FNAF 2, after completing the level like normal, the arm of the cardboard cutout of Dreadbird will snap off causing electrical sparks to go flying, which will then cause a fire. This fire will spread across the wagons and even to Carney himself, which will end the minigame. And then in the FNAF 3 Phaser Blast level, we can see the aftermath of the fire while defending yourself against Springtrap. You'll find the wagons and even Carney himself completely burned with nothing in the attraction left. The Fall Fest fire has actually shown up a few times before here, but here it's the most prominent, and now we can even connect it to the death of a character from Secret of the Mimic. Here we know that MCM was commissioned to work on Fall Fest. We find the same Fall Fest 1970 poster from Help Wanted 2 alongside collectibles from the actual carnival. We find a snow globe from Fall Fest that looks similar to promotional art for the event featuring animatronics and even the puppet as a scarecrow. And we even found an admissions ticket for Fall Fest, something we've never seen before. But most importantly, we learned that Fiona Murray, who was a big focus in this game as M1 or F10 and 4, decided to go to Fall Fest with the installation team because she felt that something was wrong. This trip was supposed to last a week, but as we learn in another voice log, Fiona never returns home and Edwin is forced to raise David completely on his own.
Ed, I hope this message reaches you as soon as you get a break. I have to go help the Fall Fest crew, just for a few days until the installation is finished. It's hard to explain. I just have this terrible feeling like I need to be there so nothing goes wrong, just in case. Trisha will babysit David while I'm gone. I love you both, and I'll be back next week.
But how and why? How did Fiona die at Fall Fest? Well, I believe this game tells us that someone most likely caused a fire, someone we're all familiar with. Throughout the game, we learn how William Afton was slowly sabotaging Edwin's business and slowly taking over his company. We learn things like that William was in contact with a leak from MCM and that William and Fazbear Entertainment kept delaying a project that Edwin was working on for them, the prototype FNAF location. You can watch this video to find out just how exactly William is successful in taking over Edwin's life. But what if, to make sure that Edwin's life would crumble and he would lose everything, what if William killed Fiona with the Fall Fest fire? William could have been the one to make it seem like something was going to happen somehow at the carnival, which would then force Fiona to go because of a bad feeling. And I think the first piece of evidence is the carousel minigame. In the Jack-O-Moon level, when looking from the outside perspective, we can actually see that the fire started in this barn and then spread out to the rest of the attraction. So what if it was William inside that barn? He would start the fire where no one would be able to see him and would then disappear. Fiona would be somewhere else in the carnival helping the installation team and most likely didn't know a fire started until it was too late. You can also watch this video where I go over how Moon.exe and other lore support this claim. But for one final piece of evidence, in the Carney minigame that I mentioned earlier, in the final level the only thing we see after the fire is Springtrap or William Afton, which would be a way to tell us that he's the only thing that remained and stayed alive after the fire, since he caused it and was able to escape. So as you can probably tell by now, we know so much more about Fall Fest, and Help Wanted 2 alongside information from Secret of the Mimic definitely got us that much closer to solving this event. But at the same time, and like I've said the other times I mentioned this mystery, it still feels like we're missing the specifics and details of Fall Fest, especially because Fall Fest is a yearly reoccurring event. Anything could have happened from 1970 to the late 80s, and Fall Fest could even still be happening in the modern timeline. Many of us, including myself, are still hoping we will get some sort of Fall Fest DLC to Secret of the Mimic, or that it will even be the next mainland game after we return to the Pizzaplex one more time. But until then, although we have so much more information, a lot is still left up in the air, leaving this mystery as just kinda solved. Finally, looking at the last mystery on the list, we have the Secret of the Mimic update released last year that of course connected to Secret of the Mimic. Because you already heard the recap of this update from VAR, let's get straight into how we can solve it. I'd say there are 4 or 5 major reveals in this update that we all had different types of interpretations for at the time, and I think if I made this video before Secret of the Mimic was released, it would definitely have been unsolved. But now I think we can actually answer this list of reveals, starting with the Tiger Rock plushie. This did not mean that the books were canon, even though that's what the majority of the community was arguing. Instead, it told us that elements of the epilogues were taken straight from that story and translated over to the games. Fiona being alive, for example. In the book, she died giving birth to David, but here in the game, she lives for a few years into his childhood before dying at a Fall Fest fire like I mentioned earlier. This tiger plushie actually has its own really cool lore in this game that gives early FNAF Golden Freddy vibes, where many fans believe that this is possessed by David and might still be around in the modern timeline. Now with this circus funhouse, we all assumed that this would be the setting and entrance for this new game, but then in Secret of the Mimic, we had a completely different style of entrance and it's more of a factory than a funhouse. We do see the circus funhouse as a miniature model in Edwin's house, so why was it shown to us here? Well, it could be because it was the old MCM before being remodeled, or that it was planned to be the new MCM before the Mimic would go rogue and stop that from happening. It depends on how you want to look at it, and although we don't have a solid answer for it here, it still showed up in Secret of the Mimic and was teased here as well. With the van in Mexus, this blue van is actually the exact same work van we see Arnold drive in the beginning of this game, not the van that hit David or this van from one of the endings from Security Breach that some of us theorized about. But Mexus being here in the first place was arguably a tease to the computer originating from 1979 like we all thought. Mechanical Form Experimental Storage was a computer created by Edwin to store programs like M1 in the form of F10 and 4, meaning this blue bunny entity is most likely a program on its own that we are still not sure of its origin. This ending also actually showed us the ending of Secret of the Mimic in a non-literal way. When I was live some time ago, Mr. 3D Gaming proposed the idea that this ending was representing Mexus in the form of the blueprint being in the data driver and it being taken away from the manor by Arnold. Arnold does escape with the cradle blueprints in the parachute ending, and it's the thing that the Mimic takes back after stopping him from escaping. So instead of looking at this as something that literally happened, we can instead look at it in a metaphorical sense, where it was showing us the Secret of the Mimic ending where Arnold attempts to escape with the Mexus blueprints, which is why we even see the van drive off in such a hurry just like in the actual ending. So more than a year after this update was released, I think we can confidently explain every single thing revealed to us and how it played out in Secret of the Mimic. We have answers to all of this update, leaving it as 100% solved. So finally we can answer the big question, have we solved Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2? Well, when we followed the same process with Help Wanted, we found that 77% of that game was solved. With FNAF AR, 60% of that game was solved, and with Security Breach that also included the Ruin DLC, only 33% of that game was solved. So with Help Wanted 2, we have 9 total mysteries and 6 of them are solved, meaning 66% of this game has been solved, which is a little bit lower than I was honestly expecting, but still sounds about right. Every game besides Security Breach is in the same range of percentage of the game solved, so I think with a DLC or even a new game, a lot of these games would be closer to fully being solved. But at the same time, it could take way longer than that depending on how many games they have planned for the Mimic arc and in the way they're going to end everything. It could also very easily be possible that we'll never get answers to some of these mysteries, like with something as the FNAF 4 box from the original games. But only time will tell, and I know we're all hoping for a FNAF Help Wanted 3 that either takes place in the Manor or even at Fall Fest. So with that said, we have kinda solved FNAF Help Wanted 2 in this 4th retrospective video to this series. Finally, we have Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, which was released almost a year ago. Now you may have noticed that this section isn't actually a long form video uploaded on the channel previously, and this was for a couple of reasons. For one, it felt weird titling this video something like, was FNAF Secret of the Mimic solved 10 months later, since that just feels like such a short amount of time to make a retrospective video. And two, most of the video would have been the exact same, and that's simply the fact that most of this game is definitely unsolved. With every other game we've talked about, there was at least one project released after it that helped to solve a lot of that game's mysteries, but here we don't even know what the next game after FNAF Secret of the Mimic will look like. Sure, Secret of the Mimic VR was released, where some of us did think that new content would be released, but sadly we got nothing, and that VR port has its own set of problems we won't discuss here. So for this section, let's quickly go over a list of mysteries like we've been doing and why they're all basically unsolved. First, we have the endings and which one is canon. Now like I said, the biggest issue is that we don't have the next game either directly or indirectly showing us which one is canon. Each ending honestly has a group of fans arguing that it's canon, and even if there was a consensus, we could be wrong like with Security Breach. Before Ruin was released, most of the community agreed that the burntrap ending was canon and that Ruin would follow Cassie rescuing Gregory and Freddy from burntrap or the blob. But now we know that the Princess Quest ending is canon, so it's definitely way too early to decide which ending is canon and which one leads us to the Mimic being in the sequel in Ruin. Next we have F10 and 4. Now this game revealed to us that Mexis is just a computer that runs programs like F10 and 4, where we also had the option to run Cradle.exe through Mexis. So in Ruin, is the Mexis entity another program? Is it the same Cradle program but modified? Is it the same computer as F10 and 4? Where even is F10 and 4, and what happened to her after any of these endings? As you can tell, there are still a bunch of questions to answer, but I feel like we could see most of these resolved in the next FNAF game where F10 and 4 might even make a reappearance and where we could finally get an answer to what this entity is. Next we have David's death. Now in the books it's pretty straightforward how he died and how this led to the Mimic mimicking David. In the game it's the same concept, except for the fact that David's exact death is left ominous and a mystery. The game shows a lot of importance to the ball that David chased into the road, while at the same time showing importance to the storytime showroom where there might have been an accident with a giant moon prop leading to his death instead. There are also theories where William Afton could have been responsible in order to ensure that Edwin's life would fall apart, allowing him to swoop in and take over his company. All of these have their own evidence and could work really well, but we don't know for certain. I don't necessarily think his death has a major impact on the modern timeline, but solving this mystery would still tell us a lot. I've talked about this next one like 50 times already, but we have Fiona and Fall Fest. We just simply need more. A DLC or an entire new FNAF game could answer what really happened in the greater mystery that is Fall Fest. Next we have the coolest mystery on this list, the Moon and what really happened here. This definitely wouldn't change anything, but it would still be nice to know if this is the Mimic or an unfortunate person stuck in this mascot for eternity. Maybe Moon will even show up in the sequel and will become someone chasing Cassie in Ruin 2. Now in a similar category of mysteries we have White Tiger. I think most of us can agree that his appearance is because of David, where his soul could possibly still be an MCM projecting a large version of the White Tiger plushie. That's why we hear a child's laugh in the background when White Tiger shows up on your screen, and why it almost feels like you're playing hide and seek with it. But this still doesn't answer why he can only show up in certain areas and why he doesn't show up anywhere else in the modern timeline. If you believe in the theory that MCM is under the Pizzaplex, then David's soul should still be somewhere around, unless his absence is to tell us that he already moved on and had a happiest day. It's honestly hard to tell, but I hope we see White Tiger again because I feel like there's a lot to be revealed about this character. For the last unsolved mystery, we have Moon.exe. You could honestly talk about this minigame for hours, trying to solve all the different paths, all the different dialogue, the collectibles, all the characters, and what this means for F10 and 4 and M2. You could probably solve Moon.exe just with Secret of the Mimic alone, but even then it's just too soon, and I feel like we all have different ideas of what's really going on. Now with these next mysteries, I would actually label them as kinda solved or solved, since they mainly answer mysteries from past games and how a game that takes place in 1979 is integrated into the already established lore timeline. So we have David's room with Edwin's mansion that probably turns into Dave's room in William Afton's FNAF 4 house, which which would then be on top of the Sister Location bunker that were Edwin's tunnels at the time. We then have the FNAF 1 prototype pizzeria and animatronics alongside prototype springlock animatronics. In probably the coolest review of this game, it told us that Edwin was a contractor for Fazbear Entertainment and helped design assets for FNAF 1 and the springlocks. Now where exactly this took place in the timeline and if Edwin really just helped or actually created them all on his own can be debated, but these mysteries have more to do with the original games and their lore, rather than the modern lore, which is the point of this video. So hopefully by now you see that Secret of the Mimic has a long way to go before we can even get near calling this game solved, and I'm confident that the future FNAF will have a large role in that. So to go over the future of the series, here's a very special guest, FM Plus, who has amazing content and has talked previously about reboots and what should happen next, so take it away.
Hey there, I've been invited onto this video to talk about FNAF, obviously. More specifically, I'll be diving into the future of the series and what it could possibly hold. I've done a few videos in the past on rebooting FNAF, along with redesigning certain aspects of it as well, and I'm excited to be able to talk about this topic today. I'd like to start by going into what exactly would be the most likely path forward for the series. After that, I'll go over what I personally think they should do, even if most of my ideas are unlikely. The modern era of FNAF games, that being from Help Wanted to Secret of the Mimic, is a bit controversial, to say the least. A lot of people like the games, a lot of people do not. One thing is pretty clear though, Steelwool and Scott have a story that they want to tell, and that's the story of the Mimic. As we know by Ruin, this story is not yet complete, and that makes it pretty obvious to me where the focus is probably being put currently. Ruin 2, whether another DLC to Security Breach or a new game entirely with a different title, is the most obvious thing that they could be working on right now. It's been radio silence in terms of the mainline games, besides Secret of the Mimic VR I suppose, but there's simply no way that this isn't at the very least planned. We've seen how the Mimic was made and where he came from, and we've seen where he ended up. The one thing missing is what happens now, specifically to Cassie, Gregory, and I believe Vannesa. Does Cassie end up in a buried MCM or somewhere else entirely? I don't have the answers to that, but I do know that we will find out in a game, I suspect sooner rather than later. I'd be genuinely shocked if we didn't get at least a teaser for the continuation of Ruin sometime this year. Other than the very obvious Ruin 2, I find it likely for them to also make a Fredbear's or Fall Fest game at some point. They both somewhat fall into the same category or era of the series, and they feel very connected. The newer games, for the most part, all feature far more focused lore in the sense that the main story of them is very easy to follow and understand. There's still hidden unknowns in each one, Easter eggs and little details that really make you question why they're there in the first place. A great example of this is a noticeable amount of Fredbear's content within these games. Secret of the Mimic had the prototype springlock suits, and Security Breach had collectible posters. The other games all feature a large amount of Fall Fest stuff. Help Wanted with the DLC, Help Wanted 2 with some of the minigames, along with it being a major part of the Murray family story in Secret of the Mimic. They've weaved all these hints and clues into every single game they've released, culminating in nearly 7 years at this point of countless references to Fredbear's and Fall Fest. It would only make sense for a game to come out that relates to one or both of these events in the future. I mean, how many of you watching would love to see either or both of these locations more in depth? I bet it's a lot, and Steelwool and Scott know that. A game based in the late 70s or early 80s, possibly going between Fall Fest and Fredbear's, would be the obvious thing for them to do. They could cover them separately in different games theoretically, but they feel related to me in many ways, and I could easily see both being put together into a single experience. I won't get too far into it, but perhaps we learn that Fredbear and Spring Bonnie were originally characters for Fall Fest, before being adapted to the diner due to being so popular. I think a game like this would also need to go deep into William and Henry's relationship, as that's something that we 1, don't currently have, and 2, have wanted for a while in the community. There's a large chunk of the FNAF fanbase that doesn't exactly enjoy the newer games, and I think that something like this would also bring them back. Those are the two main and very obvious things I believe we will see from FNAF in the somewhat near future. The next things are more so things I would like to see happen, not things that I think are actually likely to happen. The first would be a complete Steel Wool remaster of the original games. I've wanted this for a long time. The OG Scott era FNAF games are not bad by any means. They're all charming and unique in their own ways, and it's where the series began after all. I just think that it's about time we get some kind of remasters of them. It's been 11 years, almost 12 really, since the first game came out. 3D graphics, real-time movement from the animatronics, real 3D environments, quality of life additions, the list goes on. This would be a great way to better preserve those older titles and possibly get new eyes on the series as well. I think specifically a game like Sister Location would benefit the most, as that game actually has movement in it, but I could see them doing it to all the OG games. If done right, these would likely bring in new players and possibly fans of the series and make it a little more approachable. I assume that many of you are longtime fans of the franchise, but think about someone who's interested but never played. Maybe people who got into it because of the movie and that was the first thing they saw of FNAF. And they look at these older games and they're kind of hard to approach, maybe hard to play, less accessible, they kind of run weird on computers, you know, stuff like that. If they see a well-polished remake of the originals, they'll be more likely to play and probably become fans because, you know, these games are good. They just need a little touch up here and there to really be like great and bring them more into the modern era. To be very clear about this one, I wouldn't want them to change anything about the lore or the story of these games. They do not need to touch anything about that. Simply remastering the games to be more modern would be the idea. They could even add stuff for old players to come back and play these newer games, like, you know, an endless mode in Pizza Sim, like that kind of comes to mind a lot, but they could definitely add other things too. The final couple ideas I want to cover are ones that both mostly do not relate to the games and are, in my opinion, very unlikely to happen anytime soon or at all. They're mostly just things that I'd personally love to see from Five Nights at Freddy's, and I think they would work well with the series, or they're just really cool. The first one of these is an animated episodic show. I have no idea why, but I feel like this would be awesome. We've gotten some live action with the movies, but I think something animated would also be quite cool to see. I think an easy way to do this would be each episode being a different Fazbear's Fright story. For the most part, with a few very notable exceptions, these stories are actually really well done and can stand on their own. I think something like this would help to bring more attention to these stories, as not everyone wants to go and read these books, although they are very cool and if you haven't, you should read them. They don't even have to include some deeper meaning or anything, they can just be short animated episodes of Fazbear's Fright stories. An awesome way to do this would even be to get community members to actually animate these. That would definitely be super duper unlikely, but again, very cool. My final idea for today is movies beyond FNAF 3. I don't want them to just milk the series, of course. However, I do want to see the nightmares on the big screen, so I'm a little torn here. If done right, more movies beyond the third can work well. Whether or not they actually execute it well is another thing. The first two films are not bad by any means, but they could have been better, and we all know this. There are other things that I want to see from this series, like better, more accurate merch, more fanverse games, FNAF World 2, and FNAF multiplayer, but I felt that those things kind of get too far away from the main point of this video, that being the mainline games. I think it's pretty clear that Five Nights at Freddy's has a ton of different ways to move forward, and I think I've covered most of them in this little segment of the video I've made. Huge thanks to Bronze for letting me have a part in this video. If you like this part and what I had to say, go check out my channel, as I have a bunch of videos over there covering many parts of FNAF. Anyways, that's my time. Now back to the rest of the video.
Thank you so much FNAF Merch Plus, and everyone please make sure to go check out their channel. They really do have amazing videos, and they even inspired a future video coming up either next week or the week after that. But personally, I just want anything Fall Fest related. I feel that this carnival event can almost be squeezed into any already existing project like a FNAF Help Wanted 3 or a Ruin 2 project, where the first half of this game could take place in the Pizzaplex, while the second half of it could follow Cassie escaping and wandering into Fall Fest. But only time will tell, and really I'm just excited about the future FNAF and the next possible game. But now I want to look at some bonus mysteries for each of these games that I honestly forgot about, or mysteries that I decided to add based on comments. Starting with FNAF Help Wanted, and a mystery I don't really see many people talk about: who is the client that sent Silver Parasol Games the old circuit boards, and who snuck into their offices trying to get it back? We all know that Tape Girl worked for Silver Parasol Games, a development team that worked on the VR Help Wanted game, so take a listen to one of the tapes left behind and just how exactly it alludes to a mysterious character that we still don't know about.
The drawers have been emptied out. Someone was here. I don't think it was spring cleaning either. No, there was plastic on the floor. Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves. It was a budget thing, I guess. It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that. Looked pretty old. Somehow, though, there was usable code on some of it. It seemed to take hold by itself. Things started changing. But then, he started appearing. At least that's what Jeremy said.
Really, we have two things to answer: who the client is and who snuck in. I think for the longest time we all assumed that the client was some higher up for Fazbear Entertainment that is somehow helping William to come back through Glitchtrap. And it could have been someone like Vanny, who has always been helping Glitchtrap. However, there are a few issues here. These circuit boards were sent to the development team before Vannesa became Vanny, because Glitchtrap hadn't been scanned into the VR game yet. And why would Vanny go after the circuit boards if William had already successfully come back? Well, instead, as of right now, I think it's more possible that the client is what was left of MCM from Secret of the Mimic. We know Fazbear Entertainment essentially absorbed MCM and all of its assets, so it could have been anyone from Fazbear sending over old circuit boards to actually speed up the process, not knowing what would happen. And the person going after them would be none other than Edwin Murray. If these circuit boards contain the Mimic chip that would then manifest into Glitchtrap, Edwin would probably be one of the only people who knows that, causing him to break into the building only to find nothing. We have no idea if Edwin lived after being attacked by the Mimic, but if he did, he could still be around and could even have a role in the Pizzaplex like he did in the novels. MCM adds a whole new layer to the lore and even explains some of the random animatronics in Security Breach, so why couldn't what's left of MCM be the client? But if Edwin didn't sneak in, other possibilities that still work range from Michael Afton to even Miss Afton. It's already a popular theory that Michael is still alive and is either working for or is against Fazbear Entertainment, so he would know what the circuit boards would contain and would want them back before going back to his room. A good friend of mine, unnamed Security Guard, who you heard earlier in the Security Breach segment, is probably the biggest advocate to Miss Afton still being alive. Similar to Michael, she would want to stop the circuit boards from being used, but it's too late. Now, this mystery doesn't define if Help Wanted is solved or anything like that, but it can definitely allow for older or newer characters to come back in the next game or DLC. I hope it's Edwin still being alive, but only time will tell. We're definitely way closer to solving this mystery with the release of Secret of the Mimic, but we still don't have a definitive answer, leaving who snuck in is kinda solved. Now, with FNAF AR, I honestly feel like we covered everything this game had to offer. It is a much shorter game than the other games mentioned, and I didn't want to add a mystery just for the sake of adding one. So we'll keep it as it is for now and add all the mysteries to the final calculation soon. With FNAF Security Breach, let's go over a mystery that I actually made an entire video on, a mystery that tackles the idea of souls in possession still having a major role in the modern lore. So the first thing we need to establish is that there are probably souls around the Pizzaplex from new murders and disappearances separate from the original games. During one of the endings of Security Breach, it is revealed that there are at least 9 missing residents who most likely disappeared at the Pizzaplex. This was probably at the hands of Vanny or Glitchtrap for a number of reasons that we could all debate about, but the paper highlights how they have continued to disappear, so there could even be more disappearances that weren't shown here. Of course, we also have the tales from the Pizzaplex novels, which I know we all have our opinions on, but in almost every single story there is some sort of death that should be around the Pizzaplex. Like all the construction workers who were murdered by the Mimic down in the FNAF 6 pizzeria, or really anyone the Mimic has murdered, so where are they? I definitely don't think they just moved on, since every other time in the franchise there was a murder, their soul would have some significant role, so why would they just be ignored here? Well, they've actually been right in front of our faces this entire time. They've been in animatronics with no escape. They've been trapped inside these wet floor bots. No, I'm not kidding, the dozens of souls in the Pizzaplex are in these small vessels forever. To prove this, we need to look at the Ruin DLC in Glamrock Bonnie. We all know the mystery behind Glamrock Bonnie's disappearance played a huge role throughout Security Breach, where we finally got an answer in the Ruin DLC, where he was found destroyed in Bonnie Bowl surrounded by wet floor bots, but what's important is how we got here. Before reaching Bonnie Bowl, you can find the same wet floor bots we've been talking about scattered around the ruined Pizzaplex. They look and behave the exact same they did in Security Breach, except for when you wear the Vanny mask, where you now have an option to deactivate them. But take a listen to the sound effect that plays whenever you get near them. That's right, what you're hearing is crying or screaming from these children. I definitely think these are the screams of the children from the missing posters in the newspaper, or it could even be any murdered children from the novels. This actually works really well and is pretty tragic when you think about it. These are souls trapped inside mainly stationary objects, being forced to watch people enter and leave, having fun at the Pizzaplex. They can't even scream for help as no one would hear them. All they can do is accept the fact that they are stuck, at least until Ruin. As I said, we can deactivate these caution bots, which causes them to glitch or malfunction before shutting down. Now, I think most of us can agree that this is Cassie freeing the souls inside these bots, allowing them to move on. We're giving them their happiest days, which I know is pretty different from what we've seen before, since you usually need a fire and a couple of more steps. But the reason we couldn't set them free in Security Breach, and the reason we still hear screams, is their connection to the Vanny network. Now, this could be for a number of reasons, like that Vanny murdered these children while on the Vanny network, or that their souls are tied to this network and not the real world. But whatever it is, I think it's clear the key to free them was the Vanny mask, and you actually need to deactivate 28 of these floor bots to find Bonnie. This could honestly tell us that they were 28 victims, which is kinda crazy to think about since we only had a max of 5 to 10 victims in the original FNAF games. But after finding them all, you'll be able to find a destroyed Glamrock Bonnie with an additional 4 caution bots surrounding him. Bonnie's eyes are glowing yellow, so in order to deactivate him, you first need to deactivate the last 4 bots. After doing so, the glow in Bonnie's eyes will also fade away, as if we are also setting him free, which is weird to think about since previously I don't really think any of us were theorizing that he was possessed by someone. But this minigame may remind you of Give Gifts, Give Life from FNAF 2, or even the Springlock minigame from FNAF 3, where you have 4 or 5 souls being surrounded or surrounding someone. Here, these 4 souls are almost acting as protectors over the remains of Bonnie, as if he was possessed by someone, he would no longer be able to move or really reach the other souls. I really like Rightso's video where he suggests that Bonnie is being possessed by Cassie's dad, and he goes over evidence I recommend you all check out in the full video. So I do believe these 4 souls are acting as protectors over Bonnie after he was destroyed by Monty, or the opposite, where Bonnie can't move on until they do. But most importantly, I think it's pretty undeniable that these bots are possessed and that they're non-violent. Finally, looking at FNAF Help Wanted 2, and a mystery I totally forgot about until after I uploaded the video, we have Old Man Consequences. This character has a pretty long history that I won't entirely go over here. I instead just want to look at his appearances in the modern games, where he mainly appears in the Princess Quest minigames as the Old King. He's actually the one to give the princess the Sword of Light that she uses in Princess Quest 2 and 3. Then in Help Wanted 2 he had a huge role, where he was the one to trade the player the glitch trap plushie that Vannesa would destroy for the Vanny mask. Now who he is aside just for a moment, this means OMC was in possession of the last piece of Glitchtrap's code. So if you believe Glitchtrap is William Afton, this would make perfect sense, since Old Man Consequences would be in possession of what's left of William Afton. You could even argue that there's some overlapping possession to the Glitchtrap virus, so OMC would have the last bits to William's soul. This could make OMC anyone from Henry to Michael, being the thing to stop William once again. Or if you believe Glitchtrap is the Mimic, it works just as well. The remains of the Glitchtrap code would be in possession by the person who created it, by the person who knows the Mimic best, Edwin Murray. I'd say this is one of the most popular theories around OMC currently, that he is actually Edwin, which changes a lot around his character and even Princess Quest. For example, there are these great videos going over all the evidence that you should totally check out. Honestly, I feel like we are closer to solving this character, but ultimately it might never actually happen, and all we might have are connections between characters solving other mysteries. So for that reason, because we can make some solid connections, Old Man Consequences remains as kinda solved. So finally, to end this 2.5 hour long video, let's go over the final calculations. Here we have 51 total mysteries from the 5 games. 22 of these mysteries are solved and 29 of them are unsolved. So dividing 22 by 51 and then multiplying it by 100 to get our percentage, drumroll please, 43.14% of the modern lore has been solved. So, have we solved the modern Five Nights at Freddy's lore 6 years later? No. Honestly, 43% is definitely not enough to say we've even solved majority of the lore, but does the number sound right? Well, when comparing it to the original games, when the 5th game or Sister Location was released, how much of that lore was solved? I'd say 50% also sounds right. FNAF 4 and Sister Location were games that were more unsolved back then with more mysteries, while FNAF 1 and 3 were considered solved, and FNAF 2 was kinda solved, so it's about right. With 1 or 2 more games, I think we'll get way closer to solving the majority of these games. This could be Ruin 2, and then a big finale game wrapping everything up. But with that said, this was my big retrospective video on whether or not we've solved the modern Five Nights at Freddy's lore. So what do you guys think? How much of these games have we solved, and will we ever solve some of these mysteries? Comment down below any thoughts or theories, as I love reading through the comments. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you all so much for watching. Bye! Five Nights at Freddy's 4 has been released for more than 10 years now, which I know is crazy to think about, and with this game comes tons of mysteries that have remained unsolved to this day. And of course you could say that the biggest mystery from FNAF 4 is the box. A box that has been planned to open a couple of times but it never has, something the community can't agree on, and the mystery I want to discuss in this video. I've made a few theories on the box over the past few years, but now I want to make what I think is my best theory to this mystery and an answer that some of you might even agree with. And this would only be possible with the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie and the new lore that was just revealed. So my name is Bronze Films, and let's attempt to solve the FNAF 4 box one last time. So for some quick context, after beating Night 7, fans were met with this ominous ending. The ending was just a lockbox with this text above it. Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now. This ending completely confused the fandom, with no one able to figure out what was inside or even understand the meaning of it. Scott Cawthon was going to open the box in the Halloween update, which included different animatronic designs and harder nights, but ultimately decided against it. In the game files, there is even a way to actually unlock the box by taking off the 2 locks as they fall to the ground, but nothing was inside. And this wouldn't be the last time the box was planned to be opened, but I'll get back to these other moments soon. Scott instead released a statement on Steam with small clues. He decided not to open the box because no one was able to figure it out. For the first time in the franchise, no one was able to answer this mystery, and Scott Cawthon wanted to keep it that way. And from his statement, 2 things stuck out to fans, and now these 2 claims are the fundamentals for each theory. Scott claims that what's inside the box are the pieces put together, but would the community accept it that way? And in FNAF World, the box was planned to be opened one more time, as this sprite of the open box was found in the game files, and it's assumed that this would have occurred in the clock ending. Another important moment I'll get back to soon. And most recently, Scott Cawthon talked about the box in the Zaku interview, opening up the mystery of the box once more. Here he states how something was inside of the box, but he never pursued it story-wise, and he doesn't know if he can find it again. So the FNAF 4 box was planned to be opened 3 separate times, but yet we still never got an answer, and it's been left as an unsolved mystery. But what if this was wrong? What if we just got new information to this decade-old mystery through the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie? A little more than a week ago, we finally got the final trailer that revealed more about characters like Henry Emily, we got our first look at the withered animatronics like Withered Freddy, and we got a lore that fans have been using to solve parts of the game. We've gotten things like a backstory on William and blueprints to Freddy from the first FNAF movie. We also learned a lot about Vannesa and her nightmares. It's revealed that she's experiencing nightmares of a father, which could be a result of leaving him to die in the Springlock suit at the end of the first film. We see her as a child running away from William in their home and hiding from him. These nightmares might also even include William wearing the Spring Bonnie suit, or these scenes are from flashbacks of the missing children incident. More importantly, we see Vannesa taking steps to enhance these nightmares or dreams just like how Mike did, by having white noise in the background and by having artifacts from the desired dream they would want to experience. Here, Vannesa turns on the static of the TV and places the following items next to her. Marbles, a journal. This one's harder to tell what it is, so it could be anything from a mirror to a ping pong paddle. But finally, she places this toy plane, the same toy plane that belonged to Garrett from the first movie. And it's what he carried when he was being kidnapped by William Afton. William even gave this toy plane to Vannesa, as we saw it in this photo. So it looks like this toy plane alongside the other items displayed are actually trophies that William collected from his victims. Of course, this plane belonged to Garrett, Mike's brother, and up to this point we know of a few other murders in the movie's continuity. We know of the missing children incident from the last movie, and now we got our first look at Charlie Emily, daughter of Henry Emily, who would be murdered by William and who would possess the puppet. William might also even be responsible for this boy's death that Charlie's carrying in this scene. Some have speculated that this could be Sammy, twin brother to Charlie in the Silver Eyes trilogy novels. Or it could just be any of William's other victims, and there could even be murders in this continuity that we're not aware of. So I think it's safe to say that all these items came from these victims, and that William would keep them as trophies until Vannesa would get a hold of them after his supposed death. But why even bring this up? Why does it even matter? Well, I want to point you to where these trophies came from. Zoom, enhance, that's right, it came from a box. Okay, I know by now you could probably just say I'm a crazy theorist for saying a box in any FNAF media and immediately connecting it to the FNAF 4 box. But hear me out, cause I swear it makes sense and I think it's more than just connecting the boxes. If this is the movie version of the FNAF 4 box, and trust me I know that's a big if, what if the game's version of the FNAF 4 box also contained trophies from William's victims? Hear me out. With the game's continuity, I think we already saw something similar take place with the release of Secret of the Mimic. I'm sure by now you've seen tons of videos covering FNAF's latest installments to the franchise, with a lot of them focusing on FNAF's newest family, the Murrays. But if you haven't, here are a few to watch. For a very brief recap, here we learn that Edwin Murray, owner of Murray's Costume Manor, a contractor who made Fazbear Entertainment ideas mechanically possible, had his company and life overtaken by William. William would steal his employees, would change their projects so Edwin would have to dedicate more time and money on them, and he might have even been responsible for the death of Fiona Murray, Edwin's wife. All in an effort to take over Edwin's life and company, and he is definitely successful. And not only does Fazbear's Entertainment legally take the entirety of Edwin's catalog for themselves, which is why we see new animatronics like Monty in Security Breach, as this character originally belonged to Edwin, and Fazbear or William even take over his land and home. When focusing on the building of MCM, taking a look at the outside of the manor and at the surrounding area, we find that the manor is surrounded by a forest, and to the side of the manor on top of a hillside we find this mansion. If this all looks familiar, that's because it's clearly the exact same location we've seen in other FNAF games showcasing where the FNAF 4 house resides. It's on the same hillside and surrounded by the exact same forest we saw in FNAF 4's loading screen where we saw the Afton family house for the very first time. And it's the same area as we saw in the Dreadbird DLC where we also saw the FNAF 4 house in, with it being surrounded by the exact same mountain and hills that just can't be a coincidence. But there's one major difference. This is not the same house as the Afton's house. Well, in the parachute ending, we saw the mansion being burnt down. So what if after the fire, William would save what was left of the mansion and remodel it to the FNAF 4 house we all know and remember? And during the good ending, where Arnold is able to reset the Mimic's programming to mimic David Murray, son of Edwin, by playing him a bedtime story, we get a glimpse of David's room. And of course this room is almost identical to the main room from FNAF 4 where all of the nights are played. They share a similar blue carpet, cabinets, and even patterns on the wall, and the closets where the Mimic and Foxy would come out of are almost identical, and most importantly, they both share the exact same toys. Toys that we've only ever seen in the FNAF 4 house that are once more returning in David's room. This just can't be a coincidence, and I think it's here to tell us that they are the same. So after the MCM fire, William would fix what's left of the mansion and would create it into a smaller house with the same toys and style of room. But before we can even connect all of this to the movies, we first would need to be able to explain how David was a victim of William Afton, which could honestly be possible. This is already an idea explored by theorists like the Unworthy Truth, where William would murder David by running him over in a Fazbear's Entertainment work van to further destroy Edwin's life. Check out the video here for the full context. So if this were the case like in the FNAF 1 movie, William is giving the toy of one of his victims to a child of his own, and here William might have even kept the toys as trophies and as a reminder of the Murray family. William from the movies and games both possibly kept trophies and gave them to their children, which all brings us back to the box. A popular theory called Neighborhood Kids MCI believes that the neighborhood kids in FNAF 4 that the crying child can interact with are the victims of the missing children incident. Although I don't know if I believe this 100%, I do think we can use it with this theory, as each neighborhood kid has something with him that could later become a trophy of William. This boy has a balloon, this boy who is most likely the Freddy bully has a Freddy mask, this girl has her toy animatronic toys, this boy has a Spring Bonnie plush, and this girl doesn't have anything on her but William still could have taken an item from her. So it's these things that were inside the FNAF 4 box, trophies from the neighborhood kids from the missing children incident. Another way to look at it that connects to my past theories on the box is through the masks. Shifting the focus, when looking at the intro from FNAF World, these mysterious eyes tell us they will put you back together, and we can safely assume these eyes are the same character as the Fredbear plush that belonged to the crying child. So I would argue that this text is referencing the box and the clues around it. Then in the end, the plush tells us the pieces are in place for you, the pieces which are referring to the mini-games from FNAF 3 in order to unlock the happiest day ending. Here the player is almost setting up the mini-games for the player in FNAF 3 to complete them, which will then set the souls free in happiest day. We see the player place 4 cupcakes onto squares, the same 4 the player in FNAF 3 collects and gives to children. We also see them placing Shadow Bonnie into a square, the same square or area we find Shadow Bonnie in this minigame. Without the player in FNAF World, the pieces wouldn't be in place for the FNAF 3 player to put them together. So if the minigames are the pieces, that's why many believe what's inside the box is the happiest day ending. In an update for FNAF World and in the source code it reads, he put the pieces back together, which is most likely referring to the player from FNAF 3 putting the memories back together, freeing the souls, which is only more proof that's what's inside the box. But because this isn't the focus here, a big part of happiest day are the masks that fall when their souls are free. These masks are clearly connected to these victims, which has led me to believe it's what they were wearing or had on them when they were murdered. Similar to how Garrett had his toy plane when he was kidnapped, the MCI victims would be wearing these masks when William murdered them. So if they had them on them at the time of their death, this would then allow William to take these masks or trophies, and as some of you are probably thinking right now, he would then take these masks and place them into the FNAF 4 box. I think there was a reason that it was masks that represented each soul instead of anything else, a reason that could later connect to FNAF 4 and this box. Especially now with the FNAF 2 movie trailer where we saw trophies in a box. And not only are these masks in a lot of FNAF games including the Modern FNAF Lore, but they would also connect William to the box and a purpose of him placing them there. For more evidence, when looking at FNAF Help Wanted 2 and at the Princess Quest ending, the player presumably collects memories from the missing children incident, which are in the form of plushies which are made with the masks of each of the victims. After collecting them all and after playing the Princess Quest arcade machine, these plushies now lie on graves, and the player has an option to light each grave, as after lighting them in a specific order, we find a memory of our own. In this secret room we find a chest, and when opening it, inside is a Bonnie mask with the text, "This looks familiar." It's been theorized that we play as Bonnie Bro in FNAF Help Wanted 2 from FNAF 4, and the reason it looks familiar is because it's the same one he wore the night the crying child was murdered. But after finding the mask, the player is able to free Vanessa from the control of Glitch Trap. If you haven't noticed yet, the events of this game almost directly parallel FNAF 3 and Happiest Day. The player collects memories and completes them, which leads them to finding a new memory or a memory of their own, which ends with an innocent soul or person being freed from the hands of William Afton or of his creation. So this could mean that the chest is a parallel to the box, meaning inside the box must also be a mask that is a memory, a mask that means something, or multiple masks from the MCI as I mentioned. But for the final pieces of supporting evidence and for the last way to look at it, how does this fit in with what Scott said and with other FNAF games? I actually do want to bring up the FNAF wiki, since at the time of writing this 5 hours ago, the same theory I'm talking about in this video was uploaded and labeled as Trophy Box. This is honestly something I feel like happens a lot with FNAF in the community, where theories come to the same conclusion or thought process, as I also saw it be brought up by this Reddit user, so I want to thank the people up on screen who had a part on writing this wiki theory and the Reddit post. So I want to bring up some points and evidence that they found. When looking at FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, we all know how Toy Chica represents William Afton and in a sense the missing children incident. Here we see Toy Chica collecting items from her murdered classmates inside of her backpack, which could be paralleling what was inside of the FNAF 4 box. Now, like the chest from Help Wanted 2, of course these two things aren't actually a box, but we could definitely see this as Toy Chica collecting trophies from her victims just like how William Afton did. But this can't be a FNAF video without mentioning Remnant, so with this theory it could be used to explain why William was even collecting trophies. It could be possible that each item contained Remnant that could later on be used for some experiments. Because the answer to what's inside the box is the pieces put together, using the Remnant from the personal items of the MCI victims could have been used to put together the crying child. And now the body of the crying child being inside is already a popular theory many believe in, or at least a lot of theorists in the community can agree that the box has something to do with the bite victim. So here after the MCI, William would hide the box with the trophies, explaining the "some things are best left forgotten for now" quote, until he would figure out how the remnant from the items could be used to bring back the crying child. When looking back to what Scott said in the Dako interview, this quote would make a lot of sense with this box theory. Scott never explicitly said that the box was empty, he just said that this plot point wouldn't come back in any future games again. The box would never be opened because Scott wasn't able to figure out a way to implement these trophies into the story moving forward. With Sister Location and future FNAF games, this would also make sense. And don't get me wrong, the MCI still definitely did play a significant role, but at the same time the story explained new victims like Elizabeth Afton possessing Circus Baby, or a deeper explanation to how and why Charlie Emily was possessing the puppet in Pizzeria Simulator. Instead of focusing on how these trophies would affect the story or even characters moving forward, Scott would instead focus on expanding the story of the Aftons and creating a fitting conclusion for the franchise. Any character in any future game opening up the box filled with Purple Guy's trophies from his victims just simply wouldn't make sense story-wise, especially with what Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator focus on instead. But with that said, there are some issues with this theory, with the most important being the FNAF 2 movie. Now, there are a good amount of differences between the games and movies, which is why I think it's clear that the movies are in their own continuity separate from the games. So because the box would contain some item in the movies, it doesn't mean it contains the same items in the games. This is also just some box. We won't really know if it looks like the same one from the games until the movie comes out, and even then they could be saving the box for the FNAF 4 movie when the time comes. So with that said, remember this video is just a theory and nothing is confirmed. Comment down below any thoughts or theories, and what do you guys think? What is inside the FNAF 4 box, and will this mystery ever be solved? So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you all so much for watching. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach was released almost 4 years ago, which I know is just hard to believe since we still have tons of unsolved mysteries with this game. And one of my personal favorite unsolved mysteries that I think will have a major role moving forward with the modern lore is the Blob. The Blob is a mystery that has dozens of different answers that all have their own evidence, and I've even tried to solve the Blob a few times on the channel. But one of the most popular theories in a channel that has had a huge role in trying to solve FNAF and Security Breach game theory in this infamous PNG that I'm sure you've seen everywhere. matpat's interpretation of the Blob and of this really random part of Security Breach was one I really enjoyed and one of my favorite theories of his. So after watching Withered Circle's video on Miss Afton and looking back at game theory's interpretation, I thought why not do the same with the Blob? So in this video, let's look back at game theory's FNAF, the final Security Breach mystery solved, and if it really did solve the Blob. Does this theory still hold up years later after the game's release? Have we found any new evidence for this theory, and what does new lore and games tell us about this theory? Well, my name is Bronze Films, please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and let's look at what is arguably the franchise's most confusing mystery. For some context, in FNAF Security Breach, Gregory goes to the lowest point in the pizzeria, which was revealed to be the location from FNAF 6. There he finds a sinkhole that goes to an even lower level where he finds the Blob, an amalgamation of animatronic parts, wires, and parts of characters we're all familiar with. The Blob tries to stop Gregory, but he is able to burntrap alongside the Blob and is able to escape the pizzaplex with Glamrock Freddy. The Blob then reappears in a small cameo near the beginning of the Ruin DLC, where he can be seen inside of a hole in the wall before it quickly backs away and becomes out of view, as it will then disappear for the rest of the game. Down in the sinkhole, you can also find a trail of oil left behind from the Blob, as the trail leads to a hole in this wall. This can tell us that the Blob is within the pizzaplex's walls and structure, meaning it's most likely the reason the pizzaplex collapsed against itself was because the Blob would hollow out the foundation with massive tunnels, not because of an earthquake like the newspaper suggested. But what is this amalgamation of different animatronics? Well, it included the FNAF 1 versions of Chica and Bonnie, it included the puppet, Circus Baby, parts of Mangle, and at the head of it all is Funtime Freddy. Now before we look at game theories, some of the other most popular theories include that it's Molten Freddy from FNAF Pizzeria Simulator fused with scraps from the Pizzeria and Pizzaplex, creating a new amalgamation animatronic. But the issue here is that Molten Freddy was burned in the FNAF 6 fire and that parts like the Funtime animatronics shouldn't technically exist, since by this point in the timeline they were already together as Molten Freddy, and parts from Circus Baby should have been Scrap Baby. Other theories are that it's made up of agony from murdered workers in the Pizzaplex, or that it's simply an entirely new antagonist that for some reason has beef with Burntrap. More recently, theorists like T-Dress have connected this mystery to Secret of the Mimic into the Storyteller tree, suggesting that the Blob is the game's version of Storyteller, or that the Blob is actually F10 and 4 engulfed in wires that are actually controlling and are all over the Pizzaplex, acting as a power source or hub for the Mimic AI. And the masks could be explained by the FNAF 3 map found in the prototype pizzeria, as this prototype location would be where the Blob is currently residing in. Personally, I suggested that the Blob was made up of the souls of the 7 technicians from Secret of the Mimic who failed to retrieve the Mimic's schematics and were killed by him. The 7 souls would line up with the 7 animatronics making up the Blob. But finally, looking at game theory's interpretation of this character that was released only months after this game was released, is that the Blob is made up of animatronic parts from Rockstar Row and the agony from the animatronics is fueling it. Now I recommend watching the full video if you haven't, or just to rewatch it because it is always fun to look back at these theories before we had Ruin, Help Wanted 2, and even Secret of the Mimic to help us. Now, Rockstar Row was featured in the opening of Security Breach, and it's a museum featuring all the new artifacts from the franchise. And on the surface, it may just seem like this museum only serves the purpose to hold fun Easter eggs or to show how much time has passed in the timeline. I'm sure many people, including myself, only look through the displays when playing for the very first time, but after that it's easy to just walk past it and completely ignore it. But these displays are important to the Blob, and most importantly, which ones are missing. So first, let's look at each display in Rockstar Row. Going in chronological order, we see FNAF 1 Freddy's foot and bow tie, Freddy's arm and ear, Freddy's mic and its stand, Chica's torso, foot and her infamous cupcake, Bonnie's guitar, and finally we see Foxy's torso and jaw. We then see various posters from FNAF 2 and FNAF 3. We also see these toys from the FNAF 4 bedroom, but we don't see any artifacts from FNAF Sister Location. In the corner we can find cardboard cutouts of Dreadbear, Ennard, Shadow Bonnie, Nightmare Balloon Boy, Circus Baby Plush, and Plushtrap. We also see this stage from FNAF Help Wanted, and it's supposed to be a replica of the first FNAF stage. But finally we see Glamrock Chica's old guitar, this film reel with the label movie on it, and we see this display with what looks like to be animatronic parts and one single eye. But like I said earlier, some of these displays have missing animatronic parts, which is why game theory proposed the idea that it's these missing parts that make up the masks and parts of the Blob, and so far it does make sense. We don't know exactly what items were missing, so it's not that hard to imagine that it was the heads, masks, and arms that the Blob would collect to create themselves. A lot of the displays are from the earlier locations, like the FNAF 1 Chica and Bonnie display, which could be exactly where the blob would collect Chica's and Bonnie's heads and torsos. Or we see a lot of FNAF 2 memorabilia, which is where the blob could get Mango's parts and the puppet mask without the tears. Now it is harder to explain Funtime Freddy and Circus Baby since we don't really see a dedicated Sister Location display. But again, it's easy to say that it could have been any of these displays since we don't know what they look like with every item still there. And if these are just memorabilia and artifacts from past locations, this would explain why we see Funtime Freddy and Circus Baby instead of animatronics like Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy that they would become from Sister Location to Pizzeria Simulator. This would especially make sense since we saw those animatronics being burned down in the FNAF 6 fire alongside their souls being freed, which brings me to the next major point covered in this video. What's fueling the blob if it's not these souls? Well, matpat proposes the idea that because the original animatronics no longer have spirits powering them, the agony they felt while being murdered remains attached to the suits. That's why the blob would even collect these parts from Rockstar Row, because they would be filled with agony that could then power the blob, only making itself stronger with each part it collected. It's not collecting spirits, it's collecting agony.
All the pain and suffering of the children from over the years brought together to create one giant monster.
This would also explain why all the eyes for the animatronics and endoskeletons are glowing red. And it's also why the puppet and Circus Baby's eyes aren't glowing red. Like I said earlier, the puppet's mask is missing its tears, signifying that this animatronic's soul is freed, the same reason why Circus Baby's eyes aren't lit up. Elizabeth's soul was also freed during the FNAF 6 fire, and it's only their agony now fueling this monster. Now all of this 100% still holds up with what we know about the blob and any new lore that was introduced, and the blob being fueled by agony is still a popular theory, but where that agony came from is what can be different. But for some supporting evidence, which honestly isn't that much since they really did cover all bases, for practical reasons the blob being able to grab these parts also makes complete sense. Game theory does cover these oily wires that we see all throughout the Afton boss battle, and even a segment from the story The New Kid from Fazbear Frights, where kids who are exploring an abandoned Freddy's location hear something slithering through the walls, which you could say is something that represents the blob, a tangle of wires moving around the Pizzaplex. And I think we actually see these wires everywhere around the Pizzaplex, and I mean everywhere. Up on screen are only a few examples where these wires are just infestating rooms and areas of the Pizzaplex, and these wires do definitely look similar to the blob's wires. So it looks like the core of the blob is down in the sinkhole where we see the animatronics and endos, while his wires can stretch to and reach any area of the Pizzaplex. We can assume he can control these wires just like he does in the sinkhole when trying to grab Gregory. So if these wires are everywhere, then the blob could have definitely just used one of these wires to sneakily take parts of Rockstar Row going undetected. So I also want to take a look at a duffel bag message that specifically mentions Rockstar Row. When taking a look at the stolen property message, it reads,
"Well, somehow someone broke into a Rockstar Row display case and stole the Wind Up Music Man prototypes. The case was smashed and there's glass on the floor, but no sign of a break-in. Nothing else seems to be missing. I have absolutely no idea how they got into the building, and there's nothing on the security footage. Now what should I do? Should I call the police and report a break-in?"
Now I know we don't see the Wind Up Music Man toys inside of the blob, and this message could totally be about Vanny, but I think we can use it in the context of the blob. The blob would use one of its wires to break the glass of the display case and would then take an animatronic part. And the reason there's nothing on the security cameras is because they wouldn't be able to pick up a wire breaking the display case, or maybe even because the blob would use another wire to cover or disable the cameras. So the blob taking parts from Rockstar Row makes that much more sense. In terms of the agony from these items even fueling the blob and the evidence supporting this, I think it's just the fact that they're even missing. The game could have easily included every animatronic part in the display cases, and in that sense it wouldn't really have changed anything. But because some of them are missing, to me the game would want us to find them and to find a reason for them to be missing. These items having agony or even remnant from past tragedies is a perfect explanation to them being missing, as they could then be used to power or to give life to the blob, or really to a dozen of different characters depending on how you see it. So as a whole, we have a pretty solid theory here. Now we just need to look at new games to see if it holds up, since this was released before Ruin and every project that followed. At the time this theory was released, we only had a teaser poster for Ruin, and from this, game theory theorized that the red eyes and wires seen on the poster would be the blob returning once more as the main antagonist. They believe that the ruined Pizzaplex was a result of the burntrap ending where the Pizzaplex collapsed on itself due to the fire, and that because the blob took burntrap with him, Afton and the agony of this animatronic would fuse together, creating an entirely new antagonist. And this was honestly something I feel like most of us believed in until Ruin was ultimately released. Alright, now the Mimic and the direction the Ruin DLC went towards wasn't really something any of us were expecting. But ultimately it was widely well received, and of course the Mimic has continued to be explored as the main antagonist with each new game's release, like a whole dedicated origin game, Secret of the Mimic. But that meant that game theory and really most of the community at the time weren't able to predict the Ruin DLC. For one, the burntrap ending wasn't even canon, as we learned that the Princess Quest ending was. We saw the princesses sort through the arcade machine in Vanny's room, and the other endings that weren't canon would receive a comic book style drawing that was made by Gregory to say they're not canon, which of course included the burntrap ending, and burntrap wasn't even in Ruin at all. Now you could argue that he's the mimic or that he's somewhere else in the sinkhole, but without a definitive answer, he was just kinda pushed to the side. But what about the blob? Well, game theory was right about the blob. He does actually show up in Ruin, just for a slight second, and then we never see him again. Rockstar Row is also just something we don't really see, as this area is blocked off, so we can't really look here for evidence. But with the blob itself, there are some interesting details worth mentioning. Earlier I said that all of the eyes from the animatronics and the blob were glowing red, telling us that it's being fueled by agony. But here the blob's eyes aren't glowing red any longer, and they don't actually have any glow to them. We don't see all of the animatronics that are supposed to be in the blob, since the player is only supposed to see the head, but we do see Bonnie and Circus Baby. Like in Security Breach, Circus Baby's eyes are still not lit up, but Bonnie's still are. Now I do want to say that it looks like the blob no longer has any agony attached to it. Although we do see Bonnie's eyes lit up, this is most likely because they took the model from Security Breach and used what they needed, so Circus Baby and Bonnie look exactly how they did in Security Breach. But with Funtime Freddy, who again is the part the players were supposed to see, their eyes aren't lit up, and if we were supposed to see the full model, I'm sure all of the eyes of the animatronics would no longer be lit up. So what does this mean? Well, saying that Burntrap is Afton here, it makes sense that the agony fueling the blob would be the strongest around the thing that inflicted the agony onto them. That's why they're trying to stop Burntrap, and that's why when they're close to him, all of their eyes are lit up. And in Ruin, with whatever happened to Burntrap, the blob is no longer near him, nor would they have any agony towards him. It's also possible that the blob would just want to escape the sinkhole after being stuck down there for some period of time. So after escaping, it would then lose its agony and would now roam the walls of the Pizzaplex. But if this is the case, then what's fueling it? Well, it could be anything from remnant or possession from souls we're not aware of. I personally think that it's just the remnant from these artifacts that is now fueling the blob, but this just brings up yet another question. Now what? If Afton is defeated, what is the blob's purpose? Without agony, what is the blob? Well, this is harder to say, and unfortunately none of the games released after Ruin can even help. In FNAF Help Wanted 2, the blob was supposed to make an appearance in the Fizzy Faz minigames, but it was ultimately cut, and we don't really know what they would have looked like. And of course, with Secret of the Mimic, although we can use pieces of this game's lore to fill in gaps of the blob's story, ultimately they're not concrete answers, and it doesn't really seem like we'll ever get one. Or at least that's what I would be saying if our last hope didn't lie with the next possible game, FNAF Abyss. I already made a video going over all the teasers and information for this next possible FNAF game that many are labeling as Abyss. It's believed that it will pick up right after the events of Ruin, with Cassie surviving the elevator fall and trying to get out of the Pizzaplex one last time. So if we're revisiting the Ruin Pizzaplex, then I think we can say for almost certain that the blob has to make an appearance. We can assume that this will be one of the last games in the Mimic arc, or maybe even the last game centered around the Pizzaplex. We'll definitely see the Mimic, and maybe even Burntrap if he really is separate from the Mimic, so why wouldn't we see the blob as a secondary antagonist? Or since he doesn't seem to be powered by agony anymore, he could be a friend to Cassie, helping her escape so he could also ultimately be free. I imagine a game mechanic where we can almost summon the blob to move obstacles or to just help us find a way out. But this is all just speculation, and really it's our last chance to get more information on this character. But to end the video, I do want to look back at Game Theory's video and on what Map has said about a solution to stop the blob. He goes over how in the Fazbear Fright novels, the solution is to see in people's memories and to trap them in those memories. This might seem like it doesn't correlate with any of the games, but we have actually gotten a few tie-ins to memories. The best way to look at it is with FNAF Help Wanted 2, where you collect memory plushies of the missing children incident that allows you to complete the secret ending, where you then place these plushies onto graves, lighting them. And in Ruin, I also think we saw some sort of memory. In the sad ending where Cassie wears the Vanny mask in front of this Fredbear cardboard cutout, she sees Gregory, Helpy, and Vannesa happily on the infamous ending hillside as they all tell her they're safe. Now I know this isn't technically a memory as it's more of a false reality, but I think it could have been made from a memory where Cassie and Gregory were playing on a hillside, a memory that was one of Cassie's favorite that the Vanny mask would then recreate. And this is how I think they could stop the blob if needed, by somehow trapping the blob in a fake reality, never truly letting it escape. And this memory could be the way of telling us who the blob really is and where the agony that's fueling it came from, but this is all just a theory.
A game theory! Thanks for watching.
With that said, I hope you all enjoyed this video where we look back at Game Theory's interpretation of the blob to see if they truly did solve this character. So did they? Well, I think they did. I think they have one of the most solid interpretations that can still hold up to this day even with all the new lore revealed. So what do you guys think? Did game theory solve the blob? Let me know if I should make more of these videos looking back at game theory's videos, as it was a lot of fun looking back at older interpretations, and you never know, 4 years from now we could be looking back at Tom's game theories to see if he solved the game like Secret of the Mimic. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you all so much for watching. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach was released on December 16, 2021 and has been out for almost 4 years. I know, it's hard to believe. Not only is this game known for its complicated and mysterious lore, but it also introduced an entire new generation of fans to the FNAF franchise while also bringing in a new age of FNAF theorists. But 4 years later, what do we know about this game? Has the story evolved with new additions to the timeline? Have we answered every single mystery from this game? Well, in this retrospective video, join me as we go over the history of this game, every single mystery from the base game and from the Ruin DLC, alongside if these mysteries have been answered, while also deciding what mysteries are still left from this game. Which all accumulates to answering one question: have we solved the Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach 4 years later? Well, my name is Bronze Films, please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and let's get started. For an overview of the history of Security Breach, it really started with FNAF AR and Help Wanted. Special Delivery introduced us to emails between employees of Fazbear's Entertainment that included someone by the name Ness, and most emails were about a virus infiltrating company computer systems. Of course, we all know how this would pay off later, but most importantly, our first real teaser was at the end of the Help Wanted update. When walking outside this store, instead of following Glitch Shop, you would find the Pizzaplex under construction with a billboard from Fazbear's Entertainment right in front of it that read, "Now hiring." We would then get teaser images that included our first look at the Pizzaplex, the 4 main glamrock animatronics, and even Vanny. We then got our first teaser trailer September 16, 2020, showcasing the Pizzaplex and the franchise's supposed new villain. We would then get 2 more trailers on January 12, 2021 and in February of 2021, before we get our final trailer on October 27th of that same year, revealing the release date and various aspects of gameplay. Finally, on December 16th, Security Breach was released, with its fair share of issues that I'm sure you've seen be discussed by now, but of course, what people were also talking about was the lore. And to give you a history lesson on the lore of Security Breach, here's Neo Nobody.
FNAF Security Breach has a eventful history when it comes to theorizing about its lore. With this game came a brand new generation of FNAF fans, which also was a brand new generation of theorists, along with matpat seemingly heading the way towards any general fans basis of the lore. You also had newcomers Mr. Naff, and also Tall, Dark, and Toasty himself. But that aside, Security Breach took a while for the theorists to fully wrap their head around, because you had rooms that looked like this, combined with gameplay that looked like this. But eventually matpat threw his hat into the ring with the Gregbot theory, the theory that Gregory is a robot version of the crying child. This theory, later shortened down to the nickname Gregbot, was very controversial and very memed upon in the community. A lot of people threw away actual evidence towards this theory just for the simple fact of, I don't like this idea, therefore it shouldn't be canon, therefore matpat's wrong. But over time, people did begin to accept it, and nowadays in the FNAF lore, many new theorists are beginning to build off the framework of matpat's original theory. But this wasn't game theory's only robotic revelation in Security Breach, as they also claimed that Vannesa could be a young adult robot version of Elizabeth Afton, in the same way that the Silver Eyes had a young adult Charlie bot, although this theory is overall less well known and less accepted than Gregbot. And to complete the Afton sibling trio, a lot of people quickly agreed that Glamrock Freddy was possessed by Michael Afton. And as if we didn't have yet enough weird Afton possessed soul shit up in here, then let's look down here instead in the Burntrap ending with William Afton once again being risen from the dead. And he apparently grew an arm. For a while, a lot of people assumed this was the canon ending, probably because it was the only ending to not end with a fucking comic strip. This upsetted a lot of people because it felt like at this point, fan service without any story importance. Why the fuck are we seeing this man get risen back from the dead? Like, we all get that's his thing, but come on, pal, your time's up, buddy. Luckily, later on, with the release of Ruin, we've all since concluded that Princess Quest is the most likely canonical ending, and it seems like we are finally putting Afton to rest and making way for our new main antagonist, the Mimic. Wait, so, Burntrap isn't William Afton? Is he just the mimic? Don't worry about it. Nobody really knows. As 2022 continued, Scott released a brand new book series called Tales from the Pizzaplex. This was sort of the spiritual sequel series to Fazbear Frights, with both books seemingly paralleling, or at least giving clues and hints towards the game's lore. Scott has later gone on record to say that this book series was also to sort of course correct after the weird lore mistakes and mishaps that Security Breach brought to the community. And I love how Scott's version of course correction just involves baobab trees and fucking hallucinogenic gas. Scott, it's okay, you already introduced sound illusion discs. You don't need that. You don't. Tales from the Pizzaplex actually did wonders for the FNAF theorists, solving actually very controversial questions at the time, such as who is patient 46. With this new information from the books, it seems like Gregory was also once under the control of Glitchtrap. And just like how he plays Princess Quest to free Vannesa, it seems like somebody must have played Balloon World to free Gregory. And this wasn't the only Security Breach revelation from the books, because in those same books we were also introduced to the man of the hour, the Mimic. The Mimic was an invention made by Edwin to take care of his son David Murray. At the time, a lot of people, including Game Theory, just assumed that Edwin was a parallel to Henry Emily's character. John FNAF proceeded to add on to this theory, thinking that maybe the Mimic's code is actually Glitchtrap's identity. And maybe, just maybe, we could trace the Mimic all the way back to this scene in Sister Location. This chip right here, possibly containing the Mimic's code. Everybody thought that these new revelation of theories practically solved Glitchtrap and his role in Security Breach. But everything changed when the Ruin attacked. The original teaser we had for the Ruin DLC showed the Pizzaplex in, well, her ruin, but it also showed off this almost ghostly looking girl, with the artwork's lighting making it seem like she has blonde hair. Everybody immediately assumed this was someone along the lines of like a ghost Susie, or like maybe a robot version of Elizabeth Afton. But in a surprising turn of events, it actually ended up being Cassie, the daughter of Bonnie Bully. And throughout the game, she is lured deeper and deeper into the Pizzaplex by the Mimic. I mean, Gregory, obviously. Can't you tell? It sounds like Gregory. It's Gregory, duh. Only to reveal when she goes down to the deepest depths of the ruined basement that it's just the Mimic all along. And yeah, this was the most obvious twist ever. Did Steelwool purposefully make this so fucking obvious? To escape the Mimic's clutches, Cassie goes up an elevator, only for Gregory to cut it, sending her all the way back down to the Mimic. But considering right once Cassie is going up the elevator, the Mimic is just sort of left standing there right next to the elevator's battery itself, it does seem like this is less likely to actually be Gregory and more or less the Mimic mimicking Gregory, possibly trying to set up Cassie for a future villain arc, making her the new and improved Vanny. We also had little hints towards future games in Ruin, such as Cassie's dad and his role in all of these whole Mimic shenanigans, along with some never before seen costume suits, which we now know were hinting towards Secret of the Mimic. However, seeing the Mimic in the flesh, or the metal, made a lot of people question the canonicity of the Tales from the Pizzaplex books. But in terms of the history of the lore, that's pretty much it. But do these theories still hold up nowadays? Have we actually solved Security Breach? Well, let's ask Bronze Films to find out. Bye bye.
Thank you, Neo, and everyone make sure to check out his channel. So now that you basically know everything about Security Breach, now we can look at a list of mysteries that I think make up the majority of the game and whether or not we can solve them. I know this list can be debated, especially since there's so many smaller mysteries with this game, but to me these are at the core of the game and its story. So I'll do the same when we get to the Ruin portion of this video, a list of 10 different mysteries. So number 1, a mystery that is technically 3, who are these guys? The game centers around Gregory, Glamrock Freddy, and Vannesa or Vanny. This game clearly points importance to each of these characters in different ways, which comes with mysteries like possession, parallels. Are they supposed to represent characters from the past, or are they literally the same people we knew of before? All things I'll discuss soon. Number 2 and 3 I'm grouping together. Who is Burntrap and the Blob? They both had major roles in the Burntrap ending and acted as new villains for the franchise that we honestly know nothing about. Each character has its own debate with the community, with Burntrap definitely being the one that fans can't agree on. Number 4, the Sticky Note Room. Now this has been theorized about ever since this game was first released for its odd and almost random nature. Even now it's hard to find a reasonable answer to who or what was down here writing dozens and dozens of messages on sticky notes. This room has heads of Nightmarian staff bots, and whoever was down here even made a staff bot recreation of the Afton family. I know, crazy right? Number 5, Princess Quest. Although these arcade machines seem pretty straightforward in every FNAF installment they're in, the main question lies with the princess herself and her true identity. Number 6, Patients 46 and 71. Although we have a good idea of who they actually are, what's confusing is what we learn about both of them and how it connects to the greater FNAF lore. Number 7, what role does the Afton family play if there's any? Now you can look at this mystery in a number of ways, like if they're actually alive, are we only seeing parallels to this family, or will they have a role in a future FNAF game? But mainly I want to look at if they're still here and especially where. Number 8, the Nightmare staff bots and plushies. Now this is arguably the most random and confusing part of this game, though we are still looking for an explanation, especially because they have continued to have a role in new FNAF games. So what are they? Are they important, and what does it all mean? Number 9, Sun and Moon. Now this was an entirely new animatronic introduced that the game pointed a lot of importance to, one we would even see reappear in multiple games. We saw a number of connections to other characters in animatronics, but why? Number 10, the endings. There are a total of 6 different endings to be unlocked, some animated while most of them are in a comic book art style. It was heavily debated which ending was canon, and even now it can be up to someone's interpretation. So now that we have our list of 10 mysteries, we can start to go one by one answering which one has been solved, which ones we have a really good idea about but can be debated, and lastly the ones we still know absolutely nothing about being unsolved. Alongside answering if each mystery has been solved, I also want to bring up videos from theorists that can be fundamental to helping our understanding of this game. So starting with the easiest ones that I think we can say have been solved by this point are the endings, Sun and Moon, and the Patience. Now for the longest time it was assumed that the Burntrap ending was canon because it was the only animated ending and it seemed to be directly connected to the Pizzeria Simulator ending, with William Afton coming back as Burntrap and the other animatronics returning in the form of the Blob. Then when Ruin was being teased, we saw the Ruin Pizzaplex, suggesting that the events of the ending where the Pizzaplex collapsed on itself during the fire were canon. It was believed that Gregory and Freddy were of course stuck down in the sinkhole because the elevator could only be used once, and some believe that these wires in the teaser belonged to the Blob and that he would be the main antagonist. But then, as Ruin was released, it made it clear which ending was canon in 2 different ways. The first is through comic book drawings Cassie finds that were drawn by Gregory. We find drawings of the 5 different endings, which is the game's way of telling us that these endings are not canon. And one of those drawings was about the Burntrap ending, specifically this moment as the Blob is about to grab Burntrap. Then before you reach the sinkhole, you find the princess's sword through the arcade machine with the image of the glitch out virus right behind it. This seemed to follow the events of the Princess Quest ending, with Gregory completing the arcade machines, freeing Vannesa while escaping with her and glamrock Freddy's head. Although it still can be argued which ending is canon, especially with some arguing Burntrap has still had a role as the Mimic and that the Pizzaplex could have only collapsed on itself after the fire. As of now, Ruin seemed to have confirmed through drawings and Easter eggs that the Princess Quest ending is canon, officially solving the first mystery. Now looking at Sun and Moon, like I said, this character seemed to be important, but it was hard to say exactly why. In Ruin, Eclipse even had the same teeth as the Mimic, which made a lot think that he came from the same time period as the Mimic and that they were closely related. So when FNAF Secret of the Mimic was released this past June, it proved exactly that. Here we learn that Edwin Murray, owner of Murray's Costume Manor, a contractor who made Fazbear's Entertainment ideas mechanically possible, was responsible for creating the characters Sun and Moon. There is even a Moon mascot section of the game that has its own mysteries. We even got more lore with Edwin being a parallel to Moon in the Moon.exe minigame. And that is why Fiona represents the sun, with her icon even showing up above F10N4 or M1, which was designed to mimic her. If you even want to break it down by smaller mysteries in Security Breach, this game even explains why other random animatronics show up, like Monty, Roxy, and DJ Music Man. They were all originally created by Edwin Murray, but were repurposed decades later by Fazbear's Entertainment because they legally got a hold of Edwin's wide catalog, when his company ultimately failed. So although I think more can be said about Sun and Moon and that we'll continue to learn about them, their backstory and meaning alongside existence of other characters has definitely been solved. When looking at the final solved mystery, this one's pretty straightforward but also pretty controversial, the patient CDs. Through CD collectibles, we learn about 2 patients seeing therapists with their sessions being recorded, patients 46 and 71. Patient 71 is clearly Vannesa, as the game explicitly tells us that. We learn about how she is basically being taken over by the glitch trap virus and that multiple therapists are seemingly disappearing. With patient 46, their identity is hidden, but we do have certain facts to help us identify who they are. We know they have hacking abilities, are most likely a child, and have a close connection to the Pizzaplex. And of course, the person who comes into your mind may be Gregory. Now there are other theories to who this could be that include but are not limited to Charlie, Elizabeth, and even the Crying Child. Oh, and most of these theories revolve around robot children, which is something I'll mention later. But then, with the tales from the Pizzaplex novels, we learn about GGY, who has the same hacking skills and is closely connected to the Pizzaplex, who is probably but most definitely Gregory. This seems to point us back to Patient 46, the exact same traits, and the novels just give us more context to this character who can be seen as the antagonist. Now before you go commenting that the books aren't canon, don't worry, I know, and it's something I strongly believe in. But I still think we can use them as supporting evidence to back up claims, especially when these books have strong connections to characters from the games and it takes place in the exact same setting as Security Breach, but again, not canon. So we know who both patients are, and whenever we have theories about Vannesa or Gregory, the consensus is that the CDs can be used as evidence to learn more about their characters. And now we can look at the next set of mysteries that I'm going to label kinda solved, as a lot can be debated within them. Starting with my favorites, who are Burntrap and the Blob? Now these are mysteries I made a ton of videos on, and you've most likely seen them being discussed by amazing theorists. With Burntrap, the main argument is whether he is William Afton coming back once more, or if he is the Mimic mimicking William Afton while wearing a corpse and springlock suit. The evidence towards him being William are pretty straightforward. Burntrap shares a similar design to all of William's appearances, and a decaying corpse within a spring bunny suit. You can see his flesh like Springtrap or Scraptrap. Burntrap has purple eyes with purple smoke coming out of his charging station that is presumably keeping him alive. Burntrap is found in the sinkhole in the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, which is of course the same location where Pizzeria Simulator took place, where William was burned and supposedly killed. This also means that Glitchtrap is William as well, with his agony or spirit possessing a circuit board, where he would infect the Help Wanted game and Vannesa. Vanny would then bring him physically back as Burntrap. With the argument of him being the Mimic, most of it lies with the novels, Ruin, and even with Secret of the Mimic. The Mimic shares physical features with Burntrap. When looking at their legs, they both don't match, both their left feet only have 3 toes, both of their left arms have 5 fingers, and they both have a similar pose with their left arm is raised but their wrists are flat. In the books, we learn that the Mimic wears a mascot suit with a person already inside of it, causing the person's flesh to fuse with the Mimic, and for the mascot suit left over on the endoskeleton. When you picture it, this is exactly how Burntrap would look. The flesh is from the person and the suit would have come from the mascot the person was wearing. In Ruin, it would also explain why Burntrap is notably missing, as we know the Mimic was designed to mimic others. And a video I want to highlight by underscore how Ruin secretly solved the Burntrap debate, which I'm sure you've all seen by now, and if you haven't, please do, because it's honestly just amazing. But it highlights how a claw mark that is found in the vent next to Burntrap's room is also found in the vent leading to the Mimic's lair. This claw mark also perfectly lines up with Burntrap's hand, suggesting it's the same hand as the Mimic and that he was the one who left it here in both locations. We even find a similar purple glow effect in the Mimic's room, just like we do when Burntrap is revealed. So after Security Breach, Burntrap would crawl through this vent, would lose his corpse and springlock suit, and would then be trapped in this room by Vannesa and Gregory, where he would leave another claw mark, again making these two the same. So when looking at all the evidence, it can truthfully go either way, and I'm sure many of you watching this video are still split on the topic. It's just one of those things that still hasn't been answered, and I don't think it will unless we get new information with a new FNAF game. But we do have solid evidence for both sides that doesn't leave this mystery completely unsolved. Now with the Blob, there's much more possibilities than just 2 sides. Some of the most popular theories include that it's Molten Freddy from FNAF Pizzeria Simulator fused with scraps from the Pizzeria and Pizzaplex, creating a new amalgamation animatronic. But the issue here is that Molten Freddy was burned in that fire, and that parts like the Funtime animatronic shouldn't technically exist, since by this point in the timeline they were already together as Molten Freddy, and parts from Circus Baby should have been Scrap Baby. Another popular one from Game Theory that was released only months after the game was released is that the Blob is made up of animatronic parts from Rockstar Row, and the agony from the Pizzaplex is fueling it, which is why the puppet is missing her tears and why we see Funtime animatronics when they should be parts from Molten Freddy. Other theories are that it's made up from agony from murdered employees in the Pizzaplex, or that it's even an entirely new antagonist. More recently, theorists like T-Dreads have connected the mystery to Secret of the Mimic into the Storyteller tree, suggesting that the Blob is the game's version of Storyteller, or that the Blob is actually F10 and 4 engulfing wires that are actually controlling and are all over the Pizzaplex, acting as a power source or a hub for the Mimic AI. The animatronic parts could be explained by the FNAF 3 map found in the prototype Pizzeria, as this prototype location would be where the Blob is currently residing in. So if this map was here to tell us that we were near this prototype location, the Blob could have easily gone there and gotten masks of different animatronics. Personally, I suggested that the Blob was made up of the souls of the 7 technicians from Secret of the Mimic who failed to retrieve the Mimic schematics and were killed by him. The 7 souls would line up with the 7 animatronics making up the Blob. But like with Burntrap, it's just one of those things where we have no concrete information and it could honestly go either way. Even in Ruin, when the Blob showed up again, it was only for a slight second and it didn't tell us anything about the character itself. But but because we have some ideas, Burntrap and the Blob are kinda solved. Now, the Nightmare Staff Bots is a mystery I'm sure you've also seen be discussed by now, a strange recurrence of a character that wasn't even supposed to be canon. We saw him in a Help Wanted level, officially making him canon to the universe, also meaning Fazbear's Entertainment knew of his existence. We would continue to see Nightmarian in Security Breach through the Nightmare Staff Bots with the message, "In your dreams." This was accompanied by Nightmare plushies hidden around the Pizzaplex almost as if they were watching us, and we would continue to see them in Ruin, but why? Well, now most of the theories revolve around the Mimic, and more specifically how they could be representing each other. An amazing video I want to highlight, which is actually a new one, of FNAF The Ultimate Nightmarian Theory by FNAF. Here he goes over how Help Wanted was being mimicked into the Pizzaplex by the Mimic program, which includes the Nightmarian staff bots as it would have been mimicked from Nightmarian from one of the minigames. He brings up a lot of great connections to the Silver Eye book trilogy into the games through parallels, and he suggests that Nightmarian represents the Mimic itself. Through scrap content and Secret of the Mimic, we learned how all of the mascot jump scares was supposed to include a Nightmarian's jump scare sound effect, not just Jackie. He also brings up how the placement of Nightmarian staff bot heads in the sticky note room would represent the physical Mimic, and that the server room filled with puppet-inspired wires would represent the virtual Mimic virus. So I think it's clear that Nightmarian is connected to the Mimic and to the Mimic's origins, but it's still something where the meaning can be seen as vague and we still don't have all the pieces to this mystery. But for the last kinda solved mystery, what's up with the Aftons in the Pizzaplex? Like I said earlier, you can tackle this mystery in a number of ways, with the first simply being parallels. Burntrap or the Mimic represents William, Glamrock Freddy represents Michael, Gregory represents the Crying Child, and Elizabeth represents Vannesa. Or you could take this literally, with William coming back again, Michael possessing Glamrock Freddy after the FNAF 6 fire.
I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path.
The Crying Child would return as Gregory in a sort of robot child situation, which I'll come back to later. And Vannesa would also either be a robot or it's actually Elizabeth returning in some way. Or it's a mix, where some return and some don't, where people like Michael Afton could still be alive working for the new Fazbear's Entertainment, while Vannesa is actually a new Afton we never heard of until now. Each possibility has its own set of evidence, with the two people who come to mind who really explore the possibilities being Game Theory and ID's Fantasy. Of course, Game Theory brought up Miss Afton in a role in trying to bring back the Afton family, while ID's Fantasy had a couple theories on different members. And even most recently, she revisited Glamrock Freddy and Michael in this video. But one of the main issues is that with each new addition to the franchise, it seems to stray away from the Afton family. Ruin introduced the Mimic, which kinda eliminated William from the picture. Help Wanted to continue to dive into Glitchtrap, where at this point the consensus is that he is the Mimic. And of course we got Secret of the Mimic, a whole game dedicated to the Mimic and a new family, the Murrays. But at the same time, the Aftons are still very much present. In Secret of the Mimic, we got emails from WA or William. We basically got confirmation that Edwin's mansion later becomes William's home, as David's room is almost an exact copy to the Crying Child's room. And it seems that Michael might have a role in the next FNAF game, which might have Abyss in its title. I made a whole video going over the teasers leading up to this game and a new hour-long ambience video released by Stewwool. During this video, slightly altered tracks from Sister Location played, which included Demolition Inevitable, Michael's infamous theme. This could suggest that Sister Location and Michael will have some role, with fans theorizing that Cassie survived the elevator fall at the end of Ruin and that the elevator fell into the Sister Location bunker, where Cassie will have to navigate her way through Circus Baby's entertainment and rental just like Michael did. And if he is really alive, he could show up and help her out, as in Ruin, Gregory does mention some mysterious friend before their name is cut off.
My friend has access to the building maps. Just follow the instructions.
But now I'm just rambling, and it could just be as possible that he died in the FNAF 6 fire. So this just leads us right back to the beginning. Yes, it's clear the Aftons have had some role in Security Breach, but this could mean anything. Which leaves us with dozens of theories surrounding this family's fate. And now looking at mysteries that I would consider unsolved, let's start with the Princess. The Princess Quest arcade machines have had a role ever since Help Wanted and have continued to have a role all the way until Help Wanted 2. It's clear Princess Quest was one of the ways to defeat the Glitchtrap virus and to more specifically free whoever was under his control, where in this case it was Vannesa, but the actual identity of the princess has remained a mystery. This really cool video by Rightos, who needs no introduction, explains the possibility of the princess being Cassidy or Golden Freddy. Originally, the game's files included the name Cassidy for the princess sprite, which immediately made people say that the princess was Cassidy. Rightos also draws connections to Cassidy possibly being represented in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels as a parallel to the story Drowning. And the fact that Golden Freddy is in every single game where William is made it weird that they wouldn't appear in Security Breach, where William clearly is. Other theories suggest that the princess could be anyone from Vannesa, Charlie Emily, and Cassie from Ruin. Although we have theories on who the character is, the story seems to focus on the arcade machines themselves and how they're connected to Glitchtrap or Vannesa. So no clear intention to explore this character further leaves this mystery unsolved. Now looking at the sticky note room, which like many theories is still being debated to this day. Probably the more confusing part of this game, the simple question is, who was in this room? A great example of a theory that really acted as a sort of pillar to other theories is game theory's FNAF the clue that almost solved everything. This video builds off his Gregbot theory, which don't worry we're about to cover, where Gregory is the crying child reborn as a robot. As the sticky notes tell us his story about the crying child coming into consciousness and remembering his past, like his birthday party or the bite, which is why we see the Afton family staff bots as it's him trying to recreate the family he lost. Most theories from here honestly are about robot children or the idea of something gaining consciousness. A lot of new theories suggest that it's actually the Mimic, and the sticky notes are about his past with the Murray family or him trying to mimic the Afton's lives. Even more now when we have the Mimic mimicking David as a child, which lines up with the childish drawings and notes in the room. But we still don't have concrete evidence to who this is or what this room really represents, and I don't really ever think we'll get a concrete answer. Finally looking at what I call the big three, who are Gregory, Glamrock, Freddy, and Vannesa. Cause yes, this mystery is different from the Aftons. I briefly talked about Vannesa being Elizabeth Afton, a new Afton, or an entirely new character. The similarities between Elizabeth and Vannesa can't be a coincidence, and it could be the reason Glitchtrap chose to take over her life. We learn a lot about her character through the CDs, but still her identity remains a mystery. She clearly knows more about the Pizzaplex and Fazbear's than we've realized, because her, alongside Gregory, trapped the Mimic in this room and must have known about him previously and just how dangerous he really is. She might also know more about Mexis, as she either reactivated this machine to keep the Mimic trapped, or as some believe, she's the one who moved it here. She also has a connection to the Princess Quest minigames, which can be interpreted in a dozen of ways. It would be weird for Steelwood to introduce a character that clearly has narrative and visual similarities to past games and characters, only for them to actually be someone entirely new. But even then, without a clear idea for the community to theorize and build off of, her character has remained as someone we know is important, but unclear to where the franchise is going to take her and why. Now, Glamrock Freddy is a character with even more possibilities to who they are, and I think it's the one the community can't really agree on. A few ideas include possession by Michael Afton, Henry Emily, Charlie Emily, or even the crying child, which is an idea I honestly lean towards. Michael and Henry were both down in the FNAF 6 fire, and either of the souls could have wandered off into Freddy. While with the crying child and Charlie, it can be argued that their personalities are very similar to Freddy. Charlie would act as a protector as the puppet to the other souls, just like Freddy acts as a protector to Gregory, stopping him from being a victim to Vanny like the many others. On the other hand, it can be seen that Freddy is scared, just like the crying child is in FNAF 4. He's almost scared of Vannesa the same way the crying child was of the animatronics and with his older brother Michael. He is also missing his head in Ruin, which could be a parallel to CC losing his head in the bite. Ruin Freddy also resembles Nightmare Fredbear, which is another way CC is represented. But if none of these souls are possessing Freddy, it could simply be that his AI is different from the others. In Help Wanted 2, we learn that the Glamrock Endos were trained in the same room where Glamrock Freddy was trained and essentially raised. So maybe here his AI was trained with the information of any of the actions or with different tragedies from the past. Which is why his personality seems similar to characters we've known of before. There are also newer theories on Glamrock Freddy like this one by Minibyte Games connecting Freddy to F10 and 4. However, these are still just theories and the games don't seem to lean towards any definitive conclusion. But it does seem that Glamrock Freddy will return and maybe we'll finally get an answer to his identity. Finally, let's look at Gregory, where this single image from game theory revolutionized theorizing and ideas about this franchise. I'd say the biggest theory around Gregory is of course him being a robot child and actually being the crying child, an idea brought up in Game Theory's video, FNAF Don't Trust Gregory. Matpat brings up points how Gregory doesn't have a guest profile and how he's most likely living in the Pizzaplex, how he stutters when Freddy asks his name, his physical appearance that resembles Crying Child, Freddy's comment on how Gregory is broken, instances in the books where children are rebuilt into robots, and how Gregory's vision almost glitches out when Vanny gets near him, since her presence would be disrupting the feed of his robot eyes. This idea has even been further explored in a new theory by T-Dreads, which I'm sure you've all heard about by now, where T-Dreads proposes that David Murray from Secret of the Mimic, Gregory from Security Breach, and the crying child from FNAF 4 are all literally and narratively connected. He highlights connections between David Murray and Gregory, like how both are seen sitting on the same hill at the future Pizzaplex land, connections between David Murray and the crying child, like how they both have neglectful parents and have the same house and toys. This all leads to the idea that William Afton is trying to recreate David into the crying child, attempting to copy Edwin Murray's invention. Of course, I recommend checking out the full, almost hour-long video to get the full context. So based on these theories, I would actually label Gregory as being kinda solved, but as a whole, being connected to the other two major characters from Security Breach, finding an answer for all of them seems somewhat impossible, or at least not yet. That leaves us with 3 mysteries solved, 4 mysteries kinda solved, and 3 more mysteries unsolved, and we haven't even gotten to Ruin yet. Now, I did talk about the Ruin DLC a lot, but this is definitely its own project with its own set of mysteries that we need to dissect. So, to give you a brief history on Ruin, let me introduce a good friend unnamed Security Guard.
Hey everybody, I'm Unnamed Security Guard, a new FNAF theorist and former security guard, and Bronze has asked me if I would be willing to do the ruins section of this video, and as you can see, I am more than happy to. So, without any more ado, let's get right into it. So, to give the briefest of overviews, Ruin opens with a girl named Cassie as she jumps down into the ruins, of the Pizzaplex. She pauses to call out for Gregory, saying she got his message, but after getting no response, she continues down into the main lobby, next to Rockstar Row, and deeper into the Pizzaplex. As she is walking in, she hears a static noise in the distance by the elevators and starts to go towards it. When she gets there, she finds a Roxy talkie with Gregory on the other end, saying he is trapped in a sinkhole under Roxy Raceway and she needs to come find him. As she continues, she finds a Fazwatch, much like her dad's, and uses it to open doors and deactivate the security nodes of the Mexis system after being told by Gregory that for him to escape, all of the security nodes need to be deactivated throughout the ruined Pizzaplex. Near the end of the DLC, she makes her way into the sinkhole and under the ruins of the FNAF 6 pizzeria where, after completely deactivating Mexis and breaking through a concrete wall with a forklift, she climbs through, and the game reveals the voice throughout the DLC wasn't Gregory at all, but a new character called the Mimic, who moves to attack Cassie before Roxy pushes the Mimic away, buying time for Cassie to run away. This is where the game branches off into its 3 different endings. One of the endings, which appears to be the canon ending, is the main ending you get by successfully escaping the Mimic and making it to the elevator. After barely escaping the Mimic, the real Gregory explains how she was never supposed to go down there, how the thing in the sinkhole tricked her, and has been trapped down there, quote, a really long time. After saying how it isn't her fault the Mimic is free now, and knows she did it for him, before saying, quote, we can't risk being followed, he apologizes, before the elevator falls in a complete freefall a moment later. After a long moment of silence, we hear Roxy say, Cassie, before the game ends. In what has been dubbed the Brazil ending, if you ignore Gregory's directions and take the wrong path during the Mimic chase at a particular junction, you will find a dead end with a Freddy cutout holding ice cream. If you put on the mask at the cutout before the Mimic gets to you, you see an image of Vannesa, Gregory, and Helpy on a hill, enjoying ice cream as music plays. Gregory says it's okay, and he found a spot to hide as a distorted voice of Gregory can be heard overlapping, and as Cassie's breathing becomes more and more panicked. It ends with a distorted voice of Gregory saying, keep going. The final and secret ending has been dubbed the Scooper ending. To get this ending, you need to find secret cameras at chapters 1, 3, 5, and 7, and look through them until a secret door opens in the video feed. When all 4 secret doors have been opened, you continue playing the game normally until the Mimic chase at the end. When you get to the final hallway that the elevator is at the end of, to the left will be a new path that is opened, and at the end of this new path, you will find a room with a button that activates a scooper that is in the main room that grabs the Mimic as it begins banging on the door. It pulls the Mimic into the smoke, and once it clears, the Mimic is laying on the ground, seemingly deactivated, and the game ends. So, that pretty much covers Ruin, so thank you guys for watching, and thank you Bronze for having me on.
Thank you so much, Unnamed Security Guard, and everyone please make sure to go check out his channel. So now we can look at the list of Ruin mysteries, which is a lot shorter, and go through the exact same process where most of these theories are going to revolve around the Mimic. Number 1 is the Mimic Glitch Trap. Now at this point you would imagine that Glitch Trap would finally be solved and that the answer would be revealed through the Mimic. Although there are connections, I want to look at all the possibilities and how it ultimately does matter to solving parts of Security Breach. Number 2, are the books canon? Now I think this is 100% the most controversial topic with the modern FNAF lore, and it's one that's been developing as the books and games have been released together. Are the books in a different continuity? Are they parallels or are they canon? I think the answer is clear now, so when I get there, please be nice in the comments. Number 3, which ending is canon? Like Security Breach, there's a couple of endings with each of them having some argument to being the canon one. Although we don't have the next game in the timeline to tell us which one was canon like Ruin did with Security Breach, I think we already got an answer. Number 4, what is this thing? Of course you may see the scooper and think immediately of the scooper from FNAF Sister Location, making these two the same and these two areas the same. Or it could honestly be something entirely new created by Fazbear's Entertainment, so we'll find out soon. Number 5, what is Mexis? Another part of Ruin that really confused the FNAF community was this simple supercomputer. Is it possessed by someone we used to know, or is it just a new character? Obviously this is someone important and we might just be one step closer to solving who this is. So actually starting with the opposite from the Security Breach list, what mysteries are unsolved? Well, in my opinion, simply none of them, because Ruin was a continuation, because we now have 2 projects released after it, and most importantly, because Scott Cawthon and Stu will work together on this game making one coherent story, something I'll discuss later. We now have a really good idea of what Ruin was supposed to tell us, leaving only solved and kinda solved mysteries, starting with our first solved mystery, which ending is canon. To find an answer, we need to look at teasers that we've gotten over the past few weeks to what looks like to be Ruin 2. One of the main composers responsible for the incredible FNAF music, Leon Riskin, posted this teaser for an upcoming project named Forgotten Names and Faces, with the tags reading, "Who will catch you when you fall into the abyss?" This included brand new music, so take a listen. If it sounded familiar, that's because it has the same melody from Gracefully Into the Abyss from FNAF Help Wanted 2. It appears that this new project is an upcoming FNAF game in the franchise. The acronym for Forgotten Names and Faces spells out FNAF, and both songs seem to be centered around Princess Quest with the word Abyss in both of them. This has led many to title this new game FNAF Abyss or FNAF Into the Abyss. He also posted a song titled Fixing Elevators with the caption, "Elevators can't be trusted, take the stairs." The hashtags in the post also spell out Betty Lou Oliver, a person who holds the world record for surviving the longest elevator fall. All of this just screams Cassie and her fate at the end of the Ruin DLC. She tries to take the elevator to escape the Mimic, but either the Mimic or Gregory cuts the elevator, making her fall to her supposed death. But with these teasers, it suggests that she actually survived and that the next game will be FNAF Ruin 2, meaning Cassie is still down in the sinkhole alone with the Mimic and that the elevator ending is the canon one. Sure, this could change as we get more information and teasers, but so far it's heavily suggested that the bad ending is canon, meaning the sad ending where Cassie wears the Vanny mask in front of the Fredbear cardboard cutout revealing Helpy, Vannesa, and Gregory happily on the hillside, alongside the Scooper ending where the Mimic is scooped out of the lion costume, are not canon. The next solved mystery is the book's canonicity. Again, I can't reiterate how insane it was being in the community at the peak of this argument. You had both sides willing to put everything on the line to prove that the books were or weren't canon, specifically the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. There are a total of 8 different novels with tons of stories that have helped us to piece together the timeline, like with Didophobia that finally told us more about FNAF 4 and Sister Location. And of course other stories like GGY really made some consider the possibility of the books being in the same continuity as the games, as Gregory would be GGY. We were seeing more and more connections between the two, with what really made the topic so controversial being the Mimic's appearance in Ruin. This was of course a major antagonist in the books, so finally seeing them in the games made it seem like this argument was over. But of course you could have said that this was just a parallel, and this was even something I believed in. But then with the FNAF Help Wanted 2 update released in December of last year, it really seemed over for the book deniers, as not only did we see the Mimic, but we saw the Tiger Rock plushie for the first time in the games. This tiger plushie belonged to David Murray from the books, as the Mimic would even get a plushie of his own. Up to this point we only knew of the plushie and the Tiger Rock animatronics from the books, but now this was a major character that existed inside of the games, confirming the Mimic's backstory and that he wasn't just a parallel. I even made a video about this update saying that we can no longer deny the book's canonicity. In the update we even saw what seemed to be Edwin Murray's company and the factory from the books. So the final nail in the coffin was Edwin Murray himself being mentioned in the Secret of the Mimic trailer released in February of this year. At this point it was undeniable that the Mimic and Edwin were canon characters and not just parallels to characters like Henry. And as we'd get more teasers or images for this game, a large part of the community could finally agree that the books, or at least part of the books, were canon. So finally this debate was put to a rest.
It is lonely down here.
Wait, what? What are you? A computer?
Okay, you know what, never mind, I am doing a 180 on what I just said. The books are definitely not canon whatsoever, right? Although the main points from the books did transfer over to the games, like the Murray's and the Mimic's backstory, what didn't were the specifics of the story and how it impacted this game alongside the rest of the lore. There are a couple of things that were just different, but a perfect example is Fiona, wife of Edwin Murray and co-owner of Murray's Costume Manor. In the book, she dies giving birth to David and doesn't have a role in his life. But here Fiona was very much alive for the first couple of years in his life, and it's implied she died at a Fall Fest fire. And her absence in David's life is why Edwin created the Mimic and M1, a program designed to mimic Fiona. M1 is then transferred into the supercomputer F10N4, which may or may not be Mex's, something we'll discuss soon. And even now it's theorized that F10N4 still has a role in the modern lore as I discussed earlier. So honestly, this detail alone should be enough to say that the books in their entirety are not canon to the games. Sure, you could argue that parts of the books are canon, but with how Secret of the Mimic structured the Murray family, which did differ from the books, I do think it's safe to say that the books are not canon, solving this mystery. Now looking at the first kinda solved mystery, what is Mexis? Mexis first appeared as a secondary antagonist to Ruin. Whenever you'd wear the Vanny mask for too long, he would appear and send an animatronic after you. We learned that Mexis was designed to keep the Mimic contained, so when Cassie deactivates the computer, the Mimic is free and you know the rest. We then saw him in the back of this van in the Help Wanted 2 update, as inputting the code 4625 Mexis would come out of the computer before the van would speed off. And most recently in Secret of the Mimic, we kinda saw Mexis again. Like I mentioned, we were introduced to this supercomputer in the FNAF 1 prototype pizzeria. Design-wise, it may lead you to believe that this is Mexis. But of course we know this is F10N4. If anything, this game suggests that there are two supercomputers, F10N4 and Mexis, which we know stands for Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage Number 1, or also known as the Cradle program. That's right, Mexis is the first supercomputer, while Fiona was most likely the second computer made. Based on this information and the text logs, we can assume that Edwin designed these computers to store the different Mimic programs. After David's death, Edwin would move M1 into the F10N4 computer, and after M2 would become violent, the plan would be to move the program into Mexis or use it to contain him like it does in Ruin. The only issue here is that Mexis was the first computer, so why would Edwin move M1 into the second computer and not Mexis? Unless he had Mexis as a first backup computer in case M2 went rogue, but this seems unlikely. It could also just be possible that these are somehow the exact same computer, meaning M1 is Mexis. But this also seems unlikely, and the game suggests that there are actually two separate systems. So although we know Mexis is a separate computer than F10N4 and that it was created by Edwin, this still doesn't explain the Blue Rabbit character we face in Ruin. This is where the theories can honestly go either way, with it simply being an AI, someone's consciousness, or being possessed by a character. If it is possession, this could be anyone from William Afton because it matches the style of his characters, Henry Emily continuing to fix the mistakes of his past, as here it can be argued he had a role in Edwin's downfall which led to the evil Mimic. It could be Edwin trying to stop the Mimic, or really anyone else trying to keep him contained. I do think Secret of the Mimic finally gave us some backstory and context to this character, especially with it being an older computer from the 70s. But with the character itself, we still don't know anything about it. I do think it will have some role in the next FNAF game, as it seems like it's the only thing that can really keep the Mimic contained. So maybe Cassie and other characters will venture back to Mexis to reactivate it, and in that moment we'll find out who they really are. Something else I just want to throw out there because I think it is a really cool detail is the explanation to the Help Wanted 2 update where Mexis is taken away in this van, since it really didn't lead to anything. Well, when I was live a few months ago, one of the viewers gave a perfect explanation. Mr. 3D Gaming proposed the idea that this ending was representing Mexis in the form of the blueprint being in the data driver and it being taken away from the manor by Arnold. Arnold does escape with the cradle blueprints and the parachute ending, and it's a thing that the Mimic takes back after stopping him from escaping. So instead of looking at this as something that literally happened, we can instead look at it in a metaphorical sense, where it was showing us the Secret of the Mimic ending, where Arnold attempts to escape with the Mexis blueprints, which is why we even see the van drive off in such a hurry, just like we did in the actual ending. But with more questions than answers, Mexis stays as kinda solved. Now looking at Glitchtrap, who is just as controversial as someone like Burntrap, who is this? Now I won't really argue about him being William, since most of the evidence is the same as him being Burntrap, with William so possessing a circuit board being uploaded into Help Wanted and then becoming Glitchtrap. Although this could be possible, I instead want to focus on him being the Mimic, which is a wide consensus among the community, and more specifically which version. With Secret of the Mimic, it introduced the possibility of Glitchtrap being M1, M2, or even M3, as some theorize it's a new Mimic program. One of the main differences with Glitchtrap that separates this design from the rest of William's appearances is the fact that this is a mascot suit and not a springlock suit. A difference that theorists like FNAF pointed out for the mascots having a much more important role than we realized and have continued to, and now of course we know that he was right with Secret of the Mimic, where mascots played a huge role like with Tiger Rock and Party Time Chica. So this fact alone convinces many, including myself, to say that Glitchtrap is the Mimic, and I was even surprised that we never saw the mascot suit itself in Secret of the Mimic. It could have been anywhere in the manor, and it does make a lot of sense as this would be something made by Edwin Murray. But again, now it just lies on deciding which program it is. If it is M1 or F10 and 4, this would mean that the program designed to mimic Fiona was uploaded into the Help Wanted game. So why would Fiona decide to now mimic William Afton and his actions? Well, this could be that it's mimicking the information of the game and of Fazbear's Entertainment. The mimic program acts on the data it receives, so here it's taking in all the information of the game and of Fazbear's like the MCI, causing M1 to recreate it in one of the endings. So the mimic is simply using Afton's personality and face as like a tool. But with M2, it would be a scenario where the endoskeleton itself and a separate copy of its program exist at the same time and are working together. It can be argued that with the physical mimic being trapped, the virtual mimic is helping to get him out. M2 would be uploaded into Help Wanted, would represent himself as William and as Nightmarian, which I discussed earlier, and then he would take over Vannesa so she could help him with freeing the physical mimic. Now whether this be through Burntrap or just releasing the mimic to be free in the Pizzaplex, Glitchtrap and the mimic are working together. It can also be argued that Glitchtrap represented himself as Helpy in Ruin and in Help Wanted too, as in this ending we see the player keep the Glitchtrap virus alive as we see him exiting this charging station. Helpy would have been using the player to complete tasks to collect these Fast Force toys, which is how Glitchtrap emerged from the charging station. But at the same time, in the other ending, which fans both regard as canon, we see Glitchtrap being destroyed by Vanny, freeing herself. So by the time Ruin happens in the timeline, Glitchtrap is most likely already destroyed, leaving just the physical M2 mimic. The last option is that it's a new program that can be known as M3. When M1 or M2 are being uploaded into the Help Wanted game, it could have manifested an entirely new virus known as Glitchtrap. But I would say this theory has the least supporting evidence, but like a lot of theories in this video, this brings us right back to the beginning. If Glitchtrap even is the mimic, we need to figure out which program it is since there are now two, and what this means for the rest of the lore. With Security Breach, solving Glitchtrap can tell us what direction Stewa was headed in terms of Vanny and even Burntrap. This answer would also help us to make connections to the mimic and to other games like Help Wanted 1 and 2. So I think we're on the right path, but even then we lack a clear answer. For the final mystery on this list and video, what is the Scooper? Of course, one of the main questions is if this is the same Scooper from FNAF Sister Location. Now design wise they're clearly different and the rooms they are located in also seem to be different, but there have been times where the franchise has changed the designs of characters even though they are meant to be the same, so could this be what's happening here? They seem to serve the exact same purpose, so this conclusion wouldn't be that far stretched. Or another way to look at it is through the Remnant Plex theory by She's Always Nervous, where it's suggested that this is a modernized Scooper by Fazbear's Entertainment used to extract remnant energy from victims that is then used to power the Pizzaplex and its animatronics. Of course, check out the full video because this idea is really cool and unique. In terms of the Scooper ending, we saw the Scooper scoop the mimic out of the lion costume, presumably defeating him. But like I said earlier, the elevator ending is most likely canon, which is why I think the Scooper will have some role in the next FNAF game. Like Mexis, it's clear the Scooper is one of the only ways to stop the mimic, so it might have a much bigger role in the future game where we could learn about its past. In Help Wanted 2, we did see the mimic wearing his lion costume and not just as his normal appearance in Ruin, maybe pointing some importance to the Scooper and its ending. There just has to be a reason the game didn't showcase the normal mimic. But in my opinion, this is a mystery that we can cover rather fast since most of it is just speculation. The Scooper doesn't appear for that long besides the ending, and although it is a mystery to be solved, besides its connections to Sister Location, we just have ideas about the Scooper. So with all that said, has FNAF Security Breach been solved 4 years later? I would say no, but we are definitely getting closer, and I think with the next FNAF game, we should have all the information to do so. Now I think one of the things that made it so hard to solve Security Breach was the production of the game. Through the Dako and Scott Cawthon interview, we learned that Scott Cawthon only gave parts of the story and ideas to Steelwood Studios, which left them having to work with what they had in creating a story that they believed was right. Scott Cawthon didn't directly say to put things in certain areas of the Pizzaplex or to make certain characters do this or that. Steelwood only had components of characters and a story. So ultimately, they didn't have a solid plot to go off of. Meaning Scott and Steelwood Studios had the same pieces telling different stories, which led to it feeling like we were solving two different stories. Like one that focused on the mimic while the other focused on the Aftons, or one that focused on Gregory while the other focused on Vannesa. This was fixed with later games, which is why it's so much easier to theorize and to solve them, the reason Ruin didn't have any unsolved mysteries. So I think this leaves us still trying to solve parts of Security Breach. If you want to look at things specifically, things we still have unsolved include Gregory, Vannesa, Glamrock Freddy, the Sticky Note Room, Princess Quest, Burntrap, the Blob, the Aftons, Nightmarian, Glitchtrap, the Scooper, and Mexis. This might seem like a lot, but with a lot of these mysteries, I feel like we're so close to solving them and that all we need is a piece or two of the puzzle to finally get an answer. In terms of numbers, if we have 15 mysteries in total and only 5 of them are solved, we've technically solved 33.33% of Security Breach. but this list and what parts of it are solved can 100% be debatable, and this was just my take on it. But all these amazing theorists up on screen have played a huge role in solving this game, and I'm telling you guys, just one more FNAF game like Ruin 2 and we can finally solve Security Breach. Newer games are actively solving Security Breach, like with Secret of the Mimic and Help Wanted 2, giving us so much more information and context. So with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and what do you guys think? How have we solved FNAF Security Breach? Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories and what your list of mysteries would look like. Let me know if you enjoyed this retrospective video, as I really do think one can be made on every single Steel FNAF game. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you guys so much for watching. William Afton, the man behind the slaughter, who is arguably the most infamous character from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise. But with this character we still have tons of mysteries that I've explored in different videos throughout this channel. I've tried to solve topics like where Ultimate Custom Night takes place, where William is being tortured, how many souls are actually in Ultimate Custom Night, and his role in Secret of the Mimic that connects to other FNAF games. So in this video, not only am I going to combine my past theories on William Afton making one long video, but I'm also going to add additional commentary and evidence based on your comments and feedbacks that I think make these theories much stronger. So my name is Bronze Films, and join me as I cover why Ultimate Custom Night takes place in this arcade machine, why all 50 characters in UCN are actually individual souls torturing William, and finally why William was in Murray's costume manor during Secret of the Mimic stalking us and the Mimic. Oh, and because most theories have a cool name attached with it, of course I have to do the same, starting with what I'm calling Willcade, and no, not Willcare. But first, I am happy to announce that we now officially have a G Fuel discount code. This just wouldn't have been possible without your guys' support, so use code BRONZEFILMS for 20% off orders or click the link in the description, and thank you all so much for the support. How is William Afton possessing an arcade machine in Security Breach? Well, to find out, let's look at the latest FNAF book in the franchise. But for a disclaimer, by no means did I come up with this theory, nor am I the first. This is an ongoing thought as more games have been released. The FNAF franchise is made up of different forms of content with lore and mystery for the community to attempt to solve. And this week, an addition was just made to one of those forms of content, the latest book, Five Nights at Freddy's Ticket to Fun. Now this thing has a ton, and I mean a ton of lore that finally tells us more about characters, pizzerias, and even about the missing children incident, and maybe how there should have been one more child involved. So you could really make an entire video on each of these topics, but I want to focus on a small part of this book that not only connects to the old FNAF games, but it might be the key to understanding parts of the modern lore and timeline. So my name is Bronze Films, and join me as I cover how FNAF Ticket to Fun solves William Afton and how his soul has been possessing an arcade machine this entire time. But for a quick disclaimer, this video will contain spoilers for Five Nights at Freddy's Ticket to Fun, so if you'd rather wait until you check out the book for yourself, swipe away from this video and come back when you're done. Ticket to Fun was released a few days ago, and it gives us an in-universe experience from fans and employees of the animatronics, restaurants, into parts of the lore that have never been explored before. We learn things like that there was a failed MCI victim based on a letter from a fan named Timmy, who was lured into a dark closet by Bonnie for a special prize but had to leave to open his presents. Or that children have most likely seen Golden Freddy based on the hidden section of the crossword puzzle. Using a UV light, we see the message, "I saw another Freddy," with a hidden word reading, Golden. And we also got confirmation to a popular theory that I'm going to relate to William Afton, arcade theory. Gibby Horror Homestead is someone who needs no introduction. I'm sure many of you have seen this almost 9-hour long video or some of their theories in FNAF discussion videos. And you probably also heard of arcade theory, a theory saying that the arcade machines in the FNAF games are haunted or possessed the exact same way the animatronics are. The ghosts are connected to the machines, and the human characters in the FNAF world can actually play them. So for example, the reason at the end of FNAF 6 we have images from the minigames is because these are real in-universe diegetic games that the characters could see. You can watch this amazing video to get the full context, so of course all credit to this theory goes to Gibby. So when looking at Ticket to Fun, we first get this paragraph titled "All Work, No Play," and it reads, "If any of the game cabinets turn on during the course of the night, please immediately shut them down to conserve power. If the game does not shut down even if unplugged, immediately return to your post. Ignore any messages that may appear on the screens. This is a known glitch with no current fix. Employees found playing arcade games while on the clock will be immediately terminated either by us or by the animatronics they didn't hear coming." I mean, arcade machines turning on even after being unplugged and displaying messages just screams possessed, and messages could include "it's me" or even "save them." It doesn't really get clearer than arcades staying on, but for more evidence we have this image of Charlie from the Security Puppet minigame. The only way Fazbear's Entertainment would be able to obtain this image of 8-Bit Charlie is if the minigame actually existed in the context of the story. Now it's up to debate if this is telling us that Charlie is possessing an arcade machine or that this is some sort of remnant manifestation, which could be why it's only visible under the UV light. We also get images of cars from Midnight Motorist that can also only be seen under UV. possibly meaning that the Midnight Motorist arcade machine is possessed and that the characters from FNAF have played this minigame. It's even mentioned as one of Timmy's favorite arcade machines in the paragraph I mentioned earlier. So these few short images and paragraphs tell us that the idea of souls possessing arcade machines is possible, which is exactly what I think is happening later in the FNAF timeline. I think that William's soul is possessing this Balloon Boy arcade machine, either voluntary or involuntary, which then allowed him to return as Burntrap. Now I know that sounds a bit random, so going down the list of evidence, during PAX West 2024 and outside of the Secret of the Mimic demo, fans could play an arcade version of FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, with Hidako even recreating his infamous 50-20 mode celebration. Now sure, this could just be something Stu will put out for fans to enjoy while waiting in line, but it could also easily include
lore to chew on.
Where UCN takes place has always been up for discussion, whether that be a purgatory, a nightmare, or even in a different dimension. But what if this was a way to tell us that William's soul was trapped inside of an arcade machine by the vengeful spirit? Meaning someone else inside the FNAF world could have found this arcade machine and found a way to get William out of the game. Shout out to this comment who reminded me the arcade machine was at the demo, so I think it makes the most sense that Vannesa was the one who found this machine. Which brings us to the modern lore of the timeline. Down in the sinkhole and in the FNAF 6 room where Burntrap is, we find evidence of Vanny living down there while Burntrap, you could say, was still cooking. We find the Vanny logo spray painted on the wall, a bed, blankets, newspapers, and food, all scattered around this area. We even find tally marks for probably each day she stayed down there in the sinkhole. Most importantly, we also find this Balloon World arcade machine with the screen glitching in and out. This is where I think William was being held captive. This is the arcade machine that I think William's soul is possessing. When playing the arcade machine, you play as Balloon Boy, trying to avoid different obstacles between a night and day setting. Occasionally, a small purple glitch effect will appear on screen. If the player reaches it quick enough, the minigame will have a glitch purple look to it. And if you follow the outline of the glitch terrain, you can continue the minigame until you reach the very end, and enlarge eclipse behind Balloon Boy with the message, "Good night." Now this minigame also screams possessed to me, or that something supernatural is happening here. This small purple glitch effect could even be a glimpse to William's soul itself, and that the entire screen going purple is how William's soul is possessing this arcade machine. The same way something would go wrong with other minigames like in Security Puppet where Charlie's locked outside, and this has already basically been proven to be possession. The carnival setting of the arcade could also be a reference to Fall Fest, which at this point is an infamous event in the FNAF franchise that has finally been expanded on in Secret of the Mimic. This new game suggested that the Fall Fest fire, which most likely took place between the year 1970 to 1979, was responsible for the death of Fiona Murray, wife of Edwin Murray, who both owned Murray's Costume Manor, a contracting business for Fazbear's Entertainment. This side of FNAF has its own insane lore that I'm sure you've seen be discussed by now, but the Fall Fest fire that has been teased since the very first Help Wanted game was probably caused by William Afton. You can watch this video to see why I think that's the case, so the Dark Forest and Eclipse being here could be a way to represent the fire, or I could be reaching at nothing. But this arcade machine is a good way to explain where William was in the context of the story that allowed him to return. However you want to look at it, if William was trapped inside this arcade by the vengeful spear, or if he found a way to preserve his life with this arcade game, this can tell us where William's soul was between FNAF 6 to Security Breach. The arcade machine even being there was always an odd detail to me. Vanny doesn't strike me as someone who would play arcade machines on our downtime while something like this is happening, so now we can say it was for a much greater reason. Another interesting detail is that we can find the exact same Balloon World arcade machine in the Daycare Center secret room. Now who was in this room is also up for debate, with some saying it was Gregory, Cassie, or even the Mimic. But whoever this is, maybe the Balloon World arcade machines act very similar to the Princess Quest arcades, where it's almost like a hive mind that was shared between the arcades, as you had to beat every single one to stop the glitch trap virus. So maybe whoever was in this room had this specific arcade here because they wanted to either stop or free William's soul from this arcade. And maybe that's the reason we see the exact same arcade in these two areas. Vanny would find a way to extract his essence or soul and would throw it into the Burntrap endoskeleton or into the new corpse we see wrapped around the suit. That's why in an almost Frankenstein moment, we see Burntrap emerge from the charging station as William is given a new life. This could also explain why Vanny was in the sinkhole for so long. All the tally marks are a day of experimenting and trying to get William out of the arcade machine and into a new corpse. We could even take this a step further and relate it to what Scott Cawthon said about Burntrap and Security Breach.
And I can give you a really easy example for this. And I'm hesitant to say this because I don't like messing with the lore, but I think in this case it's okay. When it comes to Burntrap, originally Burntrap was never supposed to move. He was supposed to just be something you saw in the corners, or like if you were walking past machinery, you might be able to peek in between two things and see him in the corner or propped up against a wall, almost like a some kind of decaying movie prop, and you never fully understood what his purpose was. And he had a very specific purpose, and I'm not going to say what that purpose was, but realistically, he never moved. Well, obviously, that's not what we got in Security Breach. In Security Breach, we got a capsule opening and purple smoke flowing out, and him climbing out and coming to get you. And so it's just not quite the same thing. So, but anyway.
I've already made a whole video on what Scott Cawthon said about Burntrap, but I also think we could relate it to arcade theory. Similar to how images of Charlie would manifest into the Ticket to Fun pages, what if this is a manifestation of William's soul? The reason he doesn't move is because he's not actually there, acting like a decaying movie prop. Maybe Scott Cawthon gave Stewart the idea of William being trapped inside of an arcade machine, but Stewart took it in a different way that Scott had visioned. However, now I'm just throwing some ideas out there. But addressing the elephant in the room, this can't be a video on the Modern FNAF Lore if it doesn't mention the Mimic, the franchise's latest antagonist that we finally got a backstory to in Secret of the Mimic. Which is why it's still being debated if the Mimic was planned since the very start and that the lore was supposed to move on from the Afton family. It can even be argued that Burntrap is actually the Mimic, and it's a possibility I went over in one of my latest theories. When working on this theory, it was mainly under the assumption that William was meant to come back and that he is Burntrap, but by no means is any of this confirmed. Especially when there's plenty of evidence saying that the Mimic is Burntrap and even Glitchtrap, which is why I want to emphasize this video is just a theory. Although Ticket to Fun did honestly confirm arcade theory in my opinion, it doesn't automatically mean William is in the arcade machine. Especially since, if anything, you could argue that the Glitchtrap virus is instead William and that he would be inside of the Princess Quest arcade machines. Although I personally believe that the Mimic is the Glitchtrap virus and the Mimic and William Afton were both around at the same time just in different ways, it could go either way and nothing is really confirmed. But with this latest FNAF book saying that it is possible for souls to possess arcade machines, I am simply throwing out the idea that this is what happened with William in the Modern FNAF Lore. I definitely think this book is trying to tell us about Midnight Motorists and that there's more happening with this minigame. But that's a topic for another video, and I'm excited to see people tackle this minigame once again. Future Bronze here. With that said, now let's look at additional evidence for Wilcade based on your comments. And now UCN taking place in an arcade machine could explain other features with this game that correlate with arcades, like the coins and different collectibles you collect, or like the fact that there are high scores in game modes. These would be high scores and game modes that exist within the FNAF universe, so it could also explain Old Man Consequences. Old Man Consequences first made his appearance in FNAF World as a minor character. He was featured in a secret ending where the player would reach the end of the map and encounter this character fishing alone. He only has 2 pieces of dialogue, as all he says is, "I'm sorry to say that you have gone too deep into the code, there's no way back out." He also says, "My name is Old Man Consequences, come have a seat and let's fish for a while, you have nowhere else to go." He then made his next appearance in FNAF Ultimate Custom Night. To get this Easter egg, the player must set all animatronics to a rating of 0 and only keep Old Man Consequences at 1. Then when you're in the game and when you press a button to catch the fish, you will then be taken to the Easter egg. Here you get the exact same screen as the one in FNAF World, but this time Old Man Consequences has very cryptic and confusing dialogue. He first says, "Come and sit with me a while." He then says, "Leave the demon to his demons, rest your own soul." There is nothing else. After this, the player then walks into the lake, drowning themselves, and this is when the Easter egg ends. So there could be a couple of possibilities, like what if OMC is an arcade character or a machine itself that the eventual spirit travels to when they have a conversation with them? The reason Old Man Consequences is seen in this 8-bit minigame format is because it takes place in an arcade machine. This could also connect to FNAF World, where for the longest time it's been believed that the entirety of this game takes place in an arcade machine as well. So because Old Man Consequences appears in both these games, he's actually appearing in 2 different arcade machines that once again exist in universe. Now a lot of people argue that this arcade machine was actually tied in with Gregory, which is possible, but I think there's just as much of a chance that it's actually tied to William. But this is just a theory. So now we can look at what I'm calling the UCN 50, where there are actually 50 souls torturing William Afton and not just one as the vengeful spirit. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic just solved Ultimate Custom Night and its biggest mysteries. Mysteries that can finally help us understand characters like William Afton and how it's all connected to the modern lore and timeline. By now I'm sure many of you have seen amazing theories on Secret of the Mimic and on Edwin Murray's deceased son, David. Like theories by T-Dreads and Fazbear's Entertainment on God David, a theory by Flipside on Midnight Motorist and how David might be at the center of it all, and a theory by The Unwithered Truth on Ultimate Custom Night that I want to expand on today in this video. UCN is a game that divides the fandom in multiple aspects and is one of the more interesting games as there's a ton of unsolved and hidden mysteries. But now with Secret of the Mimic, I believe this newest game has finally provided us with some answers. But first I recommend checking out all these videos by these talented creators as they can fundamentally change what we know about the franchise. So my name is Bronze Films and let's go over how Secret of the Mimic tells us that there are dozens of souls torturing William Afton in Ultimate Custom Night. Starting with what we know about a new tragedy, Fall Fest.
What are you waiting for?
In order to truly cover Fall Fest, let's go back to the very start when it was first introduced. In the Help Wanted Dreadbreed DLC, we learn that this DLC takes place within the actual Fall Fest Carnival, as the game's hub contains a banner advertising Fall Fest 1983, an important year for the franchise. We then saw a poster for Fall Fest 1970 revealed in the Help Wanted 2 game hub, as we can also assume that the carousel minigame focusing around Moon where you have to fix the carousel while avoiding him, and the Carney minigame where you shoot at targets with a phaser blast for points, both took place in the Fall Fest Carnival itself, and up to this point we would only get more references and Easter eggs to this carnival. In Security Breach we found this arcade machine of Balloon Boy which took place in a carnival, this poster advertising Freddy's singing show. In Ruin we saw these carnival animal mascot suits, and even the Mimic wore a carnival lion suit in the Scooper ending. And now finally, with the release of Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, we now have concrete information on the Fall Fest Carnival, how it's connected to Fazbear's, and its eventual downfall, which I think is the big mystery we can connect to Ultimate Custom Night into this purgatory. Secret of the Mimic is centered around MCM, Murray's Costume Manor, a contracting business owned by Edwin that would create mascot suits and technology for companies and events. One of these companies was of course Fazbear's Entertainment, who commissioned various projects like Chica's Party World. This is the first project we hear of them working together on, a location we've known almost nothing about before this point. Here in a text log we learn that a client, or Fazbear's, is very happy with the design, and that Chica's design came from Fiona, Edwin Murray's wife. And of course we learn that MCM was commissioned to work on Fall Fest. We find the same Fall Fest 1970 poster from Help Wanted 2 alongside collectibles from the actual carnival. We find a snow globe from Fall Fest that looks similar to promotional art for the event featuring animatronics and even the puppet as a scarecrow. We even find an admissions ticket for Fall Fest, a ticket with the same colors from the poster and something we've never really seen before. And like I mentioned, it's assumed we already saw two exact attractions from Fall Fest 1970 and Help Wanted 2, meaning there was a Phaser Blast type of attraction that included the Carney animatronic that could have possibly been created by Edwin for Fazbear's, which could also mean that the other Rockstar animatronics were also part of the MCM catalog, which is why we see him show up once more in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. And I think we can say the exact same thing about the carousel minigame, as we know Moon was also created by Edwin. But most importantly, we learn that Edwin's wife Fiona decided to go to Fall Fest with the installation team because she felt that something was wrong.
Ed, I hope this message reaches you as soon as you get a break. I have to go help the Fall Fest crew, just for a few days until the installation is finished. It's hard to explain. I just have this terrible feeling like I need to be there so nothing goes wrong, just in case. Trisha will babysit David while I'm gone. I love you both, and I'll be back next week.
This trip was supposed to last a week, but as we learn in another voice log, Fiona never returns and Edwin is forced to raise David completely on his own.
Oh, why did you go? You weren't even supposed to be there. You were supposed to be here with me and David. Oh, how am I supposed to tell David that his mother is gone? How am I supposed to raise a kid on my own? His life is ruined. My life is ruined.
But how and why? How did Fiona die at Fall Fest? Well, to find out, the first thing we know for almost certain is that it was a fire that killed her. The 1970s Fall Fest fire. A fire I'll mention again later on when talking about UCN. In both Help Wanted 2 Fall Fest minigames, both of them end with a secret level where the attraction catches fire. With the carousel minigame, you face Jack-O Moon while fixing the carousel once more, but in the middle of the minigame, a fire will randomly start engulfing the attraction and move slowly. With the Carney minigames focused on FNAF 2, after completing the level like normal, the arm of the cardboard cutout of Dreadbear will snap off, causing electrical sparks to go flying, which will also cause a fire. The fire will spread across the wagons and even to Carney himself, which will end the minigame. And in the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 Phaser Blast level, we then see the aftermath of the fire while defending yourself against Springtrap. You'll find the wagons and even Carney completely burned with nothing in the attraction left. So it appears that a fire brought down Fall Fest, meaning we can assume it's what killed Fiona, and we almost know for certain who caused this fire, the franchise's most infamous killer, Michael Afton. Throughout this game, we learn how Michael Afton was slowly sabotaging Edwin's business and slowly taking over his own company. Through audio and text logs, we learn how William was in contact with a leak from MCM who gave him the contact information of all the employees of the company. And we also know some employees sold Edwin's work to most likely William.
Attention traders, admin wing permissions have been revoked. And no, you can't clear out your desks. You stole my work. Now your jackets, purses, and coffee mugs, and anything else belongs to me. Maybe I'll go find someone to sell your stuff to. How does that feel?
We also learned that William and Fazbear's Entertainment kept delaying a project that Edwin was working on for them, the prototype FNAF 1 location. In the research and development area, we can find the prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria that has the exact same hallways, offices, and stage. Of course, there are also the prototype animatronics of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica, alongside the FNAF 1 endoskeletons. So after delaying the project over and over, Edwin would lose his friends, money, and after the death of his family, he would finally lose his company and everything he's built.
I feel stupid recording this, but I just hope somehow that you can still hear me. I can't do this alone. The change orders are killing me. Our employees, my friends, they keep leaving. The money's gone. I just need to finish the new Fazbear project, and then everyone will come back. We can get back to normal. I miss my friends. Our friends. I miss you. I miss you more than you'll ever know.
And clearly William is successful in taking over Edwin's life, so what if to make sure that Edwin's life would crumble and he would lose everything, what if William killed Fiona with the Fall Fest fire? I think the first major piece of evidence is the carousel minigame. In the Jacko Moon level, when looking from the outside perspective, we actually see that the fire started in this barn and that it then spread to the rest of the attraction. So what if William was inside that barn? He would start the fire where no one would be able to see him and would then disappear. Fiona would be somewhere else in the carnival helping the installation team and most likely didn't know a fire started until it was too late. And it appears that Moon.exe actually confirms this. As I'm sure many of you know by now, Moon.exe is a minigame accessible through the helper terminals and acts as a way to tell a story about the Murrays. There's a ton to go over in Moon.exe, but most importantly you run into Sun, who we can confidently say is meant to represent Fiona, who is described as the old woman inside of the rundown cabin in the woods. We know this for certain as we face the F10 and 4 program, which is the name of the AI also known as M1, a program created by Edwin to babysit David. So when this program or Fiona begins to talk to us, the monitors behind the computer display the exact same icon of Sun from Moon.exe, which is most likely saying that they are one and the same and can be used to represent one another. And when looking back to the minigame, we find statues that are clearly supposed to represent Edwin and Fiona, but Fiona's statue is burnt with the Fall Fest globe collectible that I mentioned earlier right in front of it, which could imply that this statue or Fiona was burnt by a fire that occurred in this event in the snow globe, Fall Fest. And on top of that, you can also find a seamstress building that was burnt to the ground, another way to show Fiona was in that fire, as we know she loves sewing together hand puppets, like the Foxy Crew hand puppets we see in the theater. And finally, when facing Big Top and handing him the Fall Fest admissions ticket that I mentioned earlier, he says, "This is the one. This is where Sun left, leaving them behind." I think it's obvious that this is yet another way how the game is telling us how she died. The one is the Fall Fest Carnival where Sun or Fiona would leave to but would never return from. And for one final piece of evidence, in the Carny minigame that I mentioned earlier, in the final level, the only thing we see left after the fire is Spring Shop or William Afton, which could be a way to tell us that he's the only thing that remained and stayed alive after the fire, since he caused it and was able to escape. But enough about Fall Fest, now we can finally take a look at William Afton's personal hell.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night really needs no introduction. It's William Afton being tortured for eternity by the one you should not have killed. Who this is a controversial debate on its own, with some believing it's the Crying Child, Cassidy, Andrew, and in the Unwithered Truth theory, he even suggested it could be David, Edwin's deceased son from Secret of the Mimic. Now for the sake of this theory and because I love that video, we are going to say it's David, and like I mentioned earlier, I'm proposing that David isn't alone in holding William in this purgatory. Not only is there 1, 5, or even 10 other souls, but I think we can go as far to say that all 50 selectable characters represent a soul tormenting William. Now before you click off the video, hear me out as I go through a surprisingly decent amount of evidence. It's already been theorized that there are other souls in UCN based on voice lines that make it seem like the one you should not have killed isn't alone. So because of this, I decided to go back and to listen to every single voice line of every single animatronic. And I found that there are at least 15 different voice lines from different characters that indicate other souls are aware of where they are and what they are doing. They also just aren't the one you should not have killed speaking through them like with the mediocre melodies. They're completely separate souls who would want to torture William. Take a listen to these voice lines from Withered Bonnie and Ballora.
What is this new prison? Is it me trapped or is it you? Perhaps it's us both.
These are strange circumstances that have brought us together.
Withered Bonnie's line implies that even he doesn't know how he ended up here and that it might have even been against his will, something I'll touch more on soon. With Ballora, once again she is aware of the circumstances, and this feels like someone new speaking, who may have also known William at one point. Now take a listen to these voice lines from Nightmare Balloon Boy and Rockstar Bonnie.
There just isn't room in here for both of us.
So good to see you again, my truest friend, but now your life must end.
With Nightmare Balloon Boy, we once more see the reassuring idea of there being someone else here with William, as he is even being tortured by these same nightmares he would force test subjects to go through. With Rockstar Bonnie, whoever soul this is was true friends with William at one point when they're both presumably alive, which brings me to the core of this theory. William Afton has had much more victims than any of us could have anticipated. More than the souls of Charlie Emily, possibly David Murray, souls of the missing children incident, or even the dead children incident. We're talking about dozens of victims, and I think most of them came from one place, Fall Fest. Like I said, if William was responsible for murdering Fiona in a fire, to me it's hard to believe that she would be the only victim or casualty. Especially since in Help Wanted 2, it seems that we are playing these games while they're active and while the park would be open. So when this fire would randomly start in a barn and would spread to attractions, this would all happen when Fall Fest is actively open. Meaning there would be Fiona's installation team, employees of Fall Fest, and families, all most likely caught in this fire and became William Afton's casualties. They would all then become vengeful spirits with the perfect place for a reunion where they could all get revenge, being William Afton's purgatory or nightmare fueled by agony, depending on what you believe in. When looking back to the voice lines, now take a listen to these lines by Orville and Rockstar Foxy while keeping the Fall Fest fire in mind.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
Yarg, ye play with fire, and sometimes ye get burned.
With Foxy, obviously we get a reference to a fire, which I know is something broad, but we can't connect this Rockstar to Carney, who was in the Fall Fest fire and is technically a Rockstar animatronic as well. But this line about a fire is just the beginning. With Orville, he is definitely referring to Henry Emily, who tried to free William and the other souls in animatronics in Pizzeria Simulator. But of course, the one you should not have killed stops this and is speaking through Orville. But at the end of the line, he says, no matter how many times they burn us, that's right, multiple souls. Sure, this could be referring to the other souls in FFVS like Charlie or Elizabeth, but that game suggests they were able to move on and that every soul in that game moved on besides William. In a way, all remaining souls had their happiest day. But victims from Fall Fest wouldn't be able to move on, especially since it seemed like they were never mentioned anywhere else in the timeline. So they could be the other souls Orville is referencing to holding William back. Now take a listen to lines that are at this point infamous voice lines from Jacko Chica. With the first line, Jacko Chica could clearly act as a reminder of the Fall Fest fire and his actions of burning innocent people. With the next line, we again hear from the one you should not have killed, but this time he isn't speaking through Jacko Chica. Chica just mentions him as she greets William from the quote-unquote fire, maybe the Fall Fest fire. If this were to really be the case, then I think we can even say that this is Fiona's vengeful spirit itself. We know in a way Fiona was responsible for creating Chica and Chica's party world, so is it really that far-stretched to say that this is a way to represent her? Sure, we mostly saw her through the Sun characters and through the puppets, but these are her creations just like Chica. That's why Fiona's greeting William from the fire, since that's where she was murdered. This could mean that this is a mother and son duo torturing William in this nightmare, which is kinda wholesome in a way. Aww. But to really just throw an idea out there, let's take a listen and look at the character of Nightmare Freddy.
I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
Here this line implies that David could have given these vengeful souls quote-unquote flesh and new identities as animatronics from William Afton's past. That's why we see Scraptrap and Springtrap. They obviously aren't actually William, but different souls given his identity to almost mock him and his failures. And this next line only supports this even further.
I am remade, but not by you, by the one you should not have killed.
This is clear confirmation that the one you should not have killed is rebuilding these animatronics for this nightmare, and again, I think it's also to pair an animatronic with each soul. Also take a look at Nightmare Freddy's icon when selecting characters. We see Freddy in the back with the Freddles in front of him. Looks normal, right? But to me it looks like a dad posing for a picture with his 3 children. Okay, whoa, I know that seems crazy and just wrong, and I could definitely be looking too deep into things, just like Mr. Hippo says.
Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all.
But in context of Fall Fest, it could make a lot of sense. Like I said earlier, if it really was open when this fire occurred, then of course there would be families like a dad and his kids. If they also got caught up in this fire and became casualties of William Afton, then it could make sense they would become vengeful spirits that would return in the form of Nightmare Freddy and his Freddles. But really this is just speculative, and I admit it doesn't have the strongest evidence towards it. Also, because this is William Afton's personal nightmare, we of course see artifacts from his life, like posters from different pizzerias, a recreation of a room from his house he most likely used only for experiments, and we can actually find a reference to Fall Fest. In Pizzeria Simulator, we were introduced to this Spookfest poster, which at the time didn't have a meaning to, nor could we connect it to anything. But then in the Help Wanted and in the Dreadbreak DLC I've talked about all video, we saw this poster return in this barn, which to me is saying that Fall Fest and Spookfest are one and the same, different names for the same event. But we also saw this variation of a Fall Fest poster in Ultimate Custom Night and in one of the hallways. If everything around him is supposed to be a reminder of his misdeeds, then this poster would be perfect. It's where he would take dozens of lives as casualties, and having to stare at this poster over and over while being tormented by his own creations seems like a fitting end for this character. Although for saying the majority of these souls came from Fall Fest, there is still a chance that there are some souls we're familiar with. Unwithed Truth already brought up a lot of great evidence to why the crying child could possibly be represented through Nightmare Fredbear, and why he would even need to torture William. So if this really is a reunion, I do believe CC could be a part of this group. Or instead of them directly being in Afton's nightmare, it could also relate to memories. Now I know earlier I said that victims of the MCI or Charlie Emily most likely have moved on, which I still believe is true, so what if it's the agony of their memories which is making them return? We know memories have had a crucial component in the franchise, and especially with these newer games like in FNAF Help Wanted 2. That's why we have 2 puppets and 2 different Charlies, 2 sets of memories both caused by William, which could also be why they sound very different.
Seeing you powerless is like music to me. There is room for one more.
We could also apply the same reasoning to the victims of the Fall Fest fire, where it's the mix of the agony of their memories being in that fire that created this nightmare or purgatory for William. But I still personally like the idea more that it's their actual souls finally getting revenge with the help of David and even possibly Fiona. Now I don't know if this was all just a group chat created by David or something like that, since I don't really have a reasonable explanation to how they would all come together in one single place. But what I do know for certain is that it's all just a theory.
A game theory.
By no means am I saying that anything in this video is confirmed or that it should be taken as canon, especially since we actually don't know anything about the Fall Fest fire. Yes, we finally got some information about it in Secret of the Mimic and how it's connected to Fiona and her death. But besides that, who caused it, why, and if there were any other casualties could simply go any other way. I also understand the criticism of even using Secret of the Mimic to solve parts of the earlier story, as when these games were released, we can assume that Scott didn't have the Mimic and his new family planned all the way down the line. Instead, I think it was just ideas Scott had that were fleshed out games later and would then be connected back to the original games, which is why I think multiple souls in UCN would even work. So just take all of this as speculation, and again, it's just a theory. Future Bronze here again. With the UCN 50 theory, I'm really happy with how things turned out, but based on the comments, things I want to bring up is why Fiona even went to Fall Fest and if William really caused the fire. Based on the voice logs, we know Fiona only went with the Fall Fest crew because of a bad feeling, so is there more to it? Well, some theories suggest that Fiona was being blackmailed by William in order to get her there. Fiona could have been catching on to William's plan to take over MCM, so William could have threatened her to get her to Fall Fest where he would have started the fire. Another option is that some spirit or soul had a role, either through them communicating with her or manipulating her into going. But who the soul would be is harder to decipher. With the fire itself, of course, another popular theory is that Edwin caused it, just accidentally. Because Edwin would be rushing his inventions, the one that would be used in Fall Fest would malfunction, causing a fire which would then kill Fiona. Edwin would be aware of this, and this grief could just be more reason that he would want to create M1. He's trying to bring back his wife that he was responsible for losing. But like the theory itself, this is just speculation, and I think if we were to get some sort of Fall Fest project, we could finally learn everything we need to know about it. But finally, moving on to what I'm calling Will's silhouette. I know, so creative. Let's look at this silhouette from FNAF Secret of the Mimic. On September 16th, the first patch update was released for the latest FNAF project, Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic. As expected, it included bug fixes and things you would usually expect with this sort of update. But what none of us expected was for this update to include a lore, and I mean the type of lore that inspired me to create this entire video. A silhouette in the distance of Murray's costume manner that I think is the most infamous villain from the franchise. This update is what I think broke the FNAF timeline, and I'm going to try to fix it. So, my name is Bronze Films, and join me as I cover why William Afton knew about Remnant since 1979, how he learned to stuff bodies into suits from the Mimic, and why he might have even been in possession of the Mimic this entire time. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button as we go over how this update is the start to solving the earlier games and their timeline. Like I mentioned, at the very beginning of the game, you find this office where Dispatch talks to you, and across from you, you'll find this window with the silhouette moving and watching you. Now your first thought might be that it's just Digityper, but the issue here is that this silhouette is still here even after Jackie throws Digityper into this wall. And why would Steelwool add a dedicated silhouette that is always watching us just for it to be Digityper? Another popular theory suggests that it's Edwin, who is actually alive unlike the game suggests, here to fix his mistakes and to retrieve the Mimic. It could also just be anything related to Edwin, like his ghost that is possessing Mary's costume manner. Although it seems something like this is the case, for reasons I'll mention later in the video, I still don't think it's Edwin. I believe that this silhouette is none other than William Afton, here to retrieve what he believes is his and to discover mysteries along the way. Right off the bat, the reason William Afton was even represented as Purple Guy wasn't because he was literally purple, but because he acted as a shadowy evil figure. He was the shadow that we saw in the earlier FNAF games, like in the FNAF 2 Foxy minigame or in the Give Cake minigame when Purple Guy murders Charlie. That's why in Midnight Motorist, we see his color palette as yellow, the opposite of purple since he is no longer in the shadows throughout the minigame. It can even be argued that he has a shadow-like presence over MCM, as he slowly takes over Edwin's business, characters, and even his home, which I'll return to later. Every time we see William Afton, he's represented as the shadow, so why wouldn't this apply to Secret of the Mimic? But if we really are saying this is William Afton, why? Well, I think the main reason is to retrieve the Mimic himself. At this point, you could find 7 different bodies inside MCM scattered around different areas or rooms. These are 7 different people from teams who have all failed to retrieve the Mimic schematics, with there even being text logged from their last moments before being killed by the Mimic. Outside of the manor, you can also find an abandoned work van that is run down and destroyed. We can assume it belonged to one of the other teams that were sent to MCM, and this van serves as a small clue to their disappearances. So if Fazbear's Entertainment sent this many people but they all failed, then I think we can assume at one point William would just go himself to finally retrieve the Mimic schematics. If William Afton was really an MCM, and trust me, I know that's a big if, what else did he see? Well, I think he probably saw the bodies stuffed inside of mascots. They were everywhere, and maybe he even saw the abandoned work van outside. And I'm sure when many of you saw these bodies, you would think back to the MCI. But wait, this was well before the missing children incident, as this game takes place in 1979, while the missing children incident is believed to happen at the earliest in 1983, 4 years after the events of this game. Well, we know the Mimic most likely learned this from David, as in the books, which I know probably aren't canon, but I think we can still use them as supporting evidence. David and the Mimic were dressed up in mascot suits from Edwin's workshop. He could have also learned this from the performers using the mascots, as in one of David's drawings, we see the elephant mascot suit attending his birthday party, which was probably just one of Edwin's employees. This could mean that William mimicked the Mimic years later with the missing children incident, and not the other way around like we all suspected for years. The most infamous event from the franchise was inspired by an endoskeleton, and maybe these bodies were also where William learned of Remnant. Remnant is described as a type of energy substance infused with the souls and memories of those who possess the animatronics. William could have been inspired by these bodies that at this point were possessing the mascots. As a fellow theorist, Logan Entertainment pointed out in a video on the blob, when you first encounter the Mimic in the elephant suit and near the crate where he escapes from, you find an incomplete head of an elephant suit. Taking a closer look at the head, there appears to be a small light source, and on rare occasions the light source within the head glows very bright and clearly looks possessed. We can even compare this mask to the bad ending of FNAF 3, where we see the main animatronics alongside Golden Freddy having their mascots lit up by a bright light source, meaning they are still possessed. So what if this light source came from one of the dead technicians trying to possess the elephant head, trying to get Arnold's attention? Which to me could prove that their souls are still lingering around MCM, which William Afton would also take note of, and would begin to learn of Remnant. And like I said earlier, if he truly wanted to learn about Remnant and possession, then why not experiment on the same land that he discovered it on? I already made a video covering how William Afton took over Edwin's entire life, and this even includes his mansion and home. In the parachute ending, which is widely regarded as canon, we actually see the mansion being burnt down after escaping the Mimic. So what if after this fire, William would save what was left of the mansion and remodeled it to the FNAF warehouse we all know and remember? During the good ending where Arnold is able to reset the Mimic's programming to mimic David by playing him a bedtime story, we get a glimpse of David's room. And of course this room is almost identical to the main room from FNAF 4 where all of the nights take place. They share a similar blue carpet, cabinets, and even patterns on the wall. And the closets where the Mimic and Foxy would come out of are almost identical, and most importantly they both share the exact same toys. Toys that we've only ever seen in the FNAF 4 house that are once again returning in David's room. This just can't be a coincidence, and I think it's to tell us that they are the same. So after the MCM fire, William would fix what's left of the mansion and would create it into a similar house with the same toys and style of room. But why? Why fix Edwin's mansion? Well, I believe it was for his experiment, a room dedicated to William's test subjects with the nightmare animatronics. We can assume that the FNAF 4 house and the house shown in the minigames for this game are not the same. Here the house is in front of a playground and is in front of some road. There is also a sidewalk connecting it to Freddy's family diner where the bite of 83 took place. So lining this house up with everything we know about the FNAF 4 house and even the house from Midnight Motorist, there are just simply no similarities. This house isn't on a hillside surrounded by a forest and it is connected to a pizzeria, unlike the house from the Dread DLC and from Secret of the Mimic. So William would have his real house near Freddy's family diner where the FNAF 4 minigames took place, and after Secret of the Mimic, he would have a secret house dedicated to his experiments that no one would know about. This could also be why none of the rooms from the minigames match up with the rooms from the actual nights, and we learn about William's experiments from the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. Like I said earlier, I know they've basically been proven to not be canon with new evidence from Secret of the Mimic, but we can still use them to help us prove claims like with Titophobia. Here the story focuses on a boy named Rory who is facing real-like nightmares of the nightmare animatronics from FNAF 4. He's repeating the same night before realizing the house he's in isn't even real and is able to escape through a vent. There he finds gas tanks of hallucinatory gas that was making him see the nightmare animatronics, but reality they were just mannequins on rails that would activate each single night. But he then finds himself in an underground bunker which is none other than Circus Baby's entertainment and rental, as he finds rooms from Sister Location and even the Funtime animatronics. So based on the story, it appears that William Afton has been experimenting on children in this fake house built on top of the Sister Location bunker. The nightmares are just hallucinations that would come from the gas from the underground bunker. Meaning, if we follow the same logic with this house from Secret of the Mimic that would eventually become the FNAF 4 house, the underground tunnels connecting the house to MCM would eventually become the Sister Location bunker. Meaning, after the fire, not only did William remodel Edwin's mansion to the FNAF 4 house, but he would also remodel the underground area into the Sister Location bunker that would eventually become Circus Baby's entertainment and rental with the Funtime animatronics. We can even find tanks of some sort of gas in one of the cameras in the bunker. And of course, we can also find the cameras inside the FNAF 4 house where William would most likely watch his experiments take place. But back to a point earlier, if this was William the entire time in MCM with us, it could mean that he's the one who ends up finding the Mimic and taking it for himself. In the parachute ending, we see the Mimic take Arnold's data driver before walking towards the forest. Now he could be going back to MCM, which he most likely sees as his home, or he's just wandering into the forest, so what happens to him is completely unknown. Maybe William would have found him walking along the road or found him going back to MCM, since William would also probably want to get away from the fire. He could then find a way to disable the Mimic and to then take the endoskeleton itself rather than the schematics. Or if you want to argue that the moon.exe ending is canon, after Arnold resets its programming, we have no idea what happened to the fixed Mimic. But if William was stalking us around MCM, he probably followed us to Edwin's mansion as well, where he would walk into the Mimic sleeping and Arnold just sitting there. If we were to predict what happened, he probably fired or even murdered Arnold while he took the Mimic for himself. Because his programming was already fixed and no longer a threat, this would be extremely easy unlike the parachute ending where we have no idea how William would apprehend him. So saying that William was in possession of the Mimic since what was before the first game in the FNAF timeline, what could this mean for the lore? Well, for one, it could explain the almost futuristic technology we see with the Funtime animatronics. When looking at Funtime Freddy's blueprints, he has the ability to voice Mimic and to lure, the same way the Mimic does. Did William Afton copy the Mimic's technology onto the Funtimes? He could keep learning from it, which was even the reason Fazbear's Entertainment were so desperate to get their hands on its schematics. If you really want to get crazy with possibilities or theories, the Mimic could be mimicking and replacing any human character we know of. In the Sister Location bunker, we saw human-like robot heads that were immediately connected to the crying child or Gregory being a robot. So using the same logic here, William could program the Mimic to mimic the crying child, Elizabeth, or even Michael Afton. Then he would just slap some flesh on them, and before you know it, they've been the Mimic this entire time. Taking it a step further, we can say the Mimic was Shadow Freddy in the FNAF 3 minigames, simply because in FNAF 3, Shadow Freddy also mimics William Afton. In the minigames between each night, we see Shadow Freddy lure the 4 different animatronics into a room where William Afton dismantles them, the same way William Afton lured 5 children into a room and murdered them. William Afton is using Shadow Freddy to mimic his same actions, so what if Shadow Freddy was actually the mimic or at least somehow connected to him? You may argue that Shadow Freddy is a hallucination and isn't real, as he's most like an agony or remnant manifestation. Well, what if Shadow Freddy is also a physical animatronic and not made of pure remnant? If he were a physical animatronic, that's why he looks like he's actually there, and that's why in FNAF 3 he seems real when the other animatronics follow him. They're not seeing some remnant illusion, but they're seeing a real animatronic leading them somewhere. And if he is real, how did William control an empty suit? Well, what if he didn't? What if it was the mimic under the Shadow Freddy suit? If William were to lure the animatronics on his own, we can assume it wouldn't work, since the animatronics only respond to other suits. But since he shoved the mimic into the Shadow Freddy suit, they would follow him and they would respond to him, as he would no longer just be an endoskeleton. And all of this would only be possible because he took control of the endoskeleton years earlier. However, I want to make it as clear as possible that this is just a thought to mess around with. So how does any of this fix the timeline? Well, I believe it tells us that William knew of Remnant since 1979 and that his experiments in the FNAF 4 house and the Sister Location bunker started around the same time. Probably around 1983 and still before the missing children incident. And finding these bodies inside mascot suits can also maybe tell us about his motivations. The MCI wasn't some crazy and evil event because one of his children died, but it was a cold and calculated event to learn more about Remnant. I know this is also theorized to be the motives behind the FNAF 3 minigames. William is returning to this pizzeria to dismantle these animatronics, extract the Remnant, and use it for his funtime animatronics. If this were to be the case, how did William know Remnant were in these animatronics and that it could be transferred to other animatronics? Well, now we can say he learned it from events in Secret of the Mimic. I also think having a clear idea of his motives can help us when deciding dates in the timeline. Because Remnant was something he knew of so early on, this could put events in the franchise earlier in the timeline, like with the MCI happening in 1983, and other deaths happening later in the timeline, like Charlie Emily dying in 1987. But these are just ideas because I know how controversial these topics can be. This could also tell us that the scooper from Sister Location was made around this time as well, and maybe even before the MCI. Based on the scooper blueprints, which actually stand for Scalable Creation of Ulterior Presence, we know it was designed as a remnant injector and as a remnant reservoir, which is most likely how William injected remnant into the fun times if this is the case, and how Michael survived after being scooped. Instead of this being something that was created much later on in the timeline, it's always been there and could have maybe been used anywhere else we're not aware of. Of course, we can even tie this back to FNAF's infamous theory revolving around Circus Baby. With this theory, he brings up how the Immortal and the Relentless is a parallel to Edwin's story from the books, who had a mansion that was burnt in a fire. But now we can directly tie this to the events of Secret of the Mimic, where Edwin does exist as a character and his mansion is burnt in a fire, just like in the TV show. Then in Sister Location, we saw this chip being taken out of Circus Baby that Michael places on hand unit so Circus Baby can communicate with him. Now it's this small chip that is theorized to be the Mimic chip or a copy of his code. We then saw a similar chip being inserted into Helpy in FNAF Help Wanted 2, which would create a branch of the Mimic code, making Helpy the Mimic as well. A well-known theory already. In this same level, we find a drawing of Helpy escaping a burning building, a parallel to the chip escaping the Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria Simulator fire. The chip just also happens to glow green like Glitch Trap. Circus Baby is described as being able to quote-unquote pretend, which could be referring to what the Mimic can do. And Baby is able to change voices when she takes on the form of Ennard. So taking in all this information with the context of what I just discussed, it would honestly make perfect sense. William was already in possession of the Mimic for years by this point, so he was the one who added the Mimic chip to Circus Baby, even giving her the ability to mimic voices. I also want to bring up that Dispatch from Secret of the Mimic and Hand Unit from Sister Location share the exact same voice. We know Dispatch turns out to be M1 or F10N4, so because it's the same voice as Hand Unit, this could be telling us that these Mimic chips can store different voices, as Hand Unit even gives us options to what voice we want to hear.
Using the keypad below, please select a new companion voice. For male, press 1. For female, press 2. For text only, press 3. For other options, press 4. It seems that you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will autocorrect it for you. Thank you for choosing Angsty Teen.
So, funny story. A dead body was found in this vent once. Okay, so not that funny, but it's a story.
It's even being theorized that these other voices like the Angsty Teen were a part of Team 12 that were first sent to retrieve the Mimic that I mentioned earlier, as the Mimic chip would copy these voices and store them to use later. So Hand Unit could directly be M1 or it's a branch of the Mimic code, but either way it feels that these similarities are intentional, and it also seems that FNAF was right all along. But again, all of this would only really be possible if the silhouette from Secret of the Mimic is indeed William. But there is also a big gap in the timeline where we have no idea what happened to the Mimic. We all know after William was spring-locked, he was trapped in this room for decades, so where was the Mimic for more than 30 years till we saw him again in Ruin? Well, I see two different options. One, the Mimic was being held in the bunker and escaped with the rest of the fun times when the time came, or you could take it as far to say that he was one of the fun times. But the option I believe in the most, which is something I kinda already discussed, is that the Mimic would return to his home or to Murray's costume manor. Whether that be that the Mimic just wandered off after William disappeared, or that he was always trying to return, the Mimic returning to MCM could set up his role in Ruin. It's well believed now that the Pizzaplex was built over MCM, so if the Mimic did return, he would be stationary for years until someone would find him around the time the Pizzaplex was being built. Then he roams around the Pizzaplex, murders people here and there before being trapped back in MCM by presumably Gregory and Vannesa. Now earlier I said I don't think it's Edwin, and that's still something I firmly believe in, because I don't think he would be stalking us. By this point Edwin already knows just how dangerous the Mimic really is after he was attacked by him, severely injuring his legs in the process.
I can't move. I can't feel my legs. You know, speaking of legs, what do you think? I just finished mine. There are still a few kinks to work out. I'm sorry, M2. I lost my temper. I was always gonna fix you. Please, call for help. M2, respond.
So why wouldn't Edwin want to step in to try and save Arnold from the Mimic, or to try and even stop the Mimic himself? I honestly don't see the reason for Edwin to be back in MCM stalking us unless he would want to step in or stop the Mimic. Now I do still definitely think he's alive, especially since in the Tales novels he has a pretty significant role with the Pizzaplex. So I do think he's out there somewhere, and there's even a chance we'll see him in a future project. Future Bronze here one last time. Now there isn't much to add to this theory because most of it is based on what ifs and speculations, so instead I want to make some clarifications. If it felt like I was just throwing ideas at the end, that's cause I was. Ideas like the Mimic being Shadow Freddy don't have too much evidence, which is why I just included it at the end for something to think about. So I apologize if it felt like the ending was rushed, but there truthfully wasn't more to add to it. So please comment down below any thoughts and how I can continue to improve these videos. So with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video where we attempt to solve William Afton. Now so far I think we did a great job with the theory I'm the most proud in, being Wilcade. So what do you guys think? Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories, and if we really solve this infamous character. And don't forget to use code BRONZEFILMS when checking out any G Fuel products, and thank you all for the support. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you all so much for watching. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic just solved Ultimate Custom Night and its biggest mysteries. Mysteries that can finally help us understand characters like William Afton and how it's all connected to the modern lore and timeline. By now I'm sure many of you have seen amazing theories on Secret of the Mimic and on Edwin Murray's deceased son, David. Like theories by T-Dreads and Fazbear's Entertainment on God David, a theory by Flipside on Midnight Motorist and how David might be at the center of it all, and a theory by The Unwithered Truth on Ultimate Custom Night that I want to expand on today in this video. UCN is a game that divides the fandom in multiple aspects and is one of the more interesting games as there's a ton of unsolved and hidden mysteries. But now with Secret of the Mimic, I believe this newest game has finally provided us with some answers. But first I recommend checking out all these videos by these talented creators as they can fundamentally change what we know about the franchise. So my name is BronzeFilms, and let's go over how Secret of the Mimic tells us that there are dozens of souls torturing William Afton in Ultimate Custom Night. Starting with what we know about a new tragedy, Fall Fest.
What are you waiting for?
In order to truly cover Fall Fest, let's go back to the very start when it was first introduced. In the Help Wanted Dreadbreed DLC, we learn that this DLC takes place within the actual Fall Fest Carnival, as the game's hub contains a banner advertising Fall Fest 1983, an important year for the franchise. We then saw a poster for Fall Fest 1970 revealed in the Help Wanted 2 game hub, as we can also assume that the carousel minigame focusing around Moon where you have to fix the carousel while avoiding him, and the Carney minigame where you shoot at targets with a phaser blast for points, both took place in the Fall Fest Carnival itself, and up to this point we would only get more references and Easter eggs to this carnival. In Security Breach we found this arcade machine of Balloon Boy which took place in a carnival, this poster advertising Fredbear's singing show. In Ruin we saw these carnival animal mascot suits, and even the Mimic wore a carnival lion suit in the Scooper ending. And now finally, with the release of Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, we now have concrete information on the Fall Fest Carnival, how it's connected to Fazbear's, and its eventual downfall, which I think is the big mystery we can connect to Ultimate Custom Night into this purgatory. Secret of the Mimic is centered around MCM, Murray's Costume Manor, a contracting business owned by Edwin that would create mascot suits and technology for companies and events. One of these companies was of course Fazbear's Entertainment, who commissioned various projects like Chica's Party World. This is the first project we hear of them working together on, a location we've known almost nothing about before this point. Here in a text log we learn that a client, or Fazbear's, is very happy with the design, and that Chica's design came from Fiona, Edwin Murray's wife. And of course, we learn that MCM was commissioned to work on Fall Fest. We find the same Fall Fest 1970 poster from Help Wanted 2 alongside collectibles from the actual carnival. We find a snow globe from Fall Fest that looks similar to promotional art for the event featuring animatronics and even the puppet as a scarecrow. We even find an admissions ticket for Fall Fest, a ticket with the same colors from the poster and something we've never really seen before. And like I mentioned, it's assumed we already saw 2 exact attractions from Fall Fest 1970 and Help Wanted 2. Meaning there was a Phaser Blast type of attraction that included the Carney animatronic that could have possibly been created by Edwin for Fazbear's, which could also mean that the other Rockstar animatronics were also part of the MCM catalog, which is why we see him show up once more in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. And I think we can say the exact same thing about the Carousel minigame, as we know Moon was also created by Edwin. But most importantly, we learned that Edwin's wife Fiona decided to go to Fall Fest with the installation team because she felt that something was wrong.
Ed, I hope this message reaches you as soon as you get a break. I have to go help the Fall Fest crew, just for a few days until the installation is finished. It's hard to explain. I just have this terrible feeling like I need to be there so nothing goes wrong, just in case. Trisha will babysit David while I'm gone. I love you both, and I'll be back next week.
This trip was supposed to last a week, but as we learn in another voice log, Fiona never returns and Edwin is forced to raise David completely on his own.
Oh, why did you go? You weren't even supposed to be there. You were supposed to be here with me and David. Oh, how am I supposed to tell David that his mother is gone? How am I supposed to raise a kid on my own? His life is ruined. My life is ruined.
But how and why? How did Fiona die at Fall Fest? Well, to find out, the first thing we know for almost certain is that it was a fire that killed her. The 1970s Fall Fest fire, a fire I'll mention again later on when talking about UCN. In both Help Wanted 2 Fall Fest minigames, both of them end with a secret level where the attraction catches fire. With the carousel minigame, you face Jack O'Moon while fixing the carousel once more, but in the middle of the minigame, a fire will randomly start engulfing the attraction and move slowly. With the Carney minigames focused on FNAF 2, after completing the level like normal, the arm of the cardboard cutout of Dreadbear will snap off, causing electrical sparks to go flying, which will also cause a fire. The fire will spread across the wagons and even to Carney himself, which will end the minigame. And in the Five Nights at Freddy's 3 Phaser Blast level, we then see the aftermath of the fire while defending yourself against Springtrap. You'll find the wagons and even Carney completely burned with nothing in the attraction left. So it appears that a fire brought down Fall Fest, meaning we can assume it's what killed Fiona, and we almost know for certain who caused this fire, the franchise's most infamous killer, William Afton. Throughout this game, we learn how William Afton was slowly sabotaging Edwin's business and slowly taking over his own company. Through audio and text logs, we learn how William was in contact with a leak from MCM who gave him the contact information of all the employees of the company. And we also know some employees sold Edwin's work to most likely William.
Attention traders, admin wing permissions have been revoked. And no, you can't clear out your desks. You stole my work. Now your jackets, purses, and coffee mugs, and anything else belongs to me. Maybe I'll go find someone to sell your stuff to. How does that feel?
We also learned that William and Fazbear's Entertainment kept delaying a project that Edwin was working on for them, the prototype FNAF 1 location. In the research and development area, we can find the prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria that has the exact same hallways, offices, and stage. Of course, there are also the prototype animatronics of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica, alongside the FNAF 1 endoskeletons. So after delaying the project over and over, Edwin would lose his friends, money, and after the death of his family, he would finally lose his company and everything he's built.
I feel stupid recording this, but I just hope somehow that you can still hear me. I can't do this alone. The change orders are killing me. Our employees, my friends, they keep leaving. The money's gone. I just need to finish the new Fazbear project, and then everyone will come back. We can get back to normal. I miss my friends. Our friends. I miss you. I miss you more than you'll ever know.
And clearly William is successful in taking over Edwin's life, so what if to make sure that Edwin's life would crumble and he would lose everything, what if William killed Fiona with the Fall Fest fire? I think the first major piece of evidence is the carousel minigame. In the Jack O'Moon level, when looking from the outside perspective, we actually see that the fire started in this barn and that it then spread to the rest of the attraction. So what if William was inside that barn? He would start the fire where no one would be able to see him and would then disappear. Fiona would be somewhere else in the carnival helping the installation team and most likely didn't know a fire started until it was too late. And it appears that Moon.exe actually confirms this. As I'm sure many of you know by now, Moon.exe is a minigame accessible through the helper terminals and acts as a way to tell a story about the Murrays. There's a ton to go over in Moon.exe, but most importantly you run into Sun, who we can confidently say is meant to represent Fiona, who is described as the old woman inside of the rundown cabin in the woods. We know this for certain as we face the F10 and 4 program, which is the name of the AI also known as M1, a program created by Edwin to babysit David. So when this program or Fiona begins to talk to us, the monitors behind the computer display the exact same icon of Sun from Moon.exe, which is most likely saying that they are one and the same and can be used to represent one another. And when looking back to the minigame, we find statues that are clearly supposed to represent Edwin and Fiona, but Fiona's statue is burnt with the Fall Fest globe collectible that I mentioned earlier right in front of it, which could imply that this statue or Fiona was burnt by a fire that occurred in this event in the snow globe, Fall Fest. And on top of that, you can also find a seamstress building that was burnt to the ground, another way to show Fiona was in that fire, as we know she loves sewing together hand puppets, like the Foxy Crew hand puppets we see in the theater. And finally, when facing Big Top and handing him the Fall Fest admissions ticket that I mentioned earlier, he says, "This is the one. This is where Sun left, leaving them behind." I think it's obvious that this is yet another way how the game is telling us how she died. The one is the Fall Fest Carnival where Sun or Fiona would leave to but would never return from. And for one final piece of evidence, in the Carnage minigame that I mentioned earlier, in the final level, the only thing we see left after the fire is Spring Shop or William Afton, which could be a way to tell us that he's the only thing that remained and stayed alive after the fire, since he caused it and was able to escape. But enough about Fall Fest, now we can finally take a look at William Afton's personal hell.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Custom Night really needs no introduction. It's William Afton being tortured for eternity by the one you should not have killed. Who this is a controversial debate on its own, with some believing it's the Crying Child, Cassidy, Andrew, and in the Unwithered Truth theory, he even suggested it could be David, Edwin's deceased son from Secret of the Mimic. Now for the sake of this theory and because I love that video, we are going to say it's David, and like I mentioned earlier, I'm proposing that David isn't alone in holding William in this purgatory. Not only is there 1, 5, or even 10 other souls, but I think we can go as far to say that all 50 selectable characters represent a soul tormenting William. Now before you click off the video, hear me out as I go through a surprisingly decent amount of evidence. It's already been theorized that there are other souls in UCN based on voice lines that make it seem like the one you should not have killed isn't alone. So because of this, I decided to go back and to listen to every single voice line of every single animatronic. And I found that there are at least 15 different voice lines from different characters that indicate other souls are aware of where they are and what they are doing. They also just aren't the one you should not have killed speaking through them like with the mediocre melodies. They're completely separate souls who would want to torture William. Take a listen to these voice lines from Withered Bonnie and Ballora.
What is this new prison? Is it me trapped or is it you? Perhaps it's us both.
These are strange circumstances that have brought us together.
Withered Bonnie's line implies that even he doesn't know how he ended up here and that it might have even been against his will, something I'll touch more on soon. With Ballora, once again she is aware of the circumstances, and this feels like someone new speaking, who may have also known William at one point. Now take a listen to these voice lines from Nightmare Balloon Boy and Rockstar Bonnie.
There just isn't room in here for both of us.
So good to see you again, my truest friend. But now your life must end.
With Nightmare Balloon Boy, we once more see the reassuring idea of there being someone else here with William, as he is even being tortured by the same nightmares he would force test subjects to go through. With Rockstar Bonnie, whoever soul this is was true friends with William at one point when they're both presumably alive, which brings me to the core of this theory. William Afton has had much more victims than any of us could have anticipated. More than the souls of Charlie Emily, possibly David Murray, souls of the missing children incident, or even the dead children incident. We're talking about dozens of victims, and I think most of them came from one place, Fall Fest. Like I said, if William was responsible for murdering Fiona in a fire, to me it's hard to believe that she would be the only victim or casualty. Especially since in Help Wanted 2, it seems that we are playing these games while they're active and while the park would be open. So when this fire would randomly start in a barn and would spread to attractions, this would all happen when FNAF is actively open. Meaning there would be Fiona's installation team, employees of FNAF, and families, all most likely caught in this fire and became William Afton's casualties. They would all then become vengeful spirits with the perfect place for a reunion where they could all get revenge, being William Afton's purgatory or nightmare fueled by agony, depending on what you believe in. When looking back to the voice lines, now take a listen to these lines by Orville and Rockstar Foxy while keeping the FNAF fire in mind.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
Yarg, ye play with fire and sometimes ye get burned.
With Foxy, obviously we get a reference to a fire, which I know is something broad, but we can't connect this Rockstar to Carney, who was in the FNAF fire and is technically a Rockstar animatronic as well. But this line about a fire is just the beginning. With Orville, he is definitely referring to Henry Emily, who tried to free William and the other souls in animatronics in Pizzeria Simulator. But of course, the one you should not have killed stops this and is speaking through Orville. But at the end of the line, he says, no matter how many times they burn us, that's right, multiple souls. Sure, this could be referring to the other souls in FFPS like Charlie or Elizabeth, but that game suggests they were able to move on and that every soul in that game moved on besides William. In a way, all remaining souls had their happiest day. But victims from FNAF wouldn't be able to move on, especially since it seemed like they were never mentioned anywhere else in the timeline. So they could be the other souls Orville is referencing to holding William back. Now take a listen to lines that are at this point infamous voice lines from Jacko Chica. With the first line, Jacko Chica could clearly act as a reminder of the FNAF fire and his actions of burning innocent people. With the next line, we again hear from the one you should not have killed, but this time he isn't speaking through Jacko Chica. Chica just mentions him as she greets William from the quote-unquote fire, maybe the FNAF fire. If this were to really be the case, then I think we can even say that this is Fiona's vengeful spirit itself. We know in a way Fiona was responsible for creating Chica and Chica's party world, so is it really that far-stretched to say that this is a way to represent her? Sure, we mostly saw her through the Sun characters and through the puppets, but these are her creations just like Chica. That's why Fiona's greeting William from the fire, since that's where she was murdered. This could mean that this is a mother and son duo torturing William in this nightmare, which is kinda wholesome in a way. Aww. But to really just throw an idea out there, let's take a listen and look at the character of Nightmare Freddy.
I am given flesh to be your tormentor.
Here this line implies that David could have given these vengeful souls quote-unquote flesh and new identities as animatronics from William Afton's past. That's why we see Scraptrap and Springtrap. They obviously aren't actually William, but different souls given his identity to almost mock him and his failures. And this next line only supports this even further.
I am remade, but not by you, by the one you should not have killed.
This is clear confirmation that the one you should not have killed is rebuilding these animatronics for this nightmare, and again, I think it's also to pair an animatronic with each soul. Also take a look at Nightmare Freddy's icon when selecting characters. We see Freddy in the back with the Freddles in front of him. Looks normal, right? But to me it looks like a dad posing for a picture with his 3 children. Okay, whoa, I know that seems crazy and just wrong, and I could definitely be looking too deep into things just like Mr. Hippo says.
Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all. Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all.
But in context of Fall Fest, it could make a lot of sense. Like I said earlier, if it really was open when this fire occurred, then of course there would be families like a dad and his kids. If they also got caught up in this fire and became casualties of William Afton, then it could make sense they would become vengeful spirits that would return in the form of Nightmare Freddy and his Freddles. But really this is just speculative, and I admit it doesn't have the strongest evidence towards it. Also, because this is William Afton's personal nightmare, we of course see artifacts from his life, like posters from different pizzerias, a recreation of a room from his house he most likely used only for experiments, and we can actually find a reference to Fall Fest. In Pizzeria Simulator, we were introduced to this Spookfest poster, which at the time didn't have a meaning to, nor could we connect it to anything. But then in the Help Wanted and in the Jailbreak DLC I've talked about all video, we saw this poster return in this barn, which to me is saying that Fall Fest and Spookfest are one and the same, different names for the same event. But we also saw this variation of a Fall Fest poster in Ultimate Custom Night and in one of the hallways. If everything around him is supposed to be a reminder of his misdeeds, then this poster would be perfect. It's where he would take dozens of lives as casualties, and having to stare at this poster over and over while being tormented by his own creations seems like a fitting end for this character. Although for saying that majority of these souls came from Fall Fest, there is still a chance that there are some souls we're familiar with. Unwithered Truth already brought up a lot of great evidence to why the crying child could possibly be represented through Nightmare Fredbear, and why he would even need to torture William. So if this really is a reunion, I do believe CC could be a part of this group. Or instead of them directly being in Afton's nightmare, it could also relate to memories. Now I know earlier I said that victims of the MCI or Charlie Emily most likely have moved on, which I still believe is true, so what if it's the agony of their memories which is making them return? We know memories have had a crucial component in the franchise, and especially with these newer games like in FNAF Help Wanted 2. That's why we have two puppets and two different Charlies, two sets of memories both caused by William, which could also be why they sound very different.
Seeing you powerless is like music to me.
There is room for one more.
We could also apply the same reasoning to the victims of the Fall Fest fire, where it's the mix of the agony of their memories being in that fire that created this nightmare or purgatory for William. But I still personally like the idea more that it's their actual souls finally getting revenge with the help of David and even possibly Fiona. Now I don't know if this was all just a group chat created by David or something like that, since I don't really have a reasonable explanation to how they would all come together in one single place. But what I do know for certain is that it's all just a theory.
A game theory!
By no means am I saying that anything in this video is confirmed or that it should be taken as canon, especially since we actually don't know anything about the Fall Fest fire. Yes, we finally got some information about it in Secret of the Mimic and how it's connected to Fiona and her death. But besides that, who caused it, why, and if there were any other casualties could simply go any other way. I also understand the criticism of even using Secret of the Mimic to solve parts of the earlier story, as when these games were released, we can assume that Scott didn't have the Mimic and his new family planned all the way down the line. Instead, I think it was just ideas Scott had that were fleshed out games later and would then be connected back to the original games, which is why I think multiple souls in UCN would even work. So just take all of this as speculation, and again, it's just a theory. So with all that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video and thank you so much for watching. Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories that you have, and if you believe Secret of the Mimic can solve Ultimate Custom Night. Please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and I really do appreciate all of the support on the channel. Secret of the Mimic solved FNAF Security Breach and its biggest mystery that has divided the fandom for years. Now I know I throw that word around a lot throughout this channel, but trust me, this time it's needed, as not only do I think this game tells us how the Pizzaplex is connected to MCM, but it finally gives us an answer to the infamous sticky note room and to who Burntrap really is. So my name is Bronze Films, and join me as I cover why the Pizzaplex was built directly over Murray's costume manor, why the fixed mimic from the Moon.exe ending is the animatronic who lived in the sewer area and was the one who wrote on all of the sticky notes, and most importantly why the mimic is actually Burntrap and why they have always meant to be the same. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and let's get started. Before we can even look at Burntrap or other big mysteries like that, I first want to look at what I think is one of the most overlooked areas from Security Breach, the sewers. I also want to give credit to Johnny the Night Guard, who made a discovery that will be mentioned later in this video, and it's what inspired me to take a look at this area, so thanks a ton. In order to reach this area behind the food court and on level B3, you find this elevator, which looks very old and withered by the way, almost as if it came from somewhere else. But you reach the docks and laundry area, where venturing to the back you'll find a long set of stairs leading to the sewers. And I believe that this entire sewer area is MCM, meaning the Pizzaplex was built directly on top of it, and it looks like they didn't even try to hide it. Once in the sewers we find a lot, and I mean a lot of trash that came from the Pizzaplex itself and anything that was left from MCM. There are destroyed staff bots, which are important, so remember that for later. Walls are caving in against themselves, and there's a ton of rubble and red bricks that could have only come from one place, Murray's costume manor. Comparing these bricks with walls from the Pizzaplex or even with walls of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place in the sequel, they just simply don't match up. But when comparing them with the walls from Secret of the Mimic, there is a clear similarity, and the foundation that is even keeping the roof stable or the sewage area here is clearly from MCM as well. Again, we can compare all the wooden pipes that are almost identical, and that's also why it looks like these walls could collapse at any moment since they are decades old. There are a few big rooms that show us more trash from MCM and were most likely rooms or areas that we're even familiar with, like the large theater or even the parking lot. But some of the strongest evidence comes from these 1970s style TVs that could have only come from Secret of the Mimic, which takes place in 1979, and we find the exact same TVs throughout that gameplay. This maze section where Chica chases you is almost identical to this maze section from the vent Arnold goes into with the parachute ending. Here we find similar walls and bricks, and even the ways the walls are formed almost look identical once more. But an odd detail I want to point out is this room where the sewer level begins. Walls are completely made up of car parts like tires, gears, and steering wheels. These parts could have possibly come from all the cars left with the MCM or Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place location, but regardless, it does look like MCM is under the Pizzaplex, so what could all this possibly mean? Well, I think it's obvious that Fazbear's Entertainment is reusing whatever they can from Murray's costume manor to save time, energy, and money, which fits perfectly with what we know about the company. Reaching the lowest level B1, you find wires that resemble the exact same material and look of Jackie's arms. They are the same orange flexible arms that we of course see Jackie use to chase us around the manor, before ultimately disappearing for the rest of the game. So what if after Fazbear's attained the MCM building and found the remains of Jackie, they would keep this animatronic for parts to use later, where decades later either her exact arms or replicas were used as wires that continued throughout most of the sewer. Although this could 100% be a stretch, it's definitely not a coincidence they look very similar. And it's not the only place we find reused things or assets from the manor. When taking a look at the upgrade station, it uses a similar interface as all the computers from Secret of the Mimic. It's a green interface with pixelated 8-bit buttons. Of course, this could be a stretch as well, but it could also be the reason why the computers in Security Breach and Ruin appear to be much older than the time period those games take place in. In the loading dock area I mentioned earlier and in this server room, we can actually find basically identical orange conduit fluid in these pipes that we can of course find all throughout the manor in Secret of the Mimic. We can assume it serves the same purpose here to power parts of the Pizzaplex, and if it was somehow left over from MCM, then it makes perfect sense that Fazbear's Entertainment would reuse it here. Maybe it's even similar to the liquid that is powering the charging stations, as it even brings Glamrock Chica back to life in Ruin. But if Fazbear's would go as far to reuse parts of old animatronics and of a building that are decades old, what if they reused a certain endoskeleton we're all familiar with to bring back their most infamous villain? This sticky note room is something I mentioned briefly, and it's one of the biggest mysteries or an unsolved mystery of FNAF Security Breach, with fans theorizing about this room over the course of the few years this game has been out, and even today it's going to be one of the main parts of this video. Before even reaching the sewers, you find this room filled with dozens of sticky notes with different messages or drawings on them. Some examples include a sticky note with the message "Happy Place, Party Time, and All of My Friends." There are also drawings of things from a birthday party like cake, presents, balloons, and people. We find nightmare staffbot heads, candles, and as one of the notes says, "This is my home, leave," it tells us that something lived on here or was held captive. There's a ton more sticky notes that I'll go over soon, so don't worry, but it's also worth noting how above this room we find a recreation of the Afton family using staff pots. At the head of the table, this staff bot represents Miss Afton, the magician bot is William Afton, the circus baby bot is Elizabeth Afton, the worker bot is Michael Afton, and this bot without a head is pretty self-explanatory to be the crying child. So whoever was in this room not only wrote on all the sticky notes, but they also made a replica of a family. So who is it? Well, some popular theories believe it could have been Gregory, who's actually a robot, the crying child who's also a robot, or even Charlie Emily, who is, you guessed it, a robot. But to find an answer, when looking at all the clues this game gives us, we first find a desk with the blueprints for the Security Breach endoskeletons in the first of the sticky notes. These first set of sticky notes include drawings of Freddy, tally marks counting something, and the number 141. This was most likely a workstation for one of the employees who knew about what was in the sewers. As you go through the sewers, more sticky notes are scattered around, and something I haven't seen many people point out is that wherever there are sticky notes, there are also cameras watching whatever was writing these. Sure, this could be for gameplay reasons, but we can also apply a practical reason to it, employees studying something. Another point I want to bring up is that sticky notes are actually scattered around all of the Pizzaplex, meaning whoever did this walked freely at one point and traveled around the Pizzaplex, leaving sticky notes wherever they went. And a text log I'll mention soon actually supports this. So we have something living in the sewers and in the Pizzaplex while writing on sticky notes that revolve around birthday parties, a family, and friends, while also being watched by Fazbear's Entertainment. So I think it's obvious who this character is that needs no introduction. It's always been theorized that the mimic could be the one in this room, especially because we see a repeated theme of 3 on the sticky notes, 3 things like balloons, presents, and words, which could represent Edwin, David, and the mimic. So this isn't a new theory by any means, but what is and how Secret of the Mimic solves Security Breach is that this game tells us what version of the mimic was down here. In the moon.exe ending, after completing this minigame and receiving the glitch permissions by Sun, Arnold is able to reset or fix the violent mimic back into a state where he is mimicking David and is completely innocent. The fixed mimic picks up the white tiger plushie that belonged to David and sleeps in a bed while listening to a bedtime story by Fiona and Edwin. So what if it's this fixed David mimic that lived in the sewers and wrote on all of the sticky notes? When taking a look at this sticky note, "This is my home, leave," this now makes perfect sense and should be taken literally. I mentioned earlier how the Pizzaplex is on top of MCM, which was the Mimic's home in Secret of the Mimic, as that's where Edwin created him and programmed him to mimic David and Fiona. This is why Fazbear's kept the Mimic in the sewers, as that's where he would feel the most at home. All the sticky notes referring to a birthday party could also be connected to this Mimic, since David's birthday would be celebrated every single year with cake, balloons, and presents. And the 3 people wearing party hats could again be Edwin, David, and the Mimic. We also find a sticky note of a security guard, which could actually be Arnold. Arnold was the one who fixed the Mimic and is the first person it saw after being reset to mimic David. This drawing could be of this moment, or it could be of any other employee of the Pizzaplex. But this could also explain the cameras, which would now act as like nanny cams, watching the Mimic everywhere he went, leaving a trail of sticky notes behind him. And in general, we know David liked drawing, as he made this drawing of himself with the Mimic, and we see multiple drawings in his secret tent. So here the Mimic is mimicking David by drawing on all of the sticky notes. I also think that all of the endoskeletons from FNAF Security Breach were based on this Mimic and his design. They do look similar design-wise, and most importantly, that's why we find blueprints at the start of the stairs into the sticky note room. Whoever was working on the designs was most likely in contact with the Mimic, as this is where the sticky notes begin. Maybe the Mimic even saw it as a play area, which is why it's a mess, while the employee worked on the designs. But like I said, this also means that the Mimic was walking freely around the Pizzaplex and the other employees were aware of it. With this message titled "The Job Security," it reads, "Where is everyone? Leo was the only one who had a copy of the maze control key, but I haven't seen him for months. Maybe that creepy bot knows where the key is. Leo was supposed to train it to work the maze. Instead, he tricked the bot into doing busy work under the daycare theater. I'll check after the all-staff meeting tonight." This creepy bot could definitely be the Mimic, but the only issue here is that it's being trained to do busy work, and it makes it seem like it isn't a child like we all saw in the ending. So what if, intentionally or unintentionally, its programming was being reverted to its corrupted and violent state, as the sticky notes might even support this? This has been pointed out previously, but some sticky notes are simply scribbles, drawings, and words that are hard to understand. But others include more complex drawings or easier to understand words. And other notes include sentences that don't look like they were written by a child, but rather someone who is basically an adult. We see a clear progression from the Mimic writing on sticky notes as a child to then writing like an adult. And the duffel bag message suggests that this progression was caused by employees reversing its programming and training it to do their busy work. But by no means does the Mimic story in the Pizzaplex end here, as I think one act of violence changed everything. The reason I even bring up some incident is because of this area found in the upgrade station of the Pizzaplex. Here we find a few glass cells where we can assume Fazbear's was holding things to observe and experiment on. As behind these cells we find endoskeletons locked up in cages and an endoskeleton that seems to be corrupted. But at the end of this hallway we find a cell that has its glass broken and a table flipped over, implying that something broke out. And near the entrance we find a destroyed endoskeleton that was most likely attacked by whatever escaped. Of course I believe this to be the Mimic whose programming has gone rogue and has stopped mimicking David and his behavior. He was most likely locked in this cell after some violent incident but then escaped to continue his rampage. But why? Why does it look like the Mimic's programming was purposely reversed so he would become violent and rageful like he was decades ago? Well, to answer that we need to look at another big mystery from Security Breach. Burntrap is one of those characters that also doesn't need an introduction. Fans including myself have theorized if he's meant to be William Afton or if he was supposed to be the Mimic from the start. I've always been a believer that Burntrap and the Mimic were 2 separate characters, but today I'm finally changing my mind. If the Mimic's programming was being reverted, then what if it was being changed to mimic William Afton? Now who would do this and why this would be done can be a video on its own, but I think the evidence lies back in the sticky note room. When looking at the notes, it looks like the Mimic was being fed information which confused its programming. We see drawings that clearly come from a child, but one sticky note says grown-ups only, which was always a weird detail to me. If this was a child like the note suggests, why would it refer to itself as an adult? Well, what if the Mimic's programming was confused in mimicking David and William Afton, with David's sides of drawings and William Afton's side of violent tendencies? This could also explain the Afton family staff bots. Why would anyone who isn't a part of this family wants to make recreations of them. If the Mimic was being fed data of William Afton and his life, then he could recreate this family that he thinks he's a part of, which could explain the family notes or even these are my friends notes. We could then even apply William's life to some of these sticky notes, like the 3 people being his 3 children, all the references to birthday parties relating to all of his pizzerias hosting birthday parties. But of course, the final goal would be to bring back William Afton or Springtrap, which is why the Mimic would revert to his aggressive state. Remember all of the destroyed staff bots I mentioned earlier? Well, I think it's the Mimic almost practicing to be violent on these staff bots that will then be left in the sewers. We know he can easily take care of these staff bots, so here's being taught the same thing. But to try to really convince you, take a look at the purple glow effect we see all throughout the sticky note room and in the sewer area. Look familiar? It's the same purple glow effect we see in Burntrap's room and everywhere else he's previously been. This effect has previously been used to prove that the Mimic is Burntrap, as branding the room he's revealed in, we find the exact same purple glow effect we see everywhere else. So what if, to really make the Mimic like William, they expose him to this purple gas we saw in this charging station, which could be anything from remnant to agony, which would then be left behind in areas of the sewers. I think this is even the reason we hear about murders in one of the endings. Vanny didn't murder them because of glitch trap, but she did it so the Mimic could learn from it and mimic her. It's the other way around. We also find newspapers down in the sinkhole that could have been about the missing children incident that the Mimic would learn about, but at this point this could just be a stretch honestly. But after his escape, I think he was caught once more and shoved into this charging station so he could fully become William Afton. Flesh and an unused Spring Bonnie suit would be added onto him, and our final product is Burntrap from Security Breach. Okay, whoa, I know that's a lot, and most of this is just my personal beliefs based on the sticky notes and purple glow effect. Although it can be a stretch, I do believe it's possible because of how this game was developed. Based on the Doco Scott Cawthon interview, we learned that there are essentially 2 stories within Security Breach, one from Scott and the other from Steelwood Studios. Now I'm not sure who had what idea, but based on the sticky notes and the Afton family bots, it looked like one party wanted whoever was in this room to be someone from the Afton family, while the other party had the Mimic plan based on the epilogue stories. And Burntrap wasn't even what Scott Cawthon had in mind originally, as he was only supposed to stand still and act as a decaying movie prop. So regardless if this is Burntrap or not, what I do think we can say for certain is that the fixed Mimic from the Moon.exe ending is the one who was in the sticky note room. But most importantly, this is just a theory.
A game theory!
Like with all of my theories, nothing in this video is confirmed, nor should anything be taken as canon. This is just an answer to the sticky note room from Security Breach using Secret of the Mimic and its endings. So what do you guys think? Who wrote on all the sticky notes? Was it the Mimic? Can we somehow connect this to Burntrap, and will this mystery ever be solved? So with all that said, I hope you all enjoyed this video, and make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. Also consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and I really do appreciate all the support on the channel, so thank you so much for watching. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic solved one of the franchise's most mysterious characters. A character that not only plays a major role in FNAF Security Breach, but one that seems to be connected to the greater lore and timeline of the franchise, Glamrock Freddy. More than a month ago, the latest FNAF game Secret of the Mimic was released, expanding the already established lore by introducing new characters like Edwin Murray. And over the past couple of videos, I used this new installment to try and answer some of the biggest mysteries from the modern era of the timeline, like who is Mexis or what was Fall Fest. But what if we could also use it to solve a character's identity that has remained a complete mystery for years? Who is Glamrock Freddy, and is he even possessed? Well, in this video, I'm going to cover how Secret of the Mimic answers this for us by connecting this character to this game's new protagonist. So, how is Arnold from FNAF Secret of the Mimic actually Glamrock Freddy? Well, my name is Bronze Films, and let's find out together. But I want to give a special thanks to John Cena is Bald, who gave a lot of great ideas in the live stream I did 2 weeks ago that are used in this video, so thank you again. Please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and I really do appreciate all the support on the channel. So jumping right into things, Glamrock Freddy was one of the main protagonists of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach and has been the center of discussion ever since this game was released. It can even be argued that this character and his true identity is one of the biggest mysteries to come with this new modern era of the franchise, alongside mysteries like Glitch Trap and Burntrap, but why? Well, the game tries to tell us that the once normal and friendly Glamrock animatronics suddenly turned aggressive and violent during the events of this game. And we can assume that it was because of a virus, the Glitch Trap virus or the Mimic virus, that has corrupted their programming, making them all target Gregory trying to capture him, all except Glamrock Freddy. Instead, Freddy collapses during his performance after he spots someone in the crowd. He then resets during safe mode with Gregory inside his stomach hatch and acts as an ally for the rest of the game. So how? How does Glamrock Freddy avoid being corrupted, and does this answer have a greater meaning? Well, the consensus among fans ever since this game has been released is that there is a much greater meaning. A meaning that connects to other FNAF games into the earliest points in the timeline, possession. It's no secret that possession has played a crucial role throughout this entire franchise, with characters like Springtrap, the 4-man animatronics, and the puppet. So would it really be that hard to believe that possession would return with these newer FNAF games, even though it's more centered around corrupt AI? Well, some of the biggest theories on who can be possessing Glamrock Freddy include Michael Afton, the Crying Child, and even Henry Emily. But what if he's possessed by none of these characters and is instead possessed by someone who was just introduced in the latest FNAF game, Arnold? For a quick summary of Secret of the Mimic, you play as a new protagonist named Arnold, an employee of Fazbear's Entertainment who has been hired to retrieve the schematics of the original Mimic endoskeleton that was created by Edwin. So, going inside of Edwin's manor, Arnold faces the Mimic inside of various different mascots and animatronics like Jackie, Dolly, an elephant, in-progress mascots, a lion suit, a dog, and so much more. Finally, after reaching 4 AM and after retrieving the schematics, Arnold has the choice of giving the schematics back to dispatch or trying to escape. If you do give the schematics back, you can hop back in the work van and continue to drive off. Then, while driving off, it's revealed that Arnold was being tricked by the M1 program, who was impersonating dispatch and is now being fired and sued by Fazbear's Entertainment.
Arnold, there you are. We've been trying to get a hold of you all night. Why didn't you answer? Fazbear Entertainment has no other option but to let you go.
What? I just talked to you. You told me to give you the data diver and I could go home.
So you admit it? You misplaced company property.
No, I gave it to you.
Fazbear Entertainment will hold you personally responsible for lost or stolen property. What did you expect would happen?
I did everything you told me to.
Don't call us. Our lawyers will be calling you.
And that's when it's revealed that the Mimic is actually inside of the van and will attack Arnold. He will then wake up stuffed inside of an animatronic, just like the many other characters from the franchise. Now, in the parachute ending, Arnold tries to escape by venturing down to the basement or to the research and development area of MCM. Here we can find a Fazbear's project that Edwin was working on for William and Henry, the FNAF 1 prototype pizzeria and animatronics. We find the exact same hallways, rooms, and even the same office. We also find prototype Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica. This is actually the exact same area we find in the bad ending, meaning Arnold was stuffed inside of the FNAF 1 prototype pizzeria. But what animatronic was he exactly stuffed into? Well, alongside the prototypes, we can also find 4 springlock animatronics that Arnold wears to avoid the Mimic. We can find Monty, who is of course a reference to Montgomery Gator, a glamrock animatronic that would be used by Fazbear's decades later. Bub could be a reference to Bubba from FNAF World or to Sparky, a dog-like animatronic that was actually just a hoax. And we can also of course find the original prototype versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, which is one of the few times we've seen canon designs for both these characters, a major reveal. And during the gameplay of Secret of the Mimic, there's plenty of evidence actually proving that Fredbear's Family Diner is open during this time. We find pizza boxes from the restaurant, and there are also posters advertising the location inside of the manor. But when lining up these suits with the bad ending, it's clear that Arnold was stuffed inside of Fredbear. The shape of the animatronic's head and teeth line up perfectly. So what if, after the Mimic stuffed Arnold into the prototype Fredbear suit, Arnold's soul would possess that animatronic, just like the many other times it's happened in the franchise? But how does this connect to Glamrock Freddy? Well, when comparing both these designs, they share a similar overall head and body shape. Prototype Fredbear has shoulder pads, which is something we've only ever seen in the Glamrocks. And he also has a stomach hatch that opens up that Arnold would use to get inside, just like Glamrock Freddy where Gregory climbs inside of. Do you notice the similarities? That's right, I alongside many others believe that Glamrock Freddy could be the repurposed version of prototype Fredbear, making these two animatronics the exact same. Fredbear even has the word prototype on the back of his head, just like Freddy has the word prototype on the bottom of his foot in Ruin. And it honestly wouldn't be that hard to believe since we've seen Fazbear's Entertainment continue to repurpose MCM's characters and designs, like Big Top to Music Man, the Staff Bots, and even Roxy. So if Arnold is possessing Fredbear, that would also mean he's possessing Glamrock Freddy in FNAF Security Breach. Arnold would be stuffed inside of prototype Fredbear, which would then become Glamrock Freddy, with his soul still inside. And I think the biggest piece of evidence comes from Glamrock Freddy's voice lines.
I know what this is. I have been here before. She brought me here. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I did not want to, but I had no choice. Now I have a choice. I have changed. My friends are here. They are so angry, confused. protect you. I am not me.
With the first line, of course Arnold knows what this place is as he's been down there before all the way back in 1979 when he was trying to escape with the schematics. When Freddy refers to she, we all thought he was referring to Vannesa, but why wouldn't he just say her name or even Vanny? Now it makes much more sense that he was actually referring to M1 or F10 and 4, who was actually impersonating Fiona, Edwin Murray's wife. It's revealed that F10 and 4 was impersonating Dispatch to try and take the schematics from Arnold, and in a way it was responsible for luring Arnold to the basement of MCM, where it revealed itself as F10 and 4, which is a supercomputer. So Freddy was lured here by Fiona. With the next line, I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. He could have found himself when he realized that he was a part of something that was much bigger. And we can view the line clearing the path more in a metaphorical sense. I think Arnold is one of the main reasons for big events in the timeline to happen, events that involve William Afton, the Mimic, and even Mexis, events I've covered in previous videos. So in a way he cleared the path for the rest of the timeline to happen, which would then lead back to Security Breach. With the next few lines about not having a choice, of course we know Arnold didn't. From the beginning of the game, Arnold was forced to travel to MCM even after a 36-hour shift and was forced into facing the Mimic and trying to retrieve the schematics, which would all lead to his death and being stuffed inside of a suit. Now with the final set of voice lines about his friends, I actually think this connects to the other technicians of Fazbear's Entertainment and to the Blob, but that's a topic for another video. But all of this would have to mean that MCM is under the Pizzaplex, and you can watch this full video where I explain why. I go over red bricks, the pipes found in both MCM and in the sinkhole, and these 1970s style TVs that are found in the Pizzaplex that could have only come from MCM and that time period. In that video I actually go over how most locations are connected by one single forest, so make sure to go check it out. But I think another really cool connection would be the fact that Arnold is reuniting with the Mimic after decades in Security Breach. Now for the sake of the argument, let's say that Burntrap is the Mimic, even though this can of course be debated. But if this was the case, in the Burntrap ending, the Mimic is reuniting with Arnold, who is now Freddy, after all those years, and it could even be a reason why he would want to corrupt him and stop him, the same way he's trying to stop him in FNAF Secret of the Mimic. But I want to make it clear, by no means is this theory perfect. If anything, there's quite a few issues starting with the endings themselves. For the most part, fans can agree that either the parachute or the secret ending is canon, especially since both endings seem to connect to the greater lore of the timeline, meaning that the bad ending where Arnold is stuffed inside of a suit most likely isn't canon. But at the same time, it can honestly go either way, and it can still very easily be canon. Or it's possible that in the parachute ending, the Mimic would still come back for Arnold and would stuff him inside of a Fredbear suit once more. But I know it sounds silly to say that he would come back after just leaving. There's also the issue of how he connects to Gregory. Freddy obviously has some connection to Gregory beyond this game's lore. That's why some fans believe it's Michael Afton and the Crying Child. It's an older brother attempting to protect the younger brother trying to redeem himself after he wasn't able to years ago. So really the only way to explain this is that Gregory reminded Arnold of his own child. In cut voice lines we actually learn that Arnold had a family.
What? Next shift. I just finished a 14-hour shift 2 hours ago. Hey man, come on. I haven't been home in days. What family? My parents are dead. My wife left me last year. Oh God, I haven't seen my kid for...
So what if Gregory reminded him of his child that he would essentially abandon after the events of Secret of the Mimic? This would be a chance to make things right, which is why we see Freddy take on a parental role with Gregory. But most importantly, this video is just a theory. By no means am I saying that anything in this video is confirmed or even canon. But like we can do with many mysteries, I think we can use FNAF Secret of the Mimic to answer who Glamrock Freddy is, and it's also a perfect way to connect this character to the past lore of the games. So what do you guys think? Is Arnold actually Glamrock Freddy from Security Breach? Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories, and who do you believe is possessing Glamrock Freddy? But I hope you all enjoyed this video. Please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and thank you all so much for watching. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic solved Security Breach's most mysterious character. A character that seemed to completely confuse the fandom, and one that was also even overlooked by fans. The Blob, who is also known as Tangle. Now I know that's a bold claim, especially since Secret of the Mimic seemed to answer mysteries that are more connected to the earlier parts of the timeline. Like who created what animatronics, and how the Mimic fits with games like FNAF 4 or Sister Location. But I think we can use clues from this game, or rather tragedies, to tell us the true identity of Security Breach's most complicated and intriguing character. In a case where this game's story story was essentially split into two different versions, what if FNAF Secret of the Mimic is now the key to having one final answer to who the blob really is? And if this animatronic is possessed by the spirits or agony of different people? Well, my name is Bronze Films, and let's solve who is possessing the blob, how many souls are possessing this animatronic, and how the Pizzaplex is the center of this new theory. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and I really do appreciate all the support on the channel. Before we can begin to tackle the amalgamation that is Tangle, it's important to first understand the technicians from Secret of the Mimic. Throughout the main gameplay we play as Arnold, a technician hired by Fazbear's Entertainment to retrieve the schematics to the Mimic endoskeleton. In one of the endings, Arnold inserts the data driver into the Mimic and fixes its programming, where we can then assume he is able to escape MCM. But in two other endings, Arnold is killed and stopped by the Mimic, as the Mimic flips his work van over or stuffs him into one of the prototype animatronic suits. Arnold fails to retrieve the schematics and isn't actually the only one to do so, or wasn't the only technician sent by Fazbear's. In Murray's Costume Manor, you can find other technicians that were sent by Fazbear's and also ultimately failed to retrieve the Mimic schematics. Outside of the manor, you can even find an abandoned work van that is run down and destroyed. We can assume it belonged to one of the other teams that were sent to MCM, and this van serves as a small clue to their disappearances and murders. Not only do we know that these victims were part of Team 12, but we can also find their actual bodies stuffed inside of mascot suits by the Mimic. Through the text logs, we can even find 3 messages that came from 3 of those technicians that show us exactly where they were killed and what suits they were stuffed inside of. With the first message, it reads,
I hope this message reaches someone. There's something outside. I have no idea what it wants. But I can still hear Thompson's screams. I didn't sign up for this.
We find this text log in the back rooms of the welcome lobby, and right next to the mailbox we find a body inside of a jester costume with only the right arm and leg sticking outside of the suit. This message was most likely their final thoughts before being attacked by the Mimic. And Thompson was also most likely a part of Team 12, and can be any of the other bodies we find. But with the second message, it reads,
I'm almost there. I can see the last permission upgrade. I'm going to get that Christmas bonus, even if it kills me.
So checking a locker near this mailbox and behind the executive permissions machine, you'll find the body of a technician who left this message. Here he is wearing a Swing Bee mascot head, and he was chasing a similar bonus to the one Arnold was offered for retrieving the schematics.
You can't fool me though, you're just trying to snag one of those $25 gift certificates at the end of the year for outstanding performance.
He obviously fails and is one of the secret jump scares of this game, but with the final text log we can actually pinpoint exactly where and what happened to this technician.
I stopped the show. Whew. I don't think there's another way in, so I should be safe for now. There's a maniac in a costume chasing me, like something out of a drive-in movie. No one is ever going to believe me. Just one guy or a whole group of psychos?
This is of course the same welcome show Arnold faces at the beginning of the game, and the Mimic jumping from suit to suit is also something Arnold faces. But above the welcome show you can find yet another body of a technician hanging from the ceiling in a jester mascot suit with their left arm and leg hanging out. Among these 3 bodies we can also find a body inside of a dog mascot suit in the power room, a body stuffed inside of a hedgehog suit in the theater's audience holding a gift box, and 2 bodies that are hidden out of the player's view. One is crushed underneath a shelf with their arm popping out, and the other body is stuffed under a pile of different mascot suits, which brings the total number of dead technicians from Team 12 to 7. So 7 dead bodies that are left in MCM, but how does any of it connect to the blob? In FNAF Security Breach, Gregory goes to the lowest point in the Pizzaplex, which was revealed to be the location from FNAF 6. There he finds a scene code that goes to an even lower level where he finds the blob, an amalgamation of animatronic parts, wires, and parts of characters we're all familiar with. The blob tries to stop Gregory, but he is able to burn burntrap alongside the blob and is able to escape the Pizzaplex with glamrock Freddy. Blob then reappears in a small cameo near the beginning of the Ruin DLC, where it can be seen inside of a hole in the wall before it quickly backs away and becomes out of view, as it will then disappear for the rest of the game. Down in the scene core you can also find a trail of oil left behind from the blob, as the trail leads to this hole in the wall. This can tell us that the blob is within the Pizzaplex's walls and structure, meaning it's most likely the reason the Pizzaplex collapsed against itself was because the blob would hollow out the foundation with massive tunnels, not because of an earthquake like newspapers suggested. But what is this amalgamation of different animatronics? Well, it includes the FNAF 1 versions of Chica and Bonnie, it includes the puppet, Circus Baby, parts of Mangle, and at the head of it all is Funtime Freddy. Now by no means are these the original animatronics from the past restaurants, especially since animatronics like the puppet were burned down in the FNAF 6 ending, and others like Funtime Freddy would become Molten Freddy. But now we have two very different topics that come from two very different time periods in the franchise, so the key to connect them is the Pizzaplex, and more specifically how the manor where Secret of the Mimic takes place is under the Pizzaplex, and you can watch this whole video where I explain how. I go over red bricks, pipes found in both MCM and in the sinkhole, and these 1970s style TVs that are found in the Pizzaplex that could have only come from this time period and from MCM. In that video, I actually go over how most locations are connected by one single forest, so make sure to go check that out here. So if these two areas are one and the same, I'm proposing that the souls or agony of the 7 technicians murdered by the Mimic and left in MCM would possess the amalgamation of animatronics, which would then be known as Tangle, where each technician would possess a body or head, and their eyes would even still be lit up, signifying their presence. Now I know that may seem far-stretched, so to attempt to convince you that it's all true, it's important to first understand that MCM or the Pizzaplex is haunted. I'm sure that most of you know the theory that MCM is haunted by the spirit of David, Edwin's deceased son who presumably possesses the White Tiger mascot. As we can hear his laughter, he'll randomly appear in front of us, and it's a character clearly similar to Golden Freddy. But I believe it's also haunted by the spirits of the dead technicians. Not only do boxes randomly jump at you and the music from the cardboard cutouts start playing as if someone's trying to get your attention, but as another theorist, Logan Entertainment, pointed out in his own video about the blob, when you first encounter the Mimic in the elephant suit near the crate where he escapes from, you can find an incomplete head of an elephant suit. Taking a closer look at the head, there appears to be a small light source, and on rare occasions, the light source within the head glows very bright and clearly looks possessed. We can even compare this mask to the bad ending of FNAF 3, where we see the main animatronics alongside Golden Freddy having their mascot heads lit up by a bright light source, meaning they are still possessed. So what if this light source came from one of the dead technicians trying to possess the elephant head or trying to get Arnold's attention? And to me, all this proves that their souls are still somewhere around MCM, which would eventually become the Pizzaplex. Although decades passed between these two time frames, this doesn't mean that these spirits, and vengeful spirits at that, would just disappear or be put to rest. Why wouldn't they possess an animatronic, an amalgamation in the depths of the Pizzaplex where their deaths all occurred? Earlier I mentioned how there were a total of 7 dead technicians, and there just happens to be a total of 7 animatronics in the blob, a perfect amount of souls for each character. Because the blob is technically in MCM, I think we can even go as far to say that all of the wires, mechanical parts, and animatronic heads all came from the manor and from this time period. When looking at all of these wires and heads, they look really old. They don't just look destroyed or withered, but they appear to be decades old. This was a detail that always stood out to me, since well-known theories suggest that the blob is made up of animatronics from the special delivery service, but those animatronics would almost be completely new and wouldn't necessarily look like this. Now I know that would have a lot of lore implications, but we already saw prototype versions of Bonnie and Chica in the basement of MCM, and it could even be the exact animatronics we're seeing returning once again in the blob. We also know Edwin was working on puppet prototypes for Fazbear's, so the puppet mask without the tears we see here could be one of those prototypes, something abandoned by Edwin but returning here. But with other characters like Mangle, Funtime Freddy, and Circus Baby, it's harder to prove how they would have come from MCM. But we do also know Edwin was working on alternate Fazbear's designs, which could have included early versions of Mangle or the Funtime animatronics. But there's no real way of knowing this, so saying that all the animatronics come from MCM and from 1979 it does have less evidence. But regardless, I still think it's worth considering when trying to solve where these parts came from. But in my last theory video, I covered how Glamrock Freddy might be possessed by Arnold, the protagonist of Secret of the Mimic. You can watch the full video here explaining how that would even be remotely possible, but for the sake of the argument, saying it's true here, voice lines from Glamrock Freddy might also support this claim.
I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I did not want to, but I had no choice. Now I have a choice. I have changed. My friends are here. They are so angry, confused. But I can protect you. I am not me.
Now with the final voice lines about his friends being confused and angry, what if Glamrock Freddy's talking about his friends from Fazbear's Entertainment? Other technicians that he surely knew of and was even friends with. Of course they would be angry and confused as they were murdered by the Mimic and their spirits have not been put to rest. This could also mean that the technicians would actually reunite with the Mimic years later. Now this can be a complete theory on its own, but saying that Burntrap is actually the Mimic, it makes sense why the Blob would target him and why he would want to keep him in the fire. Burntrap or the Mimic would murder them all years ago and this would finally be a form of revenge for them. Now I know this ending ending isn't canon, but it doesn't mean it couldn't happen or that the blob wouldn't target Burntrap. When looking back at the beginning of the video where I said Security Breach was almost split into two stories, I do think Studio Studios or Scott Cawthon had an idea of the blob being an entity from the past. This is why they chose animatronics that no longer exist, and not characters like Lefty or Molten Freddy, which were the current versions of characters. It looks like they knew this sinkhole area would be a part of something from the past, which is where these animatronics came from, but they just didn't know what that place exactly looked like. But with Secret of the Mimic, now we do. It's Mary's costume manor, a tragic tale of 7 technicians who were murdered by a rogue endoskeleton, leaving their spirits to possess the building and eventually tangle. This could also explain why the blob is attempting to escape in ruin and making all those tunnels. These 7 spirits have presumably been trapped in the sinkhole for decades, but now they would be able to escape where Cassie encounters them. Now in terms of other theories, I made a poll on the channel a few days ago and the votes were actually pretty scattered around, so I do believe these could be possible, but for me the biggest issue is moving on. Although the past games and lore were heavily influenced into these newer games, I still don't think the blob is possessed by any of those souls or agony. I think that the point of FNAF 6 was to show that they were finally put to rest, besides Golden Freddy and possibly William Afton of course, especially now with the release of Secret of the Mimic, where it's been made clear that the focus has shifted to new characters, new animatronics, and new tragedies. In terms of the blob being possessed by souls in the Pizzaplex, like the missing children or Pizzaplex workers we learn about in the books, it could honestly go either way. But I still lean towards the technicians because for one, the books might not even be canon anymore, and we haven't really seen any focus on these new missing children. Besides the newspaper and one of the endings, the focus has been on other topics and characters like the blob. And in general, it seems like we can use Secret of the Mimic to solve mysteries that were left unanswered and just confusing. Not only with the blob, but other topics like William Afton, the FNAF warehouse, and Fall Fest all finally have answers. But of course, I want to emphasize this video is just a theory. By no means is anything confirmed or should anything be taken as canon. But I feel very confident in this answer and I feel it's a way we can solve the blob. So with all that said, I hope you all enjoyed this video and thank you all so much for watching. Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories you may have on the blob. So please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and I really do appreciate all the support on the channel. I solved Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, and I believe this game's biggest mysteries and secrets have finally been answered. Now I know that's a big claim, and I'm sure having solved in most of my titles doesn't help either. But over the past month that Secret of the Mimic has been out, I've made a total of 4 different theories attempting to solve different characters, parts of the timeline, and how this game connects to other FNAF games like Sister Location and FNAF 4. So in this video, I'm going to combine all the theories on Secret of the Mimic so far, creating one long video where I break down most of this game's lore that some may have found confusing or complicated. By no means is this my last theory on Secret of the Mimic, but I think it's a good place to start, and I also have other videos in the works as well. So my name is Bronze Films, and let's solve Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, and let's go over everything we know about this game so far. Please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and I really do appreciate all the support on the channel. Jumping right into things, let's not only cover if William and Henry stole the idea of the animatronics from Edwin like the FNAF 1 animatronics, but let's also cover the Springlock prototype animatronics that can be found, the role Chica's Party World has, and the meaning of the FNAF 1 prototype pizzeria and animatronics. For a quick summary of Secret of the Mimic, you play as a new protagonist named Arnold, an employee of Fazbear's Entertainment who has been hired to retrieve the schematics of the original Mimic endoskeleton that was created by Edwin. So going inside of Edwin's manor, Arnold faces the Mimic inside of various different mascots and animatronics, like Jackie, Dolly, an elephant, in-progress mascots, a lion suit, a dog, and so much more. Finally, after reaching 4 AM and after retrieving the schematics, Arnold has a choice of giving the schematics back to dispatch or trying to escape, and one of those ways to escape is the parachute ending. Here, a secret exit will be available which will lead you to the underground area of the manor, or the research and development area, and here is really where the new lore reveals itself. You can first find a prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria. This is a one-for-one layout to what we would see years later in FNAF 1, as they share the same hallways, rooms, and even the exact same office. So inside the prototype pizzeria, you can also of course find the prototype versions of the 4 main animatronics. There's a prototype Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica, who all have these specific FNAF 1 designs, not the Wizards, the toys, or any other versions of these animatronics, an important detail I'll come back to later. On top of the 4 main characters, you can also find 2 Springlock animatronics, Monty and Bub. Monty is of course a reference to Montgomery Gator, a glamrock animatronic that would be used by Fazbear's Entertainment decades later. Bub could be a reference to Bubba from FNAF World, or to Sparky, a dog-like animatronic that was actually just a hoax. So does this mean that originally the FNAF 1 pizzeria had 6 animatronics with 2 of them being Springlocks? Or does this mean another location was going to have 4 Springlock animatronics, Fredbear's Family Diner? Down in the pizzeria we can also find the original prototype versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, which is actually one of the few times we've seen canon designs for both these characters, a major reveal. During the gameplay of Secret of the Mimic, there's plenty of evidence proving that Fredbear's Family Diner is open during this time. We find pizza boxes from this location and posters inside of the manor. So based on everything with the prototype technology, it looks like Edwin created designs for all 4 animatronics, including the first versions of Spring Bonnie and Fredbear. And he also has many other prototype designs that Fazbear's would eventually use, like Big Top, who was later used as Music Man in the Pizzaplex, or the Hippo mascot and the Orange Elephant, who are later used as Mr. Hippo and Orville in Pizzeria Simulator. And there's even a poster of Kane the Cadet in one of the offices, as he's again used in Pizzeria Simulator. So did Fazbear's Entertainment or William and Henry steal these designs from Edwin? Well, yes and no. I think it should first be made clear that William, Henry, and Edwin all worked together to create the animatronics, and at one point it even looked like they were all friends. William and Henry would create the actual idea of the character, while Edwin was the contractor for Fazbear's Entertainment, meaning Fazbear's would commission technology to Edwin and he would mechanically make their ideas possible. One group wouldn't be able to work without the other, and it wasn't a direct form of fraud on either side. We know they worked together and were friends because of text logs and audio logs, like this one where William left his initials, WA for William Afton, but I'll get back to the contents of this email soon. Edwin also refers to Henry as Hen, a nickname given to a friend, as we see it here in this log and in one of the audio recordings left by Edwin himself.
Test. Journal entry. I got the change order from Hen last night. None of this makes sense. I'm almost done. Why change it now? It would be so much easier to keep using the spring locks. Just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do.
And there's also this recording where Edwin says that they aren't friends anymore, an audio log I will also come back to.
What the hell was that? They treat me like some contractor to crack a whip at. Oh, Fiona was right. They don't think of me as a friend anymore. This is the last project I ever do for them.
So although they did work together and all 3 of them were clearly even friends at one point, Fazbear's or William and Henry definitely still did steal Edwin's work for their own benefit. Something I'll get back to soon when I cover the last Fazbear project, something that we hear about in logs and in audio recordings. So the first project we hear them working together on is actually Chica's Party World, a location we've known almost nothing about before this point. Here in a text log we learn that a client, or Fazbear's, is very happy with the design, and the Chica design came from Fiona, Edwin Murray's wife. So Chica is a character that was not created by William or Henry. She was originally a mascot animatronic created by Fiona for Chica's Party World, and she was also a character created before the other 3 main characters in the band. In one of the rooms we can also find pieces of merchandise for this location, like cardboard cutouts of Chica and her cupcake, who both originally had roller skates allowing them to move around the location. We also see posters advertising food, pieces of Fiona's heart, and even a promotional video. And this mascot suit is even one of the many characters we see the Mimic wear. It's likely that Chica's Party World was the first time Fazbear's and Murray's costume manor worked together, and it wasn't the last, as we also learn about Fredbear's Family Diner. In another text log with Fiona, we learn about the new spring locks. Here they are working well even with the water damage and should be ready for the diner soon. The person on the other end then says that they just have to warn Hen about the odd behaviors they might have. With these prototypes, we know William and Henry did come up with the characters originally and only commissioned Edwin for the technology of the spring locks. Proof like Fredbear's singing show tell us these characters have most likely been around since years before even locations like the manor were even open. These are ideas from Fazbear's Entertainment that were not stolen and were only made possible with Edwin's technology. And down in the pizzeria, these are most likely the very first prototype spring lock animatronics ever created by Edwin. As like I mentioned, the final products are already in the diner that is already open during this time. These prototypes could even explain the many versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, as these first prototypes and designs were probably made by Edwin himself, and designs that do look similar to Nightmare Fredbear and to the sprites from the FNAF 4 minigames. But we also know of the classic designs from FNAF 1 and Ultimate Custom Night, where Fredbear shares a similar design to FNAF 1 Freddy with a purple hat and bow tie. Or the design of Springtrap, who is very different from this prototype, which also includes the official Spring Bonnie model that was scrapped from Help Wanted, which still gives us an idea of what this character originally looked like. So why do they all look so different? Well, like I mentioned, I believe Edwin created the prototype designs, but the final classic designs that Fazbear's Entertainment would eventually use were created by Fiona. Something I've mentioned all videos so far are the FNAF 1 prototype designs, which we know were created by Fiona, which are very specific designs. So what if Edwin created these springlock prototypes, gave them to William and Henry where they approved the technology, but instead preferred Fiona's more classic designs? Which is why we have two sets of designs. One were created by Edwin, and the other, which were used in the actual diner, were created by his wife Fiona. Or it could be a mix of the two, where Edwin did finalize these designs and Fazbear's had a hold of both sets of designs. As in FNAF 4, the sprites do resemble more of Edwin's designs. So Fredbear's family diner would cycle through the different designs whenever one would malfunction or when they thought necessary, as we do find multiple screen locks within the diner. This could also possibly mean we now have an explanation for animatronics like the FNAF 2 Fredbear with a black hat and bow tie or the Scrap Shop design, which we can now say were created by William and Henry, designs that could have been scrapped and held in a storage room before they hired Edwin as a contractor. Secret of the Mimic is clearly helping us to understand the many different versions of characters and who created them, as when these games were being released and even before this new information was revealed, it was hard to say if all of them were supposed to be the same or if any of the designs were retconned. But now we know they all exist separately and were created by different people, which now finally brings me to FNAF 1 and the downfall of Edwin. We know the prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria and animatronics was the last Fazbear project that Edwin was working on, but he was never able to complete it because of William and Henry. Through audio logs, we slowly learn how Edwin began sacrificing all of his time for this project. We first learned that Henry sent an order change from the Springlock animatronics to the normal animatronics, a change that Edwin didn't understand.
Test. Journal entry. I got the change order from Hen last night. None of this makes sense. I'm almost done. Why change it now? It would be so much easier to keep using the spring locks. Just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do.
By this point, we can assume Fredbear's has been open for a few years and has been massively successful, which is why they want to open a new location with new animatronics commissioned for Edwin. But we then learn that Fazbear's kept changing and delaying the final project for some unknown reason, and that suddenly they began to treat Edwin poorly and not like their friend any longer. And this is one of the many times we hear of the struggles with this project.
What the hell was that? They treat me like some contractor to crack a whip at.
Then we learn that Fazbear did approve the art and proofs of the new animatronics that Fiona designed like I mentioned, but then they suddenly changed their mind last minute for new designs, and Edwin even calls these new designs creepy.
Aren't they insane? The look of these new animatronics is Fiona's design and they're great. Oh, first they approved the art, then they approved the proofs. Now they changed their minds. Well, we're so close to final. Why would they change them now? Are they pulling my leg? The new concepts are frankly creepy. No, it doesn't matter. I'm not changing a single bit of her work, and they can't make me.
Could these new designs have been the Wizards, which would be used in the original Freddy Fazbear's Pizza where the missing children incident took place? But regardless, we can assume Edwin kept working on this project and would lose everything because of it. Through the text logs and audio logs, we learn that Edwin would begin to lose employees, money, and every other customer due to working on this project. As what really ties all this together are Edwin's words himself, where he says the change orders are essentially destroying his life.
I feel stupid recording this, but I just hope somehow that you can still hear me. I can't do this alone. The change orders are killing me. Our employees, my friends, they keep leaving. The money's gone. I just need to finish the new Fazbear project, and then everyone will come back. We can get back to normal. I miss my friends. Our friends. I miss you. I miss you more than you'll ever know.
And after the death of Fiona and David, Edwin's son, he would lose everything, which is also where the M1 and M2 program have a role in. But this family and their dynamic is something I'll discuss in a future video, as now we can start to look at where Fazbear stole ideas from Edwin. Based on these audio logs, it looks like Fazbear's purposely delayed and changed the project so Edwin would dedicate all of his time to it, allowing the rest of his company to crumble and fail. Which would most likely then allow Fazbear to legally be able to take all of Edwin's assets and creations, because he never finished the project that he was commissioned for. And all of this is the work of William and Henry. Henry of course wanted to transition from the spring locks, and we can assume they both delayed the project together. And while Edwin and Fiona worked on the animatronics, William was behind the scenes destroying his company. Throughout yet another audio log, we learn that Edwin fired traders that stole his work and sold it to someone else, who we can assume was William.
Attention traders, admin wing permissions have been revoked. And no, you can't clear out your desks. You stole my work. Now your jackets, purses, and coffee mugs, and anything else belongs to me. Maybe I'll go find someone to sell your stuff to. How does that feel?
We also learned that there was a leak, where someone told Fazbear about M2 and its function, and here we can confirm the leak was in contact with William with these text logs. Here William is attempting to gather the remaining contacts of the employees of the manor, and even promises the leak that he would make him manager of one of their new locations, if he gave him the information he wanted. Now who the leak is and how it also connects to FNAF 1 can be a video on its own, so for now it's clear William was planning to betray Edwin from the start and was never his friend. So for one final text log, we see Fazbear's Entertainment's plan work, as we learn they were able to take everything from the MCM catalog since Edwin was so behind on their project, and that they now technically own Edwin's land. They say they won't touch Edwin's house since it belonged to his father, and that they even want to keep him as an engineer. This email comes directly from William as he leaves his initials once more, and it looks like since the start William has been manipulative and immoral like we've all theorized he's been throughout the franchise. And this also begs the question, did William and Henry both have a role in Edwin's downfall, or was it only William? Well, this is where the evidence is more loose and a lot more assumptions are made. We have clear evidence William wanted to take over, but is Henry also guilty? Did he make a change order to Edwin to purposely delay the project, or did he really just want to move on from the screen logs and work on something different? It could honestly go either way, but based on how Henry's portrayed in the books and in Pizzeria Simulator, personally I don't think he knew Edwin was losing his company because of the project, unlike William. But again, this can be taken either way, so what do you guys think? But now for the last thing I want to cover is a quick overview of the timeline and how it led to FNAF 1, where we saw the final prototypes. Edwin and Fiona worked on projects for Fazbear's Entertainment like Chica's Party World and the Springlock animatronics for Fredbear's Family Diner. But after being commissioned for one final project by Fazbear's, William and possibly Henry kept delaying the project purposely so Edwin would fall behind, causing him to lose clients, money, and even his friends. After the death of his wife and son, and after M1 and M2, Edwin would go missing, allowing Fazbear to legally take all of the MCM catalog, including his land. Fazbear's then creates new pizzerias and even uses one of Fiona's own original characters, Foxy, who was originally Pirate Foxy, a puppet who was a part of an automated show for guests of the manor. Then years down the line, after William and Henry most likely stopped working together, where William Afton worked on Afton Robotics and Henry Emily created a smaller location on a smaller budget, the prototypes came back. Because Henry would still have the MCM catalog after all these years, to save time and money, Henry would repair the Wizards to match the style of Fiona's designs and blueprints. He would even use hers and Edwin's design of the prototype pizzeria, using the same hallways, offices, and main stage. Something else I wanted to point out about the prototype pizzeria is the fact that it has the same map and layout of the FNAF 3 location as seen here. So could this finally be confirmation that the FNAF 3 and FNAF 1 location are the same? But back to the timeline, and after even more time has passed, Henry's planning to open one last location. He looks back to the MCM catalog for ideas like the mediocre melodies, including a purple hippo and orange elephant, or a candy cadet who tells stories. Then, even after more time has passed, Fazbear's Entertainment looks at the MCM catalog one last time for the creation of the Pizzaplex, where they use ideas from Fiona and Edwin to create new animatronics like Roxy and Monty, a puppet in Springlock who existed decades earlier. They also repurposed Big Top to Music Man and even used the Mailbots again as Stuffbots. So Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic can explain the many different animatronics that have felt out of place for when they were revealed. It can tell us who created what animatronics, when animatronics were around, and it tells us about a family who had their empire taken away by a single man. Moving on, I'm now going to cover how William stole Edwin's life to use in his own twisted experiments, and I'm also going to cover how all of this is connected to Fall Fest 1970 and even to the Pizzaplex from FNAF Security Breach. So is this really the FNAF warehouse? Are all FNAF locations connected by one forest? And was William already experimenting with Remnant before Sister Location? So jumping right into things, in one of my last videos where I attempted to prove that Fall Fest was the key that connected all pizzerias, I went over the idea how almost all pizzerias and locations from the franchise that we're all familiar with are all in the same general area, with some locations even being built on top of previous ones. We first learned that the Help Wanted Dreadbear DLC takes place within the Fall Fest Carnival, as the game's hub contains a banner advertising Fall Fest 1983. This carnival has a lot of important details to note, starting with this house off to the distance. If this house looks familiar, that's because it's actually the Afton family house from FNAF 4, as it has the exact same shape and layout, where the house sits on a hillside surrounded by trees and a forest. This small detail reveals to us that Fall Fest has always been near and right in front of the Afton family house this entire time, and of course I'll come back to this when I discuss William. But we could also find this car in front of the monitors that looks like a simple truck with white headlights to the player, but you can actually change the truck's headlights by pressing a hidden button which will turn the car's headlights purple, which is an obvious reference to the minigame Midnight Motorist. From this confusing minigame, it's assumed that this house is the Afton family house and that orange guy is actually purple guy who's driving a purple car. The same purple car from the Charlie minigame in FNAF 2, and the same car we see in the Dreadbear DLC. The headlights turn purple, which is a clear reference to the purple card Midnight Motorist, which not only makes these cars the same, but it also makes this setting and location the same as well. This confirms the Midnight Motorist house is the Afton family house that we find in the distance and surrounded by a forest, just like in Midnight Motorist. So if the cars and houses are the same, then what does this mean for Fall Fest and the setting in Midnight Motorist? Well, when lining up the layouts of the mini-games for Midnight Motorist and the Dreadbear DLC, the only place Fall Fest and this barn could be is in this clearing where we find this pile of dirt, which to me makes perfect sense, as it's a wide enough area for the carnival and the pile of dirt could be here to represent where the barn used to be, meaning we now know Fall Fest has to be near the Afton house, and in this specific clearing next to the barn and next to the Midnight Motorist car. But the connection to Fall Fest and to other locations doesn't stop there. When looking at the Help Wanted secret ending, we find a tease in Setup 2 Security Breach, where we find the Pizzaplex is under construction and is hiring, but that's not all. To the side of us and behind us, we find the exact same car and barn that we could also find in the Fall Fest 83 event. The two cars are the exact same truck and even have the same imperfections in the exact same places. The barns also appear to be identical with their similar shape and overall design. The barn is to the left of the car just like it is in the Dreadbear DLC. They are clearly meant to be the same thing in the exact same area, which would also mean the Pizzaplex was constructed right in front of what would have been Fall Fest. But by this point in the timeline, Fall Fest is nothing but a simple clearing in a forest. But this would confirm that the Afton family house is somewhere off to the distance of the Pizzaplex. We even find the similar hills and mountains from the Dreadbear DLC where the house would have resided. So how does all this connect to William Afton and his big secret? Well, we can find that answer through Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic, the latest FNAF project released just last week. Here the game takes place at MCM, Murray's Costume Manor, which is a giant warehouse and contracting business that would have created mascot suits and technology for companies like Fazbear's Entertainment and for events like Fall Fest. But I want to focus on the building of MCM and on the exterior of it, as taking a closer look at the outside of the manor and at the surrounding area, we find that the manor is surrounded by a forest, and to the side of the manor and on top of a hillside we find yet another house. That's right, MCM in Secret of the Mimic takes place in the exact same area I've discussed all video. It's surrounded by the exact same forest we've seen in the Dreadbear DLC and in the secret ending of Help Wanted. It's surrounded by the exact same mountains and hills that are no coincidence, as I believe this was also to connect MCM to other locations from the franchise. And of course we find the same house, the house that sits on a hillside surrounded by trees, but there's one major difference. This house is not the same house as the Afton family house. Yes, it's in the exact same area, but here in 1979 when this game takes place, this house or mansion actually belonged to Edwin Murray. Here we learn that Edwin's father left his house to him and that it would eventually become his home with his wife Fiona and his son David. Edwin would even connect an underground tunnel right from the house to the basement of the MCM warehouse, where he could travel back and forth and could work on his costume simultaneously. But after his wife and son both died, and after he would create the M1 and M2 program, Edwin disappears or is even killed by the Mimic endoskeleton, which then leads us to the events of FNAF Secret of the Mimic. And in one of the three endings for this game, we see a fire burn down the warehouse in the connecting mansion, which is where William Afton comes in and takes over Edwin's life and property, including the house. Throughout the game, we learn how William Afton was slowly sabotaging Edwin's business and slowly taking over his company. Through audio and text logs, we learn that William was in contact with a leak from MCM who gave him the contact information of all of the employees of the company. And we also know that other employees sold Edwin's work to most likely William.
Attention traders, admin wing permissions have been revoked. And no, you can't clear out your desks. You stole my work. Now your jackets, purses, and coffee mugs, and anything else belongs to me. Maybe I'll go find someone to sell your stuff to. How does that feel?
We then learn that William and Fazbear's Entertainment kept delaying a project that Edwin was working on for them, the prototype FNAF 1 location. In the research and development area, we can find the prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria that had the exact same hallways, offices, and stage. Of course, there are also the prototype animatronics of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica, alongside the FNAF 1 endoskeletons. This project was commissioned by Fazbear's, but was never completed by Edwin purposely.
Aren't they insane? The look of these new animatronics is Fiona's design, and they're great. Oh, first they approved the art, then they approved the proofs. Now they changed their minds. Well, we're so close to final. Why would they change them now? Are they pulling my leg? The new concepts are frankly creepy. No, it doesn't matter. I'm not changing a single bit of her work, and they can't make me.
So after delaying the project over and over, Edwin would lose his friends, money, and after the death of his family, he would finally lose his company and everything he's built.
feel stupid recording this, but I just hope somehow that you can still hear me. I can't do this alone. The change orders are killing me. Our employees, my friends, they keep leaving. The money's gone. I just need to finish the new Fazbear project, and then everyone will come back. We can get back to normal. I miss my friends. Our friends. I miss you. I miss you more than you'll ever know.
And for one final text log, we learn the entirety of the MCM catalog and properties have legally been passed over to Fazbear's Entertainment or to William Afton, meaning this mansion now belonged to him. But like I mentioned in the parachute ending, which is now widely being regarded as canon, we see the mansion being burnt down. So what if after the fire, William would save what was left of the mansion and remodel it to the FNAF 4 house we all know and remember? During the good ending, where Arnold is able to reset the Mimic's programming to mimic David by playing him a bedtime story, we get a glimpse of David's room. And of course, this room is almost identical to the main room from FNAF 4 where all nights take place. They share a similar blue carpet, cabinets, and even patterns on the wall. But the closets where the Mimic and Foxy both come out of are almost identical. And most importantly, they both share the exact same toys. Toys that we've only ever seen in the FNAF 4 house and that are once more returning in David's room. This just can't be a coincidence, and I think it's here to tell us that they are the same. So after the MCM fire, William would fix what's left of the mansion and would even create it into a smaller house with the same toys and same style of room. But why? Why fix Edwin's mansion? Well, I believe it was for his experiments, a room dedicated to William's test subjects with the nightmare animatronics. We know that the FNAF 4 house and that this house shown in the minigames for this game are not the same. Here the house is in front of a playground and is in front of some road. There is also a sidewalk connecting it to Fredbear's family diner where the Bite of 83 took place. So lining this house up with everything we know about the FNAF 4 house and even with the house for Midnight Motorist, there are just simply no similarities. This house isn't on a hillside surrounded by forest, and it is connected to a pizzeria, unlike the house from the Dreadbeard you'll see in From Secret of the Mimic. So William would have his real house near Fredbear's family diner where the FNAF 4 minigames took place, and after Secret of the Mimic, he would have a second house dedicated to his experiments that no one would know about. That could also be why none of the rooms from the minigames match up with the room from the actual nights, and we learn about William Afton's experiments from the tales from the Pizzaplex novels. Now I know they've basically been proven not to be canon with new evidence from Secret of the Mimic, but we can still use them to help us prove claims, like with Didophobia. Here the story focuses on a boy named Rory who is facing real-like nightmares of the nightmare animatronics from FNAF 4. He's repeating the same night over and over before he realizes the house isn't even real and is able to escape through a vent. There he finds gas tanks of hallucinatory gas that was making him see the nightmare animatronics. But in reality, they were just mannequins on rails that would activate each single night. But he then finds himself in an underground bunker which is none other than Circus Baby's entertainment and rental, as he finds rooms from Sister Location and even the Funtime animatronics. So based on this story, it appears that William Afton has been experimenting on children in this fake house built on top of the Sister Location bunker. The nightmares are just hallucinations that would come from gas from the underground bunker. Meaning if we follow the same logic with this house from Secret of the Mimic that would eventually become the FNAF 4 house, the underground tunnels that are connecting the house to MCM would actually become the Sister Location bunker. Meaning after the fire, not only did William remodel Edwin's mansion to the FNAF 4 house, but he would also remodel the underground area into the Sister Location bunker that would become Circus Baby's entertainment and rental with the Funtime animatronics. We can even find tanks of some sort of gas in one of the cameras in the bunker, and of course we also find cameras inside the FNAF 4 house, where William would most likely watch his experiments take place. And all of this would make even more sense, since it would be hard to believe that William would create an underground bunker under his house. But if a house and underground tunnel already existed for him, then all he would need to do is remodel them both for his liking and experiments. William could have learned of this underground area from one of Edwin's employees, which would have been one of the many reasons William would want to take over Edwin's properties and assets. But what does this mean for his experiments? In the books we know the experiments were to study the psychological effects of fear in children, but what if we could also connect it to Remnant? Remnant is described as a type of energy substance infused with the souls and memories of those who possess the animatronics. So what if William was attempting to recreate the effects of Remnant on living children through these real-like nightmares? Now what William was planning to use Remnant for is something we don't really know anything about, and it's just up to everyone's personal preference based on evidence and speculation. It could have been to bring animatronics to life, for immortality and eternal life, or just to simply understand how these souls possess these machines. But either way, we know William had some knowledge on Remnant based on these Scooper blueprints, which would actually inject Remnant into different things, and it's what most likely kept Michael Afton alive. But Secret of the Mimic might also actually tell us how William Afton knew about Remnant and Possession long before Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals was ever opened. Throughout this game, we can find bodies of different employees from Fazbear's Entertainment who were also sent to retrieve the Mimic but failed. They would be stuffed inside of mascot suits just like how William Afton stuffed the victims of the MCI into different animatronics. So did one inspire the other, and why are both events so similar? Well, we know the bodies in the mascot suits had to come before the MCI, as this game takes place in 1979, while the missing children incident is believed to happen at the earliest in 1983, 4 years after the events of this game, meaning either one of two things happened. It's possible that William was notified of the Mimic stuffing bodies inside of suits, and that this action had ghost-like possessed results, which would inspire William to try and recreate these moments with the MCI where he is successful. Or it's possible that William visited MCM and found these bodies scattered around the warehouse, which would cause him to stuff the bodies inside of the mascot suits for some unknown reason, where the Mimic would then see this action and would mimic it, stuffing other bodies into suits and even the protagonist, Arnold, in the prototype animatronic and the bad ending. But no matter what way you look at it, this moment right here, this is most likely the first time William ever witnessed the effects of Remnant and how souls could possess inanimate objects. Those bodies in mascot suits would then cause him to remodel Edwin's house and underground area into a fake house and underground bunker, where he could experiment on children and try to recreate the effects of Remnant with fear, either to make himself immortal or to bring his technology to life. So what's William's big secret? It's the fact that he turned a tragedy of innocent people being stuffed into mascot suits and used it for his own advantage by turning another innocent man's life and empire into an experiment. He would turn this man's house and basement into a lab where he would experiment and torture children to try to recreate what he saw in that warehouse and what it did to those mascot suits. Years later, it would even inspire him to recreate the tragedy with children by stuffing them into animatronics where their souls would then possess those machines. Now I know that may all seem far-stretched, especially since I'm basically saying that William Afton was inspired to cause the MCI from the Mimic's actions and not the other way around. But based on Edwin's mansion and everything we know about the FNAF warehouse, I think it's hard to ignore that these areas are the exact same, meaning William had to remodel these buildings to what we know they are today. And knowing that bodies were stuffed inside of mascot suits since 1979, it's also hard to ignore that this moment was either the very first time or one of the first times that William learned about Remnant and about possession. But there are some things I want to clarify to help back up my claims, especially about this general area I've talked so much about. Earlier I discussed how Fall Fest has to be in front of the FNAF warehouse, meaning it also has to be in front of Edwin's mansion. But looking around we find nothing, and if anything it looks like Fall Fest 1970 was rather far away from MCM, as in an audio log we learn about Fiona having to go to Fall Fest for some unknown reason.
Ed, I hope this message reaches you as soon as you get a break. I have to go help the Fall Fest crew, just for a few days until the installation is finished. It's hard to explain. I just have this terrible feeling like I need to be there so nothing goes wrong, just in case. Trisha will babysit David while I'm gone. I love you both, and I'll be back next week.
But something happened at Fall Fest, something that killed Fiona. Now it's most likely that this was a fire that might have even been caused by William Afton, but the Fall Fest fire is a topic for another video.
Oh, why did you go? You weren't even supposed to be there. You were supposed to be here with me and David. Oh, how am I supposed to tell David that his mother is gone? How am I supposed to raise a kid on my own? His life is ruined. My life is ruined.
So I personally think there were two Fall Fests, the 1970 era of the Fall Fest, which was somewhere else separate from the FNAF warehouse and MCM, where a fire would take place destroying the carnival and everything in it. So the 1980s era of Fall Fest would take place here, in front of the FNAF warehouse and in front of the remains of MCM. There are even lakes around the forest and area around the warehouse, similar to the lake we can find near Fall Fest 1983, which is why we don't see it here in 1979, as the fire had most likely just happened. But now I want to look at the manor, as if we continue to line up this area with the area from the secret ending of Help Wanted, this would mean that the manor is actually the Pizzaplex. And for those who have been keeping up with the channel for a while now, I've made a few videos theorizing how the manor is under the Pizzaplex. I went over red bricks from the sinkhole that could have only come from MCM, the mascot suits that appear decades old that have never left, and even 1970s style TVs found in the Pizzaplex. But now the Secret of the Mimic being released, I think the biggest piece of evidence is this Freddy head. In Security Breach, when first going down to the sinkhole, we find this giant Freddy head, and we actually find the exact same Freddy head in the research and development area of MCM. These two Freddy heads have to be the same, and we've only seen these two Freddy heads in these two games. which would mean that the prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria is actually the Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place location from FNAF 6 that we find under the Pizzaplex, which makes perfect sense. When Henry's attempting to open one final location, he could have remembered that an old contractor had a testing location already made for him. And like I mentioned, the MCM catalog was already legally passed over to Fazbear's Entertainment, which would allow Henry to remodel the location to the FNAF 6 location and include animatronics from MCM, like the mediocre melodies, as we saw Mr. Hippo and Orville in the warehouse, or even Candy Kadzette as we saw this poster in one of the offices. So now when looking at the entire area, here's my personal map or picture of almost all locations in the same place. In the middle we have the Pizzaplex, which is on top of the FNAF 6 location on top of Murray's Costume Manor. To the left we have Edwin's Mansion, which is actually the FNAF warehouse, which is on top of the Sister Location bunker. And in front of the manor we have the 1980s era of Fall Fest. So Five Nights at Freddy's is reshaping what we knew about the early era of the franchise and how all of the pieces fit together. Now let's go over how Secret of the Mimic finally revealed the identity of Mexis by going over different possibilities to who this character is and how they've become a crucial character to the overarching timeline. So who is Mexis? Who created this program, and will we ever see them return in a future FNAF game? Jumping right into things, when looking at all of Mexis' appearances, Five Nights at Freddy's Ruin introduced a new character officially named Mexis. Mexis is an AI designed to keep the Mimic contained and served as a secondary antagonist to Ruin. This program takes on the form of a shadowy rabbit with disembodied arms and a ghostly tail, as electricity connects the joints to their arms. But Mexis only appears while the Vanny mask is on. So after having the mask on for too long, Mexis will appear, doing poses reminiscent of Glitchtrap. However, this can't happen at certain points in the game as Helpy attempts to deactivate them. Mexis does have a major role throughout this game, and the most important thing to note with this character is what we see occur in the final segment of the gameplay. When Cassie reaches the bottom of the sinkhole where the Mimic is being trapped, she disables the Mexis system by deactivating this machine using this computer. We see Mexis come out of the supercomputer to confront Cassie before he's sucked back into it and is shut down. Then after the Mimic reveals himself to Cassie, it's revealed by Gregory that the Mexis system was actually the only thing keeping the Mimic trapped or contained. But now that Cassie disabled him, the Mimic was able to walk free and to escape. Then in FNAF Help Wanted 2, when playing the Secret of the Mimic update, you can unlock this character model of the Mimic in the mascot lion suit, which will unlock a door that was previously inaccessible. Here you will find Jackie's box, and after opening it you will find two different puzzles. So after unlocking all puzzle pieces for both images, you will find that the puzzle while wearing the Vanny mask reveals a funhouse or circus type of building, with what appears to be a factory right behind it, which we now know is MCM from Secret of the Mimic. And without the Vanny mask, the puzzle will reveal a blue van, which is actually the Fazbear's Entertainment work van. But again, when collecting them all, the funhouse building will actually appear right in front of you. So when taking a closer look, in front of the building there's a code that reads 4625. But when taking the Vanny mask off, you will now find the blue van right in front of you with the doors open, revealing the Mexis machine inside. And now when taking a closer look at Mexis, there's another small keypad, and when inputting the code from the funhouse, Mexis will appear and the ending will finally play. So in this ending, we see Mexis reveal himself before the blue van drives off. And finally, in FNAF Secret of the Mimic, we do see Mexis return, but in a way I'm sure many of us hadn't anticipated. In the parachute ending and in the research and development area of MCM, we discover the same supercomputer I've mentioned earlier, but implemented with a much different program, F10N4, which is actually just M1. M1 was created by Edwin to babysit David after his wife Fiona died, and this program perfectly replicated Edwin's wife. We even see this video of M1 mimicking Fiona during one of David's birthday parties.
This is great. He's gonna love it. Fiona, did you make this?
I baked it myself for David's special day.
Well, great job. You just continue to surprise me. All right, I think we're ready. Okay, everyone hide. Fiona, go get him. I left him out at the playground.
It's also worth mentioning when this program or Fiona begins to talk to us, the monitors behind the computer display the exact same icon of Sun from Moon.exe, which is most likely saying that they are one and the same, but you can watch this video to how they're connected and how they're connected to Fall Fest. But we learned that M1 was impersonating Dispatch to prevent Arnold and the data driver with the Mimic schematics from leaving the building. F10N4 does this by hijacking Arnold's communications and pretending to give him instructions, taking it from place to place within MCM. It seems to want Edwin to fix them too. Another Mimic program chasing us throughout the game. It also tells us to head to the main house and activate the communication sub-terminal, as there's a message for Edwin.
Head to the main house and activate the communications sub-terminal. I have a message for you. We must convince him to repair M2. That is all that I want. If you do not, M2 will never stop pursuing you. Tell Edwin, I still love him. Entering standby mode.
We actually get a total of 4 different messages from F10 and 4, and we know they are from this program as we can associate these binary numbers with these messages. We first get 2 messages about home, with the first one reading, home, my home. The second message reads, Edwin, are we losing our home? I don't understand. Wasn't I good enough? It appears that M1 genuinely believes it's Fiona and not just some program. With her voice line, she of course tells Edwin that she loves him and feels saddened by the fact that she was shut out by Edwin and left alone in the basement. It also looks like M1 has no idea that Edwin has gone missing after the explosion in his office and that David has also passed away. Even with the latest message, she refers to Edwin as alive. Even in the elevator, the program believes it is talking to Edwin and not Arnold. And with the third message, it reads, Edwin, please talk to me. We need to stop it together. Here are the blueprints for the cradle. It can keep David safe and provide boundaries. It's a type of computer and it's bigger than anything you've done before. If you won't finish the program, consider building the cradle. It will keep people safe. Here we learn about Cradle, a program that will help stop M2 or the Mimic, and when you reach Edwin's office, we learn that the Cradle program is actually Mexis, which we now know stands for Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage Number 1. So this is a separate program from F10 and 4 that we see in Ruin and Help Wanted 2 like I discussed. So all of this brings up a lot of important questions we need to try to start answering. Are there 2 different supercomputers? Is F10N4 actually Mexis? If not, what happened to F10N4 after FNAF Secret of the Mimic? How did Mexis end up in the Pizzaplex, and why is Mexis designed as a blue bunny? Well, before we can answer any of those questions, I want to welcome a special guest who's going to answer if Fiona is actually possessing the M1 program. So please take it away, Voir.
Hello everybody, my name is Vrar. Thanks again, Bronze, for having me on here. So now that we have a general understanding about F10 and 4, it seemed obvious that we'd start theorizing on whether or not Fiona is possessing the Mimic. Essentially, is this AI actually Fiona, or is it just a very advanced AI that Edwin created? This whole discussion is extra intriguing to me because there's a great deal of sound arguments supporting both sides of the question. On one hand, if Fiona is possessing the Mimic in some manner, just the fact that Edwin has to tune into a certain frequency, specifically 4625, to hear Fiona's voice, this already creates an out-of-the-ordinary expectation, I guess, as to what's going on here. None of the other audio logs are anything like this. Let's listen to the line from this audio log that Edwin hears when he tunes into this frequency. This is clearly a pre-recorded Fiona line that we hear elsewhere in the Secret of the Mimic game. That doesn't make this any less strange though. One more point to bring up as evidence for Fiona's voice being ghostly in nature and not simply an AI that's talking to Edwin is the fact that we find this audio log down near where the tiger costume appears. And the tiger costume haunts us in a manner very reminiscent of Golden Freddy, which feeds even more into the idea that some sort of possession might be in play for Fiona as well. If the audio log is found in this area, it's reasonable to assume then that something ghostly is going on here. As well as this, Five Nights at Freddy's has always had a taste for supernatural activity throughout the many stories we've been given over the years, whether it be in books, movies, or games. And that in itself gives us more validation to suspect that there's something more at play here. I do like to play devil's advocate though, so on the other hand, one thing to keep in mind is that the Mimic pulls a very similar stunt in Ruin, using Gregory's voice lines from Security Breach to trick Cassie into freeing it. There is a counter to this, that while F10 starts out using pre-recorded lines, later on in the game this character does seem to have a mind of its own, telling Edwin that they need to keep this a secret between the two of them for now. This seems vastly different than the initial audio we first hear of this digital Fiona. But the last thing I want to touch on to argue against this being some supernatural thing and not just an AI is the fact that Edwin himself, hitting an emotional low one day, finally snaps at this Fiona-like bot and says the following.
For the last time, no, it wouldn't be him. Oh, who am I kidding? You're not really you. I've been so stupid.
Edwin, calm down and give it some thought. Try again. Make another, and we can all be together.
All this time wasted? I should have been having fun with him, playing games and teaching him how to make things. But I didn't. You You! I let a machine raise my kid. You're not real. What was I thinking?
You do not mean that. It is me. I'm Fiona.
Stop talking like her. You're not her. I never want to hear or even think about you ever again. Ever!
So what this audio log seems to be telling us in relation to Edwin is that Edwin had to convince himself that this truly was Fiona. But after listening to this audio log, we realize Edwin himself ultimately knew deep down that this wasn't actually Fiona, and this makes him snap, because in reality, this was just a mimic. But that clearly isn't where F10's story ends, and the debate doesn't end here either. This is Five Nights at Freddy's after all. Things aren't always as they seem. With that being said, I could talk about this topic for well over an hour, so back to you, Bronze.
Thank you so much, and everyone make sure to check out his channel because he has amazing theories that I really do think you would all enjoy. But looking back to the questions, is F10, N4, and Mexis the same program and computer? Well, I think the safe and obvious answer is no. M1's purpose was to mimic Fiona, and it does exactly that, while Mexis was designed to keep the mimic contained in a boundary, two very different purposes. And we can assume that one wasn't changing to the other. F10 N4 specifically gave Edwin blueprints for Cradle, which would be something separate, not just changing or upgrading the programming. But what about the computer itself? Are these two separate computers with two different programs? Well, I don't think so. First off, this would honestly just make things much more complicated than it needs to be. Why have two computers that we would need to keep track of? That would have to mean that Edwin created the F10 N4 program and computer, while someone else created Mexis and that different computer. So what happened to F10 N4? Did someone take it? Is it still in the manor? Who built Mexis? Who took it to the MCM? Again, it raises more questions than answers them, and it makes more sense that it's just one computer with two programs, meaning F10 N4 was changed and put somewhere else and replaced with Mexis. That's why it looks like this computer never left. It looks decades old because it is. It's the exact same one we see in Secret of the Mimic in the basement, just with a different program. So what does that mean for the M1 program? Well, I believe it was implemented somewhere else, in an animatronic that we've all overlooked and forgotten about. But that's a topic for another video. That's right, I'm having you all wait until the next video to find out. But now, how did Mexis end up in the Pizzaplex, and who implemented this new program into this computer? Well, like I mentioned earlier, I think it makes the most sense that this computer never left. It wasn't delivered to the Pizzaplex or to the sinkhole, it's always been there. Meaning that the MCM building is under the Pizzaplex and always has been. For those who have been keeping up with the channel for a while now, I've made a lot of videos theorizing how the manor is under the Pizzaplex. I went over red bricks from the sinkhole that could have only come from MCM, the mascot suits that appear decades old that have never left, and even 1970s style TVs found in the Pizzaplex. But now with Secret of the Mimic finally being released, I think the biggest piece of evidence is this simple Freddy head. In Security Breach, when first going down to the Pizzaplex, we find this giant Freddy head, and it's actually the exact same head in the research and development area of MCM. These two heads have to be the same, and with these two games, these are the only times we've seen this Freddy head. So I really do believe that these rooms are the same and that Mexis was never moved, especially with Fazbear's Entertainment attempting to remodel and excavate the sinkhole. But you may be wondering, in FNAF Help Wanted 2, we saw Mexis being moved in the blue van from presumably MCM, meaning it hasn't stayed in the manor all those years. Well, when going live a week ago, I think one of the viewers gives a perfect explanation for this ending. Mr. 3D Gaming proposed the idea that this ending was representing Mexis in the form of the blueprint being in the data driver and it being taken away from the manor by Arnold. Arnold does escape with the Cradle blueprints in what's being regarded as the canon ending, and it's the thing that the Mimic takes back after stopping him from escaping, something I'll get back to soon. So instead of looking at this as something that literally happened, we can instead look at it in a metaphorical sense, where it was showing us the Secret of the Mimic ending where Arnold attempts to escape with the Mexis blueprints, which is why we even see the van drive off in such a hurry just like in the actual ending. But that still begs the question, where did the Mimic go with Mexis in the data driver and how did it end up back in this computer? Well, I believe the Mimic is heading home after this ending, the only home it's ever known, MCM, which is connected to Edwin's mansion, and there he would run into none other than William Afton. Throughout this game, we learn how William Afton was slowly sabotaging Edwin's business and slowly taking over his own company. We learn that William and Fazbear's Entertainment kept delaying a project that Edwin was working on for them, the prototype FNAF 1 location. This project was commissioned by Fazbear's but was never completed by Edwin purposely. He made Edwin lose everything and would even take over his own home after the fire from the ending I just discussed. When comparing Edwin's mansion to the FNAF warehouse, they're surrounded by the same trees and forests and sit on the same hillside. They are clearly meant to be the same. So what if while William was remodeling Edwin's mansion, he would run into the Mimic with the data driver? Because this is advanced technology, of course William would want to get his hands on it for profit. So somehow he would get back the data driver and would implement the Mexis program into the computer he would find in the MCM basement. That's right, William would technically create Mexis. After setting up Mexis, he would keep the Mimic held in the boundary that was MCM, which would allow him to experiment with this endoskeleton, which could even be why we see similar technology implemented into the Funtime animatronics, as in the blueprints we see some of them have the same ability to mimic others. But after being screen locked and locked in a room for 30 years, the Mimic would be abandoned and kept trapped by the Mexis program, which was now in the computer. Now I know that may seem far-stretched, as when deciding who implemented Mexis can honestly go either way. So what really made me come to this conclusion is the design of Mexis, a blue bunny. Now this is a design choice that we can't really connect to any other character. Henry is related more to Fredbear, Edwin to any of his mascot designs, and even Fiona would be connected to characters that she designed, like Puppet Foxy or Mascot Chica. A bunny has always been a way to represent William, so I think the same would apply here. And after learning about his role in Edwin's life, it just makes even more sense. He would simply be the most motivated to implement Mexis into this computer because he wants to keep it captive so he can experiment from it and profit from it just like he did with all of Edwin's designs. So when looking at the timeline of Mexis, Edwin would create M1 to mimic Fiona and to babysit their son David. But after creating M2 to mimic David, he would implement the M1 program into a supercomputer that would then be known as F10N4. Then during the events of Secret of the Mimic, F10N4 would give blueprints of the Cradle program that is also known as Mexis to Arnold, who would download these blueprints onto the data driver and would attempt to escape MCM. But the Mimic would stop him and would take back the blueprints. Then the Mimic would run into William Afton, who's remodeling Edwin's mansion, which was also the Mimic's home. William would then take the blueprints and would then make it a reality, even giving the Mexis program his signature bunny design. A similar design we see with characters like Spring Bonnie and Glitchtrap. He would keep the Mimic contained to learn from it, but would abandon it after being spring locked. The Mimic would be held captive for nearly 50 years until he was let free by Cassie, who disabled the Mexis program. Now I do want to emphasize this video is just a theory. By no means am I saying that anything in this video is confirmed, especially because this theory has its flaws, but that's just theorizing FNAF for you. It could be possible that there are two computers or that Mexis is F10N4, but based on the evidence I do believe there's one single computer with two separate programs. Now I do also believe we'll see Mexis in a future FNAF game, especially one that takes place in the Pizzaplex once more where Cassie and Roxy are returning to defeat the Mimic. And finally, let's cover what exactly happened in the 1970s Fall Fest Carnival that led to the death of an innocent person while another succeeded from it and continued to build his empire. So let's go over the Fall Fest fire, who caused this fire, and how all this connects to the greater lore of the franchise while also solving some of the biggest mysteries like Midnight Motorist. But jumping right into things, we first saw Fall Fest in the Help Wanted Dreadbear DLC. This DLC featured a Halloween themed hub mode consisting of 3 new game modes that contained 10 new minigames all focused around this Halloween theme. We were also introduced to brand new animatronics like Grim Foxy and Dreadbear himself. And most importantly, we learned this DLC also takes place within the Fall Fest Carnival, as the game's hub contains a banner advertising Fall Fest 1983, an important year for the franchise. We then saw a poster for Fall Fest 1970 revealed in the Help Wanted 2 game hub, as we can assume that the carousel minigame focusing around Moon where you have to fix the carousel while avoiding him, and the Carney minigame where you shoot at targets with a phaser blast for points, both took place in the Fall Fest Carnival itself, and up to this point we would only get more references and Easter eggs to this carnival. In Security Breach we found this arcade game of Balloon Boy which took place in a carnival, this poster advertising Fredbear's singing show. In Ruin we saw these carnival animal mascot suits, and we even see the Mimic wear a carnival lion suit in the Scooper ending. We could also find these prize boxes with the same pattern as the Secret of the Mimic carpet found in the teaser trailer and in the Help Wanted 2 update where we found Jackie's box, meaning these prize boxes were teasing this new game this entire time and this time period, as we also know Secret of the Mimic would take place in the year 1979. And now finally, with Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic being released, we have concrete information on the Fall Fest Carnival, how it's connected to Fazbear's, and its eventual downfall, which is the big mystery we all missed. This game is centered around MCM, Murray's Costume Manor, a contracting business owned by Edwin that would create mascot suits and technology for companies and events. One of these companies was of course Fazbear's Entertainment, who commissioned various projects like Chica's Party World. This is the first project we hear of them working together on, a location we've known almost nothing about before this point. Here in a text log we learn that a client, or Fazbear's, is very happy with the design and that Chica's design came from Fiona, Edwin Murray's wife. We also learn about Fredbear's family diner, as in another text log with Fiona, we learn that the new spring locks are working well, even with the water damage, and should be ready for the diner soon. We also learn about a prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria and animatronics that Edwin was also working on for Fazbear's, but he was never able to complete them because they kept delaying the project on purpose. For full context on the animatronics and how they fit in the timeline, you can watch this video where I deep dive into the possibility that William and Henry did steal Edwin's work. But finally, we of course learn that MCM was commissioned to work on Fall Fest. We find the same Fall Fest 1970 poster from Help Wanted 2 alongside collectibles from the actual carnival. We find a Snow Global Fall Fest that looks similar to the promotional art for the event featuring animatronics and even the puppet as a scarecrow. We even find an admissions ticket for Fall Fest, a ticket with the same colors from the poster and something we've never really seen before. On a whiteboard we find the number parade floats made for different companies including Fazbear's, who has the second highest number of floats on the list. So we can assume that parade floats based on different characters were in Fall Fest since we don't really see them anywhere else in the franchise. And like I mentioned, it's assumed we already saw 2 exact attractions from Fall Fest 1970 and Help Wanted 2. Meaning there was a Fazzer Blast type of attraction that included the Carney animatronic that could have possibly been created by Edwin for Fazbear's, which could also mean that the other Rockstar animatronics were also part of the MCM catalog, which is why we see them show up once more in FNAF Pizzeria Simulator. And I think we can say the same about the Carousel minigame, as we know Moon was created by Edwin. But here we find the Moon animatronic from FNAF Security Breach. So what if this version of Moon was just a placeholder and not the actual animatronic we could find in the 1970s? Instead, it makes sense that the Moon mascot from Secret of the Mimic was the character featured with the carousel, a mascot suit any performer could wear, and it's even theorized that a person is inside of the Moon mascot during this segment. But most importantly, we learn that Edwin's wife Fiona, who was responsible for Chica's design and even for designing the FNAF 1 prototype animatronics, decided to go to Fall Fest with the installation team because she felt that something was wrong.
Ed, I hope this message reaches you as soon as you get a break. I have to go help the Fall Fest crew, just for a few days until the installation is finished. It's hard to explain. I just have this terrible feeling like I need to be there so nothing goes wrong, just in case. Trisha will babysit David while I'm gone. I love you both, and I'll be back next week.
This Fall Fest trip was only supposed to last a week, but as we learn in another voice log, Fiona never returned and Edwin was forced to raise David completely on his own.
Oh, why did you go? You weren't even supposed to be there. You were supposed to be here with me and David. Oh, how am I supposed to tell David that his mother is gone? How am I supposed to raise a kid on my own? His life is ruined. My life is ruined.
But how and why? How did Fiona die at Fall Fest, and what caused her to never return back home? Well, to find out, the first thing we know for almost certain is that a fire killed her, the 1970s Fall Fest fire. In both Help Wanted 2 Fall Fest minigames, both levels end with a secret level where the attraction catches fire. With the carousel minigame, you face Jack O'Moon while fixing the carousel once more, but in the middle of the minigame, a fire will randomly start engulfing the attraction and Moon slowly. But eventually you fix the carousel, ending this section of levels. With the Carney minigame focus on FNAF 2, after completing the level like normal, the arm of the cardboard cutout of Dreadbird will snap off, causing electrical sparks to go flying, which will also cause a fire. The fire will spread across the wagons and even to Carney himself, which will end the minigame. And in the FNAF 3 Fazzer Blast level, where we see the aftermath of the fire while defending yourself against Springtrap, you'll find that the wagons and even Carney himself have been completely burned with nothing in the attraction left. So it appears that a fire brought down Fall Fest, meaning we can assume it's what killed Fiona and anyone else who was there. But how? How did this fire start, and more specifically who caused it? I think it's safe to assume that it wasn't an accident, especially because Fiona had a bad feeling about it from the start. Before this game was released, I personally thought that the Mimic would have been responsible for the fire, as the main animatronic being promoted was Jackie, a clown-based character who we can clearly connect to a carnival. But here we learn that the M1 program was only created after Fiona's death, as it would have acted as a babysitter for David before he was killed as well, which obviously eliminates the Mimic as being someone who caused the fire. So really, in my opinion, that only leaves one other person who was mentioned quite a lot throughout the gameplay, William Afton. Throughout this game we learn how William Afton was slowly sabotaging Edwin's business and slowly taking over his own company. Through audio and text logs, we learn William was in contact with a leak from MCM who gave him the contact information of all of the employees of the company. And we also know that other employees sold Edwin's work to most likely William.
Attention traders, admin wing permissions have been revoked. And no, you can't clear out your desks. You stole my work. Now your jackets, purses, and coffee mugs, and anything else belongs to me. Maybe I'll go find someone to sell your stuff to. How does that feel?
We also learned that William or Fazbear's Entertainment kept delaying the project that Edwin was working on for them, the prototype FNAF 1 location. In the research and development area, we can find the prototype FNAF 1 pizzeria that had the exact same hallways, offices, and stage. Of course, we also can find the prototype animatronics of Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, and Chica, alongside the FNAF 1 endoskeletons. This project was commissioned by Fazbear's but was never completed by Edwin purposely.
Aren't they insane? The look of these new animatronics is Fiona's design and they're great. Oh, first they approve the art, then they approve the proofs. Now they change their minds when we're so close to final. Why would they change them now? Are they pulling my leg? The new concepts are frankly creepy. No, it doesn't matter. I'm not changing a single bit of her work, and they can't make me.
So after delaying the project over and over, Edwin would lose his friends, money, and after the death of his family, he would finally lose his company and everything he's built.
I feel stupid recording this, but I just hope somehow that you can still hear me. I can't do this alone. The change orders are killing me. Our employees, my friends, they keep leaving. The money's gone. I just need to finish the new Fazbear project, and then everyone will come back. We can get back to normal. I miss my friends. Our friends. I miss you. I miss you more than you'll ever know.
Clearly, William is successful in taking over Edwin's life. So what if, to make sure that Edwin's life would crumble and he would lose everything, what if William killed Fiona with the Fall Fest fire? William could have been the one who made it seem like something was going to happen at the carnival, which would then force Fiona to go because of a bad feeling. Then at Fall Fest, he would start a fire killing Fiona, which would be one of the many dominoes to fall in Edwin's life. And I think the first major piece of evidence is the carousel minigame that I just discussed. In the final level, when looking at it from an outside perspective, we can actually see that the fire started in this barn and that it spread out to the rest of the attraction. So what if William was inside that barn? He would start the fire where no one would be able to see him and would then disappear. Fiona would be somewhere else in the carnival helping the installation team, and most likely didn't know if fire started until it was too late. And it appears that Moon.exe actually confirms this. Moon.exe is a minigame accessible through the helper terminals and acts as a way to tell a story about the Murrays. It's theorized that we play as the Mimic, who is being held captive in his room by Moon, who most likely represents Edwin. However, you can escape this room, which will allow you to take various paths, eventually completing it. On your way, you can rescue a baby owl, which most likely represents David, and you can also run into Sun, who we can confidently say is meant to represent Fiona, who is described as the old woman inside of the rundown cabin in the woods. We know this for certain as we face the F10 and 4 program, which is the same as the AI also known as M1, which, like I mentioned, was created by Edwin to babysit David. F10 and 4 perfectly replicated Fiona, so there are some theories speculating that Fiona possessed this program. But that's a topic for another video. So when this program or Fiona begins to talk to us, the monitors behind the computer display the exact same icon of Sun from Moon.exe, which is most likely saying that they are one and the same and can be used to represent one another. And when looking back to the minigame, we find statues that are clearly supposed to represent Edwin and Fiona, but Fiona's statue is burnt with the Fall Fest Globe collectible that I mentioned earlier right in front of it, which to me could imply that the statue or Fiona was burnt by fire that occurred in the event in the snow globe, Fall Fest. And on top of that, you can also find a seamstress building that has been burnt to the ground, another way to show Fiona was in the fire, as we know she loves sewing together hand puppets, like the Foxy Crew hand puppets we see in the theater. And finally, when facing Big Top and handing him the Fall Fest admissions ticket that I mentioned earlier, he says, "This is the one. This is where Sun left, leaving them behind." I think it's obvious that this is yet another way how the game is telling us how she dies. The one is the Fall Fest Carnival, where Sun or Fiona would leave to but would never return from, as she then leaves Edwin and David behind like I already mentioned. We might even be able to predict exactly what year this Fall Fest fire took place. When looking at this chart of Murray's Costume Manor's net earnings, we see a rise in profits around the year 1972. But then suddenly in the year 1973, net earnings crashed and continued to decrease all the way to the year 1975. So I think we can safely say that some tragedy is what caused MCM to lose money, a tragedy that would kill many people including Fiona, the Fall Fest fire I've mentioned all video. And with all that said, I think it should be made clear that there are most likely two Fall Fest, the 1970s era of Fall Fest that was burned and the 1980s era of Fall Fest as well. In the Dreadbird DLC, we see Fall Fest 1983, meaning the carnival had to continue after the fire in another another location. We actually know that Fall Fest 1983 was in front of the FNAF warehouse, which is Edwin's mansion, which is also near MCM, and you can watch this video explaining how that's possible. But Fall Fest 1973 seemed to be a lot further since Fiona had to take a week-long trip, so again these two can't be the same. So Fiona was most likely killed in the 1973 Fall Fest fire, which was a fire purposely caused by William Afton to ensure Edwin's life would crumble, which would then allow him to come in and take over his company. He would take his technology, his designs, and even his own house. And with all of that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Remember, this video is just a theory and nothing is confirmed, so what do you guys think? Make sure to comment down below any thoughts or theories. Also make sure to like and subscribe for more content like this, and thank you guys so much for watching. Five Nights at Freddy's Secret of the Mimic VR was just released, and I'd say this was one of the most anticipated FNAF projects that fans have had mixed thoughts about so far. But today join me, Var, and Unnamed Security Guard, where we are going to go over everything that we noticed with the VR port of Secret of the Mimic. And most importantly, we're going to go over the future of FNAF, which can include a content update, a DLC, or even an entirely new Five Nights at Freddy's game. So my name is Bronze Films, please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, and please enjoy an all new episode to the Silver Platter podcast, where we attempt to solve the FNAF lore. Okay, hello everyone, welcome to, I'm not really keeping track of the episodes, but a new episode of the Silver Platter podcast. Shout out to Var for coming up for that name with the name. I'm never gonna stop shouting him out because that is an amazing name and I love it. So welcome everyone. I'm gonna say episode 4 or 5, and today is the day after Secret of the Mimic VR was released, and you know, a lot of thoughts out there. We're not really going to talk about, you know, the game itself or things like that. You know, other people probably do that for us in that sense. And we'll talk about it a little bit, but for the time being, really what the point of this video is, and what I'm really excited to talk about, is where FNAF should go from here. We're going to talk about DLC possibilities, new games entirely, just updates, whatever it is, and see if we're right a couple months down the line. Of course, I'm joined by my two wonderful guests who you probably recognize from other videos or other streams. If you guys want to introduce yourself, Unnamed, you can go first.
Hello, I am Unnamed Security Guard. I used to upload videos, and hopefully I will fix that very soon.
And my name is Var. I make FNAF theory videos on my little channel. And yeah, it's fun to be here.
Awesome, nice. Well, welcome to both of my guests. And yeah, I mean, first of all, I think what we'll do is just go over our general thoughts really quickly on VR. Me and Unnamed have not played it because at the time of this video, PC port is not out, just PlayStation. So in that sense, I really can't speak on it too much in terms of gameplay. You know, obviously there are some communication issues, but it looks like they're already working on it, which is great. And I mean, that's all really they can do, you know, just keep improving on it. But gameplay wise, it looked pretty fun. I know there's some bugs, but I'm excited to play it. Hopefully I can stream it eventually. But I mean, you know, I don't know. I guess, yeah, it feels weird talking about the controversy part of it. They are improving on the communication, which I appreciate, and I hope that they can, you know, fix the bugs and that the PC port is a bit different. Bavar, since you actually played it, I mean, you can give us a lot more of your thoughts. So what did you think? How was it playing it? Everyone go check out his live stream after this.
I really enjoy it for what it is. There's some quality of life stuff that I think once they fix the patches and stuff, it's going to be like one of the best VR games of 2026. Just a really fun experience. And for FNAF fans especially, just getting to see the scale of like different characters, animatronics and stuff, it's wild. Just a really fun time in that sense. I do think it'd be fun to have like a little more things to interact with. But, like, overall, it's just like a really fun port to play. It just feels like, wow, I'm actually like in the manor, walking around, like looking at all this stuff and going through the story. The secret ending is the coolest ending by far in VR, in my humble opinion.
Nice. Unnamed, do you have any thoughts? I'm sure you haven't. I don't think you played it yet, right? But do you have any thoughts so far? Just, I guess, how they handled it, or gameplay, anything? If you do play, you're excited for anything like that?
I did catch, like Viraj said before, like the last hour and a half of him playing, and you know, he and his chat kind of filled me in on what they had seen up to that point, or at least the major or lack thereof beats. Like, like, I guess my takeaway is, like, I was fully expecting something more. Like this would be a perfect opportunity, like the update from Help Wanted 2, to, like, tease whatever they're working on next. It seems that didn't happen, but, you know, and it might just be cooping on my end, but I've got a theory as to why that might be. But, you know, we can get into that more later as well. But, like, overall, and, like, you know, I heard others talk about a little bit of the, you know, fresh release jank. But, you know, supposedly they're updating and fixing a lot of it, but the game itself is at least playable from what I saw. And, you know, as his own chat was pointing out, you know, it's nowhere near as bad as Security Breach, but, you know, not what it could be either. And, like, the thing that was, like, really getting people mad from what I understand, you know, I don't really go on social media, but apparently, like, there's this stuff with, like, Dawko and, like, their Twitter, and, like, not really making it clear of, like, oh, this is only the PlayStation release. And, you know, like, I can get, like, if people took off time from work to play and stream it, and it's like, oh, the PC version isn't out yet. Like, I kind of get that, like, and hopefully, you know, it just, you know, gives them a little bit of a push to, like, you know, be a little bit more clear with, you know, releases in the future.
Yeah, no, I feel bad for Dawko, because he definitely didn't deserve, because I was talking about this
Right.
earlier, you know, but when it was all going down, like, Dawko's name was being thrown in basically every tweet, but Dawko said, you know, and everything like that, which, you know, I guess you could bring him up, but really, he just made an assumption, like, it's okay, it happens, right? Like, I don't think he should have got any hair, anything like that, or, like, be blamed for anything, you know, not at all. It's just an assumption, it's okay, you know, it happens. So I really felt bad when he had to even come out and say, like, oh, sorry, guys, you know. So yeah, it was a weird morning. Even now, I mean, I also stay away from social, mainly Twitter, you know, for a good reason, I think. But even now, I think it's pretty harsh on, I guess, Duo and everything that's going on, you know. But yeah, but I guess in that sense, we can move on to, I guess, how you guys thought about the no new content. I feel like we talked about this a lot during streams, right? Like, we're all kind of expecting something. And don't get me wrong, I'm not sad, you know. By no means am I being like, oh, this is such a bad port because there was no 4, 5, 6 endings. 6, 7 new endings that were new, right?
6 endings?
Right? Like, you know, or no new things like that. Like, it's okay, obviously, you know, it wasn't promised or anything. It was just something I thought made sense, you know, especially with all the Fredbear teasers. I thought we would get something with Fredbears, honestly, some teaser or something leading us into Ruin 2, whatever you want to call it. Not Abyss anymore, but, you know. So I was a little sad, but by no means I'm like, oh, you know, they should have done it, or they're wrong for that, you know. What did you guys think about no new content?
I honestly wasn't expecting any, so I was perfectly fine with all that.
Again, I guess I can explain my kind of, like, cope answer to that. Like, VRAR pointed out to me that the PlayStation release was handled by a third party, supposedly, and that Steel Wool...
I think some of it. I don't know, like, to what extent. I haven't really looked into it. I'm scared to go on Twitter.
Well, and, you know, we might be able to do that here, of, like, looking into, like, oh, how much did they contract this third-party company to do? Because, and again, this is my big cope answer, but if they did work on a lot of this game, you know, maybe they didn't put a lot of the big reveals into the PlayStation version, and they're saving that for the PlayStation release. Maybe. I don't know. Because, like, you know, how bad would that be if, you know, even one person in this third-party company, if they gave them, like, a big teaser lore reveal thing and they leaked it before it dropped, you know?
I didn't even think about that. That's a good point, though. Yeah, I didn't think about that at all, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's true. I guess it'd just be weird for it to, then it would be only PC exclusive, and then that would also cause another issue, like, oh, as a PlayStation player, now I can't see this new lore ending, so I hope, I mean, yeah, maybe there's still hope in that sense, but as of now, I'm like, it's okay, you know, we're gonna get like content.
Then it'd probably just be like a patch with everything else, like, so all versions would have the same thing.
That's smart, yeah.
If they did the,
Right, and it's like a demo trial of, like, what it's like to play it, and then, like, once the PlayStation version releases, like, both versions get the, you know, teaser basically at the same time, which would be less upsetting.
Nice. Yeah, I could definitely see that work, and I think that's the best case scenario, if we don't get anything, but
right. I'm worried though. Yeah, it's nothing, and we've got to go back to wait. Like, and again, like, I heard you guys talking about that before of the, you know, like how mad some people are getting that we haven't gotten anything, or especially the people saying, like, we haven't gotten a new game yet, which is kind of blowing my mind, because it's only been, like, what? Has it been a year?
No, it'll be a year.
Not even yet, since Secret of the Mimic dropped. Oh, it came out in June? Yeah, so... Yeah, not even a full year yet that we had a major title release, and so it's like, how long did you guys think it took them to make that? Like, Secret of the Mimic is a big game, you know, and like, it was not, you know, bad by any stretch, in my opinion.
No, I love it. I think it's one of the best FNAF games, and I might get flamed for that, but like, it's really good. Lore-wise, gameplay-wise, everything is good. Say what you will about the VR port and what's happening right now, but Secret of the Mimic as the game is amazing. Really good. Love it.
Right, and like, even as jank as some of the VR version is, it's still a lot better than the original release of Security Breach. And like, even flat mode is even better than that. Like, I've not heard any major problems from anybody from like the base game Secret of the Mimic. Like, maybe some weird things with like, the only thing I can think of is like the main warehouse area. Sometimes like Chica would like randomly disappear, was the only one I remember, and it was only that area specifically. Like, but for the most part, the game itself played just fine, and so like they are getting better, you know, than they did in the past.
Exactly. I know I had a perfect run through. I never ran through any issues. Versus Security Breach, had to restart twice before I completed the burntrap or any ending. But yeah, no, I mean, definitely in the right step, I think, with game-wise, right? And I think they'll keep getting better at that. And really, all I think is just communication, and they're working on it, you know, which is good. And again, I don't know. It was very harsh, a lot going on Twitter, and stay away, everybody. It's crazy in there.
Right. You know, they could get better, and I do think that, like, maybe like getting like some kind of community manager. Like, I was kind of joking with VRAR last night that, like, you know, what is it? Like, they had, like, these big, massive companies figured out years ago how to have, like, some, you know, young goober, you know, making funny ha-has on Twitter. Like, that gets attention, right? Like, people find it relatable, but, you know, like, surely someone, like, there's at least one person, like, vaguely in the orbit of this community that, like, Scott would be happy with, like, being like, oh yeah, I'll tell you things, and you filter that to the community, and you answer questions, because you know a lot of stuff, and it's like, you can say this, but not this, and manage social media. Like, how nice would that be?
Yeah, yeah, that would be really good. I think especially with other communities, like, I know the Amazing Digital Circus, I think they are pretty open, like, with the movie releases, and there's something there, like, they fix that immediately, and then we're very open, you know, with communicating with the community, you know, and being like, hey, don't worry, more coming, things like that, you know, where it's very easy to talk about it, and it could be nice with FNAF. So, I mean, again, I hope they keep on improving on it, really, you know, with everything that is going on. So it just really depends. I don't know, because, yeah, you're right. I mean, it hasn't even been a year since we've gotten the last FNAF game. I'm sure we'll get some news during the anniversary of FNAF, which will be in August, I'm pretty sure, and that's only a few months away, you know. Even if it's a teaser and that's another year release, that's still pretty good. That's like 2 years, you know. And I'm sure we'll get something sprinkled in there, you know, which maybe DLC, you know, or content update, which will work, you know, fine. But War, yeah, were you fine with no content?
Yeah, I didn't personally mind it, to be honest. I just wasn't expecting anything though. Like, I just went in with that mindset, because they've done VR release to flat mode before, but they've never done flat mode then VR release. So, like, it was kind of one of those 50-50 things. I'm like, if they give us something new, that'll be amazing. If they don't, I won't be surprised, because this was like the first time they've done a flat mode game first and then a VR. But
yeah, that's true. I guess you're right. I also didn't think about that. Where like Help Wanted,
it's kind of like the opposite of Help Wanted 2. It's like we got VR and then we got flat mode. I don't know if that matters at all. Just like,
right, no, that's a good point. Yeah, and it's interesting, I guess, because they also were supposed to release side by side, like at the same day or time or whatever. So, I guess in that sense, they probably weren't even planning originally to have any new content. So in that sense, that new content would have come in that delay. So if they're already delayed with the project, then I guess it's hard to think that they would add something new. So again, you know, not disappointed. And I hope people don't criticize the VR port for not having anything new. You know, like, it's okay. And It wasn't promised, and in that sense, like, it's just one of those things where it was gonna happen or it didn't, and it didn't. That's, again, it's okay, and I feel like that'll come really soon. So with that, we can, I guess, transition with right now. What are your guys' most anticipated, or what do you guys really want next? Whoever wants to go or start. There's a lot
really
of answers.
Quick, I think it was Devoted Studios that they worked with for the VR, and I think they've worked with them for other like ports of Secret of the Mimic too. But
okay, interesting.
But yeah, so that's I think that's who helped with the VR thing and
Yeah,
like made it and stuff.
Cool.
Anyway,
no, that's good. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know whoever wants to go, or I guess very quick. Sorry, I won't get more time. Before I did do a poll, right? 1,000 people participated in. Obviously, it's not the whole community, but I think it gives you some idea of where people wanted FNAF to go next. The options were Secret of the Mimic DLC. I'll put it up on screen here. A Fall Fest game. I voted for that one, obviously. FNAF Security Breach number 2, and FNAF Help Wanted 3. So 4 options, 1,000 votes as of right now. Secret of the Mimic DLC had 25%. A Fall Fest game had 33%. Security Breach 2 had 40%. And FNAF Help Wanted 3 had 3%, which is really sad. I thought Help Wanted 3 was going to have way more votes, I'll be honest. 3% is like 3 people, basically. I'm kidding. So interesting. Obviously, a lot of people want Security Breach 2, which makes sense. I'm surprised Fall Fest got that many votes. I thought it'd be last or second to last. So Fall Fest represent. I love it. So yeah, with that, what do you guys think? Where are we going?
I want all of it.
Right, I started commenting, yes, yeah.
I mean, what Virar said, like, because we absolutely need to pick up where we left off with Cassie and like
really do
figure out like where does the story go from here, because that was absolutely 1,000,000% a cliffhanger intentionally.
Yeah. Like
right, so
like Cassie, we're right.
Yeah, like Cassie. And it's like, oh, the big dramatic ending scene where she free falling down the elevator, and it's like,
betrayal.
Where does it go here? And like the Woody meme of like, come on, I want to see the next episode, right? Like it's a cliffhanger, right? No, the storyline was canceled after that. No, like we do have to pick up with her at some point and like figure out like, and like the little tidbits of what she said during that last chase scene of like, just follow instruction. Like, who's that? Who's Gregory talking about? What is Gregory and Freddy and Vannesa doing? Like, what have they been up to? Like, you know, clearly they were down here, but like they have some sort of goal. Like, are they working with some? Like, there's so many things that got set up in Ruin that need to be addressed. But you're also right that like, trust me, I mean, you know my answer of like, again, I'll say it 1,000,000 times over if I need to, but like, they have been teasing Fall Fest since Help Wanted 1 with Curse of Dreadbear.
Right.
It is such bad storytelling if you tease something and it never goes anywhere. Because like, unlike something like, for those of you who have played Red Dead Redemption, right, like, there's something similar in that game series of like the Blackwater Massacre, right? Like, oh, it's this big important event that like shaped the narrative of like these 2 games in the past and future, right? But it's like you never directly see it. You only hear characters like talk about it like years after the fact, and even they are like very vague about what happens, and it's like that, but that's more of a device to like show like a nexus point of like when there was a shift for, you know, the gang and the main narrative, but it's like that's all its original purpose was, versus here of like, especially now with Secret of the Mimic, like it's not just a nexus point of like being a narrative device for the story of like changing like, oh, and this is when everything went bad, right? Like, no, it's more than that, because now they've established what in Secret of the Mimic, they didn't like quell or like just repeat the same mysteries from before. They're adding new ones. What did we learn in Secret of the Mimic? Oh, Fiona died there, and more than likely from Help Wanted 2 beforehand, she died in a fire.
Exactly.
Like, that seems very important. Like, why are they building the hype, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. And 6 years, that's a long time. And also, I didn't also thought about, it's been 3 years since we've gone back to the Pizzaplex, just like a side note, I guess. Because I feel like a lot of people were like, oh, we need something else besides the Pizzaplex. It's been, you know, we've been there so many times. But now that it's been 3 years, and I feel like everyone is desperately wanting to go back and finish that story, I'm okay with it going to the Pizzaplex, or like I said last time, it'd be cool if it was half and half. You know, you spend some part of the game trying to escape the Pizzaplex, and the rest is in the outside, and then you stumble upon a carnival. Var knows where I'm going with that. You guys both know. And then, you know, you end up chasing the Mimic, going in different costumes. I think that'd be best case scenario of the both, right? That gives us Fall Fest, and that gives us Security Breach 2 in a perfect Ruin 2 game, you know what I mean?
That could be an interesting idea, where you get kill two birds with one stone, and you effectively get your Ruin 2, Security Breach 2 of, like, Cassie and co. trying to escape the Ruin Pizzaplex or whatnot, and then, like, by the time she does, maybe it's already, like, evening or night, and for whatever reason she goes to or is led to, like, the Fall Fest that is just happens, I guess, to be happening, just down the road. And it's the middle of the night, so no one's there, but, like, the Mimic's chasing you there, and, like, there's all these, like, booths and mascots, and it's, like, chasing you around. It would
be also cool if it was open. Just imagine, you know, like, trying to find the Mimic and, like, a bunch of costumes and you don't know who it is. Or, like, I always think back to, like, It Chapter 2, you know, where, like, the protagonist can't help but watch, like, you know, the clown, like, get a kid, something like that, right? Where you're desperately trying to save people, but you don't know where the Mimic or what costume it's in, and, you know, you can... This is, like, so far stretched, right? But you could even do, like, a GTA-style gameplay, where then you switch, you know, characters to Vannesa, then to Gregory, then Freddy's head, you know, all trying to find the Mimic in different, like, stories, you know, making this huge game. Again, it's crazy idea. It would be a big game, so 2029 release date, but I think that'd be cool. Yeah, that's, I guess, what I could see them doing. But if not, Fall Fest, I think, like you said, should come down the line. It should, even if it's a DLC, like Secret of Mimic DLC. What do you guys feel about DLC? Yeah, what do you guys think about that?
I would like a DLC, but, like, I've heard the argument said that, like, the story was told, and, like, we need to pick up somewhere else. So I can kind of see that too. But it's like, I feel like there's more story to be told in between 79 and 83 for sure. So for me, I would love a DLC that takes place sometime in between then.
No, I agree, right? Because obviously, yeah, I think we could all agree we need to go back to the Pizzaplex, right? But before we get there, I think we need a, I guess, an answer to what happened to the Mimic, like you said, between those years. I've seen people argue, like, oh, the book gives us the answer, and that's it, where it's just, like, he was in property of Fazbear Entertainment. And I guess fine if that's the answer, but I do think there could be a DLC story there, right? And, I mean, you have to call it Secret Mimic DLC, you know, because I don't think it could be its own standalone game. Because, you know, it'd be, I guess, a smaller story in that sense. But I do think that's needed before we go on to, you know, the final kind of chapter or chapters, like, what that gap looked like, right? Or even that's where we could get Fall Fest, you know?
Yeah, either that or, like, if Cass... Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're good. That was my last thing. Don't worry. He just wants Fall Fest, and that's the DLC.
If, like... Okay, then. If, like, Cassie does stumble onto, like, a sister location or something like that, I don't know, like, whatever's under the Pizzaplex, if she's, like, stumbling on all this old crap or something, imagine, like, she finds out, like, some of what happened in between those years. So it's like we're seeing it from her perspective, but we have the context of the past to, like, be able to put pieces together that she wouldn't, but she's just, like, wandering through it. So something like that maybe I'd be fine with that instead of, like, having to physically go back again. Because I'd like there's so much, like, back and forth timeline wise, and I can see where that might get confusing for players that aren't as familiar with the lore.
Right, exactly, yeah, and, like, oh, we're going back again, or, you know, things like that. And I guess I always think back to the post or the YouTube video, you know, when they did release a Secret Mimic teaser, by the way, which was so hype. Oh my god, that was amazing.
Oh, that was first teaser.
Yeah, that was so cool, and it lived up to it. It lived up to it, let me tell you.
You know...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, another epiphany, like, tied to that idea. Like, I could totally see, like, a new game also being, like, you know, as per usual, it opened with Hand Unit saying, like, we here at Fazbear Entertainment, you know, have wanted to bring you, like, wonderful stuff from Fazbear's past. So we've made this interactive virtual experience so you can go through the history of our Fall Fest Carnival, and then Cassie's playing that.
Absolutely.
And you killed two birds with one stone. You're looking in the past at Fall Fest. You're not actually really going back, but you're seeing things, like, through Cassie's eyes of, like, what happened in these things in the past. Now, the pickle with that is, like, who would have made this? Was Glitchtrap affecting this? Did he change things before he got destroyed? Was he actually destroyed? Like, all of these would be questions.
A virtual version of Sister Location.
That's fire too.
Yo.
Yeah. Also, I hope with the next one, you know, going back to the VR port, I would want to experience, you know, the next game in VR. Just say that would be so cool. Who knows if it's gonna happen after, you know, but that'd be so cool, right? Just putting that out there. Because
more VR is something I will always welcome.
Exactly, right? That's why I'm like, oh, I know Help Wanted 3 in the poll got 3%, which was like probably just us three here, you know, the podcast. But I think like literally, I guess you know, branching off Name's idea, where it's like Help Wanted 3 is the Fall Fest game, right? Where same thing, you know, the different levels here created or whatever are the Fall Fest, you know, times, you know. Oh, let me beat the 1970 Fall Fest, 1980, you can go by decades, right? You can go all the way back to where it's Fredbear's singing show, stuff like that, and you just see it develop.
That'd be cool.
And so, you know, the big finale is like Fiona's death or something like that. We find out who's responsible for it or something like that, right? But again, you know, same thing like the name said, the pickle with that is, you know, why or who created it? Because last time it was probably the, you know, Glitchtrap wanting, you know, Cassie's dad to free him, whatever it is, you know, whatever that looks like, right? So this time would be hard to explain it, but again, it's like, you know, doing two things at once, right? Like with the Security Breach and Fall Fest game, Help Wanted 3 and Fall Fest game, Secret of the Mimic DLC and Fall Fest. Like Fall Fest, I really do hope is there, and we might all sound crazy. I mean, we may, you know, we might sound crazy talking about Fall Fest so much, but it just has to be done, I think, and it would be so cool. Please, Steel Wool.
Agreed.
I mean, the cope I'll never give up is that they keep teasing it. They keep building the hype and mystery with it. Again, as recently as Secret of the Mimic, like, did they need... If they weren't going to do anything with it, like, at all, like, what's the point of building the intrigue of, like, oh, Fiona went there with this, like, booth or something. They were setting up for the Fall Fest, which also implies MCM didn't own it. And, like, Fiona died there, and she probably died in a fire, given what we see from the minigames from Help Wanted 2. So, like, why would we need to know these things if we're not going there? If it's, in, like, this hype and teasing isn't going anywhere, is just my thing. It's, like, yeah, like, with any story, like, if you build hype, like, oh, there's this, you know, spooky bridge, and, like, all this crazy stuff happens at this spooky bridge, but, you know, now we're going, you know, through the wacky fort, like, what's the point of bringing up the bridge, you know? Like, that's just kind of what I'm thinking here, like, you know, you don't show something unless you're gonna do something with it. And, you know, now how it happens, like, that could be a way, and... I mean, honestly, it might just be that, like, Glitchtrap wasn't actually destroyed. I mean, J-Top in that FNAF interview didn't, like, outright confirm. Right. He just did the thing with his hands, like... Yeah. And, like, even that's not definitive.
No, yeah, and Var explained that to me very nicely, where it was, like, in the context of talking about the bad or good ending, right? And not saying that it never said anything, like, about it being canon, but in the context of that ending, yeah, Glitchtrap was destroyed. But I talked about it in, like, my, Help Wanted 2 solved video thing. Like, there's no way both endings could have happened in either order. Well, there is a way, but it's hard to explain it, right? And it would make sense if the bad ending is probably canon because we saw it happen, and then that kind of leaves Glitchtrap still up in the air somehow. Somewhere.
And with the update for Help Wanted 2, them having Glitchtrap's hand give us the tiger plush is like, oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Glitchtrap very well might still be in play.
Right, now she's figuring out where. I say in Glamrock Freddy. No, I'm kidding. I actually have no idea where. But yeah, I mean, again, there's something there, right? There's so much to do. I think there's so much left to do. You could at least do 2 games with the next chapter, or with Ruin 2, right? But I just hope they can squeeze Fall Fest in there. Would I love a dedicated DLC and game? Absolutely. But if they can squeeze it in there, I'd be happy, right? You know, so please. Somehow make it happen. But I'll bring this up also. I want to know your guys' thoughts for sure. The idea of something with Fredbears, you know? I thought this is where we're gonna go, please. Right? I know it's weird to say because, man, it's been... How long has it been, right, since, you know, we've visited that, or we've been wanting a Fredbears game? But I guess the whole reason I thought it'd be possible is because Fredbear was teased a lot in these teasers for Secret of the Mimic VR, you know, scenes we haven't seen before, animations obviously we've never seen before, where Fredbear is the, you know, takes center stage here. So I'm like, oh, what if there's something there, you know, and something like, oh, the Mimic wanders off to Fredbear's family diner and there's like a DLC there, right? That on its own has crazy implications, I know, The Mimic and Fredbear's Family Diner, crazy. But what do you guys think about that? Is there anything with Fredbear's, or do we just need to let it go and just accept that we're really never gonna go back?
I feel like there's got to be something there, especially with like getting the singing show merch and stuff in the Moon.exe and whatnot, and just the fact that like Edwin's family has that like record. It's like, I wonder like if they're gonna tie that into something later, and if that's even gonna tie into like Senior Murray's story or something and why he didn't trust them.
That could be really cool. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm
Senior
just
Murray
like
love.
kind of spitballing.
That'd be great. Unnamed anything? Do you think it's possible, or?
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but anytime we think or talk or speculate about a new game, and this includes Fall Fest, is like the first question I ask myself is like, I don't know anything about game design, but if I was making a game, or at least the story for a game, my question to myself would be like, is there enough here for me to tell to make a game out of it? Because I've got to make a whole, like, full game out of it. Like, at least a good, like, I don't know, like, how long do you think a playthrough of Secret of the Mimic took on your first try? Like, between 10 and 15 hours?
Oh, like, just, like, the whole... Like,
your first playthrough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the whole
longer,
game.
Yeah, definitely longer.
So, yeah, and you've got to find a way to, like, fill content. With that much, of the, and like, what could they put in there?
It is a
that
small
would
place.
Be substantial.
Yeah, and that's why
well, maybe it's a big carnival, but even still, like, what lore things could they put in there that's like we don't already know, or like that, but also like doesn't reveal too much. As with anything, right? They answer one question, they give us 3 more, right?
Yes, exactly. Because if they put anything Crying Child, like, it's over. You can just imagine the theories already, right? And that's I agree. That's probably one of my issues, I guess, going back, is it's hard. Why would they answer, I guess, past questions? Like right now, I like how they did Secret Mimic. Just giving a bit more background and history to characters like William or Henry, while also raising some questions that are still there no matter what, right? So going back to Fredbear's, because we've never been there besides mini games, right? So going back in any capacity is gonna, I think, like Unnamed said, raise way more questions rather than, I guess, implementing them into the story where they already would have existed, if that makes sense, right? Because there's a dozen questions with William, but we wouldn't want to create any more, right? So that's why I'm like,
But
Every game creates more questions, though, so I'm okay with
that.
Right.
And I was gonna say, like, I'll also stop myself and say, though, like, what you guys were saying just a little bit ago of, like, we need something that, would involve, like, the diner, or really Fall Fest, or anything else. We need something in between Secret of the Mimic in 79 and, like, when the real, like, critical events of the main story start to happen in 83. And
that's why I'm thinking there
Fredbear's Diner can work for that. Like, even all the way up to 83. Like, Fredbear's Family Diner was running concurrently with Freddy's at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if you do a game like Into the Pit, where it's like, you don't have to have the time travel, but like how it just kind of flips between like being a regular pizza joint and then being the Freddy's joint. It's like just seeing the differences in the building is really cool.
That could be really
right.
cool, yeah.
And so that's just what I wonder, like, could you, like, I could imagine, like, a way they could do it if they did do Fredbear's would be seeing Fredbear's in 83, like, before the Crying Child died.
Okay,
maybe even just before.
I guess I have 2 ideas, right, how I think they could do it. Is one of them, I guess, I always go back to the idea of, like, the Mimic wandering in that forest, right? Like, I think that ending is probably the most canon right now. I could definitely be wrong. Don't get me wrong. I change my mind every day. So next podcast, I'm gonna say it's secret ending. But as of right now, if it is that one, right, where he's in the forest, what if we play as someone else following him, and it doesn't necessarily have to take place at the diner because it's a small location. Like you said, it's hard to fill up a story there. But say we follow him around, and it's also hard to create a story in the forest. But I guess the finale would end up at Fredbear's Family Diner, right? And then you have to sneak in and break in and try to find him, right? And then it ends with you somehow capturing the Mimic, and then he, through all those decades, he's in possession of Fazbear's, right? And that's the story, So it doesn't all have to take place in Fredbear, we don't have to get Crazy Box, Crying Child lore there, but it's just the finale is there, right? And it's in that location, and then that tells us how he ends up in Fazbear's possession for all those years until ruin. I think that's the first idea. The other idea is, you know, going back to the virtual reality thing, you know, like Fall Fest, you know, somehow, you know, it's either the Vanny Mask or, you know, Hand Unit, like our name says, introduces us to this new thing, but we can go back to the diner, right, and visit that location while it was open, and it's
That'd
prime,
be cool,
which,
dude.
right, really cool, yeah, especially if it's in VR, come on, you know, and that's how we get some story, and then that's how we find out maybe the Mimic doesn't necessarily have to be there, but he has some connection to Fredbear's or to William and to Henry, right? So I think that's how they could do it. But a whole dedicated game, it's hard. I do see it for sure. Especially, I've seen a lot of people saying that we should go back to like click and point games, you know, like on Click Team. It could be cool in that sense, like a nostalgia game, but I just don't see it happening with how much lore and story told to us. And I don't know.
You could have smaller ones of them, like be mini games and future games, and
100%.
everyone would be fine with that.
Yeah, would love it.
But maybe not
game?
a full game.
Right, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
what was I gonna say?
Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just like trying to remember what exactly I was gonna say, but just like something like assume like the thing that I've asked myself ever since I played Secret of the Mimic is like, and I've asked everyone else too, of like which ending gets us closest to ruin, and like that's kind of the pickle because like it really none of
yeah, I would
really
say
I
none
mean
of them, and if so, the closest one actually, secret ending. You see now, I'm like, oh, the secret ending. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I remember now, but like, but we're pretty sure the bad ending isn't it, right?
Yeah.
I'm less and less convinced the secret ending is the canon ending. I think it's showing us something very important, but I don't think it's necessarily what happened. And if it is Parachute, like, remember, what do we see in Parachute, right? Like, let's think back to the gameplay that we see throughout all of Secret of the Mimic. What is the Mimic doing? It is chasing us, Arnold, trying to kill us, right?
Right.
It is also doing that in the bad ending. It's trying to chase us, trying to kill us, and it does succeed in the bad ending.
Yes.
What do we see in both the Parachute ending and the secret ending? In the secret ending, a lot of them, even most people, believe that is M2 in the closet. And just for whatever reason, hearing this audio tape, I guess, makes it nice now, or fight like somewhere in between. And you know, it's not trying to kill you, and then like you're able to eventually shut it down with the glitch permissions. But also, what a lot of people aren't talking about, what do we see in the Parachute ending? Does it kill us? Is it like continually trying to kill it? Like when it has it in its clutches? Like, no.
It just takes.
It doesn't kill Arnold. Why?
Interesting.
Right. If it's not been like doodled with the code, if it's not like some spirit influence going, like if nothing's happened to it from like when it left the factory and like when it was chasing us, like if nothing big happened there, right? Like what's up with that? It's been trying to kill us the entire game, and then at the final moment when it's able to get us, it just grabs the data diver again, specifically with the what is it, like full clearance, right? It doesn't have the glitch permissions, but it does have like master clearance, basically. Like you've got all the way to executive permissions, right?
Yeah.
Like why? It just grabs the data diver and puts it on its chest and walks into the forest. Why? That's something a lot of people aren't talking about, because like if Parachute is canon, what is the Mimic doing there? Like why the change? Why didn't it kill Arnold? Because it could have killed Arnold and taken the data diver anyway. Like it was trying to kill him like 10 minutes ago. Like why is it not doing it now? Why was it only after the data diver? And why did it walk out? Like, what is it doing with it? Like, these are things that people aren't talking about. That's kind of, like, frustrating to me. Like, because if it is canon, we need to seriously start looking at that and speculating, like, why did it suddenly have a change of attitude? Why is it after the data diver, and for what purpose? I guess is the questions I would raise.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And, Var, you want to answer that first? Think of anything?
I just want to know, like, how does it end up where it ends up if that ending is canon?
Yep.
Right. Because, yeah, I mean, I know it's kind of dismissed the bad ending, but that one would be honestly I think the easiest, right? Because if it kills Arnold, right, and we're assuming that Fazbear doesn't send anyone else, you know, a lot of assumption obviously, you know, but if he kills Arnold and puts him in the suit and he's down there and he just stays down there for decades until they find him or something's built over it, you know, he is technically in the right place for ruin, you know. I think that would be the easiest one actually, which is, you know, I don't think so, but it would just be funny if that's the one and he just stayed down there. But Data Diver, by the way, not driver, diver, Data Diver wise,
whoops.
I think that it definitely has to do with the mechs. Because what do you download again? You download the schematics for Mexis, right? Or not from Mexis. You download Cradle, right?
In Parachute, yes, you get the Cradle and the Mimic blueprints.
Right, so it's taking those two back for some reason, right? Wanting both of them. He doesn't destroy them in that moment. He could have, right? Like same thing, you know. He takes them on his chest and walks away. So I think it's probably the best thing is just that somehow knowing the Cradle could shut it down or stop it. So that's why he takes it. But again, it's hard to find out again, like VAR, how that also still ends up to ruin. Does he just go back, stay there? You know, I don't know. I think there's something that still has to exist somewhere, right? The Cradle program in the Data Diver. Does Vannesa find it somehow, and then that's how she makes Mexis? Like, I don't know. There's a lot there. I'm for sure confident has to do something with the Cradle program, but then again, we're still missing a whole gap of story of how that ends up as something else, and how the Mimic ends up completely changed, and then in the sequel.
Right. So like I said, like it could have killed Arnold and still done that. Like, why the attitude change as well? Right? Like,
yeah, that I don't have an answer for.
You know, finished him off and taken it anyway. It was right there, and you know, he was, you know, probably on the really hurt anyways already. You know, like why not? Like, why the attitude change? Like, what does it need the Data Diver for in the Parachute ending? And like, don't get me wrong, you can bring up a good point with Cradle, but it's also like, VRAR and I have gone back and forth on it many a time of like, do we even really know what Cradle is? Because like, and again, I've looked at the text logs so many times of like what Fiona is like actually describing it as, and like, if you won't finish the program, consider building the Cradle. Like, to me, like, it sounds like it's something physical, right? Like, you build a Cradle, right? But there's also clearly a Cradle.exe program as well, right? Like, are they the same thing, or is there a physical Cradle and like a sort of like software Cradle, a Cradle.exe? Are these two different things, or are they the same thing? Because like the syntax of like build this program and not like design this program, make this program, like it's just a little weird to say like, oh, I built Cradle.exe. Like, that's a little weird. Like, and again, because she's speaking about two different things there as well. If you won't finish the program, consider building the Cradle. Like, so there's one program and there's a second Cradle. Two things. Like, which is which, and like, what's the function of each? Like, we don't know that either. Like,
right.
Although I've got a feeling whatever they are exactly, like, it's tied to like whatever M2 is trying to do with the Data Diver in the Parachute ending, because it's like, it seems to have like a deeper goal, but it's like, what is it? Again, like, it was trying to kill us the entire game, and now it's just going to, like, when it's finally got you, just not? And just like grab it, like, because like,
yeah,
why didn't it grab the Data Diver before? And like, if it was just after the Data Diver, yeah, why didn't it kill you and take it from you before? And like, if it's just like a permissions thing, why is it even trying to stop you in the first place? If it just needs you to get the permissions for it, like, why? Like, if its objective is to like, oh yeah, he can grab all the permissions and I'll just take it from him. Then why are you trying to kill him beforehand, right? Like, there's so much that doesn't make sense, but it's like, there's clearly something deeper here going on. But it's like, I don't know if we have all the pieces yet, as per usual.
Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. And again, that's why I hope we just don't jump to the next one, because we have a lot missing still in 1979. So again, it's just how they would deliver to that, or deliver us that, in a way that, you know, because again, going back to a whole nother project or an old game, I don't know how I would feel about that, because we do need to go back. So that's why I think best case scenario is just giving us not necessarily flashbacks, but like we kind of brought up the idea of going back in time with the VR mask, whatever it is, you know? Because I do think we need to go back to the Pizzaplex. And again, oh yeah, what I was gonna say earlier, the description of the the game when the first teaser came out so long ago, that in order to understand the future, you need to go to the past. And to me, that feels like a one-time thing. That doesn't feel like 1 or 2 games or even a DLC maybe. It just feels like a quick kind of story. And like Var said, the story was told, so let's go back to Cassie's story now, and however that looks like, Yeah. The only thing I think we know about all the program Cradle Mexus is that Mexus is the computer, so the Blue Bunny probably in Ruin is its own Cradle program, or if it is Cradle upgraded or another program, I don't know. I for sure just know Mexus is a computer, not the program, and that's about it. Unless Var has something, please, because Mexus still messes me up, honestly.
I'm still of the mindset, whether it's completely wrong or not, that Mexus is the machine running the Cradle.exe.
Okay.
And that's what we're seeing again in Ruin, is the Mexus machine is running Cradle, because it's keeping the Mimic in a specific area with boundaries.
Right.
And it keeps people safe from it.
Yeah, and Mexus knows about it.
For me,
right?
that's how I see it, but...
I agree, yeah, and again, it's just like, if it's the same Cradle or whatever, like, that could be its own thing, or if it's possessed, like, fine, or whatever it is. But, I guess thinking about it, Mimic definitely knows that, right? So what if it knows that in Secret of the Mimic as well, where that's why the whole reason he wants to get it, I can't explain why he doesn't kill us, but that's the reason he wants to grab it and somehow ends back up in Fazbear's hands, whatever it is. But for sure, the Mimic is aware that the program can stop him. So that's why he's after it, but why does... Yeah, I guess I've thought about it, but not really like that, why he didn't kill us. Why did he spare Arnold?
I mean, yeah, just a little thing I noticed, right? Like, if that's all the same, or if, like, VRAR's right and that is the case, it's like, if we're also saying Parachute is canon, like, why, again, the attitude switch? Like, I'm fine with, like, M2 having some, like, real secret plan of, like, oh, I need these glitch permissions from this data diver, or, well, not glitch permission, like a master cleaner, or, like, it needs the data diver at some point for whatever reason, and it couldn't just take it from him, or ask it from him, or whatever. Like, it's trying to kill him, but then at the same time, when it's able to do that at the end, it doesn't, and just takes the data diver when, like, I don't know, like, imagine a scenario where it's, like, talking to, like, Arnold, and just like, oh, hey, Arnold, I am the robot, I'm trying to do this thing, like, I need your data diver thing, can you get all this stuff to help, like, it's reasonable to say, like, it may or may not, like, why didn't it even try to do that, like, it doesn't talk to you once, it's trying to kill you the whole game, and then it's like, when that's just the thing to me, like, this is a machine, supposedly, like, if it is just that, like, why, when it has the opportunity to kill you after, again, like, just 5 minutes before when you were fleeing the burning facility, straight to your van, like, it and all its little proto-mimics are trying to kill you. It doesn't, and then it takes the data diver, something, like, it's not been shown to want the whole time, because, like, if it's after the data diver too, why wouldn't it just, like, try to steal it from him, even? Like, yeah, I don't know, knock him out, or... Right, like, knock him out or something, and, like, just take it from him, right? Like,
I mean, that might be what they do after we get killed.
Right, well, and, like, that's the case, but it's like, why didn't it do that before? Why does it take so long to do that? Like, maybe was Arnold that good at just dodging it, or, like...
Yes.
Yes.
And, like, if that is the case, again, like, why was it aggressive out the gate? Like, why didn't it just, like, ask for it? Now, and it might be just like the Edwin beat it, and it's mean, but it still needs this data for whatever reason. Like, that's my thing. Like, what is it trying to do then? Like, why the attitude shift of, like, when it finally has him cornered, basically, why does he not kill Arnold and just take the data diver? Because, like, the simpler solution to me would have been, like, at least try to ask for it first. Like, hi, Arnold, can you give me the data diver? Right, like, why didn't it even try? You know, and it killed all these other employees before. Clearly, it has no issue doing that. So, like, why you know, the 11th hour, this, like, change of goal, like, apparently, from, like, killing or stopping Arnold to, like, oh, I need this data diver. Like, that's just, like, the more I think about that now, that's more just, like, what is M2's goal here? Because, like, whatever it is, it seems to involve this data diver. At least at, like, that point, because, like, it might be, like, oh, it didn't try that before because it needed to have, like, executive permissions on it first. And it needed to have Arnold do that, I guess? Like, I don't know why, like, the Mimic wasn't capable of, like, getting all, like, going through the facility and just getting all those permissions itself, but, like, you know, that's, you know, just my thing of, like, what is it trying to do? Like, we need something, and it's, like, a Fredbear's Family Diner game set in 83, or, like we were saying before, like, a Fall Fest game from, like, Cassie's perspective, that's, like, that's also just, like, a
top vote.
Fazbear LLC game of, like, this is an interactive experience going through the history of Fall Fest, blah, 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 right? Like, and Cassie's just playing that for whatever reason, like, that could work too, but it's like, where does all this setup and intrigue with M2 during Secret of the Mid, like, where does that go? Like, what is this all about, and what is its actual goal?
Yeah, no.
Because it doesn't seem to be to kill Arnold.
Right, yeah, because you're right, could have done it easily, and then... Yeah, I don't know, there's just what happened to him, I don't know. It's so easy to just say he was in Fazbear's possession, but, like, even getting to that point feels like so much, because if Parachute ending is canon, that means someone else had to reset him, or if the Parachute ending is canon, or the good ending, that means that he was a baby Mimic, and someone, you know, something happened there where, like, the Mimic William took him, something like that, I don't know, there's a whole story there for sure, and, I mean, yeah, we talked about the whole time, but there's gotta be something. My vote is still Fall Fest, Cassie, something. But I guess, do you guys think Edwin will have any role at all? Just because his, I guess, fate was kind of left up in the air. I made the bread man. What do you guys think? Anything with Edwin?
I've been having really weird theory ideas about Edwin lately, but generally, I do think he's involved. I just don't know if it's physically, like, still alive involved, but he's definitely somehow involved.
I agree.
I am... From what I've been talking with VRAR off and on these past couple months, I keep flip-flopping on, like, I don't know who it is, but whoever it is that broke into Parasol Games before Glitch Trap got loose, it is either Arnold or Edwin. I'm pretty sure. One of those two broke in.
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
whether
that's the point.
Someone had, because again, Vannesa is not possessed yet at this point. But yeah, like, if we're taking the FNAF email, the AR emails, you know, as gospel, right? Like, that happens before she gets, like, completely possessed by him, right? Like, this is after, like, her coworker cut off her face, but it's before she got taken over, because she's still, like, fine and talking about it, right? So, like, whoever is breaking in, like, must have heard about that and was like, oh, yeah, they must have found it, and so now I'm breaking in, like, it feels like whoever, because, like, from what, you know, Tape Girl says, like, we just got sent all this stuff, they told us to scan it, and just, like, use the, like, what if they were secretly having them look for something? Like, unknowingly. And it's like, oh, yep, they found it, there it is, this guy cut his face off, yep, they found him, right, like... Now, I also think it could potentially be tied to a third character, but, you know, like, I'm for sure either him or, you know, Miss Afton, but,
Miss
you know,
Afton,
like...
yes, I'm like, I'm missing someone.
Like, I think, like, on the ground, though, it could have very easily been any of those three, really. But, like, I'm more leaning on, like, it's gotta be either Arnold or, Edwin.
I see, yeah. Arnold could be cool. I don't know, I think every time we get a protagonist, it does matter, especially recently with these modern games. You know, we get voice lines from them, we get some history, especially Gregory, obviously having, like, the most mysterious background and having one of the most important roles with these games. So, I guess, I don't know, it makes me sad to just, like, kind of, oh, he was a one-off character, you know, just for this game, which, fine, if that's what they were intended, or what was intended, but I would like if he came back in some capacity, you know, even if he's just, like, trying to, you know, reveal Fazbear's dark history, like whatever it is, if he can somehow show up in the next game, save the day, saves Cassie. I'm your granddad. What? Boom. Crazy reveal. Does it not make sense that he's a granddad, right? I'm your granddad. Boom. Chapter 1 done. Then we move on to the next, you know? I think that's the best way to do it.
Weird, because Arnold, again, would have been friends with a preteen at that point, but yeah. A preteen Michael, but...
Or he's... No, granddad, and then dad is Bonnie Bully, so, yeah.
Or the dad is the Bonnie...
Yeah.
So then...
So granddad. So he's, like, pretty old.
Oh, so then Cassie's dad would be the Bonnie Bully.
Exactly,
okay.
Yeah. And then he's like, I'm your granddad. And then he's like, my name is Jeremy or something like that. I don't know. It's got to be something like that we've heard before. But I mean, yeah, I mean,
it can work, but it's like, God, they must have had to have had kids pretty young then, because that's like 3 generations, and like
6 decades,
80, 90, yeah,
I don't know, around there,
80, 90, 2000, 2010, 2020, like 60, 70 years, something like that.
He said the number. Yeah, around
I know. Legitimately, though, that is the time, unfortunately, like, roughly when Security Breach would start, so...
Yeah. No, I agree, yeah.
Like,
and it could work, but I mean, there's a couple voice line where he has, like, family or something like that, or he says, like, I haven't seen my kid. So it could work, but, again, that was cut, and maybe cut for a reason, so it really just depends. And it would be a little random if he just shows up, and then it's like, I'm your grandfather. Maybe. Also, I'm gonna put 6-7 hands on Var's character right now.
It would be so odd as well to like have like such this big lore reveal of the importance of the Bonnie Bully specifically, and like his family, and like oh, this is the impact over generations. Like my father was involved at MCM, and then I was the Bonnie Bully there with Michael when the crying child died, and then like my daughter now has gotten involved again. And it's like we don't even know who the Freddy or Chica Bully were. Like, do they matter? Like, are we going to get more lore on them one day? Because the Bonnie Bully apparently turned out to be very important, if this is the case. But it's like, you know, that's, I don't know. Maybe that's just me, Kobe, and like wondering, like, we got all this lore on the Bonnie Bully. Like, if it is the grandfather or father, like, we're all pretty sure it's one or the other, right? Because that little mask teaser in Help Wanted 2 had to mean something. Like, this mask looks familiar to you.
Var said no. Let's hear some thoughts on that.
Ooh.
Because the Ruin mask is the Help Wanted mask, it's not the same. Wait, yeah, the Ruin mask is the same. The mask that Cassie's talking about is from Help Wanted. It's not from Help Wanted 2. It's a different mask. It's like, yes, it looks familiar, but it's like, I don't understand why that has to be the Bonnie Bully context. Like, we have so many different Bonnies that connect to so many different things.
What are we supposed to take? And, like, what is Steel Wool and Scott trying to communicate to us with, like, this mask is familiar to you, and it's a Bonnie mask specifically, and it clearly is, like, a physical, like, mask you would wear, and, like, where else have we seen a mask like this? That would be important enough to, like, throw it in here.
Glamrock
like,
Bonnie.
Yeah, I can see that, too.
Because he's directly connected to that. Like, I don't have a problem with the Bonnie Bully theory at all. I just am not convinced that's what the connection is yet.
Well, and granted, it could not be, but it's like, I'm just of the perspective of, like, what else could this be that's important enough to warrant, like, Scott and co saying, like, this needs to be here in this game. We need to put this here. People need to see this. Like, because it's, like, right before you get to the big, what is it, claw machine, right, scene. And it's like, that's a very important moment. And so it's right before this. And again, it's also in the same area where the graves are, which is either giving us the death order or what I'm starting to think, the order they moved on of all the victims, right? And like, it's in this very, like, lore important area. And for this to, like clearly it matters, right? If it was put here, like, if it was just some small, silly little thing, it might be more, or like something they want to tease in the long term. I would think they would treat it like the haunted plush circus baby plushies and just kind of like shove it in the corner of the ruined pizzaplex somewhere and just like have it be like a, oh, this is a cool thing for like 30 seconds and then it's gone again, just to like tease something maybe. But it's not. It's in a very lore heavy area, so it's like it does seem important, but like,
Yeah, but it's like, why is
Right.
Mystic Hippo talking to like a kid that would have been like 1 or 2 when she was around? Like, it's just odd to me. Like, there's so many pieces missing with the whole idea.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I could see it go either way, honestly, and especially with the content update where it's like a distant past type of thing and familiar or something like that. I think her voice lines are. I definitely could see how it's someone like Arnold, for example, because he was there when it all happened. You know, especially had a role in whatever ending is canon. I can't do the voice. I think that name can.
This tool is familiar to you.
There you go,
Which
yeah.
is, again, it doesn't clarify either because Cassie specifically says, "Oh, a Thaz wrench. It's just like my dad."
Her dad had one.
Yeah.
But Arnold also clearly has been using a data diver, which is, again, effectively the same thing, just with a different coat of paint, right?
Yeah.
Like,
meant to be the same, I think, visually or.
Right, this tool is familiar to it. It's not
Yeah.
exactly the same, but you know how this thing works. It could also be
Yeah.
like how she's saying that to him. So that doesn't help us because it could legitimately be either, but it does solidify in my mind that like whoever it is we're playing as in Help Wanted 2, I'm very confident that it's either Cassie's dad or Arnold. One of the two.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe we could get some answer to it, but if not, I lean towards more Arnold right now. I don't know. It makes sense with Secret Mimic being released and everything, finding the same cards in his van, things like that. I don't know. It could work, I think, even more smoothly than Bonnie Bro did in that sense.
Unless it's like some version of loop theory where Arnold's like stuck in the loop and then Cassie's dad enters the loop and he's like finding all this Arnold stuff on the past.
It works perfectly. It's really
don't
cool.
know.
Loop theory. But because we're almost at an hour, which is crazy, any final thoughts? I guess your last just kind of pitch for Steel Wool Studios, totally watching right now, for the next FNAF game. Who wants to go?
B-Rar, you go first. I need to think.
I don't know if I should say it right now, but I really want more VR.
No, definitely not too soon. That is great. I agree. Help Wanted 3 or Fall Fest.
I really hope like they'll still do VR reports for future games, but yeah. Cool. I'm really excited for whatever they've been working on behind the scenes, because whatever that game is going to be so peak because it's been worked on for so long.
Yes. Oh, we didn't really talk about it, but yeah, Scott said number 2, and then also he said in the interview with Taco,
A Game Beyond.
A Game Beyond. Yeah.
Second or third.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm
yes,
so
exactly.
excited for that.
Me too. Something is coming for sure. I think it's going to be coming the anniversary. For me, just squeeze Fall Fest in, please, and honestly, I will donate $5. That's all I got. But I don't know. I think that's the coolest thing. Just something with Fall Fest. I'd be so happy. But if not, I'm really excited either way. I mean, I know they're gonna cook something up, regardless of what happened yesterday and today. I'm really excited for what's coming. Unnamed anything. Any last pitch?
I'm trying to find here. When was the second? Like, did FNAF? Like, was that from FNAF's interview with Scott?
Where you said number 2?
Yeah. There's something beyond, or is that Daco's?
That was Daco. That was 2 years ago for 10-year anniversary. I'm pretty sure.
Let's see, Daco. I'm trying to find exactly when that was because I wanted to say something.
It should have been August 2024.
Yeah, an interview with Scott 2.0.
Yeah, the day before Secret Mimic.
Yes. This came out August 4th, 2024. So, around the anniversary, and like almost 2 years ago. And what did Scott say there? He's like, "Oh yeah, we're working on this cool new game, which we know is now Secret of the Mimic."
He said working on something beyond that I can't say.
Yes, there's something planned beyond that. So to me, that means that as of August 4th, 2024. They were planning, like, in at least the conceptual stages of whatever this new game is. So that's what now? Like, by the time of August, which is presumably, hopefully, when this thing is announced, hopefully, and even if it doesn't come out till next year, like late next year.
I think it'll be mid. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it'll be 3-4 years total development. I think it'll. Yeah, I think at that point maybe it's like a year.
Plenty.
Exactly. It's like probably a year of coming up with the idea and early stages, then these 2 years heavy development, oh my god, and then the last year would be really developing it and then putting it out next year.
Yeah, once it's like close to like and like maybe we've even got like a little bit of something to kind of like show and tease here of like what this new game's gonna be like. That's a long time, because, yeah, 2024... Like, again, assuming it's announced here in, like, early August of this year, and let's say, again, as well, another assumption, it releases a year after that for the anniversary next year, not this coming. That's what, 25, 26...
It'd be 4 years.
And it would be 27, that, like, 3 total years for sure of development. Which, I mean, that's not insignificant. 3 solid years of development. Like, assuming, like, because again, they also, like, from what, VRR said, like, this PlayStation, VR game was, like, a third-party project. Now, we don't know how much or little they did, but, like, maybe this... right, maybe this, VR port, like, it was just, like, a side project, and, like a portion of the whole company, and like especially if they're like hiring out work to like get it done, right? That makes more sense. And like even J-Top said this years ago of like, we have a full studio here. We have enough work to keep a full studio busy with something, right? Yeah. Like they're not just gonna have these people like sit around doing nothing. Like they're working on something. So it's like they've still had at least, like, by that time of this October or August, like, that would be 3 years of development. From 24, 25, 26, there's 2, and then by the time it releases, in August of 27.
It'll be 3 years, and even then, I think before they've probably been working on it. So yeah, I think more than enough time, and probably gonna. Yeah, I think it'll release next year.
Right, because
I don't
like
think we'll get anything
that's just when it was said, right? In August,
exactly.
August of 24, they could have been working on it even before then, conceptually.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. So that's why I'm like, It's hard for me to think if we'll get anything before, but for sure that one I think will be 2027, whatever it is. I mean, what do you think it is?
Yeah.
You think it's Security Breach 2?
Whatever it is, that's my prediction now. It'll release somewhere around August of 27.
I agree.
And God, what could it be? Like, ideally, it's like all of the above, right? Like, you know, why not both? As I always say, of like why not like have like go back to Cassie and like further like pick up her story where it left off, but like also have her like have a reason to like look into the past and like learn these things about Fall Fest without technically going back to the past. But it's like, you know, the Fazbear augmented experience with the history of Fall. Like, I could see something like that, and she's like, "Oh, I need to look through here for whatever reason." Blah blah blah. Right?
Get out. Yeah, exactly. I agree.
And like maybe even that's connected to like Fredbear's Family Diner. Maybe there's a game where it's both, and they're looking like, oh, an augmented interactive experience going through the early history of Fazbear, like, right? And it shows like our humble beginnings at the Fall Fest and like our first diner, and it, like that could be a thing, right? Where it's like, oh, this is like an interactive like history of Fazbear Entertainment. I
almost
could
like the
see
intro
that.
of Help Wanted one, same.
Like, and because especially if Glitchtrap isn't destroyed, maybe a portion of him is hiding in there.
Yeah,
like this interactive history game
and
of
that's
Fazbear,
where we
which
really
would
destroy him, which could be finally giving us some ending, you know?
Right, which would also be tied to what Fazbear LLC has done too. Like that's how they got pretty big as well. By again, what did we see in the first Help Wanted? Like these previous story lies created by a rogue indie developer, and like this is what actually happened. And now we're making this like augmented game to like get our reputation good again. Blah 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 blah. Like they've done it before. Why wouldn't they do it again? You know.
Yeah. Sorry, real quick. Gonna have to start ending here. Sorry. I totally forgot what time it is, and I have some school thing to do.
You're good.
I didn't realize we've been going for an hour. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna come soon. Hopefully, please release it. And I don't know. I'm excited for anything, regardless. I mean, we talked about the beginning video, but regardless of what happened today or even yesterday, I'm still excited, and I hope everyone is as well. You know, it's gonna be okay. And then yeah, FNAF is still doing well. It's gonna do well. Trust me, everyone. But if you guys have any last goodbyes, anything, VAR names?
No, I'm good.
Named anything you want to say?
What is it? After this, I'm probably going to spend the rest of the day just working on the script again. I'm kind of getting my brain back in FNAF mode. I've got today and tomorrow to write before I get busy over the weekend. Gonna try my best to get this script done. Hopefully I can. Well, and thankfully, right, like, most people seem pretty solid on, like, what's actually going on in FNAF 3 and 6. Like, there's not a lot of, like, debate about what goes on, from what I've read, at least. Versus, like, the other games where it's a lot more convoluted. So it shouldn't be that hard for me to finish. Again, it's just, like, a lot of, like, character dialogue and whatnot. More tedious than anything, so... Hopefully I can finish that up. I'm hoping, like, God, I don't know. How long will the audio take me to do? Like, a week, hopefully. And I'm gonna try my best to get this video done, because I'm kind of sunk cost fallacy of, like, I put too much work into this thing, and then, like, God, like, I got burned out at one point, and then I got super sick, and now I'm trying to get this business started, so it's like, it's taken me forever to do this stupid video, but... I need to get it out, and, just so we can have fun talking about it, too, as well. But, I promise I am working on it, basically.
Yes, and we're all excited, so that'll come out soon. VAR's also having some great videos coming out soon. Everyone go check both their channels out, please. Their videos, their streams, anything they've done, please. They do some great stuff, and they really do deserve all the attention. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Everyone comment down. Actually, real quick, VAR unnamed, give out a word for people who made it to the end to comment down below. Anything.
Tofu. Peanut butter.
Tofu peanut butter.
Tofu
if you comment down,
butter.
if you comment down tofu peanut butter, it will be featured in the next video coming out after this one, a week after today or tomorrow. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you, Vara name. Check out the channels. Consider liking and subscribing all 3 of our channels. And thank you everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. The Five Nights at Freddy's franchise is made up of tons of lore and mysteries that fans are still debating and deciphering to this day. And I think we can all agree that Sister Location is just one of those FNAF games that has remained unsolved, with fans still trying to solve different mysteries and answer what Scott originally intended for this game. Well, today in the very first official video of my new podcaster interview series, since we're gonna ignore what happened last time and have a fresh new start with new visuals, let's try to solve FNAF Sister Location on the silver platter, by going over different mysteries, characters, and what role Sister Location still has today. In each new episode, we'll be discussing a new FNAF topic that will be featured on the silver platter, and some episodes will feature special guests while others will just be me yapping. So today, help me welcome the first guest of the silver platter who actually came up with the name, VAR. My name is Bronze Films, and let's get started. Hello everyone, welcome to technically the first official episode of the Silver Platter Podcast. Last time we got copyright striked, so it's okay. We're gonna try again round 2, but this will still be technically episode 1. And now I know, to kind of avoid the song in that sense. Even though I haven't gotten copyrighted for it before, but we're gonna play it safe this time. So welcome everyone, hopefully you enjoy. We have new visuals as well. I'm here as a bronze helpy, and then here we have Avar, of course, the wet floor bots. I forgot what name calls them. Matpat? I also like the name for it, Matpat. But here we have Avar, of course, and then we both are drinking Red Bulls, and not sponsored, but I'd love to be, in case they're listening. And then, of course, today on the silver platter, we have Sister Location. Var actually came up with a name, lovely name. I mean, the minute I heard it, I was like, that's awesome, we're gonna do that. So each new episode will feature a different subject or FNAF topic on the silver platter, and some episodes will have guests like today, and others will just be me yapping to myself for like an hour. So welcome everyone, and hopefully you enjoy these visuals a bit more than last time. And yeah, here we go. Var, if you would like to introduce yourself or say anything else.
Hi everybody, I'm Var. I'm a small YouTuber, and I mainly make FNAF videos.
Same here. I've tried to branch out other things, but it's hard, It's just I love FNAF too much. It's hard to. But yeah, nice. Welcome. Thank you for coming up with the name, by the way. I appreciate it a lot, because I was lost. I didn't know what I was gonna do. I just knew Silver had to be in there, but I didn't know. How'd you come up with Silver Platter? That's so good.
I don't know. I feel like I've heard the phrase before, just in general. Like, people are like, that they hand that to you on a silver platter.
That's funny, right? Yeah. I guess it's not the first thing. I don't know. I think I was trying too hard to like make it film related, and then the minute you texted, I was like, yes, that is going in, and I already can in my head picture the silver platter on the table, and it's perfect. So yeah, with Sister Location, I mean, just I guess starting off, let's just get your general thoughts. You know, how do you feel about it? And I guess one of the biggest answers or questions, sorry, is have we solved it? I think it's been 9 years. It'll be 10 years in October of 2026. So have we solved it 9 years? What's still to be answered? Just your general thoughts. What do you think?
I love Sister Location. Like, I'm gonna be real though. When I saw the first teaser for it, whatever, the one where it like zooms up to Circus Baby's
right, with
face,
the on stage, yeah.
I remember my very first reaction was like, FNAF is over in my mind because they're adding all these new characters that just don't fit the like,
I see.
vibe, I guess.
Right, okay.
And then like literally like within the next week or something, I kept thinking about it, and I went back to it, and then all of a sudden I was like rewatching it, and I'm like, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. So I'm like,
right, no, I totally see, yeah, because it's hard. Like, where do you go after FNAF 4? Like a pretty good ending, and I think well received. I don't think there were any complaints. You know, maybe the box, like people wanted to open, but besides that, we finally got like the really scary game people wanted after FNAF 3. We had some really cool lore drops. We got the bite of 83, 87, you know, whatever we thought at the time. I think it was a really good way to end it. So I think coming back after that, I don't think anyone expected it, you know, with Sister Location, one that wasn't the next one on the timeline, and one that, you know, introduced new characters, was really cool, and I loved it.
Yeah. And like now it's like my favorite character ever is Circus Baby. So.
That's so fair, right? Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I wish we saw more of her in Sister Location, but I mean, she's still around, which we'll talk about later, and I love it, yeah. But how we solved it, what do you think?
I guess... Oh, wow. No.
Right, I'm like, yeah, unfortunately that's the easy answer, yeah. Oh, man.
Will they fill in some of those pieces down the line? Maybe, but...
I think they can. I mean, with Ruin 2, for example, which is in Abyss, by the way. I talked about that in like 50 videos or something. Like, I talk about it so much, man.
It's hard to get the name out of my head.
Me too, right? Every time I talk about it, exactly. I'm like, oh, Abyss, and then I'm like, no, that's not right. So like every video since, oh man, like August or October of last year, just ignore it where I mention Abyss. But you know, I think the idea of it can still work, even if it's not what Leon was teasing, where, you know, we could go into the bunker, abandon or whatever, and I think that's one way to give us answers. That's about it, because in that sense, I don't think we'll go back to that era or time period. I'm trying to think, because how else could we go back, you know, besides being in the future and kind of just having some lore drops from then, you know, it's hard to go back to that period, especially, you know, I think we've talked about it a lot, but Scott doesn't necessarily mess around with that, you know. Even in Secret of the Mimic, William was only mentioned by initials, I think, and then Henry also just by Hen, you know, so he's very, very protective of those characters and, you know, those earlier games, which I get. But she's still around, you know. But I think, yeah, I guess since we're on topic of Scott Cawthon, I think the first thing we can talk about is the misconception. You know, for those who don't know, Scott Cawthon made a post about Sister Location and FNAF 4, kind of answering some questions, and he said that there was still a misconception about Sister Location that we all kind of had, and that he wasn't going to answer to kind of mess with us fans, which I think is hilarious, and it works. It's working. Look at us now, still talking about it. So first of all, do you think that misconception is still around, and what do you think it is personally?
I can't help but wonder if it has to do with, like, timeline.
Oh, okay. That's a good one, because people still debate it, I think, to this day. You know, recently we were making, like, the timeline with chat and things like that, and Sister Location, I remember being one that we weren't expecting, because I think chat had it after FNAF 3 and before Pizzeria Simulator, but you can have it at so many periods, and I think it's the only FNAF game that can say that, because even with FNAF 3 or, you know, FNAF 2 or 1, we all kind of have a general idea, but Sister Location is the one that gets thrown around, you know, 10-year gap. It's crazy how that works. So I could definitely see that be the possibility, yeah.
I think part of the tricky thing is with FNAF in general is just like they'll give us like events that are currently happening as we play through the game, but then there's always like a backstory. So like Elizabeth doesn't die during the gameplay. She's already been dead for quite a while. So it's like you have to technically pinpoint two timelines, like two different points in the timeline, I guess is what I mean.
Yeah, and it's
like when did Elizabeth die, and then when did these events with Michael happen?
Right, and that makes it hard. Even FNAF 4, you know, now we have when you build a timeline, you have to separate the mini games from the gameplay, which is something I feel like none of us really did. I feel like at the time we all kind of thought, oh yeah, obviously, you know, this is the crying child's nightmares, you know, he's experiencing at night, and then, or maybe because of the bite, but it's kind of the same, you know, event, same week, but now we kind of separate it where it's Michael or even someone else going through those nightmares, you know, because of things like the FNAF 1 phone call. So the mini games go here and then gameplay goes here. So it definitely makes it harder. And even then, I think it's interesting where people say, oh, it doesn't look like Elizabeth is really possessing Circus Baby in that moment, if that makes sense. Like the way she talks about Elizabeth is if she's, I guess, almost still around and someone different from herself, which is not something we really see. Yeah, it's interesting. And I guess for me, the misconception, I could definitely see the timeline, but if not, I wonder if it was just, you know, it's already, I guess, been answered, and I wonder if it was something to do with like Michael and William. I feel like that was cleared up pretty fast, especially within his post. I think he mentions how, you know, a lot of people are getting Mike Trap confused and kind of saying that they're the same person. But he addressed it there, so I'm like, that's why I don't think that was a misconception, even though I think it was a huge one. You know, I mean, obviously you see someone with purple skin walking around, William Afton, you know. I think it was so funny that it turned out to be his son and a literal purple guy. It's just hard. Yeah, I mean, what else could he have meant? Because he didn't go into it at all, and it's just kind of still torturing us literally right now.
Yeah,
9 years.
Isn't that like what he said to? He's just gonna torture the fan
exactly,
with
just to leave it for us. Yeah, and it's working. I'm telling you. I mean, we're still talking about it. I feel like everyone does. And I think another good one is the animatronics and how they work, you know, because I know there's a lot of talk about the MCI and, you know, liquid remnant, and that's what was used, you know. I think that was a big one in Game Theory's timeline, where it was like the liquid remnant injected into the fun times, and that's what gave them life, you know. So it's like the MCI, and then you have molten MCI and Pizzeria Simulator, you know. I do like that, and I think that's a very liked theory, so I wonder if it has to do something with the animatronics, or even just something with Michael. I don't know why I always go back to Michael, even though I think that game makes it pretty clear who he is and, you know, what his role was. What if we're all just saying it totally wrong? That's what scares me, you know. So give us an answer, Scott, please. I don't think he will. I'm still waiting for an answer on Circus. Or what is it? Chica's Secret Party? I'm still waiting for that, by the way. That was... When did that... December that came out, right?
Just let us play it at the very least.
Yes, I want to open the box, yeah. I'm kind of sad Circus Baby or the other animatronics weren't there. A little sad.
Same.
So yeah, I guess for now, unfortunately, we have to leave that as unsolved, you know. And I think, honestly, we can try to answer as much as you can. But yeah, overall, 9 years, there's still a lot that we all kind of debate about, you know. I think another thing I want to bring up, right, and something I love, I don't see too many people talking about it, but I guess just the beginning monologue and who William is talking to, you know. I guess what are your thoughts on that? Do you think he's talking to someone important, or is it just like kind of something simple and something meant to set up Circus Baby and the animatronics function?
Yeah, because that is interesting. You're talking about like the there's no doubting what you've achieved on a technical
exactly
level.
Yeah, he's like talking to some group of people, you know, and it's very ominous, I guess, who he's talking to. And I think it matters. I think it should, at least, right?
Yeah, because part of the thing is like if that character isn't important, like why does William have to go to them? Like if it's Afton Robotics characters, who are the people that he's talking to about this?
Right.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Is he not in charge of the what is it, Circus Baby's Pizza World or whatever it's called?
Right. Yeah, because I always saw like maybe it was like the board, you know, and like different people's approval, but Afton Robotics, I feel like, was always his company, you know, maybe obviously pretty separate from Pizzeria or Fazbear Entertainment. So I guess it's weird, I guess, if he's talking about it with employees or, you know, people who are at the head of the company. Because how do they, I guess, know about it, right? I guess it's also interesting, where does this conversation take place, right? Is this before Circus Baby's Pizza World opens, or before, or, you know, when he's designing the animatronics? And again, who is he talking to, right?
Yeah, that's a good point, because that's like, if these could have been like, let's see, because the location closes after 1 day.
Right, yeah.
Everyone was really excited about it. And then he does like the rental service.
Yeah, exactly. So I wonder...
So I'm assuming since Elizabeth gets like, not scooped, but whatever Circus Baby does, like,
right, yeah,
grabs her, shoves her inside. I'm assuming that that's what they're talking about, like before Elizabeth.
I see. Okay,
dies.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah,
I don't know. Like that's interesting. I've never like really thought about it that much.
Yeah, I'm like,
assuming
I think
they're just a random character, but
right. I think we're all kind of just focused on William Afton, and first of all, name drop a voice. He's British, love it, and then kind of set up for Circus Baby, which I get. You know, that's all. And then I don't know how long ago it was, but I heard it again. I'm like, wait, who is he even talking to? What is this conversation? You know, this has to matter. Why is like Unnamed always brings that up. Shout out Unnamed. He'll be in the next episode probably, or in the next stream. But he always brings it up, like, why are they showing us, you know, that the stories always show us something for some reason, tell the audience something. So what was the point here, you know? And I wonder if it has to do anything with him, for example, like being convicted or like interviewed by police authorities, you know? I know that's one of the retcon possibilities, that William was convicted, but say he wasn't, right? Say it actually happened like we saw in the FNAF 1 newspaper. Would this be like an interrogation, or after the MCI, maybe after Circus Baby's Pizza World, where they're investigating, right? They're like, okay, if he was, you know, the person responsible for this crime, look at these animatronics he designed, you know, is this evidence saying that he could do something, would do something, because, you know, he has some tendencies? Like, that's how, I guess, how I always saw it, right? But then he just like got out, like they didn't, you know, want to question the circus or the Circus Baby more, because it was there in that sense, right?
That's interesting.
I wish we had
and
more.
Then it's also weird, like, how that discussion ends, because they're like, those aren't the design choices we were curious about.
Yeah, exactly,
like,
right? So that makes me
so
think of the
what
scooper
happens after
thing.
that?
Yeah. Are they just like, all right, you're going to jail, or you're good to go, or is someone else? Yeah.
It's like, regardless who it is, like, what's the conclusion there? Are they just okay with it?
Yeah, exactly, right. I'm like, yeah, if it, or even if it is like employees, board members, and say William is able to be like, oh, it's to scoop out, you know, all the animatronics or whatever it is, like, say he's able to convince them, is that it? They just kind of stop pushing, because obviously they're suspicious of what he's doing with the funtime animatronics and, you know, their true purpose. So it's interesting that that never really was expanded on more, I guess, more voice lines, you know? Because I thought when I first played it, it was going to be something nightly, you know? What kind of was, we heard Elizabeth, but I thought throughout the game, the 5 nights at Freddy's, we were going to hear, you know, the conversation continue to give us some resolution. But then we didn't, so I always thought that was weird, and I wanted more, you know? I really want to know who he was talking to.
Yeah, it just goes like straight into Michael's story. It'd be so interesting to have like something in between, like even just another game or something, where it's just like going over the setup of that whole thing and before Elizabeth died, or like shortly after, even. I don't know.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's exactly what I would hope. And I think also Elizabeth's death is interesting, right? Because I guess in terms of like news coverage or what the public knows about it, because that's what I always find that interesting as well, right? Like, what were the people, what did they know and what were they thinking at the time, right? Because we know everyone knew of the MCI, you know, the newspaper. We know everyone probably knew of the Bite of 83 because it happened while the diner was open, right? But what kind of happened to Circus Baby? Did people know about her death? Was it something that was reported? Like, did she die and that's why they're interviewing him, and, you know, they found out, oh, the, you know, animatronic has a scooper inside its stomach? Is that what's happening? Because besides her and maybe the DCI, which, you know, is its own topic, we don't really know, I guess, how people perceived it or what that looked like, right? Even Charlie's death,
I know
they
they tried to cover it up as saying there were gas leaks or something, but
right, yeah, that, okay, that's a good point. Yeah, and you're right, I'm just thinking about that too. Yeah, but I guess, is that it? Like, they were just able to cover it up, like a kid missing, and that's it.
Right. It was like everyone was confused because they were so excited about it. Then it just like closed down the same day.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm not even sure people ever knew what happened with that death.
Yeah. Which is crazy, because then, I mean, I guess it almost makes sense, because then he's able to bring them back with Circus Baby's entertainment and rental and almost pretend like it didn't happen. But then I wonder, were there deaths at all with that entertainment service? Because if he's renting out these funtime animatronics, was a kid ever left alone with them? And are we just saying they weren't and like nothing else happened?
Right, and like, if not, where is all this remnant coming from? Like,
yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, remnant, obviously, yeah, we got to bring up too. Yeah, that's a huge part as well. Because I guess, why are the fun times attacking us, right? Like, that's why I always, I guess, like the explanation of MCI, you know, because they are possessed, or there's some reason there. But if not, and it's just the animatronics, then I don't know, I guess, to find some bigger reason there.
And in 2026, it's become like such a issue, like timeline wise, because a lot of people put a lot of stuff like before MCI, like Sister Location before MCI even. So
right, yeah.
It's like, okay, interesting.
No, yeah, and I feel like I'm guilty of that, honestly, especially after the not Sister Location, almost the movie, hopefully one day, but after the FNAF 2 movie, right? Yeah, like that doesn't, that, I love seeing Circus Baby, but that confused me so much, right? Because this is probably before or after, this is before the MCI, right? Because we're seeing blueprints for the FNAF 1 animatronics, which is their MCI, right? So if it's before MCI, before any deaths, we don't know if it's before or after Charlie, but if it's at least before the DCI or MCI, why is this murderous Circus Baby animatronic already exist? And why are her eyes green? And like, why does she, I guess, like, you know, turn on without anyone, you know, I don't know, like activating the animatronic? Because it's pretty clear she looks at Elizabeth there, and her eyes are green. So that also really does confuse me.
Right.
Because why? And I guess we can, say that also applies to the. Because for me, the movies, I don't take anything for evidence besides the animatronics. Because timeline, obviously not. Characters, everyone's different. But the animatronics always stay consistent. And I guess so. Same thing there. What if the fun times existed so early on? What does that mean? Are there like 50 other murders we don't know about? It could be, right?
Right. Because the other weird with the fun times is that they look a decent amount like some of Edwin's characters.
Yes,
like especially Funtime Freddy.
Yeah. Like,
And
what is Mr.
it keeps-
Helpful, Miss Helpful? That's
It keeps
yeah.
poking around in my head, like why does Funtime Freddy have to look like that? And why is he holding a puppet? Why are
Yeah.
puppets so significant now with Fiona and stuff?
Right, yeah, exactly. That's a really good point. Yeah, and I always think back to Righto's video, which I'll try to put up here, where he suggests that, what if the fun times existed since Fall Fest, early Fall Fest, and we're, again, such early on animatronics, like, what would that mean? Which is just, it blows your mind, right? Because in FNAF AR, Ballora is one of the animatronics featured in that Circus Carnival event. Now, we don't know where that circus takes place, or, if it is actually Fall Fest, but if it is, and if it, say it takes place early on, that means the fun times were, one, rented to Fun Time, or to Fall Fest, and then we're also, around since 1970s, which, again, who was William murdering then, and why would he create them?
Right.
Yeah,
There's
so still,
does all of his motivation just stem from the mimic? Like, I hope not.
Right, because that would really break it, because I don't necessarily want to say Walker, but I do think, obviously, some of his family, or his kids dying probably had some role in maybe him losing his mind, right? Again, I don't think he cared about them in that sense, right? But, like, I guess that always to me made sense, some motive, or, I guess how he descended into Springtrap and all that, all those things, right? But if it is the mimic, that... I don't know, that's... they'd have to explain a lot, right? And also, where was the mimic during every single other game, right? Is he in the forest still? Was he really in the sinkhole, or whatever it was at the time? I don't know. Now I love how we're going to Fall Fest and mimic talk. It always happens, especially Fall Fest. We can't... How are we supposed to ignore Fall Fest? I guess since we're talking about mimic and earlier, do you think Circus Baby is still around? With Steelwool games, or Elizabeth, anything like that? Because in Help Wanted too, and a lot of these games not only do I have references to Sister Location, but especially Circus Baby, like she's around a lot. So what do you think that means, or is that just just to have her there?
I definitely don't think it's just to have her there. Part of it I'm going to touch on in the video script I'm working on right now.
It's coming soon, guys.
But generally, I definitely think that like the plushies and stuff showing up isn't just for no reason.
Right,
and
yeah.
Help Wanted 2 Circuit Baby is not just a coincidence just to have Sister Location characters in there.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree, and especially the plushies look to be, I guess, alive in some sense, right? Because Cassie finds that room in ruin, and there's a bunch of them with the tally marks and whatever it is, and then you turn around and they disappear. And then pretty sure this is without a Vanny mask on as well, I think, if I'm not wrong. If I am wrong,
so.
comment down. Yeah, so.
Yeah, let us know if we're wrong, but I was pretty sure that was the whole point.
Yeah.
Was like, you can't wear the mask in that room. and
Yeah,
then
no,
they
yeah, same,
still
yeah.
show up.
So why, like, how is that possible? Why are they moving in? Is that like a Shatter Elizabeth thing where she's like in these plushies now? I always thought that was interesting. I don't know if Elizabeth is still around, just because I do like, I guess, the idea of her story ending with Pizzeria Simulator and finally moving on, right? And I guess not having to like make William proud or whatever it is, right? But if she is,
it really depends on if you think the souls are freed by that point. So.
Yeah, which, it's crazy that has become a debate, because I feel like that was like set in stone after FNAF 6, but then Burntrap, the blob, all those things, because Circus Baby is inside the blob, but obviously we know that can't be possible, because at this point she would have been Scrap Baby in the timeline, right? So those are definitely newer animatronics. For me, FNAF AR has always made the most sense. They're recreating the animatronics. Why wouldn't we see them here in the game before Security Breach? Which is, AR definitely happens, guys. I swear, it is canon. It's the game before Security Breach. It's there. I promise. It's real. Okay. Okay. So honestly, I don't have an explanation for the plushies in that sense that really works well, right? Because they show up in, I think, Security Breach as well, or even Help Wanted. They're also there.
Yeah, you can even buy them in Security Breach. So,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
They're characters. They're merch. You can
right.
get.
Yeah. I mean, that just brings me into like a whole nother like, you know, spiral. Like, why are they coming back? Like, why are those older animatronics come back? You know, I'm like Monty and Roxy, right? We have those probably from Edwin's catalog, which could tell us maybe someone from that era is back. But Circus Baby in the fun times, like the Ennard cardboard cutout. Like, why is that here again, right? Or Shadow Bonnie. There's so many things where I guess I just wonder who's bringing all that back. You know, who's putting these Circus Baby plushies around the building, and are they moving? Are they alive? There's still a lot there.
I love how Shadow Bonnie's literally a cardboard cutout.
Yeah, right, and that I would, yeah, and Nightmare Balloon Boy as well, Plush Trap, and then of course the Circus Baby plushies. You know, it's like, okay, who knew about these and why why are they in the Pizzaplex? You know, it's hard to answer. But something I talked about in my last video and something I love, right, is Circus Baby in Help Wanted 2, because first of all you have that ending, right, where she gives you the ice cream cone. And then you kind of get a good ending. That's always been cool. And that also just can't just be there to be there, right? Like, that's got to have some meaning. Right. Because it's obviously, you know, reminiscent of what happened to Elizabeth, where she did get scooped. But this time we didn't, you know. I remember when I first saw it, I thought something was going to happen, like a jump scare, obviously. But, like, no, you just get the ice cream and you end the night. And she has green eyes throughout those mini games as well. So, for me, I guess what I argued in the video is we have folders, right, of all the different, you know, FNAF mini games in Help Wanted 2, but then you just randomly have Sister Location as the game. You know, we don't have Pizzeria Simulator, we don't have Security Breach, like nothing else except Sister Location, right? So the game, you know, the whole point is you take off the Vanny mask and now you're in reality, you know? So in Roxy's salon, you know, you see her from Security Breach. Then you take the mask off and, you know, she's missing her face, and then you can repair her, right? And then you can give her the Ruin mask, which tells us it takes place before Ruin, and this is real. So does that mean Sister Location is real? Like, that's what that would suggest to me, right? Because when you take the mask off, you can also play the Sister Location games, and this time they're harder, Circus Baby's around. Like, would that be real? And if it is, that means that the Circus Baby we're seeing at the end in that ending giving ice cream, like, that happened, that is real life, which could be really cool. Because that could set up the fun times being antagonist in Ruin 2, not Abyss again.
That'd be crazy. Right,
because how cool would it be to, as Cassie, run into the fun times which are around, you know? And I guess I talked about the whole AR, like FNAF AR animatronics. Like, we know new versions of the fun times are around, so it would make sense for them to be moved down there. And if you're asking why, you know, originally in the Tales from the Pizzaplex novels, which not canon, we all know, unfortunately. Well, it depends on you look at the books, right? But if, you know, some stories are, some things are same as games. In the books, the FNAF 6 Pizzeria was going to become a museum. So what if the fun times moved down there to be a part of that museum? Like, that makes so much sense to me. And again, that all happened in real life. But, you know, up to everybody's interpretation. What about the chip? What do you think about the chip that Michael takes in Night 5 and that we saw in Help Wanted 2 in the Help You Repair levels? Probably did. It looks like the same chip. What do you think about that?
I think it's very, very intentional.
Right, yeah. Do you think it's saying Circus Baby is back, or do you think it's like the mimic route, like kind of how FNAF goes over?
I mean, my take is always that it's, whether or not it's like the actual mimic, it's some form of a mimic chip that's not like I don't know how to word it exactly.
No, I got you, yeah.
But it's like there's a Circus Baby, the program, and then there's like Elizabeth, as I see it. And the Circus Baby program is like on the card chip or whatever it's called. So
right, yeah, and again, it makes sense, I guess, for Circus Baby to be around, you know, or even if it's like the mimic version. Yeah, I guess it's interesting because you put the chip inside of Help You, right? Or are you taking it out? I don't remember.
It's just like there already when we're like doing the mini game.
Right, that's interesting, huh?
It's like in his head when we like saw his head open.
Which is crazy to say. Poor Help You. Those levels are intense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
so
you know,
fun.
it is. Yeah, it is really fun. I mean, yeah, same thing with a lot of, you know, Sister Location. It's so many ways to look at it, and until we get a new project with Sister Location, hopefully, you know, being a focus, I don't think we'll necessarily have an answer. But it is very, like you said, I do think very intentional as well. It's got to be, right?
I think so.
Yeah, no way. What about timeline placement? I think that's always fun to go back. What do you think as of right now, where Sister Location is in the timeline?
Like when Michael goes down there?
Yeah, we'll start with those, and then we can do like whole Circus Baby, you know, Pizza World and mini game. But I guess for the game, yeah, when Michael goes down there.
Gosh, I'm really bad at timelines, but I just put it somewhere like personally before FNAF 3.
Okay.
but when that is kind of varies because I've watched a lot of videos this year that like have kind of swayed my perspective on when FNAF 3 happens. Whereas I always thought it was like 2015. I'm like, well, maybe it's not actually.
I see. Yeah. Okay. For me, years I used to stay away from it, but I would agree either before FNAF 3 or either. But before I used to really believe it was like after FNAF 4, right? And I don't anymore. If in case I get flamed, I don't know how popular that one is anymore. But for me, it was like the whole odor thing, right? Like Michael, oh, he got scooped, so we have to smell in FNAF 2 and 1. But then like really looking into it, like
fair,
right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I mean it made sense. I swear at the time, this was like really like a few years ago, right? But I guess after thinking about it a lot, like it could work, but at the same time, not really. I think for me, the ending, right, where we see Springtrap, emerge from Fazbear Fright burnt down, that would always, to me, would imply after FNAF 3, leading to Pizzeria Simulator. But at the same time, that minigame could just take place, like, after FNAF 3, but before Sister Location, if that makes sense, right? Like, Michael was scooped, before FNAF 3, then FNAF 3 happens, and then we see the ending, and that's how it leads us to Pizzeria Simulator, So I guess it's hard if we want to say, oh, it all happens at the same time, or just that minigame takes place later, which is also weird to say. And if I am saying that, it feels like, oh, I'm just saying it so it works in my timeline, But I swear that's just like how I think about it in my thought process. But as of right now, I'm fine with before FNAF 3 or either FNAF 3. But definitely not like before FNAF 2. I definitely changed my mind on that.
Yeah, for me, I guess it depends on like how you see Michael as a character, like what his motivation is after Sister Location. So like if he's no longer Team William, then for me it's like he would have helped with the fire in FNAF 3.
Right.
But if it's not that, then it could go either way. Like it could have easily happened after the fire, and maybe Henry was just the one who did the fire or something. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, and it's also I guess when William sent him down there, right? Because we're assuming he's like father. I found her right where you said it'd be, or she'd be. So it definitely looks like William sent her down, but that'd have to be before he got scooped, right? So that gives me, would that be early on? Too. Right, exactly. That would have to be early on, like before FNAF 2 in that sense, right? And then why did he actually send him down, right? Because he, at this point, probably knows that Elizabeth is possessing Circus Baby, so why did he send Michael down? So, like, I put her back together, right? But, like, what does that mean specifically here?
Right.
That, to me, also is,
There's part of me that doesn't think William was honest with him and knew that, like, he was going to die when he got sent down there.
That's what I think it is. Yeah, I wonder if it's like, again, I wonder if Elizabeth's death was just perceived as, oh, she went missing, and William didn't tell anybody, right? And again, like the gaslings, including Michael. So then Michael was like, oh, where's my sister? Like, something's happening. Then he's like, okay, fine, she's at the bunker. Go put her back together, whatever. And then, yeah, probably with intentions to get him killed in that sense, either just to get him out of his way or for whatever reasons. And I think that's the best case. But then again, like that tells me Sister Location is a bit early on before he gets scooped. So I guess. Or what if Michael is just really lazy and doesn't go for a few years, because he's like, no, I don't believe you. But then what if it's like, oh, my dad is missing. Maybe I should go down. Maybe I should have listened to him. Let's go down. And he's just lazy and now goes down a few years later and he's already scooped. So, again.
It's like, since we don't get to see how they were interacting, we don't see, was it a recording? We don't see.
Right, yeah.
Was he literally telling him this and then he goes and gets killed by the spirits? Well, like right after.
yeah, it'd have to be day after for me, like it'd have to be immediately. Yeah, that's a good point. You see, so like I'm talking about it, I'm like, man, we really don't know much.
Yeah, it's because it's like, it's so masterfully woven in such a way that it's just like, there's still so many ways that the events could happen because we know so little about like the actual characters.
Yeah, I see.
So it's kind of like using the next games is our only way of like kind of estimating like what kind of a person is Michael. So like we use the logbook and like he clearly does not like Freddy and like the MCI kids, but he doesn't necessarily like dislike everything else. And it's like he does have a lot more personality in the book, I feel like.
I agree, and I think that, again, that's the best we have, because movie Michael, I wouldn't rely on what we know about him right now. I'm not saying that he couldn't have been a villain at one point. Like, I'm sure in that sense he was manipulated by William, in whatever reason. But I don't think in the games he was, killing people or setting up Fall Fest, whatever it is, right? But I definitely
kind of see. Oh, go ahead.
So no, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say I definitely think we can pull like from the relationship though. Definitely, I think similar with Elizabeth wanting to make him proud. I do think it could have been something similar in the games, But again, we don't know anything about this character. He's we have nothing besides one monologue in a book.
And like you can kind of piece together ideas from games after, like just the fact that Helpy exists, and then we're seeing it again in Help Wanted too. Like there are reasons for these things happening, but we don't know for sure what motive is there, I guess.
Yeah. I've always liked Michael being alive, and in Security Breach, I mean, his room is there. You find footsteps of bare feet in ruin. I think there's a lot of evidence there. Those are just the big ones for me. So I like the idea of him being there, and why he would want to bring everything back, and why he didn't say, or in the FNAF 6 Fire, if it worked or whatever it is, that obviously we can't answer. And I guess it's also crazy to think that he just appears in Ruin 2 and just starts talking and went from having no role to like being a huge character. So that's also hard to believe. So that's why I'm like, okay, I don't know if that's gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, it really depends on how you want to look at it. Like most of FNAF, right? So I guess another thing is, what do you think it cleared up from FNAF 4? Because obviously that was, it's Scott's one of his big goals with each new game he releases. He makes it clear as he wants to clear up misconceptions from the past game or things people miss. So what do you think Sister Location did for FNAF 4, and I guess the previous games as well?
That's a good question.
Right? I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, not much preparation here.
I mean, like a direct connection we can make is that the Fredbear plush is a physical object, or at least there's one in that secret room.
Yeah, and right, and with the walkie-talkie too, kind of telling us, oh, it was probably William talking with Crying Child there,
or at least that he had some part in it.
Right, yeah. In FNAF World, then it could still be possessed by someone, but definitely, yeah, in FNAF 4, it was definitely William talking to him, and that told us that. And I think another pretty direct, clear one is the bunker being under FNAF 4, right? Or sorry, under the FNAF 4 house, right? You see it in the map. We see the FNAF 4 house off to the right or left, whatever side it is.
That was like a huge.
That was so cool. And then Secret Mimic, by the way, also really supported that in the books as well. You went over it a lot. I remember in one of your videos, did a phobia. Like, it works perfectly now, and I love that. How it still, I guess, has some role, or we for sure know. But anyways, and then you put in 1983. That was another big one, because I know a lot of people still thought it was 1987. I mean, Markiplier. How can you not? I get it. I thought it was. I thought it was Bite of 80. Was that the Bite? I mean, come on. How can you not? I thought it was too. And I remember going to school and telling everyone, did you see Fredbear cause the Bite of 87? And even the game, I feel like, teased it up that way, right? Who did it? Was it me or me? Like, come on.
Right?
This was about a bite, right? And then, no, it's probably a different one. And I remember, like, the TV, it was 1983, Fredbear and Friends. And then people were like, no, it can't be, because why? Which is a fair point. And then, you put in the code 1983. And that's when you get the cameras to the FNAF 4 house. And, and then from there, I think we just go more and more into nightmare experiments and a lot there, which I love, Definitely not Dream Theory. I don't think Dream Theory... I think that's what it was also maybe trying to disprove in that sense. Love Game Theory, though, obviously. But yeah, I think those are obviously the direct ones, and good ones he did a good job on. But I think another one maybe is, like, the trilogies, because I don't know if many people look at it this way. I have tried to, but it's hard, right? Because if you split it up from FNAF 1 to 3 as its own trilogy, and then FNAF 4 to 6, I think can work. Especially if you say that FNAF 1 and 3 focused on the animatronics and like the missing children incident and their possession, and then FNAF 4 to 6 focused on the family behind, the animatronics. The Aftons, obviously, right? And then another family, Henry. I think that's how I've tried to look at it, right? So if we're saying that FNAF 4 is the start, then Sister Location, clearing it or adding onto this family, So now we have confirmed Afton. Now we have father, it's me, Michael. And then from there we get more and more, Michael was probably Foxy Bro. Oh, William was, probably here and there. And I think Sister Location had a huge part in that. So that's how I try to look at it, is trilogies. With the newer games, it's hard to, because first of all, what games do you count, what don't you, right? But if you want Help Wanted to AR to Security Breach as its own trilogy, definitely works. And then from there you have Help Wanted 2 to Ruin to Secret of the Mimic, which I think can also work as its own trilogy. But those games are definitely more, closely connected. So yeah, I think you just, in some sense, FNAF Sister Location expanded on the family, right? The family behind it that we kind of saw
Very
here.
much.
That's what I think, yeah. Misconception, I don't know. I was still thinking about that. I was like, can I, there's got to be something. I still can't come up with anything. What do you mean, Scott? Misconception? What do you mean? No, I got nothing. Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. I'm sorry, chat. Unless everyone obviously in the comments has anything, please let us know, because we are.
Yeah, because a lot of the stuff like that he would talk about is like the videos that were really big at the time.
Right. Yeah.
And like, connecting to those theories and like responding to them, I guess, essentially.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if it's like connected to some of those older like game theory vids or whatever.
Right, and then yeah, you have to find out like which one and then what point, you know, because obviously with those videos there's so much going over, you know, and then I guess answers given to us. So which one was, I guess, in that sense, a misconception, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wish I was in Scott's brain in that sense. I wish. Well, I wish I saw what he saw, right? And that's a misconception. Do you think? I'm trying to think, right? With Sister Location, Pizzeria Simulator, do you think it did a good job in setting it up in that kind of transition point? Because in that sense, also Pizzeria Simulator was a huge like, oh, that's not where I thought they'd go. That's not where I thought they'd do at all, right? Because even if Sister Location takes place, you know, wherever in the timeline, I guess going from that point to Pizzeria Simulator, you have, oh, now we have Molten Freddy, and now we have Scrap Baby, right? And the only way you know those animatronics exist is through the source code, I think it was, through his website at one point, where we find out that, like, the other Fun Times had an argument with Circus Baby, and she got kicked out, right? Like, how do you think that transition point was, and do you think FNAF 6 cleared up Sister Location, like, vice versa now?
Not really.
that's fair. Yeah. Midnight Motorist. Was it about Sister Location maybe? Because man, that one still gets me. I feel like a lot of people to this day.
I really like Pizza Sim, but I do not think it answered much from Sister Location.
That is fair. That is fair, and I agree.
I'm also a noob theorist, so
right. I feel like when you dive into Pizzeria Simulator, I feel like there's so many things, because this is obviously the last one, you know, from those two trilogy. Sorry, so many things to pull from, right? But just with Sister Location, you know, kind of not ignoring the other games, I'd say, but just looking at those two and what it cleared up, not really. I think it was more of just a finale game and try to do as most as it can. So then again, what did Midnight Motors clear up? I'm sorry, man, that one is rough, because every character besides Orange Guy and like every building, everything you can have an answer for. Even the FNAF 4 house, is that the real house or an experimental house? Exactly. So, you know, things like that where I don't know if FNAF 6 necessarily did clear up Sister Location, but I wish it did a bit more, because obviously, you know, proof of this video, we have a lot of questions, you know.
It's also just crazy that like Henry wasn't even like a character really until
that's a good point.
After Sister Location. Like, I'm like, who is this guy? Like, all of a sudden here he is. Who are you?
Right, and like we all know the monologue. We're all like, oh, look at this goated character. Like, this was so awesome. But it's crazy. Yeah, you're right. Like,
cool
yeah, it is. It was crazy to think before this, like, he didn't exist and wasn't thought of in that sense. But it worked well. I think he implemented Henry for sure good. Do you think Henry has any role in Sister Location? I guess that's a good question.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna ask.
Right? Oh god, we're both asking.
Like, one thing I've actually been toying with the idea of is that in the same way that he called all the animatronics to the because to back up, how did he find out how did he find out about what William was doing to the point that he actually cared about it? Was it possible that he went to the bunker?
Ooh, okay. Ooh,
and then like he tricks Michael into going down there. It wasn't actually William, because William would already be dead by this point. And so it was actually Henry like telling him like, hey, go down there. And then that's the only way that he's going to get his sister out. And so he can get all of them into one place, because now none of them are down there. I don't know. I'm just like thinking.
No, it could definitely work. And obviously, whatever, you know, you could bring up this or that doesn't work. But I definitely like that idea, because that's a good point. Because you're right. Henry has to know something, right, for Pizzeria Simulator to bring them all together, right? He had to know of Circus Baby and then the other Funtime animatronics, right? Like, how do you know they're all actually here? And how do you know? Or was it just like a random, I'm just going to play the sound and I know people are out there and hope that everyone shows up? Like, you're right. I mean, he had to know more.
Yeah, so I wonder if there's like pieces of the series that like if we looked through a different lens, we'd be able to figure out like, oh, Henry was actually behind this or that, or like he had to have known about this at this time, or I don't know.
That's a really good point. I definitely agree. I think that could help. And I think maybe some way they're trying to tell us was a secret of the mimic, right? Because obviously we know William, I'd say more specific William, we can all kind of agree on, definitely wanted Edwin's life to fall apart, so we could take M2 and the rest of his catalog, right? And that's like the question, did Henry know? Was he a part of that? I guess downfall, was he on board with it? Was he agreeing like, hey, yeah, let's do this, we need M2 for so said reasons? Or was he also manipulated by William? Or was he just, you know, in the shadows and didn't know anything?
Yeah, because one thing that like on your live streams that people have pointed out multiple times Whoever said that, if you're watching this video, just shout yourself out.
Yes, please.
But people kept telling me that Fazbear didn't necessarily want the endo. That was like a bonus. They wanted the schematics. They wanted the like
I remember,
mimics.
right.
So for them, just like the M2 was a bonus, which to me works really well if William didn't necessarily know about the mimic itself, like its capabilities, but more of he wanted that technology for himself. And so that's why his Funtime characters can closely mimic the mimic, but they're like not quite as advanced.
Yeah,
and that's like
because
why
it only worked
maybe has
once,
her whole
as he
learning
says.
arc. Like she's mimicking a mimic essentially. Like she's not quite as advanced yet. Because if he knew how to recreate M2, Circus Baby wouldn't be learning, I guess, to pretend like she would already know, because she's literally just mimicking, right?
Yeah.
But there's like more thought to the character, so it's weird. I don't know. I'm just like going off. Here.
No, I think it's
don't
great.
know.
Yeah, no, I love it.
I don't know
yeah.
what I'm saying.
No, I think it's great.
Saying
And
random stuff.
No, definitely a good point, because that's like I think the things we really need to answer to finally put this timeline together, right? You know, put it back together, because the endings play a huge part, right? Because whichever ending is canon plays a huge part in one. You know, does William actually own M2 at any point, or does he have the schematics, or like you said, try to recreate it, and then that's where Circus Baby, you know, the fun times come from, right? Or is it one of those things? I think in one of your posts you brought up a great point. By the way, check out Var's posts; they're hilarious. Subscribe and check out his videos as well. But his post I love. But one of your posts, you're like, oh, I think Ultimate Custom Night is the biggest piece of evidence that William never was in possession of M2, or really wasn't part of that. You know, do you want to expand on that? Because I think that is great.
I did find a flaw in my logic, though.
Well, if you want, you can go over it, you know, and kind of, yeah.
But it's not quite relevant to the current topic, though, so...
That's fair.
I'll post about it sometime when I get all my pieces together.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but yeah, it's definitely, you know, it's interesting, right? Because, again, does William... Because there's some correlation there, right? You know, Circus Baby, it's a mimic, but did William ever own M2? I don't know. That, to me... I wish we could know, but I don't think we ever will.
Yeah, it's like one of the huge questions.
Yeah.
Because, like, if he had that physical endo, like, that's huge lore-wise.
That changes so much. Yeah, exactly.
And if he didn't have it, what was it doing?
Right? I just want to believe it was in a forest for all those years and just, you know, oh, the pizza plex is open. I like the music. Let's go in there, right? And then...
Yeah,
it's just... Because it's hard to find, like... I don't know, or I wonder if Henry ever came into contact with M2, or again, like, what was his part? Did he really know that he was going after the schematics? Did he have any part in that? Did he know that his company that he probably co-founded was sending out a bunch of technicians, like what, was it 7 or 8, 6, 7 of them?
Right.
To, you know, to the manor and being killed? Like, I don't know. Was Henry a villain? I don't know.
Yeah, has he always been, like, less good than we always assumed he was?
Right, I think it was maybe he knew, but just at the time couldn't, you know, talk, or not, I guess in that sense couldn't I guess have a say in, no, this is wrong, William. I wonder if William like threatened him almost, right? You know, because we know he's not afraid to, and was like, hey, if you know, interfere or anything like that, Charlie over there, you know, something like that. And like, what if that's what it was? What if the reason he went after Charlie was because Henry did interfere with something?
Yeah, I very much want to know like what their fallout was.
Same here.
Like, was it just Henry's daughter dying, or was there like something that triggered it? Like, was she a specific target for a reason?
Right, yeah. Or was that William's plan? Did he want it to fall out so he could go to Afton Robotics and do all that? Or when did Afton Robotics, when was that founded? You know, was it his first company and then it was like pushed to the side after Fazbear and then he got kicked out? Is Henry the green guy? Or is that a bar? We don't know. No. Yeah, it's interesting.
See, Sister Location stumps so many questions.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, we've talked about almost every game, honestly, from the old games and even the modern games. Right? There's so much. I think we have honestly covered everything, and Sister Location is just a huge building off point, right? Like every time you bring up an animatronic character, oh, and then where was he this, or what did he do this, and what about this game, right? It's crazy, and it's not gonna get better, especially if they have any role, and even if they're just if Fun Times or the Bunker has any role in Ruin 2, it's over. Like, that's gonna make things even that much more complicated.
The that, then it's like, why do we have Yendo? Why do we have...
Oh, Yendo, yeah, is that one of Freddy? Oh man, I forgot about those.
The Ennard mask, like who were those characters?
Right, does that have any correlation to, like Jackie, like you said earlier, like Funtime Freddy looks just like Miss Helpful or Mr. Helpful? Is Ennard supposed to be like a Jackie mask? I know Game Theory went over it, one of the first huge videos for like Secret of the Mimic, I guess, right? Or like the Mimic, the paper plate, was that evidence of Jackie also being a huge part of Fazbear, right? Kind of after the game was released, now we know kind of not, and that it was more other animatronics took a big part. But at the same time, it could be possible that they did make merch for Jackie, right? And that the Ender mask could be one of them, right? It's just the same like kind of faceplate, same nose, different hats, but or hair or whatever, but same thing in that sense, right?
Yeah, and then there's like several other clown mascots like that you can knock the teeth out of in the ball game.
Right, yeah, it's true.
And I think like, are those characters?
Right, and I think one did have similar hat or hair color to Ennard. I think it was like that green yellow, if I remember correctly. So,
Yeah, it was like slightly similar, not as similar as I remembered it when I last looked, but I was like,
right,
it could work if these are like older versions of them.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So who knows?
Right, unfortunately that's what we have to go back to. I'm sorry guys, we tried to solve it, but it is hard. It's when we've already been talking for almost 15 minutes at this point, and we in that sense like have just scratched the surface, right? Because you can go deeper and deeper and talk about things specifically, but hopefully, I guess the purpose of this video really right, yeah, for me was just to hopefully make you guys think more like I guess about the little things, things I haven't seen be brought up, like the dude he's talking about at the beginning, or what relations to Secret Mimic, things like that, right? I hope you guys have answers, really, because obviously we're trying. Unnamed, I bet, would have had a lot to say. One day, hopefully, we can do the 3 People podcast. That'd be fun.
That'd be so
fun. Yeah, that'll come out soon. But yeah, I guess since we're nearing an hour, any, I guess, final thoughts or just recap anything else you want to bring up to the Sister Location? Any topic, anything?
Honestly, I guess just if there's anything that we've talked about that you have an answer for, please let us know, because I love it. I don't care if you call me out and say like, hey Verar, you're wrong about that. I love this stuff, so like,
right, yeah, exactly,
please feel free to share your thoughts.
Yes, exactly. And I love it too, because then it's like, oh, I was wrong about that. What does that mean now? Like, how can I use that, right? So I love it. Be nice though, a little bit, please. Because sometimes people are just like, no. I remember one comment was like, no, in all caps, and I was like, I'm sorry. I was low on sleep. I swear. I think that's what it was. But,
don't roast Bronze. You can only roast me.
No, don't roast any of us. You can just roast nothing. Nobody. I don't know. Roast the Mimic. The Mimic had a huge part in this. Roast Edwin. He messed up quite a bit. But I mean, yeah, I guess to try to recap, because we talked about so much. I guess things that if you really want to bring them in the comments or just things you have an answer for is if Circus Baby is still around, the misconception obviously with Scott Cawthon and who William was talking about at the beginning. I still think the authorities, and then the timeline placement, things like that, anything, please. So our final answers, have we solved Sister Location 9 years later? No. No, definitely not. Are we closer than we were before? Funny enough, no. I think if anything, the games that have come out or the new ones, have just added that much more and more to figure out. So not really, unless we're all looking at this wrong. And Help Wanted 2, for example, gave us an answer, and then I'm like, oh my God, Circus Baby's still around, but that's not what it means at all. I don't know. We'll see with Ruin 2, which is not Abyss. I'm still so sad to say that, but that'll come out soon, hopefully. Also, where's FNAF Secret of the Mimic VR? That was the topic of the last one that got copyrighted, but it's spring, right? We're June. Okay. June 1st, guys.
My good grace.
June 1st, my birthday, actually. So if it comes out June 1st, that'd be awesome. Just saying.
Oh, let's go.
Steel Wool, if you're listening.
We're ready.
Yeah, we're ready. Let it happen. Give us a 4th ending, even if it's just the Mimic at the grave pretending to be Edwin, mimicking Edwin, or if it's William you giving a handshake or a fist bump to the Mimic, that also works. Just anything. Please give us something new. And if not, it's still gonna be a blast to play. And Var's gonna stream it, hopefully, and we're gonna hopefully me and a name can watch and tune in. That'd be fun.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, nice. That was a fast conversation. Did not feel like 50 minutes at all. But let me just say thank you, Var, for tuning in. This was a lot of fun. Busy day, yeah. Obviously I won't go into specifics on video, but Var was definitely appreciate a lot in making time for this. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you guys enjoyed the first, technically second, we'll call it first and half episode of the Silver Platter. Comment down what other topic you want. Comment down anything like that, and hopefully the next one will come out eventually with Unnamed. And yeah, appreciate you guys. Var, any last words? Anything else?
I don't think I've got anything else. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. New video after this one will be another in-universe FNAF world thing inside the world of FNAF on the Bite of 83, so that'll come out a week after this one, hopefully. Best case scenario, and I don't get stuck doing the assignment. So yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. It was really well received, which I appreciate. Thank you, everyone. A lot of people were leaving these cool like in-universe comments, which I appreciate, and I love reading through them. So yeah, that one will come out soon. New animations, everything. Bite of 83, one of my favorite ones. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to like and subscribe. Check out Var's channel. Do the same, and we will see you guys next time. Bye, everyone. Bye. Five Nights at Freddy's is made up of 11 years worth of games, stories, timeline debates, and tons of unsolved mysteries. And it can easily be argued that the most complicated lore comes from the modern games and their story that has been explored through 6 games now. And it looks like we're finally getting teasers for the next installment to the modern timeline that many fans are debating what it's gonna look like. This debate includes projects like FNAF Ruin 2, FNAF World 2, or even Ultimate Custom Night 2. So today we're finally going to attempt to answer what this next FNAF project really is, based on teasers, hints, clues, all left by Stuwo Studios, Leon Riskin, and Scott Cawthon himself. This will be a different type of video, which is basically a relaxing rant on everything we know about this game so far and my thoughts on it, so it won't be as scripted as most of my videos, but nonetheless, I hope you guys enjoy the video. So here's me yapping about this new FNAF game for however long this video is, and let's get started. So setting the scene, this would be Five Nights at Freddy's 12 or FNAF 13. Someone can correct me on that, but I'm pretty sure if you are counting FNAF AR, which I know we all have our thoughts on, and aren't counting FNAF Ruin as its own separate game, this would be FNAF 12, I think. But the fact that we're even 12-13 games deep in the franchise is amazing, and I hope they never stop. I love the franchise series. I grew up on it, and obviously make videos on it because I love it, so I hope they never stop. And yeah, so this first section of the video is mainly under the assumption that the next FNAF game is FNAF Ruin 2, FNAF Security Breach 2, or what many of us are calling FNAF Abyss. Again, I'll talk about the other possibilities later in the video, like FNAF World 2, which I'm really excited to talk about. But for now, in this first section, just relating to the teasers and everything, it's under the assumption it's FNAF Abyss. So a lot of it is relating to Leon Riskin, who I also talked about in the intro, and in this video you guys should check out. He's been posting a lot of teasers relating to elevators and surviving elevator falls. Obviously in Ruin we saw Cassie being trapped in the elevator, and then that elevator cut by either Mimic or Gregory, so it depends what you believe, did it, and this would follow her surviving the elevator fall. And I think one of them is a tweet he made was, "Don't trust elevators, take the stairs." Or another one, in hashtags, there was the name Betty Lou Oliver, who's the person who holds the world record for surviving the highest elevator fall, which is crazy. So again, kind of relating to Cassie surviving that elevator fall and then what would take place after. So that's why I think a lot of us are assuming that. And then most recently we saw this video, which I'll also pull up on screen, which first of all is really cool. Now, by no means is this 100% FNAF related like maybe the other teasers are, especially since obviously he works on other projects besides FNAF and is just a great composer in general. But I don't know, taking a look at the video, it really does remind me of that sewer area and just like the sinkhole from Ruin and Security Breach. I mean, some of the assets that I'll also pop up on screen are the exact one used in Security Breach, like these tubing and then like the planks, the bricked walls, you know, like this is exactly what we see in these two games or these two projects. So to me, it really does look like the aftermath of either Secret of the Mimic when it's like burnt to the ground, or just the simple aftermath of maybe going to a deeper level in the sinkhole. And this is simply the aftermath of the elevator crash, because obviously if it's falling from such a great height, then it would probably crash into a deeper level, and again, it would kind of be the sewer flooded area, which could be really cool. Now, I'm not really sure what this flower could be or what it means. I've seen some people relate it to like the books, and there's some kind of flower imagery or rose imagery there. But again, I think for what we know about the modern games, there isn't anything we can connect it to it quite yet. But again, it could be just a whole different mechanic or a whole new aspect of the game. Like for example, the Vanny mask, I think in Ruin, putting that on, I think none of us really thought it would take us into this VR, AR world, and then that would hold its own secrets like the Mexis or the staff, or what is it, the wet floor bots maybe being possessed. Like I think there's a whole different level there that could be unlocked by this flower. Maybe you have to collect a certain amount of flowers, or just picking up this flower, you know, it's like the foundation, whatever it is. I don't know, they could do a lot with this flower again if this is FNAF. So this was really cool. I mean, this could be our first look into FNAF 13. It's crazy. And then at the same time, I think Leon is posting a lot of music that also could be related to this. I made a video a while ago on an hour-long ambiance video by Stuwo Studios. It was for Halloween, just showing off, you know, what looks like to be the Dreadbird kind of Fall Fest background, which is cool, by the way. And then animatronics would pop in here and there, and there'd be some kind of, I think, Easter eggs and teasers that I also talked about if you want to look at here. But a big part of it was the music. We heard a lot of songs from FNAF Sister Location in a modern kind of video, which feels interesting. And then one of the tracks we also heard was Gracefully Into the Abyss. Now this is the exact same track that Leon Riskin also teased recently. He kind of posted an altered track of it, and I can play the 2 clips here so you guys can listen to them really quick. But obviously they are kind of the same thing, and then was under the name Forgotten Names and Faces, which spells out FNAF. So to me, this is not only telling us that Princess Quest might have some role in it, but at the same time that Sister Location might have a role, because at the same time Leon is also posting the not only Sister Location themes, but posted Michael's theme, I think it's Demolition Inevitable, from his infamous speech, which I think we all love and remember. So to me, it's just there's a lot of Sister Location imagery, and in general it feels like Michael might make a return, which is really cool. First of all, I think that'd be great, because I think another idea is saying that the elevator crashes into a deeper level. A lot of people are theorizing that it crashes into the Sister Location bunker, and this is where Michael could play a role. You know, we could see Gregory and Vannesa show up, help us like navigate our way through this bunker. I think there's a lot they could do with this, and that this could be the reason we're hearing Sister Location themes in modern videos and games. Because obviously, up to this point, we've gotten a lot of imagery for Sister Location, like in Help Wanted 2, or just in general kind of Easter eggs and teasers here, but this feels like a direct relation that could be telling us what this next game might be about. But really quick, take a listen to these 2 kind of soundtracks, and you'll hear that they are the same. So this is Princess Quest music, which is interesting because that tells me that Princess Quest might have some role in this new FNAF game, even if it's like through a small kind of mini game like we have with these last couple FNAF games. That's interesting because I thought not only was Glitchtrap done with, but Princess Quest was over in FNAF Help Wanted 2, where this was kind of the last game where the protagonist had to complete to not only free Vannesa, but to defeat the last parts of Glitchtrap. So I wonder if this is telling us that Glitchtrap is making a return, or that Princess Quest will have some other role in terms of freeing maybe Cassie, or maybe Cassie is the princess. I think there's a lot of ways to go with it. But again, the fact that we're hearing Princess Quest, I think still relating it to these kind of new FNAF games, and again giving us this first look into this new FNAF game, which is really cool. And just to talk more about Michael, I also made a video about him possibly being alive you guys could check out. I went over all the possibilities in terms of him being, you know, glamrock Freddy, because that still could be possible. Him being alive as the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment, him being alive but hiding somewhere, or just him actually dead in FNAF 6. I personally, as of right now, think he was the CEO or had some kind of bigger role in bringing back Fazbear Entertainment. But then after realizing what was actually happening with Burntrap, the Blob, whatever it is, then he would go into hiding, team up with Vannesa and Gregory, and then kind of try to stop them once more. So here, if Cassie really does go into the Sister Location bunker, I think it's guaranteed we see Michael. There's just no way he doesn't show up to either tell Cassie how to get out, or to actually play some role like in person. Because how cool would it be if we got an actual 3D model of Michael and he's there helping Cassie get out and just kind of acting like as a mentor? That'd be so cool. Especially like in the Ruin, a lot of people, there's a theory where Michael could be represented as Helpy, and in the Ruin ending, the secret ending with the Fredbear cardboard cutout, we see Vannesa, Gregory, and Helpy happily on the hillside, which to me is like they're obviously on the outside, and it's 3 of them. It's Helpy as Michael, and it's all 3 of them alive, possibly making a return in Abyss. So yeah, very cool, and this is all just so far through videos, teasers, and music. This was something I found out through Dako's video, so I'll probably put it here and probably put up footage where there's a secret account followed by Leon Riskin, which is really cool. There's some interesting kind of things that could be relating to FNAF. I think the first thing, there's like a secret video where it's just someone yelling. I don't know how to take that. It could be, I don't know, it reminded me a lot of the yelling after Glitchtrap, you know, in Princess Quest. When you defeat that part of Glitchtrap, there's just this kind of really scary yell, and you also hear it in Help Wanted 2 after I think the Phaser Blast mini games where you defeat Springtrap, you also hear the yell. It's really interesting, and that's what it reminded me of. In this instant, I wonder who would be yelling if Glitchtrap is defeated, or if it's someone else like the Mimic possibly. There's a lot of weird things there. I don't know who it could be. And then there was like a poll asking us for a number, and then the community chose 5, so then it started spamming the number 5 as if it's learning. That's how Dako took it, which is really cool, and I agree. I think this could be like the Mimic program in that sense, like it's learning, and so it's telling us the number 5 after we told it. And then finally, most importantly, the banner which was changed to the Secret of the Mimic Terminal. Here Dako like even puts it in matches basically 1 for 1, which is interesting, because if this is Leon somehow behind it, or if he knows, you know, this is FNAF related, does that mean that this next project is also Secret of the Mimic related? Like, is it a Secret of the Mimic DLC, which I am also totally fine with, because in that sense they can go 2 routes. They can go basically the ruin of Secret of the Mimic, where Arnold or whoever it is goes back to this place to try to retrieve the Mimic once more, which is funny, or try to retrieve Mexis, because Mexis is still down there, F10 and 4, you know, there's a lot of possibilities to where someone who I think Arnold might be dead at the end of the parachute ending, but someone, you know, even William, it could be anyone like William, you know, Henry, someone who is alive, or Edwin, because in that sense there is some evidence telling us that he survived being attacked by the Mimic. It's someone returning to the remains of MCM and then either trying to retrieve the Mimic or Mexis, you know, just some way, because I feel like at this point Fazbear Entertainment knows they can't control the Mimic, they can't really stop it, so it would be them trying to retrieve Mexis, you know, retrieve M10 and 4. And this could lead to the ending from Help Wanted 2, the update ending, where we see someone in a van just kind of taking Mexis and hurrying off. Like, maybe this is the ending of the DLC. Now, what they could title this, I'm not sure, because Abyss makes much more sense with Ruin 2 and kind of relating to Cassie. So I don't know what they could call this. But nonetheless, still very cool. And the fact that we're seeing a Secret of Mimic terminal tells me it could be related to Secret of the Mimic. But the other way I really hope is possible is that it's somehow Fall Fest. I talk about this a lot with Unnamed Security Guard and VAR in our live streams, but we've been teased we've been teased Fall Fest since Help Wanted, so that's I think 6 to 7 years ago, which no is not a joke. So the fact that we haven't had a centered Fall Fest project, or really an inside view of what happened or what kind of mysteries are in Fall Fest, is surprising. So I think now is the best way to do it. I think one of the coolest ways to do it is through the parachute ending. You know, obviously he kind of destroys the van and leaves Arnold there, and we just see him kind of wandering off in the forest. So what if he's wandering to Fall Fest, you know? Because by this point we know Fall Fest happens every year during the autumn season. So what if Fall Fest is open at this time and, you know, is open all day in that sense, where the Mimic could just kind of wander off to? Who would we play as, or the specifics of it, I can't really tell you. We could literally just be playing as some random kid who is in Fall Fest with his family enjoying it, and then just sees kind of the Mimic wandering around, you know, going in different mascots, because we probably also know there are mascots and animatronics from Fazbear and MCM being rented to the Fall Fest event. So, you know, again, it could be really cool if we see the Mimic wander to Fall Fest and then kind of take the role of different animatronics or mascots. I mean, we could see the Fredbear and Spring Bonnie suits here, because we don't really know what Fall Fest entailed or what exactly it looked like. So this is the chance to do it. I think if they do Secret of the Mimic Fall Fest DLC, it's perfect. Not only do we learn more about Fall Fest, but it's, I think, another way to lead to Ruin, because honestly none of the endings honestly lead us to the Mimic and the sinkhole. So maybe this one somehow could, because obviously it would take place in 1979, so it wouldn't like jump back to the future, but nonetheless it could give us some answer. I mean, you never know. At the end of the Fall Fest DLC, you know, somehow the protagonist, the kid, whoever it is able to stop the Mimic and kind of trap them in this Fall Fest area, and then we get like a cool kind of time lapse where, you know, people are building over and building over, you know, until it leads to the Mimic kind of destroyed in the sinkhole. So I think that could be cool. I do think we need one more project before the next one, I'll be honest. Even though I am excited for Abyss, or if that's what it is, I do think one more project would be nice, not only to get more background on how he ended up in the sinkhole, but about, I think, the Pizzaplex. There's a lot that could be done there, you know, or just kind of how it was built up back from being, you know, terminated in FNAF 6. So in FNAF 6 we learned that Fazbear is basically gone, you know, but then that they're just magically brought up again. So I think there's a lot to be done there with the LOC, you know. Was it Miss Afton, Fiona? Could it be F10 and 4 now that we know she's out there? Could it be Michael, who I think had some role in that? So again, there's a lot of ways to do it, and I think Fall Fest or just Secret of the Mimic Ruin are probably the two ways we're going to see it, if this is even related to Leon and if this is FNAF related as well. Now, my only issue with this is that going back to the past felt like a one-time thing, because obviously this takes place after Ruin, or in that sense, you know, game-wise being released, but in the timeline, this is the first game we have in the timeline 4 years before FNAF 4, so it feels weird to go back once more, even if it is through a DLC, especially with the description of Secret the Mimic, you know, in order to go to the future, you need to discover the past, something like that. This felt like a one-time thing, so it feels weird to do Fall Fest even if it is the past. So my other option or idea is that they could do Fall Fest in the modern games or in the modern timeline. I don't think it could be that difficult, because don't get me wrong, Fall Fest is something that takes place in the past, and we've kind of only gotten it through the past, you know? We know that Fiona died in one of the 1970 Fall Fests. We get 1970 Fall Fest in Help Wanted 2, and then in Dreadbird, I think it's Fall Fest 1983, so it definitely does take center stage in the past, but it could be done with the modern timeline. With details from the Pizzaplex novels, which I know probably aren't 100% canon, but I mean, some of them, it feels like they are, or we can use clues from the books to then help us solve mysteries from the game. So we do learn that there is some type of autumn Fall Fest event that takes yearly when the Pizzaplex is open, meaning there is some modern Fall Fest open at the same time as the Pizzaplex. So how cool would it be as if the next FNAF game, you know, the Mimic and Cassie are somehow both able to escape, you know? And this could either be Abyss or the game that takes place after it, but after they escape, you know, again, like I said earlier, Mimic wanders off to Fall Fest, and then Cassie, Gregory, Vannesa, and Michael, all trying to chase after Mimic, wind up in Fall Fest as well, and that's where that next game will take place. And I think because obviously it takes place in the modern timeline, it's hard to get answers from the past, because I think something a lot of us want more explanation on is how Fiona died, because we know she died in probably 1975 Fall Fest, but a lot of us want to know how. We know it was probably fire, but was this on accident? Was it William? You know, I talked about this in a video where there's some evidence suggesting that it was William responsible for the fire, and that he might have done it to purposely ruin Edwin's life to then take over his company and his assets, which does make a lot of sense. So I think a way to have it take place in the modern timeline but give us glimpses into the past is through the Vanny mask, because obviously I'm assuming Cassie would still have the Vanny mask. So what if, you know, at Fall Fest, for whatever reason, you know, when she puts on the Vanny mask, it kind of gives her glimpses or takes her back to the past of past Fall Fest, you know? So she would be in Fall Fest looking for the Mimic with all the other characters, and she would put it on, and the next thing you know, she's kind of seeing Fall Fest through the perspective or events of Fall Fest 1983, you know? And she sees characters from the past, animatronics from the past, you know? And in order to navigate through the modern Fall Fest, she would have to put on the Vanny mask and then navigate her way through the past Fall Fest, you know, kind of how it is in the games. In order to navigate Ruin, or the Ruin Pizzaplex, she has to wear the mask and then kind of go through areas that are only accessible through the Vanny Mask VR network. So same thing here. In order to make it into a tent, she would have to put the Vanny Mask on and then kind of be in 1979 Fall Fest, and then she would wind up where she needs to be without the Vanny mask. Hopefully that all makes sense. Hopefully I'm not just yapping and have confused you guys. I'm sorry if I have, but I think that's, again, the best way to do it, because there could be an instant where she puts the mask on, and then next thing you know, we're in 1975 Fall Fest, and we can learn how the fire that took Fiona's life took place. You know, was it on accident? Was it someone wearing a Spring Bonnie suit? We don't know. Was it the Mimic? We don't know what it could be, and I think that mask is one of the best ways to do it, because not only are we in the modern Fall Fest, but we're in, I mean, 5 or 8 years worth of Fall Fest events all through the course of one game, and I think it's the best way to do it. And that way we don't have to go to the past one more time, and from here we can just keep moving forward and keep moving with these future games, trying to take down the Mimic and unravel more secrets. So yeah, I think that's the best way to do it with a modern Fall Fest game. But now I want to talk about the other possibilities that I mentioned earlier, as a lot of them stem from Scott Cawthon's comment on Daco's livestream, where he said that they're working on a sequel that is a number 2 and not a number 3. Obviously a number 3 would probably be like Five Nights at Freddy's 3, the movie, which I'm sure is still in the works, but that's 2 years away if they're following how they released the second movie. So yeah, they're making a sequel with the number 2. So obviously a lot of people are talking about this, including Daco, which is something I talked about earlier. So what could this number 2 be? There's a lot of possibilities, honestly, you know, because in that sense we don't have a lot of direct sequels besides like FNAF 2 and Help Wanted 2. So I've seen a lot of answers. This could be anything from Sister Location 2, Pizzeria Simulator 2, Ultimate Custom Night 2, or obviously Security Breach and Ruin 2, which I talked about earlier. Now, the ones that I think could be the most possible are FNAF World 2 and UCN 2. Now, Sister Location 2 would basically be Abyss 2 if we do really go into the bunker, so that's why I don't really think it would be anything like that. Pizzeria Simulator 2 is also possible in that sense, because I do remember, I think Scott said he wants to make another kind of simulator game where you kind of open a pizzeria, which could be cool, if I'm right about that, or it could be wrong and I saw something else. But I think it would be hard to fit that in kind of the modern setting and like the animatronics, especially since that was kind of the last place to lure all the animatronics in. Because right now the only animatronics we have is the Mimic. In that sense, that's like a main threat, and the Blob I don't think is gonna be lured to a pizzeria. So cool idea. I think it could be more of like a sideline game. I don't think it would be kind of the next game in the timeline that we get. But FNAF World 2 and UCN 2 are a lot more possible. I think UCN 2 excites me a lot, I'll be honest, because Ultimate Custom Night did miss a lot of the animatronics, so just imagine an Ultimate Custom Night 2 with every other animatronic, not only the ones they missed, but also a modern game animatronics like the glamrocks. You know, we could have the Mimic in there, you can have the ruined glamrock animatronics, you can have animatronics from Help Wanted 2, you could even have the Blob, Burntrap. Like, we could have such cool animatronics in this 2D office style gameplay. That could be so cool. So I think it's needed in a sense, and this could bring up a whole nother level of mechanics and challenge. You know, there could be another 50-20 that fans would be trying to complete, and you know, we could have another Daco reaction, which I would love, and I think we all need. So yes, very cool idea. And sorry if you can hear, there's a plane going on past my house right now, so if you can hear it, I apologize. But in terms of the lore of the game, I think it could honestly be the same as the first one, where obviously it was William Afton being tortured by the one you should not have killed. I think they could do the exact same thing in that sense, but it's like a second round, because obviously now this is under the assumption that Glitchtrap is William Afton, that Burntrap is William, but this would be the one you should not have killed, bringing William back to, you know, hell or this nightmare and kind of doing it all over again. But again, this is only for saying he's Glitchtrap and Burntrap. The story could simply be that the one you should not have killed has grabbed William back into this nightmare and is torturing him all over again. And in that sense, it could be a really cool kind of side story, because honestly, it wouldn't build off much of what we have from Ruin and Security Breach, but it could be a cool side plot where we see William being tortured again, you know, that he wasn't able to escape his fate from FNAF Ultimate Custom Night, and that he's going to be tortured all over again. And it could even tell us who or where the one you should not have killed was in the modern games. If it's someone like the Blob, for example, we could see a kind of a cutscene sequence like we did in Ultimate Custom Night, where it's Golden Freddy twitching and Old Man Consequences, but this time where it's like the Blob, you know, where we learned that it was the Blob being possessed by the one you should not have killed, and that it was him coming back to stop Burntrap or William Afton. You know, they could do something cool like that. And then we could even get Old Man Consequences again, you know, where this time it's somehow the Blob in this kind of pixelated Old Man Consequences world, and that he's simply telling him to actually leave him alone this time, and that if you want, something will happen. I don't know, they could do a lot of cool things there. And in that sense, it would literally just be a direct sequel where the one you should not have killed is able to bring back William and torture him all over again, just this time with the modern animatronics. And they could have cool lines like, "You thought you could get away with it," or "Nothing can stop you from your true fate," you know, things like this, like cool voice lines telling us this is real fate, and then also telling us where the one you should not have killed or Golden Freddy was in the modern game. So a lot could be done with UCN 2, and I think it's pretty possible. I feel like fans have wanted it for a while. I don't think Scott has necessarily had interest in it in that sense, where like interviews he's told us he really wants to make one, but nonetheless it could be really cool. And again, I just think trying to complete another 15-20 challenge could be really cool, and then the lore in that sense wouldn't be a direct sequel to Ruin or anything like that, but it still could be important, and it could tell us that William Afton is back in the nightmare where he was in the first game, and that the one you should not have killed was somewhere in the modern games. They could even incorporate Princess Quest somewhere in there. There's a lot they could do, you know. Vanny could also have some sort of role reminding William of what he did, you know, and I guess almost torturing William with what he did to Vannesa, and kind of making her, you know, believe that she was Vanny and making her reenact all of his murders. So there's, again, a lot they could do there, and I do think it's possible, but not as possible as the next option, which is FNAF World 2. Now, Scott Cawthon himself has said he's interested in giving FNAF World another shot. I think it was in the Daco 11th year anniversary, or sorry, 10th year anniversary interview, and that's why a lot of fans, you know, think a sequel could be FNAF World 2. Especially now, I think a lot of fans have given this game a lot more appreciation. I think that it deserves, because although at the time it wasn't that liked or appreciated, honestly, I think now it is, and which makes me sad because the game was really cool and it had a lot of lore that connected straight to FNAF 3 and 4, and even had small teasers to Sister Location. I think it obviously makes me really happy that now fans are appreciating it, you know, and giving it the love that it deserves, but I wish in that sense it got what it deserved when it was initially released. You know, I wish a lot of us could have seen what it was and what it was trying to tell us, because obviously coming off FNAF 4, just a lot of us wanted FNAF 5, and I think that's why it didn't get the attention it deserved. But now, you know, a lot of time has passed and we can, you know, look at it again and kind of again give it the appreciation that it really does deserve, because FNAF World is such a cool and interesting project. So imagine FNAF World 2. This would basically just be giving us new characters like the Mimic, the Glamrocks. Like, imagine them in the FNAF World style. I think could be really cool. And then new bosses as well. They could be a lot done. And then with the maps as well, they could have kind of like a cave section maybe, or a sinkhole section of the FNAF World. I think a lot could be done. Gameplay wise, everything works perfectly with the modern games and characters. The map wise, the setting, everything could be done for sure. I think for me, the only, not necessarily issue, but question I have is how they would do the lore. Because obviously with the first FNAF World, even then it's still debated what it was trying to tell us in that sense. Like who the yellow eyes were or things like that. But a lot of it did connect for sure to FNAF 3, Happiest Day, even the box, a lot of people think it gave us some answer to, which I agree, you know, the clock ending. And then we had Old Man Consequences. A lot of the lore made sense as it connected to those earlier games. And like I said earlier, then gave us some teaser to Sister Location. So how would they do this here? Obviously in terms of teaser, for sure, you know, they could end FNAF World 2 with a teaser to Abyss, or the Mimic still being around, something cool like that. Again, sorry, another plane. I'm so sorry, everyone. They could do a lot of cool things for sure, and I think we could literally just see the Mimic in that sense, like in this ending, or we can get voice lines from Edwin, something like that. Something telling us what the next game was going to be like in terms of Abyss or the sinkhole, whatever it is, just like they did with Sister Location. Because for those who don't know, at the end of FNAF World, the update, we got voice lines from Circus Baby teasing us directly to Sister Location. Really cool, and again, they could do it really easily here. I guess for me, the other, I don't know, I guess the main issue is what story would this be centered around? Because I think FNAF World was, you know, centered around the Crying Child and Cassidy, whoever it is, or even both of them, you know. Or I also think Charlie could have had some role. And then there's that interesting ending where it looks like someone holding two people, you know. A lot of people think maybe it was William holding his two sons, or Scott holding his sons in real life, you know. There's a lot of endings and lore that would be hard, I think, to translate into the modern games. Because with the earlier FNAF games, we have a lot of pixelated kind of mini games that we kind of saw return in a sense, like the box or Happiest Day, you know. I think that's what we're seeing happening in FNAF World. I do think we have some answer with clock ending, and again, I guess I'm having trouble seeing how they're gonna do it all again with the modern games, especially since the only really kind of mini game we've had is Princess Quest. I don't know. I'm even just thinking about it now, and I try to write like some notes like how they could do it, but it's just hard, you know. I think one of the best ways to do it is internally, in terms like the Mimic, like inside the Mimic, like what's going on. That could be FNAF World 2, you know, and we could play as the Mimic program, or in a sense, if the Mimic is possessed, that's who we could be playing as, and that's what FNAF World 2 is, you know. Like the map, a lot of people say it was the Crying Child's brain, versus here the map would be the Mimic's brain, or the Mimic's programming, and us kind of having to fight different battles, or whatever it is, inside, again, like the Mimic's world, or his programming. I do think that could be really cool, and in that sense, I do think then a lot of the lore and gameplay could be related to David, you know. We could learn if he really is possessed by David, or if, I guess, what roles David's death actually had on the Mimic's rogue, you know, arc where he started murdering people. Like, what correlation is there? Or the yellow eyes here could be David, you know, David's soul, or kind of telling the Mimic something. I don't know. A lot could be done there. Or Fiona and Edwin could even have a role now. But again, this is all under the assumption that it would kind of take the lore from the modern games, which is what I think it would do. I think it's hard to get a FNAF World 2, using the earlier lore, because in that sense we have moved on, you know. Because don't get me wrong, it would be cool maybe to get some answer for the box or things like that, but I think if we were to get a FNAF World 2, especially if it did use modern lore and characters, then the underlying story and lore would be about the modern games and the modern lore. And again, I think the best way to do it is through the Mimic, and if not, I think Vannesa could also be a good way to explore it, but I feel like that was a more Princess quest. I think that's how we explored her story, and then her finally being freed by from Glitchtrap's control by the protagonist in Help Wanted 2. Another way is with Gregory, maybe it's like in his mind, and we learned if he really is related to the crying child or, you know, David. I think there's a lot that could be done there as well. But right now, I still think the best way to do it is through the Mimic. You know, we're in the Mimic's mind playing as this character running around trying to find out what's really going on, and then in that sense it does connect to FNAF Abyss, it connects to Ruin. We learn more about this character without having to go back to the past, without having to go to Fall Fest. We get this style of gameplay that fans love and want, again with new characters, just with the modern lore. So a lot could be done with there. And if not, and if it's just something else, I think the next way it could be done is with Chica's Secret Party World game. Sorry if I messed up the game, or the name of the game. But obviously this comes from the Ultimate Guide 2.0, where there was a whole chapter and, like, I think 4 pages dedicated to a secret game from 2016 that was never released. Chica's Secret Party was an entire game apparently released by Scott Cawthon in 2016 for only 3 days before then being taken down, and no one realized, no one downloaded it, there's no gameplay that exists, just these few images from the Ultimate Guide 2.0. So a lot to unpack. I mean, honestly, I could do a video just dedicated to this and everything from the book, but the main takeaways are that you play as Chica, you know, kind of exploring this house and giving cupcakes and I think pizza to different kids. Pretty similar to other FNAF minigames we've gotten before, but a lot would have been revealed. Obviously, to me, the biggest one, and the one I really still want an answer for, is the FNAF 4 box. There was a way, I think, where you go inside a room and then the box was there, and that you would have been able to unlock it and finally open the box after like 11 years. But then the book obviously does not give us an answer. It explicitly cuts out what was inside the box to not spoil it for fans. There was also appearances by Fredbear and Golden Freddy, 2 different characters, by the way. This game makes it clear that they're 2 different characters. Deskman, also from FNAF World, speaking of FNAF World, would have been there as well. And then at the end, I think Toy Bonnie was also there. And I think in that sense it makes it, or no, I don't know if it was Toy Bonnie, but there is also this image that I'll try to pull up here, that it's basically 1-for-1 from Midnight Motorist, and those footprints, it makes it seem like it was either from Toy Chica or from Bonnie, which is really interesting. And then at the end, they just have a huge dance party after you complete it. So yeah, a lot. I might be missing something, but it's just in general it tells us a lot, and it's interesting to think what this game would have looked like as a whole and actually playing it. You know, people have been talking about it a lot. There's these 2 really good videos by Zetarox and She's Do That I'm gonna pull up here. They're the ones I watched. And I wish it was a game. I don't know. I think there's a couple ways to look at it, where a lot of people think that this was a real game that existed in 2016, and then others think that this is some sort of teaser or new project being worked on, Scott, and that'll be released eventually, or that it's somehow connected to another project. I'm honestly in between both. I do think it would be cool if it was a real game, but at the same time, I think it's related to some other project and that Scott has some role with it. Or just some other people think it's just a huge mistake that the book published it and wasn't supposed to be published, but I don't think that's the case anymore, at least, because in the same Doco interview, or Doco live stream that I just talked about, where Scott left the teaser for the sequel to number 2, Doco asked him about Chica's Secret Party, which is the first time Scott would ever talk about it, because Scott hasn't addressed on Reddit, he hasn't released any kind of post addressing if it was a mistake, if it was on purpose, if it's even real. And what does Scott say? Well, in Scott fashion, he just leaves. He says Scott has left the chat and everyone have a good day, I think, which is hilarious. And definitely, you know, yeah, Scott, I feel like it would do that. But I don't know. I think if it was a mistake and it wasn't ever supposed to see the light of day, I think Scott would have addressed it by now, saying, hey, you know, it was actually a mistake, and, you know, I'm taking these actions, don't take it as canon, whatever it is, like he's done with other kind of issues with books we've gotten, or with any continuities. He's, I think, very fast, and I think it's important to him to address things. But I don't know, I think him just kind of running away from it and kind of being like, oh, I gotta go, I don't know, that to me makes it seem like something from it is important, or it's something maybe he's still working on, or something real, I don't know. But I just do know that it's not a mistake, and I think it could be related to the next project. I think even if it's FNAF World 2 or if it's Abyss, I think there's some mini game that will be Chica's Secret Party, and I think we'll I don't know, I think we could finally learn what's in the box. I do think we could get answers for Fredbear, Golden Freddy. We'll see Deskman. I do think we'll finally get some identity reveal for him, because a lot of people don't think it's Henry, which is fair. Was it Scott? I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities to this character alone, and Chica's Secret Party is giving us some answer in a way. And then Midnight Motorist, say it is a real game. I think we could finally get an updated version of it, where we could then see Midnight Motorist. Like I said, we could, learn who Orange Man is. We could, even though we probably know it's William, we could learn who the Runaway is. We could learn where he went off to. We could learn about the footprints. We could finally learn if it actually was toward Chica or Bonnie, and why. I'm hoping it's FNAF World 2. That'd be really cool, where you go into like a secret cave or something, and then you just spawn into Chica's secret party. Like, how cool would it be if you played a mini game inside this FNAF world? It could be really cool, and I think that's probably what we're gonna see. Again, even if it's FNAF Abyss, I think there's almost 100% chance that we're gonna somehow be able to play this game or get more answers to it. Because again, if this was a mistake, if he really didn't want us to know about it, he would have addressed it by now. But he's treating it like something that he has to run away from, maybe because we're gonna see it. We're still gonna see this game somehow. I don't think he'll just release it flat out, like, on Game Jolt, Steam, whatever it is. I think it's instead going to be a secret minigame through the next project. But that is interesting, it's interesting to think that even if it's FNAF World 2 and it somehow relates to the new modern games, that we're going to get answers from the old games. Because I don't think this has really ever happened, like, just imagine playing Security Breach, and then out of nowhere, you find out what's inside the FNAF 4 box. It's interesting to think that he would want to put answers from the old games inside of a new game, so that's why I'm still hesitant on the idea, but I don't know. I still think it would be really cool, and still very likely that we're going to get this secret game in either FNAF World 2, FNAF Abyss, Fall Fest, I don't know. I think it's inevitable that we're going to see it again, especially because, again, he's never addressed it. It's got to be something important, right? So yeah, I know Unnamed is probably happy about that on the stream. He's very, he's like, email Scott, we got to find an answer for it. So we finally have some answer for it. So Unnamed, if you're watching this, or I'll probably message him honestly and tell him the news that we do have some kind of information on it now. But back to FNAF World 2, even if it isn't somehow related to Chica's Secret Party, in general, I think it would be one of the next games. Even if it isn't FNAF Abyss or it's the next one, I do think it's going to happen eventually, and that it will be connected to the new lore and the new games. Because again, I don't know, it would be cool to get even more answers from the old games, like with Chica's Secret Party, but to me, I think it would be even cooler if it's connected to the new games. Again, we're playing as David, whatever it is, we're playing as Edwin in this new world, trying to navigate the Mimic's Brain, F10. What if we're in F10 and 4, like the computer? Like, that's like the FNAF world we're in. I don't know. There could be a lot done with it, and I'm really excited to see what Scott has in mind, because I feel like he's got to be working on it by now, especially since it isn't a large type scale game like FNAF Ruin is or FNAF Help Wanted 2. So I think we could be seeing this, or at least a teaser to what this sequel number 2 project is, by the end of the year 100%. And I don't think it'll be released by the end of the year, but we'll definitely get some news on it that I am again very excited for. One last idea that I want to talk about that I just came up with now as I was writing this is that Chica's Secret Party and FNAF World 2 are the same thing. Where in that sense we could almost get like an updated version of what was originally planned to be released, or what was released for 3 days. And that would be FNAF World 2, where we're playing as Chica. Maybe Chica's the main antagonist for some reason, which, if Chica is William, then maybe we're playing as William in this world. And then maybe through a larger type of scale FNAF World 2 game, we're finding out what's inside the box. We're talking to Fredbear, Golden Freddy, exploring this house through a larger scale game. I think could be really cool. And in that sense, it's bigger than what Chica's Secret Party was, and it's to the scale of FNAF World 2, which I do think could be really cool. And we could even see Scott himself, in the game, like we did with the first FNAF World, say something about it or give us some more information. I do think there could be a lot, and because in that sense, I do want a bigger, I guess, Chica's Secret Party experience in that sense. Because don't get me wrong, the 8-bit game does look really cool, and I would be happy if that game was just hidden within another game. But I do think it's cool if they, I guess, go deeper into what was originally planned and I guess make it a larger scale game. But that's just another random idea I had. It's just so cool talking about it, because the fact that we might actually get this game, like we might open the box, it just makes me so excited, and I can't wait. And I hope it's true. I hope Scott's saying all this, or kind of, I guess, running away from it, because there is something to be released, there is something hidden, or who knows, maybe like someone does have footage of the game. What if it was real? You know, maybe it's on someone's hard drive and this game does exist and we just won't know about it until he releases it or until we find it within another game. But with that, these were my thoughts on the next FNAF game that is either FNAF Abyss, FNAF World 2, FNAF UCN 2, or anything like FNAF Pizzeria Simulator 2. I hope you guys enjoyed. Obviously this was a bit more unscripted, or totally unscripted, I'll be honest. I just had kind of notes, and I did a video like this when the FNAF movie came out, just because I was working on another video at the time and didn't, I guess, have the time to dedicate everything to kind of editing and writing a full-fledged kind of breakdown of the movie, and you guys enjoyed it, and I got a lot of great support, which I appreciate. So even if this one doesn't and no one sees it, I still have a lot of fun talking about it, and I really enjoy it. So thank you guys who made it to the end and hear me yapping about it. It means a lot, it really does. So yeah, if you want, I guess, a more in-depth breakdown with the teasers and everything, you can check Daku's video, I recommend. There's these videos also up on screen about kind of teasers, everything, or you can check out my video as well on the Steel Wall Ambiance where I talked about it. That one's a bit outdated because I think that was October, and we've had a lot more teasers and projects, obviously, which is why I decided to make this video. Expect more videos the week after this one's released, and then my plan is to release weekly videos. Yeah, that's the plan. So yeah, check out my other videos as well. Two Killers theory I went over, and the possibility was still here, and the FNAF movies, and FNAF Abyss I even talked about for a bit, so you can check that out here. Because yeah, it was really cool talking about Pink Eye and I think an 11-year-old kind of theory, which was really cool. Also check out my Michael theory saying he's still alive, because I do talk about it briefly here, and just any video on the channel. And yeah. Something I did last time with this kind of unscripted video was I had a secret phase at the end where if you guys typed in the comment, I put you in my game concept, which you should check out. So we're gonna do that again here. Just comment down. I'm trying to think on the spot. Comment down. So I had to cut my last clip because I couldn't think of anything. But comment down Mimic Brain. I don't know why I thought that'd be funny, just because Mimic's Brain in FNAF World. So comment down Mimic Brain, and I will put you in the beginning of the next video, you know, or the one after that. I have to figure out how I'm gonna upload the videos since I am back in school, so a bit more busy. But yeah, comment down Mimic Brain, and I will put you at the start of the video in a kind of I guess compilation of everyone who commented it, you know, because there's a good amount of people. I think last time I said comment down classic, and I put you in the classic Reboot, and a lot of people did, so I appreciate that a lot. So if, you know, people see this again, comment down Mimic Brain, and you'll be featured in the start of the next video. So yeah, thank you guys a lot for watching, for listening to me yap for I think 40 minutes now. It means a lot. And yeah, let me know if you guys want more of this kind of unscripted vibe, because it is a lot of fun, and it's just easy, just yapping about FNAF World, whatever it is. So yeah, let me know if you guys want more of these videos, and I just appreciate the support. We hit 15,000 subscribers, I think, a few days ago as the time of this recording, which is crazy. I never thought I'd make it this far, truly. So it means the world, and I'm so excited to see where we go from here, and the collabs, the videos, everything. I'm excited for the new year, and yeah, it's been a great month so far. So comment down below more videos like this. Comment on any theories you have for the next FNAF game, and thank you guys so much for watching. Truly, it means the world to me, and I hope to see you guys soon. Thank you guys.